guy. What a game. Kevin Burkhardt on a call for Fox Sports. I'm trying to give it to you all, Roasters. I truly am. But I'm exhausted. Shasky's exhausted. We're going to try to power our way through 4 hours a day as the Niners become the first team in NFL history to be down 17 or more points at the half in the championship game and come back and win it. Unbelievable. Purdy Magic, Shanahan, Debo, Kittle, Juszczyk, Ayuk, Fred Warner, and Greenlaw, and Nick Bosa showed his ass up when you needed him. What a win. We're going back to the Super Bowl. Oh, Shasky, what a game. What a game, what a game, what a game at Levi Stadium yesterday.
I don't even know where to start. Like, I literally don't even know where to start, but I will start right here. We need this. Like, Niner fans, this community, this city, this team, we fell short 3 times, 2 times in the NFC Championship game.
2 times in a row.
We needed this.
We're a half away from losing.
Spiritually, I felt broken at halftime. I was thinking, is this going to be another opportunity where a core of guys, as I'm watching Bryant Young go up there, as I'm watching Frank Gore go up there and hit the foghorn at halftime after Journey played, and no one cared. Okay, nobody cared that Journey was playing because we were down 17 at the half. Right. I was thinking, we're going to have an entire offseason of quarterback just meh, from Kirk Cousins to drafting someone to God knows what, to Brady coming out of retirement, to the offseason of, you got to fire Shanahan, Wilkes, bring in Belichick, bring in Bill Walsh's ghost. Like, it was going to be one of the longest, most difficult off seasons maybe of my lifetime. And I was going to watch another core get as close as they could and not get over the hump. Now, look, we got a big game that we get to celebrate, and it's amazing. It's one of the most improbable games where my team pulled it out that I can ever remember.
So
they were getting dominated in the first half. But I'll tell you, they were out-schemed, out-hit, out-coached, out-matched, out-physicaled. They were getting outran. I watched Jamison Williams jog off the field faster than our guys were sprinting. I was watching their offensive line get anything that they wanted on the edges.
Anything.
Edges.
What about up the middle?
I mean,
Jahmyr Gibbs, up the A-gaps.
Jahmyr Gibbs looked, and I don't say this lightly, I watched LaDainian Tomlinson score 5 touchdowns against the Niners at Candlestick, and I thought that was one of the greatest, most dynamic, explosive, juke-riddled performances from a running back I had ever seen. Todd Gurley was amazing in his prime. I watched Jahmyr Gibbs, I go, he's as explosive and as dynamic as LaDainian Tomlinson, and I don't say that lightly. And then he fumbled. Well, I couldn't believe the sequence of events and how quickly they turned it around. That third quarter is going to go down in the history of 49er football as one of the greatest third quarter playoff performances ever.
When I think about that game yesterday, and I'm starting to think about it now, to me, I look at the Golden State Warriors, and it really had a lot of Game 6 vibes at OKC.
That's a great call.
Because you're on the brink. And the Warriors had no business winning that basketball game. Klay Thompson's going nuclear. Steph Curry throws up to 7. You're going back to Game 7 at Oracle Arena. You're at your deathbed. You're basically at your own funeral. And that's what I felt like in the first half with the 49ers. I'm thinking to myself, damn, this is how we're going to go out? Is this how we're going to go out? I started sitting down, and I was exasperated because the Lions were going down the field at the end of the first half, looking to go up 28-7. And Jared Goff, as good as he was yesterday, he missed that throw to Gibbs, right? In the back of the end zone. Warner gets beat in the zone. He looks at Gibbs. Gibbs is so fast. He's right in the middle of the field. There's no safeties there. Goff misses him. Then he hits Gibbs on the screen. He catches the ball on the ground at the 10-yard line. Gets up and still gets to the 2-yard line.
And almost scored.
And I'm thinking to myself, is Dan Campbell going to go for it? He makes the right decision. They go up 24-7, but Levi Stadium was dead. It was all Lion fans in there. Dead. They were singing their touchdown song. They were chanting Jared Goff. They were chanting defense. And I'm all around this Honolulu blue. And I'm thinking to myself, is this how we're going to go out? Is this how Shanahan and company's going to go out tonight? And you're right. The whole offseason stuff, I was in a bad place. And that's where, we joked last week. I said, man, I haven't prayed in years. And you go to church and whatnot. I went to go pray. Oh, I swear to God.
You prayed.
And I had no idea. And it was... And in the third quarter goes, I look at this picture. And it was me praying. I sat there in my seat for a good 90 seconds with my eyes closed, talking to the Lord upstairs saying, if there's anything you can do for me. And I'm not saying that's why they won the game because that's ridiculous. But I sat there and closed my eyes because I sat there and closed my eyes because, Shasky, I said there's no way they could go out there like that and let Detroit come into Levi Stadium and blow us out like that. And the Niners came out in the third quarter, kicked the field goal, and it was a little disappointing. But I love the up-tempo. I love the up-tempo in that first drive.
That crowd.
I love the up-tempo in that first drive in the third quarter. And then, to me, the biggest play of the game, 4th and 2. Lines up 2 touchdowns. Now, they could have kicked the field goal and gone up 17 points.
Which is what I thought they should have done.
But this is how they play. This is what Dan Campbell does. This is what Ben Johnson does. And you know what, Shasky? To have that 4th and 2, they were going for the kill. And I understand that. But at that point, they had 168 rushing yards to the 49ers 45.
They're getting anything they want.
Anything they want. I'm thinking, boy, if they just run the ball, they're averaging 7 yards a carry up until that point. 7 yards a carry gets our front four, the most expensive defensive line in all of football. And they passed it. Now, it was a great call because it hit Reynolds right in the hands. He drops it. And all of a sudden, Levi's woke up.
100%.
And then the fluke to Ayuk is what Mark Grandy said yesterday to Grandy, man. The fluke to Ayuk on one of the most memorable postseason plays, a la Lynn Swan.
It was incredible.
And that place erupted, and the Niners never looked back.
All right, so there's so many things I got to unpack here. All right, let's start here. Thank you for becoming a child of God. I'm wearing my rosary beads today in honor of you, B, praying yesterday, because this is what I do, all right? Now, we were supposed to go to church in the morning,
right?
And I was supposed to put my little money in the donation pot for St. Cecilia's, and Michelle made me clean the house in the morning, and I ended up not doing it. But I am so glad you found Christ right before that second half started, because hey, with Jesus, everything is possible. The catch Brandon Ayuk made, that should have been an interception.
Tells Angels
we can all admit it. Right? Like, we can all admit they got incredibly lucky. But the dexterity and the hand-eye coordination to come down with that pass. B, I watched him throw it, and you have the same angle as me. And I go, oh, my God, he's throwing it too far.
Yeah,
he's throwing it too far.
He's not even close.
He's not even close. And there was a couple of balls, one-on-one in the first half, where he had Ayuk, and he completely overthrew Ayuk. And I'm thinking, oh, my God, it's going to be intercepted. Bonte, the fact that he caught that ball and then the touchdown pass was incredible.
Right, because that was on the third down.
That was a tight window.
Right, it was a tight window. And you're going to face a fourth down with Shanahan. Do you go for it? Do you not go for it?
B, I'm telling you, I've been to a lot of sporting events. Yeah. I've been to the Game 3, Game 4 for Steph Curry, against Boston. I've been to so many playoff games for the San Francisco Giants that have all been epic. They all stand on their own. That was as good of a stadium feel as a fan I can ever remember that I've ever had going to a game.
Yeah,
I'm not saying it's better than this. I've missed one 49er home playoff game in my life, in my adult life, okay? Since about 98, I've missed one, and it was last week against Green Bay. That environment was as good and as ruckus and as loud and as awesome. My ears are still ringing as any sporting event I've ever been to. The Detroit fans deserve a ton of credit, but Niner fans were off the hook.
Hey, that third quarter run
was incredible.
Kind of like a Warriors run, right? The whole Dub Nation, the whole Dub.
We're exhausted.
I mean, we're so. I mean, 888-957-9570
for Christ's sake.
888-957-9570. No, yeah, we're jacked up here. Listen, quietly,
100%.
The Niners are undefeated at Levi Stadium in playoff games. They're now 6-0 at Levi Stadium in playoff games. Go figure.
Quietly.
And I know a lot of people said, but see, I was a little disappointed. I sent out a tweet, and I shouldn't call out fans because I understand everybody's under different financial circumstances. But I was legit disappointed that there were so many Lion fans in the building. And my thing was, listen, man, we pay for season tickets and we pay for these games, but you don't get opportunities to host NFC title games every single year. And I get that, you may have to sell these tickets and it may be a double up for you. It may pay for your season tickets. I get all that. Me personally, I'm just thinking to myself, I got to be there for title games. I got to be there for playoff games. They don't happen every single season. So that was disappointing. But boy, did the Niner fans show up in that third quarter and help lift them. And you know what? For as much ridicule as you gave Steve Wilkes at halftime and that defense, because they were just getting mollywopped. I mean, Ben Johnson, Dan Campbell, Jared Goff were just in their back. They were doing whatever they wanted to do.
Laporta is ridiculous.
Jameson Williams. I mean, the first drive, they come out there. Dude, they come out there first drive. And And a minute 42 later, it's 7-0. And I'm saying, wait, who's a veteran-savvy team?
Oh,
who's a team that's been here before?
They out-physicaled us, out-hit us, out-schemed us. They were out-speeding us. They dominated the first half.
Penei Sewell has a chance to be one of the best right tackles in pro football history. The nastiness he plays with.
Incredible.
The first play of the game, they do a little pitch play.
I know.
To David Montgomery, and he decleats Tarvarius Ward. And later on in the game, he decleats Terrier Brown and points at him.
I thought that Jared Goff was in his bag, too. He had a clean pocket. He was hitting anything he wanted. He had layered throws. I mean, until the end. I got to give credit, though, because, we crushed this guy a lot. I thought Nick Bosa brought it in that second half.
I brought that up.
I thought he brought it, man.
Yeah, he turned it around. He turned it around.
Like, as much as I crushed this guy for the last month, I got to give him credit. He was playing like a man possessed at the end.
Oh, he outplayed Aiden Hutchinson.
Thank you.
When we needed him. Nick Bosa played his ass off, but you know what?
Drake Greenlaw gave his body.
Drake Greenlaw.
They were showing Willis and Bowman at halftime.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, I love that.
And look, Willis and Bowman are just two. When I think of guys who gave their body to the sport and to the fans, those are two guys that immediately popped to my head. Keena Turner, Ronnie Lott. Like, there are certain guys. Bill Romanowski. Pierce Holt. Like, there are certain guys that I think
Gary
of.
Plummer.
Gary Plummer. I'm giving you every ounce I have.
Right.
Dre Greenlaw hit Laporta so hard he knocked himself out of the game.
I know. It was. I watching that back last night because I start watching the game.
57 is one of my favorites of all time.
Greg Olsen, by the way, got to meet him before the game.
Yeah.
Just said,
I saw you on the sidelines, by the way.
I said, Greg, what's up, man? Bonte Hill, you came out with Shasky and I morning. He goes, yes, that's right. You guys, he goes, anytime you want me, you got me. Thanks so much. Him on the broadcast yesterday.
Anytime you say.
He was on fire. Calling it like it is. And that Drake Greenlaw hit, I said, oh my gosh.
Bro, Drake Greenlaw got up and he looked like the soul had been knocked out of him. But the timing on some of these hits, and look, Fred Warner, everyone's losing their mind. Missed tackles. Dog, these guys are battle-tested champions. They could have folded in that first half. To come back the way that they did. And now we haven't even got to it. The game flipped in the second half. We could talk about arm and angles and this and that. Brock Purdy's legs, the 3 scrambles on third down for 52 yards, changed the game. Changed the game for the offense and was that extra little, can you make a play when no play is there to be had? And Brock did it. And then he doesn't just slide. He's diving forward for a first down on the 1. And we're all saying the same thing. Get down. And he did like a John Elway style. I'm leaning my shoulder in. Brock may not have the most physical gifts in the world, but God damn it, that guy's got balls of steel. He's as courageous as they come, and I'll go to war with that guy, 13, any freaking day.
Purdy magic is what we're calling it. Purdy magic. Because in the first half, it was not good. He was not magical.
He looked terrible.
7 of 15, 93 yards, a 39.0 passer rating. Jared Goff outplayed him. He was erratic. And then even in the third quarter, he threw across his butt. He threw it to Jawan Jennings one head. And Greg Olsen said he broke a million rules on that play. Throw it across his body, back over the middle of the field. And then 3 plays later, almost got Jennings killed throwing high on the crossing route.
Yes.
And I'm thinking to myself, oh boy, Brock Purdy, you're gonna have us all guzzling Pepto-Bismol. Legit. I'm getting physically ill here. But that young man, is so incredible. He finishes throwing 267 yards passing, a touchdown. The no huddle, I thought, to start the third quarter was changed everything. And he got Debo involved. The corner route to George Kittle, nice little rainbow throw. Brock Purdy in back-to-back playoff games. We've seen it now against Dallas. We've seen it against Green Bay. And we've seen it last night against the Detroit Lions. In the second half, this guy, he's got a clutch gene. I'm sorry. I don't care what he is. I don't care what Ryan Clark says today. I don't care what Nick Wright says today. I don't care what anybody has to say about my guy. Brock Purdy, I don't know what he's going to be in the future. I really don't care. But right now for this team, he is perfect for this football team. He's got Shanahan's trust. And you know what? When we needed him to make a play, he made play after play after play when we had to have it. And the Niners going to 27-0 run in that second half. It's just incredible.
I've never seen anything like it. I've been going to games my whole life. Bonte, I've never, even the New York Giant game, it was like, we were like, fighting back to come back. The Atlanta game, when they went down to Atlanta and fought back. But the way that game flipped in 5 minutes, It did have a Warrior feel to it. We're like, oh, here comes the tornado.
Right. It just started snowballing. It kept snowballing and snowballing and snowballing and snowballing.
It was unbelievable. Now, you say that they've been aggressive all year, Dan Campbell and the Lions. And I want to shout out my boy Della. Drunk John Delacella gets in the car. He goes, and this is his line. I'm stealing it. He goes, Dan Campbell managed that game like he was at Chico State playing Madden off of 6 high noons, going for it at every single turn like he was me back in the day. What do you know the situation? Bonte, there's a time where you got to dress street, and there's a time where you got to dress up. You know what I mean? And you got to know the setting. You're up 2 touchdowns. The Niners kicked that field goal. They got a little tiny bit of momentum. It's a 2-score game. You take the 3 points. But you turn it into a 3-score game.
You know what?
That's just me.
You know what, though? You're on the road. This is how you play. This is how you're aggressive. This is how you got here. You're going for the knockout blow. The 49ers were reeling. Reeling. They had no answers for them. You're averaging 7 yards a carry at that point. That's a long field goal, too. 47 yards.
There's no doubt.
47 yards. And that kicker was erratic all year for the Lions. So, you know what?
I disagree.
I have no problem with him going for it right there in that situation. Now, do I have a problem with the play call? I thought he was running right up the middle with David Montgomery, get the 2 yards. They were averaging 7 yards a carry at that point. And then, if you think about the play, it was executed correctly until Reynolds dropped it. It hit him right in the hands, and he dropped it. So I got no problem with that. He catches the ball. They get a 1st and 10. Levi Stadium is dead. They go in for a score. Game over. Now the second 4th down, when they're down 27-24, I thought it was more egregious. I had no problem with the first one.
Okay.
You're still up 2 scores.
See, I disagree with you on that. That's fine.
That's fine. Yeah. But I thought, go for it right there. I had no problem with it. It hit Reynolds in the heads. Your receivers got to make a play. It's 4th down, money time. You hit him right in the head. Jerry Goff made a great throw, hit him right in the head, he dropped it. Now, the second one, you got to tie the football game up. You have to tie the game up. And Goff got a little skittish on that play. He got a little skittish. So, look, we can count our lucky stars. We count our blessings. We make it through Green Bay. We make it through Detroit. It's all about surviving and advancing. And now you get a shot at Patrick Mahomes. We talked about all season long. To be the man, you got to beat the man. In the NFC, it was the Philadelphia Eagles who were the man. Well, they destroyed them on December 3rd to take over the NFC. Now we got to beat the other man. And he may be the greatest man to ever put on a helmet and a pair of shoulder pads, and it's Patrick Mahomes. But we'll get there. We'll figure out a way to beat Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs. But we got a long way to go. We're going to celebrate this NFC Championship game. We're going to celebrate Shanahan and company going to the Super Bowl out in Las Vegas at the Raiders Stadium. I cannot wait. Cannot wait. Woo!
Where are Niner fans?
Oh, they're here. They're on the lines waiting.
Everybody likes your Vega.
888-957-9570. It's a Monster Monday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. Good morning to all the graveyard shift workers, all the overnight dancers, all the Niner faithful, all the cops, all the highway patrol. It was rocking yesterday down at Levi Stadium, and much respect to the Detroit Lions fans. That's a classy fan base. I shook a lot of hands yesterday with those Lions fans and said, you know what? You got nothing to be ashamed about. Yeah, one hell of a season, and they're not going anywhere, folks. They'll be back next season, but they got to lick their wounds, and they're having a tough Monday as we advance.
If any fan base knows how difficult it is to pick yourself off the ground and get back to where you were the year before, I think Niner fans know. I have a new appreciation for how difficult it is just to get to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, no doubt. What's coming up on the game brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises, is your phone calls, 888-957-9570, YouTube and Twitch. I see you. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union, the smart choice for low auto loan rates. A super simple online application process. We're going to get through this, folks. What a game yesterday at Levi Stadium. What a magical game. Purdy magic. Shanahan not wilting. Steve Wilkson making the adjustments in the second half. The defense showing up in the second half. Nick Bosa and your premium players balling out. Brandon Ayuk and Deebo Samuel. I'm sorry. We don't win that game without Deebo yesterday. Thank God he suited up. We're going to get your calls on the other side. Niners are going back to the bowl, baby. And we're going to talk all about it all day long here at 95.7 The Game. The Road to Vegas is brought to you by Ameriwest Credit Union. Working for you today, tomorrow, together.
Faithful!
This. Well, I started off a hustler, Indo smoking. So I kept choking. Come on, get to the hook because everybody needs to light their Vegas this morning. It's morning roast time.
Whoa. If I light my Vegas, I'll go to sleep.
Hey, bro, I'm exhausted. I just peed all the Pedialyte out that I just poured into my soul.
That's good to know.
Now there's an image. Exhausted.
That's good to know.
When we get to the hook, crank it back up.
Did you take a bump or did you pee?
Hey,
which one is it?
Bumps were available. There was somebody in the tailgate who goes, "This is the stuff Elon Musk uses."
Oh my gosh!
That guy just skunked you.
the tailgate.
Turn it up. Everybody likes Vega. Everybody smoke. We're going to Vegas.
It's unbelievable. Because at halftime, I didn't think we were going to Vegas. At halftime, I did not think we were going to Vegas. Down 24-7. Knowing that they received the ball in the second half. Knowing that, boy, Shanahan has only come back once in his career when down by 5+ going into the fourth quarter. By the way, all you needed to do was make the largest comeback in NFL history for being down 17 in the title game. Now, the Niners did come back from 17-0 back against the Atlanta Falcons in 2012 at the Georgia Dome. But it was first quarter. They were able to erase that lead in the first half, and they were down 24-14. These guys were down 17. And again, folks, I don't think you understand how improbable this was. They became the first team
it's incredible
in NFL history to be down 17 or more points at the half of a championship game and come back to win. Now, John Curley, our producer, original producer of the Morning Roast, shout out to Curley. Lubman's taking the job, and he's run with it.
Curly's one of the most passionate 49er fans I've ever met in my life.
One of the more passionate ones. And he sent this at halftime. This is after my prayer. And I said, you know what? I'm just going to think positive. This is after my prayer.
Your prayer?
After my prayer.
I don't ever want to hear you talking down on private Catholic schools ever again.
I can't believe Anna took that picture. She goes, babe, I've never seen you in a darker place in my life.
Well, I'm not going to lie. It felt staged from you.
Oh, well, I know. Some people think it's staged. Some people think I do things for clout. Like when I wore the Mahomes jersey and lost a bet to Wheatley, people thought, oh, boy, he's just trying to produce content. Nah, I'm straight from the cut. I cut it straight from the cloth, man. There's no faking. I don't do things for clout. I don't stage things. That's stupid. I don't need anything like that. So she just took it. She does that stuff. And then in the third quarter, she goes, look at this photo I took of you.
It's incredible.
And I was like, oh, my gosh. So then when we started coming back, I said, yo, I need that photo. I need to tweet it out. I need to tweet it out there. But she took it.
Let me
was
read
like,
back
she
to
goes,
that real quick.
No, because she was like, babe. And I just had my eyes closed for like 90 seconds. Journey's playing. I don't care about Journey, whatever. I was just in a dark, dark place thinking, because I'm looking at all the texts in our thread. And I'm saying to myself, damn, guys are really going to bring up Belichick replacing Shanahan.
Oh, if you
we're going to have to talk about Kirk Cousins.
Oh, Mac Jones was on the table.
I mean, it was Hill.
I got so many texts from people. What are we doing? Bring in Belichick as DC. Fire Kyle. Put him at OC. Put Bill at head coach. Like, I had heard it all.
Now, John Curley sent this tweet at halftime.
Yeah, what'd he say?
It's eerie that in 1957, the last time the Lions won a playoff game in San Francisco, they were down 24-7 at halftime before rallying to beat the Niners 31-27. Now in 2024, the script is reverse. The Niners are down 24-7 at the half. Can the Niners pull off their version of a comeback? Damn you, John Curley. What a tweet. That has now been stolen by David Lombardi of The Athletic.
Oh, that guy.
He stole it, damn near tweeted it out word for word after the game. Just give John Curley some credit, David Lombardi. It doesn't hurt you. You got over 100,000 followers on Twitter. Don't be that guy. Give John Curley a bone. He don't care. He's just tweeting. So I made sure to double down and give John Curley his love.
I like that.
Because that's a hell of a tweet by John Curley.
And look, everyone fans in a different way, right? You fan different from me, even though we're both diehard psychos. That was the full fan experience yesterday. I mean, you had, what the hell are we doing? Are we going to show up to like complete and utter shambles? I was in shambles at halftime.
It was
I didn't move. My brother goes, I got to go take a walk. My brother had to take a walk.
Yeah.
I sat there with my head in my hands and I was tweeting out everything. And I'm like, I can't believe this is happening.
I mean, it's some of the yardage and some of the stats we're going to get to a little bit later was just alarming. I mean, Detroit was dominating. And John Curley sends that tweet out, which, again, was stolen by a credential media member. He just can't give him credit for whatever reason.
We're going to start calling him Darth Plagueis.
Right, yeah,
because he's plagiarizing everything.
He's plagiarizing everything. And, he used to join our show a lot, but we had to push him back, and he hasn't replied to us since, so we're going to rip you. Brock Purdy with the 17-point comeback. I mean, there was just so many numbers at the half that I was just like, damn, we're getting cooked. We're getting cooked.
There was no way in my mind we were going to come back and win that game because we just look like the older, slower, less buttoned up team. We look like a team that could not win in the trenches. We look like a team that had zero team speed compared to their team speed. And it looked like Ben Johnson was 5 steps ahead of Steve Wilks. Here's another thing. The amount of fire Steve Wilks on the spot, people.
I know.
Look, don't get me wrong. Scheme matters. And Kyle Shanahan, too. Guys got to make plays.
Yeah.
Can we acknowledge, some of these guys got to win one-on-one matchups. Kyle Shanahan, offensively, cannot scheme open 5 guys open on every play.
Right.
At some level, tackle's got to tack a block in front of Purdy, give him a clean pocket. Purdy's got to throw the ball down the field accurately. Right. A wide receiver's got to get open, make the catch. A lot of things have to fall in place for the offense to work. We expect Shanahan to just go like a hot knife through butter on every single play. Show me the most creative play you have. It's incredible.
It was incredible. Now, check this out. It was incredible because Jared Goff checked out of I don't know what play he checked out of, but on 3rd and 12 when they headed off to Jahmyr Gibbs for a first down for 13 yards, and Penei Sewell pulled to the left, and I was like, they just got 13 yards on a 3rd and 12 and got a first down. And then later on the drive, 3rd and 18, Amon-Ra St. Brown catches one. I'm thinking, oh my gosh, this is ugly. Steve Wilks, where you at? Jair Brown, by the way, we'll get to the Kansas City.
He was He was just a step off.
I don't know what you do with him in the Super Bowl with Patrick Mahomes. That legit concerns me.
Well, Gibson comes through with a huge play with the fumble. He looked a step slow too.
Yeah, he did.
And if I see Oren Burks out there, look, Jalen Graham and D Winters, I'm sure they're not ready for the moment. Oren Burks is not a very good football player. Not. And they kept running toward his side over and over and over again. And dear God, for the love of Christ, as I have my rosary around my neck this morning, thanking God, Chase Young, can you set an edge?
Oh, Chase Young. Well, we see why he was traded for a comp pick.
He did make a couple plays, though, in that
late in the second half. Finally.
He did make a couple plays.
He was barbecue chicken. I even got a text from Ian Williams during the first half. Yo, Chase Young. He ain't it, bro. He ain't it. I mean, the texts were flying in.
I mean, we're getting rid of everyone. We're going to the 3-4. We're going to get Joey Bosa or Khalil Mack. The takes in my head were everywhere.
All right, let's squeeze in a call before the break. Adam in San Francisco, you're going to be the first one.
Adam!
Set the tone, Adam. Set the tone before the break.
How we doing, guys? Good morning. Happy Victory Monday. Wow. I really quickly wanted to give a shout-out to my best friend, Joe's sister. Her Instagram's at the Rachel Marie. She worked on the Kittles outfits last weekend and worked on Claire Kittle's pants last night. She's killing it in the fashion game.
Oh, nice.
And it showed out last night, so just wanted to give her some props on that. To the game, I do want to give some flowers to Steve Wilkes. We were getting gashed in the first half. I mean, you wanted to try to have some hope, and I'm like, you sent out a tweet, Bonte. It's like, if they score again, it's over. And I'm like, it is over. Like, I don't care what we can do on offense. We can't stop this offense at all. However, we only allowed 7 points in the second half total, and that fourth down touchdown that they had to get was an incredible throw. So as bad as we were in the first half on defense, he tightened it up big time in the second half. That's incredible. I'm so happy for Trent Williams, Christian McCaffrey getting to their first Super Bowl. Mm-hmm. We'll talk about the Super Bowl later on. We got 2 weeks to digest, and like you said, to be the best, you got to beat the best. But what a game, what a comeback, and I'm just so happy that Brock Purdy's our quarterback.
Dude, Brock Purdy deserves his flowers. He deserves his flowers. Purdy magic is all I'm calling it. The guy's magical when we need him.
I'm second half.
Brock Purdy. Yeah, see, here you guys go.
Your girl came to the tailgate. By the way, that tailgate was epic. Came to the tailgate in a fresh, crispy Brock Purdy jersey and stood there with all the sass in the world and said to me, and I say this with all respect, Brock Purdy's the man. And literally, like, with disdain in her voice toward anyone who would think otherwise.
And I'm all
Anna, first, hey, look, I'll tell you this right now, we did not think Brock Purdy was the man.
No.
She did.
No, she did.
Maybe we should start using her quarterback evaluations moving forward.
Well, I got some other evaluations for her. She also took Lions first half. It didn't tell me. All right, what's coming up in the game brought to you by Fremont Bank Full Service Banking.
She's
no
betting?
compromises.
She's betting?
I had no idea. We're going to get to everybody. Jack, Nana, Manny, Gene, the consultant. You're all coming up here. 888-957-9570. It's your show. We're celebrating the Niners advancing to the Super Bowl for the second time in the last 5 years. They finally win an NFC championship game, folks, in dramatic fashion. We're going to break it all down here on the roast.
Dot, 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 dot. I created a monster because nobody wants to see Marshall no more. They watch.
Well, you know what? Shanahan considered he created a monster. Lynch created a monster, and they got one in Brock Purdy. They got one in Fred Warner. And they got one in Deebo Samuel and Christian McCaffrey and Trent Williams. Oh boy, oh buddy,
Bonte, whatever his final stat line was for rushing, divide it by 3 because the amount of broken tackles and holes he found where there was no hole, like the guy should have had minus 15 yards in the first half.
How about Deebo Samuel though? He was 50-50 to start the week. I mean, there's so many guys we could isolate in this football game and the plays that he made. I thought Deebo Samuel, who was visibly frustrated in the first half, he was frustrated. There's no doubt about it. Down 24-7. He didn't believe it was true. He was thinking, no, we can't go out like this. We've worked so hard all season long for home field advantage. Worked so hard for the bye week. And Deebo Samuel, they don't win that football game without him.
No,
he's an all-time 49er. He's an all-time Niner. I don't know if you have the numbers. I believe he caught 8 of 9 targets yesterday.
How about when the crowd was chanting his name? I got goosebumps.
8 catches. 8 catches for 89 yards.
And the one over the middle was a ridiculously tough one. The one on third down, where Purdy threw slightly behind him, and the guy was on his back, and he just vice gripped it.
And he does that while C.J. Gardner-Johnson, who called him a running back earlier this season, is on the opposing end of this. And he's he's got to sit in Detroit today thinking that running back, that wide back, whatever his name, who can't run routes, caught 8 catches, 8 passes for 89 yards, and cooked us. The 49ers don't win that game without Deebo.
No.
Not even close.
Well, I felt like all the guys on offense had a contribution in that second half. Kittle had a contribution, had a couple of them. Juwan Jennings made a play. Purdy clearly made plays. CMC made plays. Elijah Mitchell scoring that touchdown late. Was there anything wrong with CMC because he wasn't in there on the final?
Yeah, I don't know what happened there.
Running plays.
I don't know what happened.
So you were with me on that.
Yeah, and I was like, get Elijah out of here. You know what?
And then he's not on the hands team. That's another thing. The hands team. Okay, can we talk about this for a second?
Right.
How is Christian McCaffrey not on the hands team? For a split second, that ball was in the air.
Well,
every Niner fan like me was like, oh, my God, 1972.
Well, no, I wasn't thinking 1972. When Elijah Mitchell had the 3 carries, I was thinking Roger Craig.
Oh, against the New York Giants.
New York Giants. Now, I don't know what happened to Chris McCaffrey. I heard there was something going on with him at the end of the game. Lubman, you got some intel?
So on that last run he had, I don't have intel, but I was rewatching the game
down
last
to the
night.
one?
That last run he had down to the run, when he landed, he straight up landed on his head.
Gotcha.
So, he came down pretty, I don't know, maybe just was a little shaken up there, and just you know what, you're done for the day.
I'm thinking to myself, why is Eli in the game? I need ball security here.
I'm with you.
I need ball security.
How about the clock management there, where it could have been where you punt back to the team? Like, if we took those knees, because I was thinking what they should do in these situations when you go to take a knee, I would just shotgun snap it, even though there's a risk of losing the ball in a shotgun snap. Shotgun snap it and kind of run around and then slide down and give myself up just to burn some time so you don't have to punt the ball. But they did the 3 runs and they jolted just enough time off the clock to where they didn't have to kick it back to them. The clock management thing was just, thank God.
Well, Shanahan called a perfect second half. I want to get to the callers. 888-957-9570. This segment is sponsored by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Let's get out to Jack in Massachusetts. Then we'll get to Nana in Pittsburgh. Jack, good morning, Jack. How you doing?
Good morning from snow-covered Berkshire County, Massachusetts. A beautiful Victory Monday. How you guys doing?
Oh, man.
Doing great.
I'm doing amazing. I'm feeling pretty good.
I need some Pedialyte too. Listen, I know you got a lot of callers, so I'm just going to run through what I got here, bullet points. After the 3rd and 12 where they ran and got it, I was ready to jump off the roof, man. But these are the things that I feel like why we won the game. Number one, the Niners do this great. They shut down the number 1 receiver. Amon-Ra St. Brown was out of the game in the second half. Purdy, being Purdy, running the ball and playing off script. It takes a little luck to get to the Super Bowl. We played against the biggest 4th down gambler in the league. I mean, it's just unconscionable that guy did that twice.
Right.
But, I mean, look, this has got to be forever known as the Brandon Ayuk Ladybug game. and I know you're not a big Journey guy, but they played Don't Stop Believing at the half.
Yeah,
briefly heard it. Bosa finally, I feel like Bosa hasn't been earning his paycheck recently, but he really did in that game.
Yep.
And like you said, Bonte, imagine if Debo hadn't played in that game.
Oh.
I mean, he was amazing. And we got one of those beautiful 3rd and Juwan plays.
Yep.
And listen, I'll close with this. I mean, after that Ayuk touchdown, after the Ladybug catch, they played Throwing Stones by the Grateful Dead, my favorite Grateful Dead song.
Nice.
They can have Taylor Swift. We got Bob Weir. He was on the sidelines of that game, man. Deadheads, we love the Niners.
Yep.
Listen, I'm just so pumped this morning. I don't even know what to do with myself. Love you guys.
Great call.
You too,
They scored the touchdown. It's a 1-score game.
Yep.
And on the first play, they fumble it right back. And Gibson, who was I'm going to be generous here, not great in the first half, came through with the punch of a lifetime. And Eric Armstead, who was not great in the first half, lands on the ball. If Eric Armstead does nothing else the rest of his career, it's one of the great playoff plays of his life.
I mean, Tashawn Gibson Jr. bit so hard for play action pass after play action pass. Silla Porter wide open in the flat. He kept biting. He was missing tackles. Jahmyr Gibbs would go up 21-7. Everybody missed tackles. Fred Warner, Greenlaw, Gibson. I'm just like, oh, so we're allergic to tackling now. Now we don't want to tackle. And you know what? Detroit, they're a physical football team, and they play after the whistle. They're borderline dirty. They're a borderline dirty football team, no doubt about it. They come in late. I thought Purdy should have got a call late in the game. He got hit in the helmet. George Kittle got held on the play. They were coming in late, diving late.
Huh? I thought it was.
They let him play
for me
a little bit, but it was a little okay.
I thought I would rather it be more physical. It's the NFC Championship game.
Yeah, I hear you.
I would rather them not be decided by ticky-tacky fouls. That's
I hear
just
you.
me.
Not ticky-tacky fouls, but I didn't think that was ticky-tack.
Okay.
They were coming in, diving in, they help us, whatever. But no, he's right about that. That defense stepped up in the second half to shut them out for most of the second half there. I thought it was good. That defense stepped up. Fred Warner finishes with 13 tackles. He cleaned it up. Drake Greenlaw played like a man possessed in the second half. Whatever was said in the locker room at halftime, like, we're going to see a story. Somebody's going to write a story about what was said at halftime in the NFC Championship game yesterday at Levi Stadium. Because to be down 24-7 and to give up all those yards again, when Detroit went for it at 4th and 2, it was 4th and 2 up 24-10. At that point in the football game, Shasky, Detroit had 168 rushing yards to the Niners' 45. They had 3 rushers who had more yards than Christian McCaffrey on the ground. Jameson Williams, David Montgomery, and Jahmyr Gibbs. Who, by the way, Jahmyr Gibbs and David Montgomery going into the game, they're the first duo in NFL history to have over 1,000 scrimmage yards. No running back duo has ever done that in NFL history. Think about how good they were. And Dan Campbell passes it. Now, I didn't have a problem with the decision, but he passed it. But unfortunately, the pass was great. Reynolds dropped it. And that flipped the game, and then the Ladybug play. I don't think we can talk about Brandon Ayuk enough on that play. I don't think we can talk about it enough.
The reality is they got extremely lucky. But the dexterity and the hand-eye coordination to make that play, Brandon Ayuk, to say it's a 1 in a million play is an understatement. B, if the exact same thing happens, how many times does he come down with that ball?
I don't know.
If I do that exact same thing, throw it off a dude's hand face mask, I'm still not even sure what part of the Detroit Lion player it hit. But if I do that, how many guys in league history are making that play?
Yeah.
Lynn Swann and
Lynn
who?
Swann and I don't know. The guy from the New York Giants, David Tyree.
I
don't know.
If they go on to win the Super Bowl, if they do, and we got 2 weeks to kind of chew on that. If they do, we're going back to that play, and we're saying that was the hand of God that helped blow it right into
it was unreal.
Ayuk's hands.
It was unreal because it was overthrown. And Purdy's deep ball was not great yesterday. It was not great.
It did feel like at that moment in time, the Niners needed a big chunk play.
They did.
And I kind of love that he went for the gusto.
No, I did too, because Debo underneath, I thought he was going to try to go to Debo underneath.
Me too.
And he let it fly to Ayuk. And you know what? But even then, after that, the first play, McCaffrey gets stuffed, right, for a loss of 2. I'm like, this Lions front is hitting on first down. They are shutting the Niners' run game down. And then second down, it gets batted ball. It's just like, oh, boy, you got to face a third down. You cannot settle for a field goal. You can't do it. And Brock Purdy with the patience hits Brandon Ayuk there on a slant. And I'm thinking, that's my number 1 receiver, and that's my quarterback, and let's roll. And then it just became a mad. I got Vince Scully vibes when he said it's a madhouse here in Candlestick after the catch game. It was a madhouse at Levi's. That place was rocking. I had to sit down for a second. I was sweating. No, and it goes, are you about to pass out? I said, no, I just need a moment.
Well,
I need a moment.
Call me the sucker. I get very emotional at times during games when I'm watching them because I think about what this team means to me and my family and everything like that. And Bonte, to see that third quarter play out the way it did, the amount of heartbreak most of us Niner fans have had in our adult lives. Like, it's been so much heartbreak. We've been knocking on the door. Like, I think about this all the time, all right? And I know we're going to get back into the game. The Warriors went 40 years between championships, okay? How many times did they truly knock on the door?
Not many at all.
Okay.
They did second round, never went to a conference final.
All right, so even if we're generous, 2 or 3, right? Let's just say, then that feels
Not even, no, they were never in it. Yeah, let's be real.
Okay.
In those 40 years, they never had a chance at winning a championship.
So it was not heartbreak in the same way. No. Like, the Giants had a little heartbreak.
Oh, they had a lot.
62, 89, 2002, 93. Like, there were lots of different heartbreak moments, right, where they knocked on the door. And really, 2002 is the number one. In just the last 15 years, 2011, 2012, 2013, okay? 2019, 2021, 2022, and it was going to be again yesterday. Think in just 15 years, the amount of heartbreak is generations.
Yeah, no, that's a great point.
Generations. So I'm sitting there in that third quarter, and they're making this 27-0 run, and I'm saying to myself, dear God, this is one of the greatest moments in Niner franchise history. And I know they got to win the Super Bowl, and they got to pull that off. And, like, so many things got to happen. I was lucky to see the Saints game. I was lucky to see, the game where Kaepernick went crazy at Candlestick. We saw the pick at the stick at the end of the regular season. We've seen some great moments. I don't think I've seen anything like that third quarter.
No, I don't think
in my life.
I don't think we ever will. I honestly don't believe. Again, this is the largest comeback.
It happened in like 5 minutes.
No, this is the largest comeback. They're the first team in NFL history. Think about what they had to do to advance to the Super Bowl. They had to become the first team in NFL history to be down 17 or more points at halftime of a championship game at home against a team that was humming, averaging over 7 yards a carry at that point. Shasky is such a great point. The last 15 years has been a roller coaster for the 49ers.
It's been devastating.
We're so thirsty for that championship.
Yes.
We're so thirsty for that Lombardi as you're listening to 95.7 Game, KGMZ FM and HG1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. And don't forget, you can watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. The smart choice for low auto loan rates is super simple. Online application process. And shout out to the Comcast Business Text Line here on a Monster Monday, brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. Let's go to Nana in Pittsburgh. Nana in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, go to Nana. I got something else I got to get in there. Nana, what up?
Nah.
You feeling? How you?
Let's get on the boss man for interrupting our guys behind the glass there. We're locked in, Coach. Come in at the break.
Yeah, hey. Look,
Pittsburgh.
Look. Take a hike.
Look. Come in at the break.
What's up, Nana?
Hey, what's up? How you guys doing? How you guys feeling?
No, I feel terrible this morning. I feel great, dog. I just drank a whole bottle of Pedialyte, and I'm juiced.
Me too. I drove up to Pacifica to go watch the game with my mom. She's in a rehabilitation center for her diabetes. And so she's healing up, and I took my son, he's 2, and we were all there, my brothers and sisters and my aunt. And I got to tell you guys, I was watching the game in that first half. I was like, I cannot believe I'm going to have to go through another off season of shit talking from other fans.
All right, real quick on this, on the heartbreak thing. Like, it's been 30 years.
No. Hey, goodbye.
It's been 30 years. Like, again, the Warriors went 40 years in between championships. The Giants went 54 years. 30 years is multiple generations.
Well, think about the Lions. They haven't won anything since 57.
Yeah, but they haven't knocked on the door.
I know, but still, though, 56, I know. I hear what you're saying.
I know.
When you put it in perspective, though, and I'm sitting next to Lions fans, and I'm thinking, they haven't had a championship in that city from their pro football team since 1957.
But, like the fandom in me goes, is this like, are we seeing this team cycle out? Like, because that's like at the end of Hardball, it felt like, oh my God, like it felt like we were a boxer that was punch drunk at the end, and it was like, yeah, we're not a prize fighter no more. You know what I mean? Like, we'll still be fighting, but we're not fighting for the top belt. And I'm watching the Niners, and I'm saying, as I watch Frank Gore and Bryant Young, the last link to a championship, Frank Gore, a guy who his career is basically not what it should be because he's missing that one Lombardi, which he so deserved. And I'm sitting there, I'm watching Fred Warner, I'm watching Dre Greenlaw, I'm watching Trent Williams, CMC, Debo, Ayuk. I'm saying, dude, this core can't get out of this window without a champ. They have to get a championship.
They have to.
And the way that first half was going, I thought, dude, our run is over. Like, we're going to have to reset this whole thing. And for them to flip the script and win that game in the fashion that they did, I'm telling you, man.
Well, look, it took a little help, right?
It's a lot of satisfaction from that win.
It took a little help. You needed a little help from the other team. You needed to force a turnover. They did that. You needed to have a couple fourth down stops because you knew Detroit would be aggressive. You got that. You needed a Moody field goal, who missed one, by the way, down 7-0, and he's missed 3 of his last 4 at Levi Stadium. Maybe he just needs to get the hell away from Levi Stadium. Maybe being back in Allegiant Stadium will do him some good, although in the preseason game in Allegiant Stadium, he sucked, so we got to get Jake Moody right. Or maybe he just scored touchdowns and don't worry about Jake Moody. But everything was going wrong. You needed a little luck. You needed some Purdy magic. Purdy extending plays in the second half. Listen, we watched, I don't want to go down the Jimmy Garoppolo road, but I watched in 2021. When the pocket got muddied, Jimmy panicked. He panicked in that football game down at SoFi Stadium. These are big moments. This is the NFC Championship game. You're the last pick of the draft, and we know all that. And you've been hearing it all week about how much the Green Bay Packers game, how you got carried by Shanahan, and how, oh boy, you look like a game manager, and blah, 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 blah. All this stupid dialogue and rhetoric about Brock Purdy, who's had a spectacular season, one of the finest seasons ever for a 49ers quarterback in franchise history. And I watched this young man in his second year be in his first NFC Championship game, in which, of course, last year he was in and got knocked out in 6 plays. But to see him extend play after play, whether it was scrambling, whether it was throwing dimes, whether it was moving in the pocket, his footwork was on full display. I thought Purdy played like a magician. Think about the 4 quarterbacks yesterday who played on the football field. Lamar, Jared Goff, Patrick Mahomes, Brock Purdy. His performance in the second half was up there with Mahomes. It really was, with the way he extended plays. And look, I don't care if he has arm talent. I don't care if he's the fastest. I don't care if he's the tallest. But the guy's just a gamer. He's a gamer. Let's just give it to him.
He got depleted early in that game, underneath the chin. I don't know if you saw that play. The D tackle
I saw it.
Absolutely crushed him. And he picked himself up off the ground. And he made a great throw on that play, by the way, too.
Yeah.
And he had a turnover. He had a bad pass. It was going to get tipped. There was a muddied pocket.
Yep.
I didn't love the decision. It was a bad play. It felt very Jimmy G-ish in the first half.
It was.
But the way he flipped the script in the second half, the guy deserves credit.
And
I thought his legs, to your point, his legs won the game.
Listen,
his legs helped win the game.
Listen, even in the second half.
If you didn't think it was Jimmy G, you didn't want. They had 9 in the box, and they said, we are daring you to win one-on-one outside the numbers.
And one thing he's going to have to clean up in the Super Bowl against Chris Jones, elevate the ball.
Yes.
You're getting balls batted down at the line of scrimmage. He's got 2 balls batted down at the line of scrimmage. I thought he had Ayuk wide open on a second down play. He got batted down.
He missed Debo in the end zone for a touchdown.
He missed everything.
But that's okay.
But Chris Jones, he's going to get his hands up and bat some balls down. He's got to elevate him. But I thought Purdy, even Craig Olsen said it, he broke a million rules on the play, throwing across his body, across the field, Juwan Jennings something, and Juwan Jennings catches it with one hand. So many things had to go right in the second half to make this a probable comeback, and then they sealed the deal with a championship drive to go up 34-24, feeding CMC, great throws to George Kittle. The scramble with Brock Purdy was just clutch on third down. Again, in these playoffs, his first 2 seasons in the playoffs, Brock Purdy's had 3 fourth-quarter comebacks, folks.
How about the one where he evades the sack, spins out, and then throws to Juszczyk, who makes the catch, the toe tap catch on the sideline? I don't know, just the guy.
How about this?
He was wizardry.
Most playoff wins for an NFL quarterback in the first 2 seasons of his career. Ben Roethlisberger, number 1 with the Pittsburgh Steelers.
How many?
5.
Okay.
Brock Purdy tied with Mark Sanchez and Russell Wilson for second with 4. 4 playoff wins in his first 2 seasons.
Wow.
If he wins the Super Bowl, he'll be tied with Big Ben for the most playoff wins in the first 2 seasons of his career in NFL history.
You know, the quarterback and the coach, that was going to be the conversation all offseason. We're going to talk Steve Wilkes. We're going to crush him, and we're going to crush the defense.
Steve Wilkes would have been fired at 9 a.m.
Yeah, 9 a.m. People wanted him fired at halftime. What are you talking about? Like they wanted to hire Belichick at halftime to be DC.
Oh my god!
But I'm telling you, Nick Bosa played like a man possessed in that second half.
He stepped up.
I have to give him a lot of credit. He almost killed Jared Goff on a number of occasions. And Jared Goff, conversely, was amazing in the first half, and he had some throws in the third quarter. But in that fourth quarter, I thought that the pressure got to him.
Well, I also thought Bosa has some big plays in that second quarter to get some sacks on Jared Goff to kind of shake him up a little bit and keep the Niners in that football game. Let's take one more call before the break. Let's go to Uncle Gene in Oakland. Uncle Gene, what's happening?
Morning, fellas. You know, it's times like this or like yesterday when I'm just so happy I've got a strong heart, man. You know, I've never believed in the whole team of destiny concept. You know, I mean, I believe we're given opportunities in life, and you either take them or you don't. But I never believed things were, predetermined until yesterday. I mean, if this team isn't a team of destiny, I don't know what it is. I mean,
totally agree.
That throw to Juwan Jennings should never have been made and should never have been caught. You know, the Ayuk catch should never have been probably thrown or caught. I mean, everything. It's just falling into place. I don't know how we're going to beat Mahomes. We'll worry about that later. For now, I'm just
you should be happy.
I'm amazed. I texted the boys, the grandkids at halftime, and I said, sorry, fellas, no Super Bowl this year.
You gave
and
up
they didn't
like
respond,
me.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
We all did.
And I said, I'm going to gut it out in this third period and see what happens. Then it looked like they switched jerseys at halftime because I've never seen. You said you've never seen a game like this. I mean, I've been following this game since the early '60s, and I cannot remember a game where my team did something like this.
Yeah, that was wild.
That third quarter is going to go down as one of the great third quarters in 49er history.
No doubt about it.
I can't believe it.
By the way, Fred Warner now has the most tackles in franchise history with 84. Had 13 tackles.
Oh, my God.
In the
he
playoffs?
missed about 5.
In the playoffs?
In the playoffs.
Wow, he has
84.
the most ever.
Most ever.
Wow.
In playoff history.
I know most won't be here. I'm ready to say Bowman and Willis equals Greenlaw and Warner.
Yeah, they get that Super Bowl. They may kind of pull above them. All right, what's coming up in the game? Brought to you by the Farmer's Dog. More of your phone call. Santana, Miguel, Trey, Alex, Deli Boy. I see ya. We'll get to everybody here on a Monster Monday. The Niners going to the bowl, baby. The Road to Vegas is brought to you by Zinni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices exclusively at Zinni.com.
From better poops to more energy. And Shasky.
It seems like one of the most critical downs of this game here for Detroit Lions defense, and Aaron Glenn needs an answer.
Third down, four-man rush. Purdy in some trouble. Escapes, looking for the first down. He's got it and more. Brock Purdy with the legs inside the 30.
Key scramble. Greg Olsen calling it right there. Key third down. Purdy magic. Purdy magic. It is real. Brock Purdy goes 20 of 31. 267 yards, the long of 51, of course, to Brendan Ayuk. He had the one interception in the first half, which was, give Aiden Hutchinson credit. Deflected that pass. But, Brock Purdy was erratic in the first half. There was no doubt about it. You can't say it. He's had two uneven first halves. Hell, the 49ers have had two uneven first halves. Think about what they've done in these playoffs. In both games of the playoffs, in the first half, they scored a grand total of 14 points. Now, you can't play Kansas City and, you end up at the half with 7 points. You're going to lose that football game. You got to score more. You got to get back to the Niners that are humming and starting fast. But score 7 in back-to-back first halves. Well, in the second half yesterday, he scored 27. In the second half last week, he scored 17. So he scored 44 second-half points. So all the narratives about Shanahan not only being able to come back, Purdy not being able to lead a team with a comeback. Oh, what are you going to do when you play from behind? Show us that all that front runner talk that we heard in the regular season. That's dead. That's dead. This team has proven over the last 2 weeks they ain't no front runners. They're cut from a different cloth. And they have what it takes to win a damn football game with their backs against. They just stole 2 football games they had no business winning. And I'm okay with that because you know what it is, Shasky? It's survive in advance at this time of the season.
100%.
The Kansas City Chiefs didn't score a single point in the second half yesterday. They survived their ass off, but you know what? They're in Kansas City partying right now knowing that they're going to Las Vegas. Survive in advance, and that's what the Niners continue to do here in 2023. In 2024, of course.
It does not matter what it looks like. It just doesn't. It doesn't matter at all. I mean, you've referenced this over and over. How many Patriot wins were ugly as hell?
Always.
You think they care looking back on their 25-year run?
They're not apologizing.
And not at all. So, yeah, it would have just a great day to be a 49er fan. And I was just thinking about this, like, big picture. Like, the Bay has been kind of, like, pooped on in terms of just the way the nation has looked at us.
It's the Bay Area against the world.
It feels like that.
Think about how much people hate the Warriors. They don't care about the Giants, the Niners. Oh, they disrespect their quarterbacks. They disrespect their head coach. They disrespect Deebo Samuel. They called him a running back. Brendan Ayuk, nobody talks about him. He's up there in the upper echelon, and he tweeted like, 30th in terms of targets, and I'm still a top 10, top 15 wide receiver, wide receiver number 1. Nick Bosa, Fred Warner should be getting DPOI votes.
Yeah, I know.
Nobody talks about it, though.
Fred Warner, I mean, he's an absolute gladiator. I love watching that guy play. They got real lucky, though, P, that it took them 3.5 quarters to realize Ambry Thomas is on the field.
Oh, Detroit? Yeah, I can't believe it. Well, no. They threw it at Ambry Thomas on 4th and 2.
Yes.
Reynolds just dropped it. He just flat out dropped it, and it flipped the football game.
Ambry celebrated like he was the one who broke it up.
Well, I thought he did, right? And then I go back home and watch it.
He had nothing to do with it.
Because that was coming into our end zone.
Yes.
And I thought, okay, Ambry Thomas made a big play. Wow, Ambry Thomas makes a big play. I'll go back home and watch it. And that's why we could disagree on the decision to go for it on 4th and 2 for Dan Campbell. But after watching that goes, not only did he make the right decision, he called the right play. Well,
clearly
Big
not.
Johnson. Well, Reynolds just flat out dropped it. And Ambry Thomas. Now, some people are going, when he got hurt, Ambry Thomas got hurt on the flea flicker, by the way. I thought Jameson Williams was going to come down with that. I don't know if that was a drop or not. He had him. I
thought Goff missed a couple over the top throws.
The Reynolds throw on the
I thought
flea
he missed
flicker?
a couple.
Or not the flea flicker. What was that? The quarterback throwback.
Yes, the quarterback throwback.
He missed him. It was a duck. Quack, 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 quack. Craig Olsen was talking about it on the broadcast. Like, I don't know what happened here. Maybe the ball just slipped out of him. Maybe he didn't get the laces or whatnot. But he had him over the top. I thought when every time this guy hurt Shasky, I go, who the hell are going to play? Please no Isaiah Oliver. They brought in Logan Ryan instead. We didn't see 26. We saw 33.
Today's not the day. Boy, the amount of money we're investing in the D-tackle situation, and then you look at the back end of this defense and the safety play, it's a shock that they're in the Super Bowl. Because this defense is nowhere near, and everyone wanted to blame Steve Wilkes. Personnel-wise, you're not as good as you were last year.
Right.
Like, you're missing Al Shayer. I'm sorry, he's better than Oren Burks.
So much better.
Right? It's not even a comparison. You're missing Hufanga. Well, is he not better than whatever Jair Brown and Logan Ryan is right now?
All Hufanga did last year was make first team All-Pro.
And he missed plays.
He misses plays,
but he makes up for it.
We miss him.
Yeah, I totally agree.
We miss him.
As a cleanup player, as a fast player, a third playmaker in that secondary.
Right.
Yeah, they miss him a lot. And then that third cornerback spot is, to say it's a nightmare is an understatement.
Yep. No, it is. I mean, I will say this stuff. Going back to that 4th and 2, the play before that on 3rd down, I got to say, Javon Hill made a hell of a play.
Mook Dog?
Mook Dog. That should have been a first down. There was a lane there. Mook Dog holds up the left guard, holds him up, sheds the blocker, and makes a play there. And I go, look at Mook Dog. And then it set up the 4th and 2. Just one play I saw. I had to give us. I was like, let me just bring this up. Let me try to remember this play. Mook Dog actually made a play there. So I'm going to give him credit. I'm going to give him his credit.
I thought Javon Hargrave played really hard in the game overall, but we just weren't seeing a whole lot of push up the middle. And with those backup players in there, I was expecting more, and we had nothing. Early on, we had nothing.
Nothing. I mean, they were, again, at that point of the 4th and 2, the Lions were averaging 7 yards a carry. A carry. That's not going to get it done at the next level, but the Niners survive in advance, and they get it done in the second half. The defense is Steve Wilkes. If we're going to crush them at halftime, you want to fire them. Can we send some apology letters to Steve Wilkes and that defense for their second half performance? Sure, Detroit got a lot of yards. Sure, Detroit was driving, but you didn't give up any points until the last minute of the second half. I mean, give them their credit. Give Steve Wilkes his flowers. We always want to crush it when the Niners lose. That the offense was just as bad in the first half. They were just as awful.
No, it was all phases we were getting dominated. We missed a field goal, too. Like, all phases we're getting dominated, Bonte. Like, there's no other... Anyone who wasn't screaming at their television or screaming from their seats is fooling themselves. That's how you fan. You go crazy. Your team looked unprepared, and it looked like they were going to get steamrolled.
Yep.
Then the second half happened.
No doubt. Let's go to Deli Boy. Deli Boy, real quick. Deli Boy, what is happening? Good to see you yesterday, brother.
Oh, my gosh, guys. I'm floating. And when I got home last night, I couldn't even sleep. I had to watch that third quarter one more time. I had to slow down. I had to listen to the crowd. Let me just say that was an amazing experience. Now, the first half, we played like dog crap. And I don't think we could play any worse on all aspects, offense and defense. Second half, we couldn't play any better. I just don't understand what happened. You could talk about Dan Campbell all week, but why can't we just give the defense the flowers of making the stops when they had to? Maybe he dropped the pass, but you know what? They put the pressure on. Okay, I don't know if they saw the hit coming from the side. Maybe he had a little stutter step or something. I don't know. Why can't we give our defenses their flowers and say they made the stops, the biggest stops of the year when we needed them to? Mm-hmm. It was a huge momentum shift. I say the crowd was on their hands, sitting on their hands the first half. And my boy, I'm going to shout out my boy Aiden. He texted me at halftime and said, the comeback starts now. The comeback is going to start now. This is going to be a great game. And all of a sudden, Ayuk makes that amazing catch, the ladybug catch. I don't know how we're ever going to describe it, but all of a sudden, the momentum changed. The crowd started getting a little louder, and then they got the fumble. And all of a sudden, it was just the crowd wouldn't sit down for the rest of the game. It was insane. And I think they just couldn't stop it. I think the Niners, they got the momentum. This Niners defense, you can't give them any momentum. And you did. And it was okay, let's talk about Brock. Okay, he may not have made all the right throws, and yeah, Debo and CMC, they ran the thing, but when we needed him to make a play, he used his legs, and he got the first down when we needed them. And you know what? That's the make of a great quarterback. It's not about just athletic skills. It's about making the plays when you need to make them, and he did. And I'm telling you guys, that I'm still floating right now.
Hey, Pat,
I lost my voice.
Pat.
Yeah.
So what did we do at the beginning of the third quarter when you came back from the restroom to the seats? What did we do, Bonte? Do you ever do this? Tell them what we did.
My brothers. We sit down. I sit down on my seats. My brother says, "We got to switch seats. We got to switch seats. Something going on." And the two guys in front of us, they hear what we did. They do the same thing and say, "We're doing the same thing. Everyone's got to switch seats."
That's great.
There was something going on.
The vibes.
It was magic.
The vibes. The dudes in front of us. There were a bunch of young dudes in front of us.
Right.
All of them were smoking the whole time in the seats, and we were having a great time. The vibes were great. I said to them, "Your energy was amazing."
Yep. Hey, well, I got to tell you,
it was.
Go ahead, Deli Boy.
Yeah, it was. Oh no, I'm just going to piggyback on what my brother said. It was candlestick vibes.
It was.
That entire section. It felt like everyone was family. We were screaming, jumping up and down,
Hugging.
acting a fool. It was the most amazing experience. I can't describe it, guys. I can't believe we made it here. And yeah, was it an ugly win? Was it an ugly way to get here? Sure. But am I going to look back and think about that? Like,
No.
well, we shouldn't. No, I'm going to think back and say we won this game. And you know what? You play 60 minutes. You don't play 58. You don't play 57. You don't play a first half. You play 60 minutes of football, and that's what the Niners did.
I love it.
And as much as they sucked in the first half, they came out and they threw their punches in the second half. Guys, we're going to fucking Vegas.
I'm telling you, dude, everybody is
We got
on
to throw your
one.
brother in Alcatraz.
Hey, brother.
We got to throw your brother in Alcatraz.
I probably shouldn't say this out loud. Everybody was enjoying themselves
Are you
on the way there and on the way home as I was driving.
Right.
And my boy DC got chicken parm sandwiches for everybody. We ate the chicken parm sandwiches in the first half, like half of our sandwich.
Right.
So on the ride back, they were, 3 sheets to the wind.
Yeah.
Enjoying chicken parm on the way back.
Yeah.
Windows
I bet.
rolled down, hot breath everywhere.
I
Just
bet.
the sweat and the beer and the screaming and the yelling.
I bet.
And
Listen,
you and
man.
me are on speakerphone,
Right.
reliving the game, and they're like,
Right.
dude, it's like we're watching the roast right now.
I mean, like, look, man. It is suites behind me in my seats, 227. There's Frank Gore in one seat.
Oh, yeah?
There's Hunter Pitts in the other seat.
Wow.
I got to say, Hunter Pitts' energy on that 4th and 2, he got into it. And he had that section lit last night. Lit. And then Frank Gore's got the ice behind me. And he's standing up the whole time with a glass of wine. And he's sitting there jacked up. And then there's Shanahan in another suite. I always look over to my right. And there's Mike Shanahan in the corner by the wall. And he's just sitting there. Nobody really bothers him. And I'm always looking to see if he's on the phone, if he has a headset or something. It's like, does he have a direct line to Kyle?
The bat signal.
The bat signal? And he's sitting over there. I'm thinking, what is Mike thinking right now? What is Mike Shanahan thinking? Is he going down to the locker room at halftime? I have no idea. But the circus catch with Brandon Ayuk. I got to hear it, Chasky.
Here's Purdy with a lot of time. Steps into one. Launching deep. Going for Brandon Ayuk. It is. Oh, he caught it off the ricochet. Penalty. Is he in? He's down to the 5. We'll see what the penalty is. What a play from Ayuk. We'll see if it stands.
There is no foul in the play. The catch was made, and the runner's down at the contact.
That's about time.
4.5-yard line. First down, San Francisco.
And then here's Shanahan on the Ayuk circus catch.
Brock makes the right read, but then he launches it, and BA just did a hell of a job going up for it, so it wasn't going to be a pick, and then he came down with the catch, which was huge. I was never able to see whether he was down or not. They said he was, so it's great we punched it in later. We thought if we could get it going and make it a game on both sides, it would be a matter of time before we could score some points. But the way their offense was going, their defense was doing a couple things to get us off the field. But once BA made that play, it kind of unlocked it with such an explosive and kind of unlocked the whole team, because right after getting that turnover that I believe Gipp forced, that was huge. And right after that, you could feel the whole momentum with our players on our sideline in the stadium kind of flip, and you felt it was on after that.
It was that moment, Shasky, when Ayuk made that play. And I just thought, you know what? We're not going to lose this game. They're not going to lose. That was that. It wasn't the 4th and 2 because the Niners would have to go down and do their thing. And in 4th and 2, I was just like, oh, my God, they dodged a bullet. That could have been the game. They dodged the bullets. Reynolds drops it, and he dropped another big one later in the football game. But that play with Ayuk, when he made that play, and the crowd's just losing their minds. And you look around, and all the Lions fans are kind of sitting down thinking, oh, no, here we go again. And I was like, oh, my gosh, there's magic in the air. They're going to do this. They're going to do this. And the Avalanche, they score. Lions get the ball. They fumble on the first play of their next possession. Niners tie the football game up.
I texted the group thread. I go, Goff is going to throw a pick.
And they fumbled.
They fumbled on the first play.
They fumbled on the
couldn't
first
believe
play.
it.
And Goff Goff, as good as he was at times
He got rattled late.
He missed Laporta.
Yep.
Remember he missed Laporta on that corner route in the first half.
Special.
Laporta's, I mean, he's my
special.
gosh. They got so many studs on that Lions team. It's not even funny. I was watching them warm up a little bit before the game.
They're a big team.
Penei Sewell. So I don't know if you noticed this. Niners are running out of tunnel as they're getting introduced. The defense is getting introduced yesterday. And there's Anzalone. And there's the other Rodriguez. Yeah. And they're standing there kind of looking at the Niners like trying to intimidate them. And there's a couple other guys. And then Penei Sewell's kind of off to the side. And he's mugging the Niners. And I'm like, damn, Detroit, they want the smoke.
Yeah, they do.
And it came down 4 plays later. 4 plays, a minute 42 into the football game. And it was like, oh, yeah, they're here. They want the smoke. They're ready to roll. Penei Sewell for the Detroit Lions. I know we're going to get back to the calls in a second. He has a chance to be one of the meanest, nastiest right tackles we ever seen in pro football history. That dude pulls. He gets out on the edge. I don't know how many guys he laid out on their back. He wants all the smoke. Penei Sewell, I get why they drafted him in that first round in the top 5. He's an all-time right tackle, Shasky. He's going to be a Hall of Famer, dude. That dude is so damn impressive. I love his game. They got a lot of studs on that line sideline.
All right, I'm not going to lie to you. As you were going on that ramble there, which was brilliant.
Ramble?
I am so exhausted. It finally hit me. I'm now where you were like an hour and a half ago.
Oh, I can't
believe
locked and loaded.
The emotions of that game. Like I am exhausted.
I'm locked and loaded. No, you don't need to be exhausted.
I need the fans to call in today and uplift me.
Hey, go get some coffee. Go get a break. I just got my second win. I just got my second win, Pip. I prayed during the break.
The longer version.
I prayed during the break.
Give it to me.
I prayed. Now, I know a lot of people are going to think.
I love that.
I sent that photo out. I know. Oh, man, that's staged, man. He did it for the clicks and whatever. And it just has her phone out. And she, sometimes she just watches me during the game. And she's like, you're a legit psychopath.
Well, you are.
In the second quarter, this lady was standing up. She was standing up, so I didn't want to kick her chair. But the Niners gave up like a third. They gave up the third 18 to Amon-Ra St. Brown. I kicked the hell out of the chair. I was ready to throw a chair. I was ready to walk out the stadium. I was in a very, very dark place at halftime. Like, you have no idea.
Maybe I was having a meltdown.
Oh, yeah. I wasn't no meltdown. It was something inside of me was just thinking, why did I fall in love with sports? And I just closed my eyes. I put my head down. And then I finally just crossed my hands. I was like, you know what? I'm just going to pray. I don't know. Maybe this works. Maybe it doesn't. I have no idea.
Well, Father Mike at St. Brennan's would love to have you come, and he'll dip a little, holy water on the top of your forehead, and you can be blessed.
By the way, that thread, did you see how many people started sending their photos of them praying?
Yeah, I loved it.
In the first half. I couldn't believe it.
That's why I wore the rosary beads today. That's why I wore them today.
I swear.
These are from my dad from the Vatican.
Honestly, I was just thinking, I was like, all right, I'm not going to think about the show tomorrow. I'm not going to think about it if we lose.
This guy's so capped.
I said, no, I swear to God. At halftime, I said, I can't think about that stuff. I can't because the Belichick and the Cousins and the quarterback. I said, this is going to be insane. We're going to fight. We're going to yell at each other at the top of our lungs. This guy choking and this guy choking.
The amount of legacy drives and legacy moments in that game per Bonte Hill was just unbelievable. It might have broke the sound barrier for the amount of legacy moments.
There was a lot of legacy moments in the game.
Somewhere Steinmetz was like, yep. Mm-hmm.
Started early with Lamar's legacy second half. Not looking good for his future.
Whoa, Zay Flowers. Thank you very much, Zay Flowers.
What was the more 1 in a million play? The Ayuk catch or the punch out at the half-inch yard line?
Or how about Lamar getting his pass batted and him catching it for a first down?
I couldn't believe that. I couldn't believe that.
Oh, man. Let's go to, man. Who are we going to go to?
So exhausted after that game. I feel like I ran a marathon.
Alex in the ATL. Alex in the ATL, the Night of Numbers, the unofficial statistician on the Morning Roast. I know he's got some numbers for us here. So go ahead, Alex. Spit your fire, baby. Let's go.
All right. First off, gentlemen, a moment of silence briefly for the dead narratives of guys like Nick Wright, Ryan Clark, who said the Niners were front runners, who said the Niners couldn't play comeback football, who said Brock Purdy was a game manager. All those narratives, they're officially dead. So shout outs to that. But I do have a stat for you guys. So the Lions, as we all know, they had 148 rushing yards at halftime. They finished the game with 182 rushing yards. In the second half, Brock Purdy outrushed the Detroit Lions by himself.
Wow.
I really thought that after that fumble, after the Niners scored to make it 24-17, after that fumble, Dan Campbell got antsy. He went away from the run. He went away from what was working, and he allowed the Niners to come back because he put the game on the arm of Jared Goff. And the Niners started to get pressured. The Lions' offensive line worn down, and Goff just couldn't make the throws. The drops were happening as well from some of those receivers. And look, all credit due to Steve Wilkes for making adjustments at halftime like he needed to. But Dan Campbell did partially punch that game away. He gambled too much on fourth down, had some bad play calling, got antsy, went away from the run. But look, I'm on cloud nine right now, guys. I'm on 3 hours of sleep. I've watched the game twice now in the last 24 hours. And, man, I can't believe it. We're going back to another Super Bowl. Viva Brock Vegas, baby.
Think about this, Shasky. Thanks for the call, Alex.
Viva Las Vegas.
When they went forward on the 4th and 2, Detroit, they had 168 rushing yards at that point. 168 rushing yards at that point. They finished the game with 182, so they had 14 the rest of the way. Dan Campbell did quietly go away. And Ben Johnson, Dan Campbell, they did get tight. As well as they coached in the first half, because they were running circles around Steve Wilkes and Kyle Shanahan.
Oh, it wasn't even close.
Kyle Shanahan got undressed in the first half.
This is why they play two halves.
This is why they play two halves. And Dan Campbell had to know they were going to get punched in the mouth. They knew the Niners were going to make a run. But for them to get that tight, Josh Reynolds dropping 2 straight passes, Jahmyr Gibbs fumbling, so many things just went wrong for the Lions. And this Lions fan, I swear, man, I felt so bad for them. As happy as I was about the Niners, I didn't have it in me to talk any trash to Lions fans. I saw the tears in their eyes, knowing that we're up 24-7 at the half. I'm sorry.
Here's what I would say to Detroit Lions fans. And it's a great season. It's magical. It came to an end, and that sucks. We've been knocking on the door for so long. And I'm not trying to do comparative shopping on fan bases. They've been miserable for a long time. This is probably one of the greatest seasons they've had in most of their lifetimes. The Niners have done this over and over and over again. And I was getting to the point where I was like, I don't care about the regular season anymore. That's what I was thinking at halftime. Like, the regular season means nothing. From here on out, the rest of my life, regular season means nothing. If we're just going to keep losing in the playoffs this way, we're the Houston Rockets of the NFL. That's what it felt like. And then they flipped the script and they won that game. They got to cap it off with the Super Bowl.
But watching Lions fans, though, as their team is wilting, and the Niners are, let's be real, man. The Juwan Jennings one-headed catch, the Ayuk play. There were so many things that had to go right for the 49ers. Brock Purdy scrubbing around, hitting Kyle Juszczyk over the middle. I mean, it was just so much good. And for Detroit fans to sit there and watch that in real time, I was like, damn, I feel bad for them.
Yeah, well, they were down 10 with like 4 minutes to go. So,
but after having a 17-point lead,
it's true.
He had a 17-point lead, dog, at halftime.
I know.
Halftime of the NFC title game.
I'm not apologizing.
I'm not apologizing at all. I'm just telling you, I didn't have it in me to talk trash to them because I was like, you know what? And I told him, I said, you guys got something special building. Now, Dan Campbell said after the game, we'll play this out a little bit later. He was on point. He goes, look, we may never get this opportunity again. I understand that. It's going to be twice as hard next season. That's why I appreciate what the Niners are doing right now. We've been to 4 NFC championships in the last 5 years.
Who do you feel the best for? Because I think Trent Williams, seeing big Trent Williams play his entire career and not get to a Super Bowl and then finally get to it, he was extremely emotional.
I mean, Trent Williams is up there. Christian McCaffrey's up there.
Yeah, McCaffrey. It's a good call.
Tashawn Gibson, who's played his entire career. This is his first Super Bowl, I believe, right? Tashawn Gibson, his first Super Bowl. I feel good for him. I feel good for Diamador Lenore.
How about Shanahan?
I feel good for Brock Purdy. I feel good for Aaron Banks. Feliciano got to start over Burford yesterday. I feel good for him. How about Colt McKivitz? We didn't say his name yesterday. You know why? Because Aiden Hutchinson did nothing yesterday.
Well, he had a couple bats early.
That's about it.
George
Kittle.
Plowed him.
George Kittle saying, I will be back in Super Bowl 54. You know what, Kittle? You are back in the Super Bowl.
First half, I was like, where is Kittle? Where is George Kittle? First half, where the hell is this guy?
So I don't know, man. I feel good for Steve Wilkes. I feel good for this organization, and I feel good for 49er fans. Been through a lot. I remember SoFi 2021, how depressed. All the hugs we gave. Ask your boy Rocco how many hugs we gave to strangers. And I'll never tell the story. I'll always tell the story. We had to pick up Charles Haley after that game. That's how bad it was. We had to walk up to Charles Haley and say, hey, Charles, we'll be back. It's okay. And he's got his head down like he just played 40 or 60 minutes.
So I live right near Lake Merced, kind of on the back of Lakeview. And Michelle said that the fireworks were going crazy.
Oh,
and I heard the Mission was off the hook.
Yeah, I saw some videos of the Mission. Was
it pretty crazy?
Let's save the celebrations, though. We got one more.
Yeah, man.
We got one more.
Soak this in.
We got one more with the fireworks in the Levi Stadium parking lot. was going crazy.
They've been to 3 Super Bowls in the last, 13 years?
Yeah.
It's pretty crazy.
Okay, well, Kansas City.
It's pretty crazy.
Kansas City's been to 4 in the last 5.
Hey, I mean, like if you want to win one, what better way to win one than against what I believe to be the greatest quarterback who ever lived?
To be the man, you've got to beat the man. We've beat one man in Philadelphia. They're down bad. I haven't heard from Philly in a long time. But to be the man, you got to beat the man. You know what?
Oh, no,
I don't want it to be easy.
I heard from Philly yesterday.
Really?
Yo, they were tweeting at me at halftime.
Were they really?
Oh, yeah.
Were they really?
A lot of block buttons going up.
Oh, really?
Feeling great about Kellen Moore.
Oh, yeah, Kellen Moore, the most overrated OC in the last 5 years.
Keeps getting really good jobs for some reason.
Yeah, I don't know why. Miguel in San Antonio.
Great
Miguel.
interviewer.
What's up, Miguel? What's happening?
Yo, what's up, Bonte? What's up, Chasky?
What's up,
Victory
baby?
Monday. Let's pump it up. This is why I listen to the roast. I don't want to hear like last Monday when, different point of view. This time, I'll take the win. I don't care how it happened. Man, I'm a cook. Let me cook. It's going to be worth it. First of all, I've been a Niner fan growing up in the 80s, just watching them do incredible comebacks and incredible games. My kids now, this is their time to see this. They're used to just the Niners just going in there and smacking everyone. But these last 2 games, they know what a true football fan, a true faithful is. Sticking with your team, just watching them do what they need to do, getting it done. Hey, I'm a roast a little bit too. My brother was at the game. He had B-Rabbit up there about 30 yards at his box. B-Rabbit was flowing. He was rapping. And then second half started. Man, his palms got sweaty. His knees got weak. Hey, that second half, those Lions, mom spaghetti on every play when it needed all over the field. You know what? We went from, let's talk about Brock, Purdy, magic. We went from Jimmy's happy feet to Purdy's magic feet. When he needed to get those plays done, 5 scrambles, man, 10 yards of rush, 3 third downs, he was doing it. It was amazing. And you know what? Everyone can see that deep. He saw Ayuk, that deep throw. He gave us a chance. Everyone can say, oh, that was an interception, whatever. But you know what? That corner had to make a play on that ball. Yep. But you know what? Brock and Ayuk, they got this thing. He knew, that's my guy. I trust you. And look at that arm. That throw. Wow. It was sailing.
Yeah, it was sailing a little too far. That's what it was doing. Just like the first corner deep ball, the Ayuk on the left sideline. Ayuk had to turn into a quarterback on that play.
Bro, he overthrew that so bad.
Maybe God didn't give us a chance.
I'm telling you,
football
man.
gods.
We were owed one, man.
Listen, Jimmy Garoppolo, there were shades of that overthrow in the Super Bowl to Emmanuel Sanders. I know a lot of people get on that. Brock Purdy's deep ball was floating around.
Can I ask a question? I know when like a sports team wins, these random celebrities hop on the bandwagon.
Oh, I can't.
I never knew, and I've listened to a lot of Eminem. I've never heard him once rap about the Detroit Lions.
Well, he's from there.
No,
I mean, I'm aware. Be his team.
I'm aware.
Not much to rap about.
No, right. but like, was he at other games?
He's been to a lot of games. Yes.
Okay,
he's there a lot.
Yeah. I don't see Eminem as that type to just hop on a bandwagon.
I was just asking.
I don't.
The dye job that he's got going. Robert Saleh thinks that you should stop dyeing your beard.
His most famous in booth. You guys remember when he was on with Kirk Herbstreit and Brent Musburger? It was a Michigan game way back when. He was zoning out. That's what he's most. He doesn't usually do interviews and like he doesn't really. He doesn't like to be seen from the public.
I find him to be very odd the last 10 years or so.
He's grown up.
Well, I just think the fame has made him very weird.
Speaking of weird, the chat is pretty weird right now. Boy,
I mean, we are killing it. Can you hit the like button if you're out on YouTube right now? Like, what are you doing? Can we get this thing to like 300 likes today?
I mean, we know what time it is on the Monday morning. We know you guys are gonna come here, but boy, there's some weird stuff. So I said, hey, Ponte, Brock's your daddy. No, he's not.
Brock's your daddy? You're like Pedro Martinez. The Yankees are my daddy right now.
I'm 18 years older than him. Let's go to...
Give me just one more time. Ponte always had faith in Brock Purdy. Just give me...
I'm happy with Brock Purdy.
Let me back away.
I'm happy with Brock Purdy.
Does that not sound like a man who knows he has a franchise quarterback?
Ponte, the more you talk, the more you make me nervous.
After your performance last week, Shasky, I will be easy over there,
keep it
buddy.
real, though.
I will be easy over there
For
after
all
your
the people
performance
that
last
ripped me
week.
for I am shook. For all the people that ripped me for Thursday, do you see why I thought that Detroit could do something?
No, you were shook.
Out of the Vontae playbook, I will take all 5 angles, and then I'll be right no matter what happens.
See, Delacella tried to do that, and I let Delacella cook yesterday in the parking lot. He tried to say, Vontae, you're a radio artist. You take one side and say the other side to hedge your bet. I don't hedge my bets. I go all in on my takes. All in. It's all or nothing. And when I crap out, I admit when I crap out. You know what I'm saying?
Takes every angle will be dissected.
No.
But he's going all in on that.
There's context and nuance to everything. There's context and nuance to everything. Context and nuance to everything. You guys you got to open up your minds, man. You guys are too narrow-minded around here. Let's go to Trey in Oakland. Trey, what's happening?
What's up, Trey?
Hey, how you guys doing this morning?
I'm doing great, Trey.
My favorite part of last night, and I don't think many people saw it, they had a 99-year-old World War II veteran on the screen, and he goes, bang, bang, San Francisco Niner gang. And I swear to God, I'm ready to jump out of my seats. But go, Trey. What up, baby?
Hey, how you guys doing? Well, first of all, let me just start off saying congratulations to the Niners, you guys, going to the Super Bowl. I want to touch on a few things. As somebody who didn't have a dog in this race, I'm seeing how I'm doing the game. I thought Dan Campbell coached this game backwards. And I want to say this, Vontae, I want you guys to stay with me on this. Like old boy from Atlanta, I agree with some of the things that he said, who called in, and how he was describing the game. First of all, if you're going to be aggressive, I had nothing against that. When the score was 21-7, if you're going to be aggressive, when you're down at the 5, I said go for the touchdown. Now, everybody said take the field goal, take the points. If you're going to be aggressive, to me, that was the time to be aggressive because you're up 21-7. You could say, like you guys both said, the Lions were controlling the game. You could go for the kill shot right there. And I think if they score a touchdown right there, that's the kill shot.
I totally agree.
Now,
totally agree.
Okay, fast forward to the third quarter. When the Niners kick that field goal, now the Lions are up 24-10. Like you said, before he dropped the pass, he should have caught it. I was still in the mindset, well, wait a minute. Why are you going for it here? Get the field goal and match the Niners. That makes it 27-10. So you're still back up by 17. I just didn't understand his coaching method to this. Now, granted, he was a rookie coach in a championship game. So maybe going forward, he will learn from this. But I felt like I said, I'm not going to take nothing away from the Niners. They capitalized on it. But I thought he coached the game backwards.
Let me tell you
I just didn't get it.
Good call. Here's what I would say. My boy Delacella out there said it best on the car ride home as he was feeling no pain. Dan Campbell coached this game like he was in the Chico dorms playing Madden, 5 high noons deep, going for it at every single turn. Dog, respect the game. We've all been there. We all know. Take the points. If you're going to take the points before halftime, which I agree with, I would have taken those points too.
Yeah, you go up 3 possessions. That was a smart move.
Yeah, then why not go 3 possessions up in the third quarter?
Yeah, well, at that point, though, I get it. It's a long field goal.
Do you know what the conversion rate is in the NFL on fourth down?
47. The numbers, the analytic geeks support Dan Campbell going for it, which, whatever.
Well, wait. What analytics? Because a 50-yard field goal, the make percentage is better than the make percentage on a 4th down and 3 in that same scenario.
Yeah, but you know what? I'm going to go back to the play call and what they were doing at that point. They were getting anything that they wanted. The Niners couldn't stop a nosebleed at that point. And the ball hit Josh Reynolds right in the chest.
Yeah, but you got to catch it.
Exactly. That's on the player. That's not on Dan Campbell. They went for it, which they do all the time. He's gone for it more than any coach in the NFL over the last 3 years. That's what he does. That's what they do.
Why didn't you do it before halftime?
Because I get it before halftime, 2.5. You're like, you know what? We can't go into the locker room by giving the Niners any ounce of momentum. Let's kick the field goal here to go up 3 scores at halftime. And because if you don't get it at halftime, you're up 21-7. Niners come down and score. All of a sudden, you're up 1 possession. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I just go by the 3-score method. I want to go up 3 scores.
So I agree with the decision at the end of halftime. Right there, 4th and 2. You're averaging 7 yards a carry. You call a pass play. It hits Josh Reynolds right in the hand. Your playmaker's got to make a play. Straight up. Your playmaker who's made plays all year long did not make a play.
And
he dropped the pass.
But anytime you go for it, I know there's no doubt. I always look at it this way. Like this is why, like, I have a theory in baseball: put the ball in play, make them field the ball, throw across the diamond, catch the ball at first base. Right? Like make them do multiple things on a pass play on 4th and 3. You got to protect. You got to make a good throw. You got to make a good catch. 3 things have to happen. So to your point, maybe running the ball was the more prudent decision. I just think take the field goal. Take the points.
It's not a chip shot field goal, though. How long would that field goal have been? It's
over 70% on makes in the playoffs from that distance.
We just saw Jake Moody miss one.
Well, I'm just saying, it's 51.
That's it. Jake Moody's probably was 80%, Shasky.
I'm playing the percent. If you're going to go analytics, 51% on conversion rate for 4th down, 70% or more from that range of field goals.
That's a 45-yard field goal. 45-yard field goal. It's not a chip shot. You know what I'm saying? And that's what they do. It hit Josh Reynolds right in the hands.
Look,
hit him right in the hands.
Bonte, Dan Cable's going to wear this all year.
Oh, no doubt. His players need to own up to it, though. I agree with now the next 4th down decision. I did not like. You're down 27-24. Try to kick the field goal, tie the football game to guarantee yourself to be down 1 possession if the Niners score. The first one, I'm okay with that. I'm like, go for the kill. It is what it is. Josh Reynolds dropped it. He dropped it. He dropped 2 big passes in that second half. Huge. Their players tighten up, I believe. That lemon booty started looming large because they were thinking about the Super Bowl, maybe. I don't know. We can
How could you not be thinking about the Super Bowl? You had a 17-point lead to open the game.
Josh Reynolds catches that pass right in the hands. Detroit scores a touchdown. Game's over. And they were saying, boy, that Dan Campbell, what a genius.
The most inexcusable one for me, though, the timeout at the end of the game. You have to make them get a first down. What is he doing?
I don't even know why he's...
You're betting on an onside kick that never happened?
Yeah. Yes. With a minute left. There was plenty of time. It made no sense. And they were attacking the middle of the field.
Well, no, they just got stuff right there, so it would have probably taken another 10 seconds.
It looked like the majority of their plays leading down that drive were trying to attack the middle. I don't know. I didn't like anything I saw.
Well, maybe the Niners defense is just giving up that middle stuff because you guard the sideline. You guard the sidelines in that situation. You want to make sure that they continue to run clock. You'll give up yards over the middle of the field. Know that they got to be in the scramble drill, but you don't want to give them anything on the sidelines where it can stop the clock and you make it easy on them. All right, let's get to Jalen in the Bay. Jalen in the Bay. Then we'll go down to Medico before the break. Jalen, what's happening?
What's up, man? It's Jalen Fly Guy in the Bay Area right now, and I would just want to say, go 49ers. Man, I'm excited about the win. It looked like, a lot of people was being discouraged, but, you got to think about what Brady did doing like the last minute of games. He always come out and win. So Purdy put his cleats to the ground and did what he's supposed to do. And will we beat KC? I'm not scared of KC. Because this is us getting our revenge back. And I'm excited about this one. I told my little bro, once the Niners win, I'm taking you to the parade, and you can wear a Garoppolo jersey for talking all that mess all year long.
Hey, let me tell you, they win a Super Bowl. You could bust out the Kevin Barlow jersey. You could bust out the Cheeky Owanahey jersey. You play any jersey you want. If they win the Super Bowl, this is a judgment-free parade. I am letting you know this right now. You want to wear an Alex Smith? Go right ahead. I wouldn't do it, but be you, boo-boo.
Craig in Mexico, real quick before the injury report. Craig, what's happening, Craig? Down there in Mexico. Viva Las Mexico!
Woo! Now, when we say out here is San Oviedo, because George Kittle just went off. I'm sorry that white boy is all emotionally hungover. I shall provide a narrative. This is for Jason Taylor's sister. Let her hear this because I'm sick of hearing her talk bad about Brock Purdy. Oh. I'm sick of it.
What else you got? Craig?
I am so confused.
He's just
I feel like Purdy in the first half. I'm kind of rattled.
He might be the first guy in America who said he's sick of Joy Taylor.
Well, he wasn't in America. He's in Mexico.
Yeah, Mexico. Yes, true. That's a very good point. Hey, well, the first guy in the world who's sick of Joy Taylor.
Hey.
So you got to have every bad take in the world. And I'm guaranteed there's a lot of guys out there who ain't sick of Joy Taylor.
My favorite is whenever, because I don't follow, but when it comes across my timeline on my algorithm, I see who else follows and hits the like button. You guys are some dogs.
You don't follow Joy Taylor?
No, I do not.
Shasky be capping so hard on Instagram.
Just look.
I just look, and I see who likes, and he's out here busting people
I be liking.
Oh, yeah, I know you do.
But here's what I would say. Sam Lubman How fun was it to come down in that late third quarter and experience Section 327 live and in direct?
Oh no, it was a great time. And I did this last year for the Cowboys game too. I like to go down and be in the crowd and hear that, because obviously you can't have as much fun up in the press box. So no, it was absolutely lit. I could feel the sections shaking in that fourth quarter. There, it was awesome.
That Bud Light Zone goes off it's the closest to Candlestick parking lot that you're going to get in any stadium in America. It's just one of the great atmospheres of all time. Scary at times. I feel right at home, but God, it's awesome.
You know what else is awesome? The injury report.
Well, it's awesome that Boxer Girls sponsors the injury report. It's not awesome that guys get injured, including Joey Grillo, who suffered his shoulder stinger on a hit with Sam Laporta, but he came back on the next series and he played his ass off. Jawad Jennings was in a concussion protocol briefly. Remember, he missed 3 games due to a concussion earlier this season. He was cleared. He came back into the game, and he was getting into it with all type of guys. He was in so many scraps yesterday at Levi Stadium. He's a nasty one, Jawad Jennings, though, but I love him. And every time this was dealing with the ankle injury at the end of the game, none of those injuries were considered serious. Niners heading to Super Bowl 58 against the Kansas City Chiefs. No worries about Deebo Samuel, and I don't think there's any worries about Christian McCaffrey. They'll be a full goal once the Niners take on the Chiefs in Las Vegas. The injury report brought to you by Boxer Anchors and Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. So it's coming up in a game brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. Your phone calls. We're getting to everybody here on the Monster Monday. Niners win the NFC Championship game. Largest comeback in title game history. Down 17 at the half. No team had ever done that until yesterday at Levi Stadium when Brock Purdy and the Niners came back and win 34-31. More coming up on the roast.
The Red and Gold hotline is up and running.
Niners going to the Super Bowl.
Call it.
to get down, and it'll be over. 17-point comeback complete. And there it is. The 49ers go to the Super Bowl.
Good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift. If you're at work, what is happening? Good morning to YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union, the smart choice for low auto rates and super simple online application process. It is a Monster Monday. You know what it is. It's brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. Maybe at halftime, Shasky, I should have went to first5california.com because in the first half, nothing went right. The first minute, 42, Detroit goes right down the field. Boom, 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 boom. Jamison Williams going into the end zone high step, and I'm thinking, oh boy, the Lions came to play. Then a few minutes later, boom, 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 boom. They're up 14-0. You're thinking, how are the kittens in this football game punking us? Then it's 24-7 at half. And we had to make a prayer. You had to get out of knee. Maybe you had to take a walk. Maybe you had to hit some weed. You had to do something to get your mind right. Because the Niners did something that no other team in NFL history has ever done. And that's rally from a 17-point deficit in a title game. What a win. The Niners are going bowling. They're going to Sin City. They're going to Las Vegas, baby, to take out the Kansas City Chiefs in a Super Bowl at Shasky. I know I'm long-winded here, but we talked about this journey back in late July at the Hilton Hotel. We said the journey is going to lead us to Las Vegas. Now, how do we get there? You're going to need a little bit of everything. And the Niners needed a little bit of everything, including some Purdy magic. Damn it, we're going to the bowl, and I don't know how I'm surviving this morning. Really don't.
Think about I wore this sweatshirt a year ago, this same Monday. I was devastated.
Oh, I see. I switched it up.
Devastated.
I made sure to not wear anything that I wore in Philadelphia.
I did. I'll never forget seeing Brock go down the way he did in that NFC Championship game, and to walk into that Philadelphia radio station that next day where you were ready to fight anyone and everybody. It was a tough offseason to swallow. And to see how that first half was playing out yesterday, I was like, maybe this just isn't our time. And I thought this was our year. I thought everything broke our way during the regular season. You had one of the great quarterback performances ever in a Niner uniform from Brock Purdy. And then the playoffs happened, and they had 2 ugly games. But somehow, some way, they flipped the script, and we're going to Las Vegas. We're going to go up against what might be the greatest quarterback who ever lived.
You know what?
This is incredible.
It's not supposed to be easy. The Green Bay game wasn't easy. That game last night certainly wasn't easy. The Super Bowl, you know what? It will not be easy at all. But when we talked about this journey, me and you sat down with Sam Lutman there, and Tim Jordan was engineering, and we're at the Santa Clara Hilton Hotel getting ready for a new season. And it was a nice sunny day. We had some fans there. It was the 2 cute girls. The woman who worked at Stanford, Filipino guy. You remember who we were talking about? They were right there. They're diehard roasters. They know, we forget names on the show.
I know.
We meet a lot of people.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
So we're sitting there. No, he's lying. He's capping. I know.
No, the little girls came in with pom-pom outfits.
Yeah, you remember that? Yeah, they were awesome.
Yeah, they were sweet.
They were awesome. And we talked about the journey, how we're setting the tone for training camp, and how we're opening up training camp. And we're talking about the best duo we had at wide receiver since T.O. and Jerry Rice. And you know what? Those 2 guys showed up yesterday. Brandon Ayuk and Deebo Samuel. Deebo Samuel was 50-50 to play. Well, he told us on Friday, ain't no restrictions. No restrictions.
Nothing's going to top the catch. We all agree, right? It's the end of the game. It's when, you beat America's team. You spark the dynasty. There's the VD catch, the Vernon Davis post, which was as good as it gets.
Right.
But that was in, the divisional round.
Right.
You had the wild card game with T.O. where he caught that pass. Again, the wild card. Is the Ayuk catch? It's not the catch, okay? It's not Dwight Clark. Is that the best NFC Championship game catch since the catch? I'm asking out loud.
I mean, what would beat it? What would beat it? Because Jimmy only threw it 8 times in 2019 NFC Championship game.
The Aaron Donald strip sack catch by someone else.
It's got to be.
Think about how many just this last couple of years. You had Jaquaski Tart standing in the middle of the field. We had a chance. We were up 10 against the Rams, up 10 with a chance to beat the Rams in SoFi to go to the Super Bowl. And Jaquaski Tart misses an interception.
Drops it
right through his hands.
And on the video board at SoFi Stadium, they kept the camera on Jaquaski Tart, and he's sitting on the turf with his hands down as Rocco and I are bent over in our seats, as every other 49er fan was. And you just knew, with all the heartbreak and all the...
There's no way we were coming back.
Because the next play, Odell Beckham catches a pass at 30 yards, and Jimmy Ward late hits him, and it's 15 yards tacked on, and you get a 45-yard swing.
The next year, you go to Philadelphia, you lose your quarterback on the first series. And then yesterday, you're getting dominated in the first half. I was ready to be like, maybe we're just cursed. Maybe this just isn't going to happen. Maybe this is just like we're overrated this roster, this coach, this quarterback, this team. Just like, and then
we are front runners, right?
And then the third quarter happened. I'm telling you, man, it's one of the great third quarters in the history of the 49ers.
Is it the greatest comeback in 49er history? Because, you could talk about the wild card against the Giants, but again, wild card. They got smoked the next week in Tampa Bay that year.
It's this and the Kaepernick one. And here's what I would say. The Kaepernick one gets forgotten again in Atlanta because you didn't win the Super Bowl.
Yep.
The Super Bowl comeback was a good one, too. You know, they had no business coming back in that game.
They did.
The lights went out, and then they came back.
Right.
But you lost. And I think for this to be remembered that way, Bonte, when it's 20 years down the road, they got to beat Mahomes. Which sucks.
They got to beat Mahomes.
But right now, God, what a win.
You got it. You got to beat Mahomes. We'll get there. But we talked about this journey, Shaska. We'll get to the lines in just a second. 888-957-9570. By the way, tune in at 8:55 this morning. 8:55, we have a special giveaway. Create out the special coin that will be used for the Super Bowl coin toss before the game. If you want to win one of those coins, make sure to tune in to the roast at 8:55 to find out how to win. 8:55 will do that. Little special Super Bowl coin. Anyway, but we talked about the journey. Christian McCaffrey, all-time running back. Now, we haven't even got to McCaffrey, really. Most consecutive playoff games with one or more touchdowns in franchise history. He's got 5 games in the playoffs for the 49ers. He's got a touchdown in every single game. All right, players with 50 or more yards from scrimmage or one or more touchdowns in each of their first 6 career playoff games in NFL history, well, Christian McCaffrey's right behind Terrell Davis and Marcus Allen. I mean, this guy had an all-time game that we haven't even talked about yesterday. 20 carries, 90 yards, and at the end of the first half, he was talking that talk.
Yeah, he was.
Because he felt like Detroit was being a little too aggressive there. Christian McCaffrey was in his bag. Holy smokes, Christian McCaffrey, Debo, Ayuk, and then there's Purdy magic. Because we always talk about the quarterbacks. Quarterbacks get all the criticism when we lose. And we got on Brock Purdy last week. We did. But Brock Purdy in back-to-back second halves. That's our quarterback, man. We got to embrace him. We got to embrace him.
The scramble, and then the guts and just the courage to dive forward the way he did. I mean, the guy wanted it. He laid it all on the line.
Do folks now understand? I hope folks are with me now when I say this. He is 60 minutes away from having one of the greatest stories in North American sports history. In all of North American sports history. Brock Purdy. You want to talk about Kurt Warner?
It's the best underdog story in Bay Area history.
Bay Area history? Might be the best underdog story in history.
But let's just go Bay Area. Lincecum was a top 10 pick, even though he was small and slight and all those things. Steph, top 10 pick. And those were underdog stories.
This guy was the last pick in the NFL draft.
The only guy that comes close to me is Dwight Clark, 10th round pick. And Dwight Clark, God rest his soul, one of the great, most iconic players of all time. This is the quarterback.
It's the quarterback.
And Dwight's 87 is retired for a reason. Dude, but you get where I'm going?
No, seriously. I mean, this guy.
Draymond Green.
There was never a Mr. Relevant to ever throw a pass.
I know.
In a football game, in a regular season game.
Draymond Green was, and has, and is one of the great underdog stories. 2nd round pick. But the last pick in the draft.
No, I'm telling you, forget the Bay Area. Let's not limit ourselves to the Bay Area bubble.
It's unreal.
Because what people do around the nation, this is why people around the nation disrespects the Bay Area. Forget the Bay Area. Think about the country. All right? Kurt Warner, Tom Brady. If this little joker wins one in a couple weeks in Las Vegas, Brock Purdy, it could be the greatest story in North American sport history. It's in the top 10. And you can talk swimming, gymnastics. You want to talk basketball. You want to talk baseball. You want to talk soccer. It's up there with He's Mr. Irrelevant.
I know.
And he has ice water in his veins, man. This guy's got a clutch gene. It is what it is. Everybody, Ed Killian wrote the article about them being front runners, and we want to see it when they come back. Well, Ed, I love you, Ed. How about them apples now? They've showed you in back-to-back games that this guy can come back. Down 17, no problem. Down to the fourth quarter, down 7 against the Green Bay Packers, nothing's going well. Well, how about this 12-play, 69-yard drive to win the football game? It's going to be the greatest story in North American sport history if he outduels Patrick Mahomes in Las Vegas. We're going in with the last pick of the NFL draft against Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, maybe the greatest talent to ever play the position.
And everybody's going to be on Mahomes. That's fine. I love the Bay Area against the world. I love the Bay Area.
And don't forget Nick Bosa, who was, man, we ripped Nick Bosa up and down. I thought Nick Bosa's second half was a vintage Nick Bosa. He was incredible.
Now, I will say the Brock Purdy documentary, if he wins the Super Bowl. Hey, Brock, man, just let's get back to Higgin and not disclose any clips about Brock Purdy for the show, please.
I watched him in Iowa State.
I'm happy with Brock Purdy. Funky Worm in East Palo Alto.
What kind of a name
Funky
is that?
Worm in EPA.
Dennis Rodman?
Let's get funky, baby. Funky Worm, you there? Oh, you got to be ready to go. Come on, man. It's
come on, man. We're only the number one show in the Bay for a reason. You got to be ready to go.
You said that, not me. I don't even know if that's true.
Yeah.
Ricky in Danville, what's happening?
Niners! What a game! What a journey! What a journey! This playoff, this season, what a journey! I mean, we've got to witness. MIC got to witness the greatest comeback in NFC Championship game ever. I got to watch it. In the first half, I was like, oh, my God, I'm going to need a mental health day tomorrow. I'm totally going to need a mental health day tomorrow. And you know what? I got up, dude, like third quarter, their defense is on the field, 5 rows in front of me. It's like people are quiet. They're looking at their phones. They're not in their heads. I got up. I'm like, what are you guys doing? Make some noise. Make some noise. And next thing you know, this guy's holding this little kid. And this kid is like 3 years old probably. He raises up his arms. He's like, yeah! The kid's like, yeah! And then everyone else started making noise. Man, what an environment. I love it. I love it. I love it. Love your show, too, by the way, guys.
Thanks, Ricky. Yeah. Hey, Zach Sancho, the morning roast about to get cooked in the Brock Purdy doc.
Hey, you know what? You know what? Wouldn't be the first. Wouldn't be the last.
See, Kyle Draper, Matt Barnes is cooking this on Sacramento pre- and post-game live.
Speaking of
you guys had a good moment in the Steph Curry doc, so a bad moment in the Brock Purdy doc evens it out.
Well, we got a couple good. No, every time I got in the soundbite in Steph Curry doc, it was, boy, what a letdown in New Orleans. Then it was, boy, Steph Curry shooting 25% in January. Then it was Chask and I don't know if they're going to beat Boston. It doesn't look good. They're younger, more athletic. We're just going to get cooked all around.
Hey, look,
it is what it is.
As Bonte gives us credit for the ones who made Farhan go get, Chris Bryant and made John Lynch go get Christian McCaffrey, we'll take credit for inspiring Steph Curry to his greatest moment in Game 4, and we'll also take credit for the story of Brock Purdy because we were way wrong.
Hey, Joe. You know what? And a lot of people be talking, there was a lot of people in my comment section. Trust me, I don't reply to everybody on Twitter no more. I had to take a step back because I could start cooking with the best of them. I got no problem going with the Twitter figures. But you know what? I saw a lot of stuff yesterday. Said, people still listen to the morning roast. Well, there's 1,500 viewers on YouTube. The lines are busy, and I'm getting multiple texts from everybody, including Phil Mike saying, I can't get in. The lines are too busy. The lines are jam-packed.
Reach out to Phil Mike. I would like to hear from him.
Yeah, we'll get
I want to know how he celebrated.
Let's go to...
shirtless, begging people to wash their back.
I don't know if I should go this route, but I'm going to go this route. I'm going to go back to Palo Alto.
Brian?
I'm going to Brian in Palo Alto.
Hey, Brian. Steve Wilkes, huh?
Hey, congrats. I was excited and had my rah-rah moment last night, and now it's how do you not give up 50 points to Mahomes? Because I would love to win the game, and right now I'm having a hard time convincing myself with what I saw from their defense yesterday, and really just in general lately. I was talking to a friend, and I was like, is it unprecedented for a DC to get topped between a title game and a Super Bowl, or like, could you bring in a consultant? Because they need. I mean, look. That's as ill prepared as I've ever seen a 49er defense for a playoff game yesterday. And like they will, if they come out like that tomorrow, they'll give up 50 to Mahomes. And Shasky agrees with me, by the way. And so, what do? You're basically gonna have to show the Chiefs. They're gonna have to show them a completely new look in the Super Bowl.
Brian,
how about the second half? Can you? Hey, it's much. Hold on. Let me get in here because you're breaking me down,
what?
BPA. No. So what? What? They shut out the Lions in the second half, BPA. They got on the Lions' ass in the second half and shut them out to the last minute of the game. All right, Fred Warner stepped up. All right. Gibson stepped up. Get out of here with that crap. Fix the defense. The offense scored 7 points in the first half. It was a complete meltdown for the entire football team. Get out of here and just blame it, Wilkes. The hell out of here.
Hey, let me say something to Brian and Palo Alto. He ain't lying. I'm telling you this right now. Look, we got one more game.
Get out of here with that.
In the offseason, and today's not the day, but I'll give you my short little summary. In the offseason, complete scheme change. I want a 3-4. Bring in Joey Bosa when he gets clipped in the Chargers.
I don't want Joey Bosa.
I am redoing this entire
Why do you want Joey
defensive
Bosa?
line.
He plays 6 games a year.
Yeah, well, with his brother, he'll find a way to stay healthy.
No, he won't.
I'm telling you, they need more team speed. If Oren Burks is out there in base coverages, we're in trouble.
We're going to be in trouble regardless. It's Mahomes.
No, I'm talking about in general.
But as much as we want to rip on Wilkes, can we give him some credit for the second half?
Yeah, no doubt.
Does he get credit for the second half? Does the defense get some credit?
Yeah, they do.
Because the offense was equally as bad in the first half.
They were getting dominated in all phases.
Right.
Anybody who wants to point the finger at one unit or the other isn't paying attention.
Right.
Complimentary football. And don't let special teams off the hook.
Oh.
I mean, Jake Moody. We were going to get Jake Moody content for months.
Oh, my gosh.
Were we not?
Oh.
The arrogance to take a kicker in the third round. Am I wrong?
I've defended that pick, too.
Yeah, we know.
BPI, I love you. But not today.
You don't love him.
No, I don't, because that's an arrogant call. Yeah, you're gonna just point the finger at Steve Wilkes. That offense did diddly poo in the first half. It scored 7 points back-to-back weeks.
But I will say this:
you don't come back in that football game if the defense doesn't hold them out the end zone in the second half.
I don't think Steve Wilkes is the greatest DC ever.
No,
I don't think
either.
He's the worst.
But also, Steve Wilkes told us all, I've never run this scheme before.
No. But
this is shit. What did Crocker tell us? Eric Crocker.
Yeah.
Crocker. He told us Shanahan's a real defensive coordinator. Shanahan picked him and said, "You have to run my scheme." Don't you think Wilkes is a blitzer?
Well, I just what I was going to say is it doesn't matter about the scheme. I think their personnel isn't as good as we all thought on defense.
Right.
I don't think their safety plays as good.
I agree.
I don't think that their defensive line is as stout. And I think that third linebacker, when he's on the field, they're getting cooked. They miss Al Shair.
I agree. The personnel's not as great, but also let's not forget, Wilkes isn't running his game. He's a blitzer. Shanahan said, you got to run my scheme. Wide nine. You got to run my stuff.
Oh, I'm so done with the wide nine.
Wilkes told you. Midway through the year, he goes, I'm still learning our scheme.
Wide nine stands for, we'll give you 9 miles between 2 D tackles, and you can run right between us. Tell me I'm wrong. There was a hole. It was like Moses, as we go all religious today with Bonte praying. Moses split the Red Sea, and here goes Jamison Williams untouched on the first drive for like a 50-yard touchdown.
Well, you know what? That's bad tackling, and that's setting the edge. That's fooling Nick Bosa. And that's having Chase Young out there on skates. That's out there getting bullied at the line of scrimmage. That ain't just saying wide nine. That's a personnel thing, and learn how to tackle. They were allergic to tackling in the first half. You can blame Steve Wilkes all you want to, but today ain't the day, folks. It ain't the day because we going bowling.
But I will be the first to say it. I'm going to plow this land now while it's fertile. I do want a scheme change.
As long as Shanahan's the coach?
Next offseason.
As long as Shanahan's the coach?
Yeah, I don't want to see the wide nine ever again.
You're going to see the wide nine as long as Chris Kocurek.
I need more speed on the field.
Well, you got to get Chris Kocurek here.
No, I like Chris Kocurek, but I switch to the 3-4.
That's a sackaroonie, baby.
I know I sound insane. We won.
You know what?
I know.
Wilkes is a 3-4 guy, right?
Yeah, that's why I'd let him run his defense.
Yeah, so he's not running his defense. We want to blame Wilkes. Blame Shanahan for that. Let's go to Idris in Hayward. Idris, what's happening?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Can y'all hear me loud and clear?
Oh, we got you.
Hell yeah.
Okay, perfect. So that game, wow. Okay. It reminded me when the Warriors were about to lose to Houston, and Houston shot like 27 threes to lose.
Yeah.
And it was like, yeah, like you could have put the Niners away, and they didn't. But man, the way that game started, in the back of my head, I was like, I'm so happy for Brock Purdy because the way he's carried himself through everything, we have an astounding team. We know all of that. But when he literally started being mobile with his legs, he made it clear that he was not going to lose that game. And God created the opportunities, and we took full advantage of them. I mean, shout out to Detroit. It's all good, but we're going to Vegas. We got to do something. Go Niners.
Go Niners.
Hey, it's like Jerry Maguire. I'm going. Who's coming with me?
I got to give my boy GT in San Diego. I think GT was at the game yesterday.
Was he?
My guy GT. GT Garrett. Get Garrett in here from San Diego before we go to break. What up, GT?
Yo, what's up, Bonte? What's up, Shasky? Let's go Niners, man. What a day. What a day. My voice is completely up in the nosebleeds, getting loud. It was just an unreal atmosphere. We were keeping the faith up there. I was a little nervous that the ride home today would have been a real depressing one, but it ain't, and we're here. Let's go Niners, baby.
What are you taking, 5 all the way down?
Oh, man. Yeah, I don't want to mess with any of that L.A. San Diego traffic, so we're just doing the 5. We're not going the scenic route. You know, we're on a business trip. We're on a business trip.
I did that drive a couple summers ago from San Diego all the way up to San Francisco. We left at, I believe, 6:30 in the morning. I made it back to my house by 1:15. Pretty good timing.
That's hey, you know, we're trending for that right now, Shasky. That's not bad. I hope we keep that good juju going now.
Baby.
But, hey, real quick shout out on the D line before I let you boys go. Hargrave with that stop right before halftime that held him to a field goal instead of a touchdown was huge. And then Bosa, hey, you guys are baseball guys. You guys will appreciate this. Sometimes all you need to break out of a slump is a little dink, a little dunk, a little drag bunt to get on. Bosa got absolutely gifted that first sack, and then he started to roll. So let's hope that momentum builds, baby. Let's go Niners.
Let's go, GT. By the way, GT's a former baseball player as well. Love Garrett, man. He's a good golfer, too. We got to get out there with him, man. He hits from a mile away, man.
Oh, good. Come
listen,
play my scramble.
I don't hate BPA. I apologize. I didn't mean to yell at BPA, but come on, man.
I think you don't like
give me
BPA.
false equivalencies.
No, that's not. No. I got no problem with BPA.
You don't like people who are just a little more sophisticated than you, who might be smarter.
No.
Higher on the IQ chart.
BPA smarter than me, higher on the IQ chart. That guy's dumb as rock sometimes with his sports takes. All right. Come on, don't disrespect me like that. Come on, man. That guy came in here ripping off Steve Wilkes after that first half.
You're right.
It was everybody. All right, come on, guys. Come on. Hey, I'm not bringing it down. We're celebrating the Super Bowl. This guy talking about fire Steve Wilkes before the Super Bowl.
That's Niner fans.
He cried about the booth. He's on the sideline. They didn't score till a minute left in the second half.
I'm so teasing.
Sophisticated. Guy's been running Klay Thompson out of town for 4 years.
Oh, you
guys better hope Klay Thompson don't come out with a doc.
I was just going to say, I will be the feature person on that doc. That's not good.
BPA sophisticated.
I knew that would get you mad.
Why are you trying to get me mad on the money? Why are you trying to bring me down? It's because y'all wouldn't believe it. All right,
well, I was not believing.
It's coming up in the game. Brought to you by. Hey, let me get Philball Mike the Bassick, man. Let me get Philball Mike in here to cook. What's coming up in the game? Brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking. No compromises. More of your phone calls.
The Road to Vegas is brought to you by AmeriWest Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together.
The Red and Gold hotline is up and running.
In 24 minutes, we got a special giveaway for a coin that will be used for the big game. If you want to win one of those coins, make sure you're tuned into the roast at 8:55 to find out how to win. Don't forget to download the free Odyssey app and listen to 95.7 The Game wherever you go. Niners advance to the Super Bowl. Largest comeback in NFL history, and in a title game, went down by 17 or more. How about Brock Purdy? Boy, it was looking very Jimmy G-esque in the first half. It really was. He was erratic. He was overthrowing guys. The two-out roster, Brandon Ayuk on consecutive plays. I'm like, wow, not even close. First half, 7-15, 93 yards. He had the interception. Niners were down 24-7. Next thing you know, Brock Purdy started cooking. And he cooked. He cooked with his arms. He cooked with his legs. He got some help from McCaffrey, some big-time help from Debo. What a corner route throw, rainbow throw to George Kittle for a big first down on the left sideline in front of the Detroit bench. Brock Purdy was magical in that second half. Back-to-back second halves where he's been magical. I believe in Purdy magic now, Chasky. The game is close. This guy's got a clutch G, man. You can't knock him anymore. You can be the biggest Brock Purdy hater if you want to. You got to stop hating, dude. The kid is special.
Oh, no, people will still hate. I mean, that's just society these days. I mean, B, I am exhausted. That game was a roller coaster. I thought the Green Bay game was a roller coaster. That one was unbelievable. For them to do what they did like a freight train in that third quarter, I still can't get over it. I mean, I really can't. Who do you think's hurting more right now? Detroit Lions fans or Philadelphia?
Oh, Detroit Lions fans.
Oh, Philly's so
Detroit's
mad.
miserable 365 days a year. There's nothing new about them. They're always miserable.
Hi, Baby Chaz.
They're always miserable. They're calling me. Baby Chaz is on the potty right now. Listen, they're always miserable in Philadelphia. Always. Who cares about Philly? Their season was done a month ago. They just hired Vic Fangio, who's older than dirt. His defenses don't work no more. And then you got Kellen Moore. Did y'all not watch Justin Herbert last year in the Chargers offense? They stink. Kellen Moore stinks. So Philadelphia still has Nick Sirianni and Kelly Moore. Who cares about Philadelphia? Detroit's hurting more because they could taste the Super Bowl. They were booking Super Bowl flights at halftime. They were chanting Jared Goff loud at Levi Stadium. You could hear it through the TV. There was all that Honolulu blue out there. They were feeling it. So Philadelphia? They're trying to get into Sixers basketball.
Can you remember a time that a fan base not named the Cowboys or the Lakers infiltrated? I guess the Dodgers did too.
Cowboy fans last year, you said, yeah.
Like, in terms of not one of the old school blue blood top 3 or 4 teams in the league, I can't think of another time that an opposing team came to a Niner game that deep. That's as impressive.
Playoff or regular season?
Playoffs. I'm talking
Just
about
playoffs.
That's
Yeah.
as impressive as I can remember. New York Giants, it wasn't as bad 2011. The Saints, not even nowhere near that.
Yeah, no doubt.
No, not even near that. Packers, even on that Saturday night, there were a lot of Packer fans, but not that. There were a lot of Detroit Lions fans. They were deep. Shocked.
They were deep. They were deep. And it may be, listen, I know people have their financial reasons and you want to flip tickets to make money and double up and it maybe pays for your season tickets.
Pricey.
They were pricey. I get it. But if you already own season tickets, and I get how pricey they are, and look, man, we're in a terrible economic state in the Bay Area. There's no doubt about it. Housing prices through the roof, interest rates through the roof. I get it all. But me personally, if I got a ticket to a game, especially a playoff game, I got to go. I'm not thinking about doubling up. I'm thinking about hustling and making somebody on the side. I got to go see my team in a big performance.
Where does that third quarter energy in that stadium, where does that rank for you? Because I think, for me, it's as good as any environment I've ever been in, in sports.
I think about Game 4, Benito Santiago, St. Louis Cardinals, up 2-1. Benito Santiago hits a 3-run homer to give the Giants a big lead, and they go up in the series 3-1. Next night, Kenny Lofton, David Bell, 0-2.
Yeah.
Pac Bell Park at the time was electric because the Cardinals are dominating that game. And they come back, and I was like, wow, look how the Thundersticks are going crazy, everything. Oracle Arena, they're down 20-plus to the San Antonio Spurs. Kawhi Leonard injures the ankle, but the Warriors are getting rolled. Then Kevin Durant and Steph Curry just start running 1-3 pick and roll and started cooking. And Oracle, by the time that game was over, everybody in the media was taking Excedrin because it was just it was,
my head
whoa.
was,
It was
yesterday
tough.
with the speakers, I had multiple aspirins, the double strength ones.
So yesterday was up there with some of the best environments I've ever been a part of. And, I'm just thinking about Saturday night. I was at Chase Center, double overtime, and that place is cooking with the Lakers in it. And Well, no, we're not going to talk about it, but I'm telling you about the environments.
I know.
But I'm telling you how exhausted I am. Dealing with the Kings on Thursday, dealing with the Lakers on Saturday night, another 1-point loss. By Sunday came around, I was just like, just get me to the game. I can't handle this stuff. I'm out of energy.
And I felt like that tailgate lasted forever because I wanted to get down there and soak it in.
Yeah.
And it was a long day yesterday.
Yeah, I stopped by. I saw Worldwide Hef, Ryan, Mondo, Chris, the rest of the crew down there. Stopped by there. Then I saw you guys at Polton.
Oh,
and then we walked
Worldwide
straight
Hef
in.
for a second.
You know,
love your boy Worldwide. He's wearing the Niner gear with the LeBron jersey on Saturday night.
Yeah, he's a LeBron fan.
What's he doing?
He's a LeBron fan. What can you do? He's a
I
Duke
love you,
fan,
Hef,
too.
but come on.
He's a Duke fan too. That's Worldwide Hef. I mean, he was blowing me up Saturday night. I'm like, dude, I will block you if you continue to bother me about to go to St. Louis.
Lakers.
The Lakers, man. Sorry ass Lakers.
The Lakers.
I knew the Warriors blow a 15-point lead in the third quarter and lose an overtime, score 4 points the last 4 minutes of the game.
Steph Curry doing his great Hulkamania ripping up his shirt moment.
Yeah. Let's go to Verducci and El Dorado Hills. I don't even want to go down that dark road right now. Verducci, what's happening?
Let me tell you something. The 916-530, it is lit. I came to church early yesterday. I had the Brock Purdy jersey. I go to the pastor. I said, please just bless this jersey. Bless the Niners, even though you're a diehard Seahawks fan. And let me tell you, I was saying the prayers at halftime. I was sprinkling the holy water. I kicked the cat out. And let me tell you, I felt that this was a moment that Papa Shasty was in. I was just visualizing if he was in that locker room, what he would say. And I'm telling you, this victory was for Papa Shasty. And let me tell you something. When you talk about a heart champion, it involves these characteristics: resilience, determination, perseverance, adaptability, discipline, confidence, leadership, humility. That's what our quarterback has, ladies and gentlemen. That's what he has. And let me tell you something. He's going to finish it off with his Disney story, holding up that Lombardi trophy and shutting up all those haters. And Faithful, I heard you through that television screen. I pumped up that surround sound. And Bonte, I saw you praying. But and also, too, Shasky, I saw you with Patrick. And let me tell you, again, this is for Papa Shasky. I'm thinking about you. I love you. No more negativity. Brian from BPA, shut your mouth. It's all about positivity. We're winning it all, and we're going to shut down the Swiftie.
You know,
I'm out.
The Swift. I haven't even begun to try to wrap my head around that. But let me bring up something. You know, B, there are times in life, sports mirrors life. There are times that it doesn't, right? Like, I don't pretend that things that you see in sports are exactly like you have it at work, because they're not. It's its own little world. But there are certain things that I look at as microcosms. I truly believe the greatest gift you can have as a trait in life is resilience. If you are born with nothing and you scrap and you fight and you keep getting knocked down and you keep getting knocked down and you keep getting knocked down and you drag yourself up and you lift yourself up out of adversity, out of poverty, out of misery, out of depression, out of abuse, whatever it is, those are the strongest people in life. And when I watch sports, my favorite attributes are those resilient people who you can never count them out. Even when you think you're going to drive the stake right through their heart, they find a way to keep scrapping and keep clawing. In baseball, it's a guy who doesn't have his best stuff, and yet he finds a way to still go 7-8 innings. And he's giving you everything he's got, even on a night where you could tell he doesn't have it. In basketball, hey, shot's not dropping, but then in the third, fourth quarter, you bring it when you need it. Kobe, Steph, LeBron, Michael Jordan. You've seen all the greats have it. In football, Mahomes, Joe Montana, Tom Brady, and now this version of the 49ers. They played an F game in the first half. They had every minute and every reason to do what the Philadelphia Eagles did and tap out. They tapped out against Tampa Bay. They're like, no, we're done. And the Niners were like, no, we're not going to tap out. We're going to keep fighting and keep clawing. Even when they just got a field goal, it was like, oh, God, you needed to get 7 here as you come out of the break. They found a way to stay optimistic and keep fighting. And yes, it's professional sports. We expect these people to just play through everything and play hard. They're also humans too. And guys get down on themselves. That team never lost their step and came out and just took over that game. It's one of the great things I've ever seen.
Here's Shanahan on his character and grit of his players.
Just the character and the grit of the guys there. I mean, you could see it on their faces at halftime. I could see it on them all week. Our guys got a lot of love for each other, and every year when the season's over, it's always a new team the next year, regardless of how many times people return. How many people return, and our guys didn't want this to be the last day, and we had to really fight for it to make that happen, but we pulled it off, and couldn't be more proud of the group.
Adversity. Dealing with adversity. That was as adverse as it could get. You're at home, in front of your home fans. You fought all year for that number 1 seed. You talked about it all season, saying we don't want to play that extra week. We need to bye week. You get the rest, and you're down 24-7 at the half. You're down 24-7 at the half. And I'm looking at the players run off the field, and I'm thinking, boy, look at Debo. He's just frustrated. I'm looking at IU. Damn, he's frustrated. Fred Warner sitting there shaking his head with no answers. And whatever was said in that locker room, at halftime, boy, they had a lot more faith than a lot of fans did. And that was coming into the game. That was during the game. Hell, at halftime, I said, damn, this is how we're going to go out, huh? This is how we're going to go out. And I was just eager to see what type of fight they would have. Like, if they would have lost that game yesterday, say they lost 31-28, it would have been heartbreaking. We would have still been going crazy or whatnot. But at least they would have fought. In that first half, I just thought, boy, can you show a little fight?
Right.
Now, they did on that last drive to keep it out the end zone. They held on for a deal. Like, if Detroit goes for it, which was, again, in that situation, kick the field goal, it would have been ballsy. But I do believe they would have scored on that fourth down. Jameer Gibbs literally caught a pass on the ground at the 10-yard line and ended up at the 2.
Yeah.
Like, we were not hitting. We were not flying around. And I was just like, damn. They're slow, they're stiff, they're not hungry. The old inexperienced, and it reminded me at halftime, and I tweeted this, it reminded me of the 92 Dallas Cowboys punching the Niners in the mouth.
They look
coming
like
to Candlestick Park. Younger, hungry. Jimmy Johnson had those boys buttoned up, and the Niners, who had all the pressure on them, with the ghost of Montana on the sideline sitting there in his uniform, and they wilted in that football game at Candlestick Park. It was playing out like that to me, man. I was like, damn, this is it. They showed a lot more resilience than I thought they had in them, man. They really did, man. I'm proud of this football team.
Is the guy's name Mike McDonald? Who's the guy that gets the crowd fired up? The older white guy who does, let's go Niners!
Oh, that's my boy, Mr. Violet. Kennedy, Mr. Kennedy. Kennedy.
Mike Kennedy?
Jen Violet's husband.
Michael Kennedy?
Jen Violet's a good friend of mine.
That guy got the crowd so hyped up between the third and the fourth quarter.
I don't even remember.
Oh, dude.
I don't even remember.
The upper
I was in another world.
Was going off.
Yeah, I was in another world, Shasky.
I'm telling you, I've been to some great Niner games, been to some great Giants games, great Warrior games. I went to We Believe games. That was as good, third and fourth quarter, as good as any environment I've ever been to.
So between the third and fourth quarter, Ed actually told me to sit down because I was sweating.
Oh, I
damn near hyperventilated.
I had 2 headaches.
Yeah, no, I didn't have any headache. She's like,
temples, she goes right in the middle.
She goes, you made a face and looked like you were about to just pass out because it was just mayhem, right? Zuri and Diego's next to me, and they're sitting there, shaking me back and forth. the Logans, the Pauls. They're sitting next to me on the right side. I'm saying to myself, and Andrew's like, dude, you just need to sit down for a second. You're sweating out of control. It was too much. So between the third and fourth quarter, I have no idea what happened. I may have blacked out. I legit may have blacked out.
I mean, we were down 17. Bryant Young shows up with Frank Gore, and they're going to ring the foghorn for the second half. And people were like, they weren't even paying attention.
No, we were paying attention. We just didn't care. It's just like, I was not doing any first down. My arms were crossed, just sitting there watching like, I just want to see it. Show me what type of fight you got.
I mean, Pete, they were chanting for Goff in the stadium.
I know. It was loud.
It was very loud.
They were singing their touchdown song.
And they did a Let's Go Lions chant that got loud.
And we could do nothing about it.
No. It was as good of an invasion as I can remember.
Yeah, they
No, it really
deep.
was. Like, I was
they rolled deep.
Thoroughly impressed. That first half was all Lions.
I was impressed, and I was a little disappointed with our fan base.
But you know
that
what?
would never happen in Philadelphia.
30-year wait, dude.
I hear you.
30-year wait.
I hear you.
And it was ironic the way we've traveled to have someone travel into our stadium.
And take over our stadium?
Yeah.
Now it's on to Vegas, baby.
Thank God we won that game. And by the way, Vegas, who's going with me? Who's going with me?
Can I say something before we get to the lines? I get what the NFL is doing with the whole Super Bowl, and I think it's criminal that they charge nosebleeds. They're charging fans $8,000 for the top row of the stadium. We pay our money all season long. And I get it's a corporate event, but just shut out the real football fan in these games. Shame on the NFL for not giving season ticket holders or fans of these teams a bigger piece of the pie and some more affordable tickets.
Did you get the email? I got the email last. It's not the Niners' fault, but they were like, "Oh, because you get the lottery, right? If you win." And I knew right away within an hour, "Oh, you didn't get the lottery. You didn't get your Super Bowl tickets."
No, I think it's a joke. By the way, 831, and I was at this game.
Yeah,
he's spot on. 831 on the Comcast Business Text line. Levi's atmosphere compares to Sharks Vegas Knights Game 7 in 2019.
Wow, I wasn't there.
When they came back, they were down 3-0.
I was on air with Covey while he was watching it.
They were down 3-0 into the third period. I'm watching next to Roxy Bernstein.
Oh, please explain.
Please explain. And it was the same night Damian Lillard waved bye-bye to Oklahoma City in the first round.
Oh, yeah.
And they scored four goals on that major penalty. 8-3-1. You're spot on with that. That atmosphere at the Shark Tank was unbelievable. Top 5 atmosphere I've ever been part of. Seriously, Game 7. Give the Sharks their love. Give the Sharks their love. That was legit. That's a good call right there. All right, let's get back to the lines here. Jay in Florida, what's happening?
Hey, what's going on, you guys? I'm goddamn ecstatic over here. How you guys doing?
Good, man.
We don't want to shame God right now.
Right.
We want to be on his good side.
Right.
We're facing a superhuman.
All right, I'm just going to say something real quick. I just want in the Super Bowl to just let Brock Purdy cook however he needs to cook. If he needs to scramble, if he needs to do things off schedule, just let him do his thing, and we can live and die with the result.
Let's go to Ernesto and Petaluma. Ernesto, what's happening? Just keep it moving.
Oh, man, bang, bang, freaking Niner gang. Stasky, Bonte, I was right there with you. First half, doom and gloom. I said to myself, this is it. We can't go out like this. Why are we going out like this? Had to start playing that Cypress Hill song. We ain't going out like that. We ain't going out like that. As soon as the second half, switched to a new song for Purdy, because as soon as I saw Purdy become Montana, Steve Young, right before my eyes, let me geek out with you, Shasty. Remember Transformers, the movie?
Yeah.
You got the touch. I fired up that song for Purdy. Oh, my freaking God. He is our next Messiah. He is the Lord before our eyes.
All right, we're getting a little
We're getting a little too religious here on a Monday.
Just a man.
Well, listen.
All right.
Listen up.
There's only one that we praise. We're getting a little carried away.
I'll say this.
Father Mike might be listening right now, and he might want to hit me up and be like, Joe, I think we need to walk this back a little.
I'll say this, though.
I don't know, Joe.
With Joe Montana in the building yesterday, and with Brock Purdy doing what he did in the second half yesterday, if you want to compare Brock Purdy to Joe Montana, I'm not going to push back on it. I'm necessarily not going to agree with you, but I won't push back on it. I won't push back.
What did you think of Joe Montana's shoes?
What was he wearing?
It looked like Chuck Taylor's, but they could have been designer shoes that look like Chuck Taylor's. I don't know.
Skechers?
No,
he's a Skechers guy,
He's a
isn't he?
Skechers guy.
He used to be.
I did see Barry Sanders down there on the field, man. Barry, Very sick.
Did he walk over and be like, "Hey, I love Warrior pre and post"?
No, he didn't. I was trying to get his attention, but no, it didn't work out.
You were
I did
getting
see Greg
mobbed
Olsen.
by
Hey,
people.
I did see Greg Olsen, though. Greg Olsen was walking out and saying, "Hey, Greg, man, thanks for popping on the show a couple weeks ago, man. We love you." He goes, he stopped. He walked over like Steph Curry did to you.
Oh, yeah.
Shook the hand, goes, "Oh, come on, anytime, man." I was
Steph
like, right.
Curry.
And then everybody's looking at me like, who the hell are you? In this North Face Niner jacket by Sleepy Floyd. He told me I should have worn that jacket in Philadelphia last year. I was undefeated in the jacket last year. I'm undefeated this year in that jacket.
You know, I feel so good for these older fans. There's a bunch of older people that have had season tickets going back to Candlestick around me. Coach in San Ramon, who bought my little boy an outfit.
Right.
I love you, Coach. I know you're out there listening this morning. A bunch of other older gentlemen that sit up above me with their wives, and like to see all these people crying in that fourth quarter when the Niners were winning, and a lot of them didn't think we'd ever get back here because you never know, man. You take it for granted. Like the team was so good for so long. We're seeing this with the Warriors right now.
Right.
They're so good for so long. Now I'm looking, I'm like, it's gonna be a while till we win again.
It might be.
You know, and so I say with the Niners, it's like we've knocked on the door so often. How many times have we thought it's our year? I feel so happy for those people that they've had the chance to enjoy this last couple of years of Niner football, because the young people, like, they're going to get lured in, and that's great. But it is nice, the older I get, to see some of these older people get that payoff later in life.
I'm with you. I'm with you.
That
with
was
the
really
older
cool. I
people.
was hugging a lot of these season ticket holders.
Yep.
We watched some bad games.
No, we have.
The last 5 or 6
No
years.
doubt. No doubt.
But we've been very good.
There's a lot
the
of
team
OGs.
has been really good.
A lot of OGs who were showing love yesterday. A lot of roasters. A lot of OGs out there. And you're spot on with that. But I will also say for the young generation that's had to sit through this heartbreak. A lot of youngsters, you know, the sports fan today, you get a couple heartbreaks. You see a team win a championship, you dump that jersey for another jersey in a heartbeat. People jump on the bandwagon to different teams.
Kinda drives me nuts.
There's not a lot of loyalty in sports these days. So to see the youngsters still stick around with the Niner fans and still represent hard and still be out there like the Niner Knicks. Niner Knicks out there with his shirt off. Guy just had a kid, him and his lovely wife had a kid a couple weeks ago, and this guy's out there with his shirt off at Levi Stadium. It's like, Niner Nick, you're a father now. You got to tone it down a little bit. And he's losing his mind. I want that young man to get a Super Bowl and enjoy it. The Niner Knicks of the world. You know what I'm saying?
His grandfather sat next to my grandfather for literally 50 years at Niner games at Candlestick. And so his mother actually hit me up on Facebook, was like, you better tell your wife, Michelle, because his girl's name's Michelle, as they're at home watching your boys, that you're very thankful that they're in your lives. Because, yes, thank you, Michelle, for watching my son while I was out at the game enjoying it. But you're right. Young people, if you're in your 30s, all you know is misery.
John Curley's never seen the Super Bowl, right?
I know.
John Curley, and he sends out a tweet at halftime. Which I don't know why it hit me the way it did, but it hit me, and I was like, you know what? I'm just going to roll with it. To hell, what do I have to lose? We're not 24/7. But John Curley sends out a tweet at halftime. It's eerie that and I'm trying to do it in John Curley's voice. It's eerie that in 1957, the last time the Lions won a playoff game in SF, they were down 24/7 at halftime before rallying to beat the Niners 31-27 at Keysar. I mean, now 2024, the script is reversed. The Niners are down 24/7 at halftime. Can the Niners pull off a version of a comeback?
I'm Irish.
We saw a media member who writes for The Athletic steal his tweet after the game. Damn near word for word. Give my man Curly some respect. I got to sneeze.
That's a walk-off right there.
Hey, let me. God bless you.
Thank you. I needed that. I was waiting for you to step in. One time you don't cut me off, you just let the air breathe. Wow. Dead air from the first time on this show.
Hey, I'm not gonna lie. Your boy hit the. I hit the wall, and I am exhausted.
I got you. I got you. Buddy.
I am exhausted,
and I got 3.5 hours of sleep.
The boy doesn't know the zone as well as you do, Bonte.
You're damn right, Tony in Oakland.
That game was as draining as any game. I drank a whole bottle of Pedialyte, and I'm still thirsty.
Leo and San
I didn't even drink yesterday.
How? I didn't either. Leo, what's happening? Actually, I did.
Hey, guys, what's up? I'm not even going to ask how you guys are doing because I'm already knowing.
You already know how we're doing. You already know.
Yeah, I'm already knowing. I just want to touch on a couple things. I'm like Brandon Ayuk when it comes to signs, man. That ladybug on the shoe, come on now.
Feel me?
Yeah, I feel you. And then when E40 said in the song, "Young hyenas in uniform," come on, man. That's the Lions' #1 enemy. We killed him.
Oh, that's pretty good.
That's really good.
That's not bad, Leo.
That's really good.
That's not bad.
That's strong.
Real quick, Chris in Virginia, out VA, baby, where the Clips is from. Chris, what's happening?
Shane.
Yeah. What's going on, fellas? I just wanted to talk about, I know we're all enjoying this win as 49ers fans, as we should. It was an exhilarating win.
Oh, he hung up? That was that? All right, before we get back out to the lines, I see you, TC and Sack. I see you, Mike and San Jose. The lines are just getting filled up left and right. We got Chris, we got Tim, we got Mike, we got everybody. We're getting to y'all. You're going to get on the line here because you know we love you. We'll talk with you, not at you. Shout out Matt Steinmetz. Hope you're doing well. Speaking of Tim Boyle from the Highland Mint, who for the past 29 years has produced a coin that he's flipped immediately prior to the big game. He has a special offer for our listeners right after yesterday's great way to make sure you stay tuned in because we're going to be giving one away to a lucky listener right after the interview. Tim, welcome to the show, baby. Tell us about this great coin.
Well, thanks a lot. Highland Mint is once again producing a coin that will be flipped immediately prior to the Super Bowl. And because we're making exact replicas of the coin, 49ers fans can kind of own a piece of Super Bowl 58. Its replica is licensed by the NFL, comes in a collector's booklet that you can display at home or the office. It's silver-plated. It's got 24-karat gold highlights. Got the Super Bowl 58 logo and the commissioner's signature on one side, and then the logos of the 49ers and Chiefs on the other. Each one is individually numbered. It's protected in a clear capsule, comes with a matching numbered certificate of authenticity. But we're only going to make 10,000 of these Super Bowl 58 flip coins, no matter how quick they sell out, and the price is $99.99.
What's the website?
Website is sbflip.com. So S is in super, B is in bowl, flip, FLIP.com. Or the toll-free number, if you prefer, is 1-888-560-2727. So 888-560-2727.
And that's how the people can get it now, right, Tim?
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. It's really nice.
SBFlip.com. We love it. We love it. Tim, this coin is going to be great. We're going to give one away right now, Tim. Thank you so much.
Sounds good.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. It's got the Niner logo, the Chief logo. I mean, it's got the Super Bowl logo, the commissioner's signature and stamp. I mean, this thing, it's pretty cool.
Listen. We don't have Super Bowl tickets right now, but we got this coin. We got this coin. The fifth caller to the contest line wins one of the coins, 415-523-4652. Again, 415-523-4652. Fifth caller to the contest line wins one of these coins. All right, let's get back to the lines, man. Tim and Danville, what's happening, Tim? What's going on?
Hey, good morning, guys. I am so exhausted as well. So, Shasky, I want to make a couple points. You're spot on with Brock. Resiliency. You know, the guy may not have the most, gifts in the world, but he came back and he showed what he can do. I take back all my comments last week. No more doubting. I'm done with that. Make another point. Guys, there were more than 20% blue there. I don't care what they said. That stadium. I mean, you heard the Jared Goff chant, right?
Yeah.
And I had about 15 Blues, Lion fans next to me. And, we were respectful, but these guys were just basking in their glory. We're just sitting there quiet. My wife and I said, "Oh my gosh, this is a disaster." But I want to make a point too. Look, the first half, don't blame it on Brock. The whole team played lousy.
Exactly.
Number 26.
Yep.
Number 26, Gibbs, that dude, he just killed him. They could not stop him. So,
he's legit.
So Kyle, I think, I want to, he did a hell of a job with Shanahan. I'm just so happy with the team, with the fans, no ghetto, right? I mean, we respect these guys. They spent a lot of money to come out here. And I'm just tired. I'm happy. We'll see you guys at the Bowl. Okay. Yep. Thank you, guys.
I love it. And it's. I've been to a lot of different tailgates and parking lot situations. It was so respectful between the Niner fans and the Lions fans.
No doubt.
It was, and trust me, anytime something happens with Niner fans, there's a certain somebody who used to be in Philadelphia media.
Oh, the little fella who said that the reason why he's out of radio is because Odyssey's bankrupt. Nah, you're just not good at your job, dude. They were like, you're not worth the contract extension. Little fella, enjoy your off season.
I didn't see one thing yesterday in my own eyes as I was walking around the parking lot or into the stadium. Not one thing of Niner fans, quote unquote, harassing or physically abusing anybody. Not that they should. I mean, I expect good behavior. Yeah. Niner fans showed out. I'm so proud to be a Niner fan.
No, but listen, man,
a
lot of this stuff happens because people don't know how to They don't know when to stop talking. And some people can handle the talk, some people can't. And I saw it at the Rose Bowl when an Alabama fan told my best friend, Big Dog City, to shut the bleep up. Out of nowhere. First quarter, Big Dog's rooting for his mission. Hey, shut the bleep up. He wasn't saying nothing to the Alabama fan. That's how people get knocked out. You know what I'm saying? So I don't condone violence whatsoever. But I understand why some of these fights happen. Like we were in Philadelphia. I was talking about the World War I have. He actually gave me a little bit of Hennessy White in my coffee. So it was like an Irish coffee. But we were talking about Philadelphia.
White?
Yeah, Hennessy White. You could only get it in Mexico.
What is it?
You got to Google
It's very smooth. Yeah, it's the best Hennessy.
Hennessy
yeah,
White.
Hennessy White. I know a secret spot where you can get it now in the States, but I'm not going to reveal that on air. Listen, we were talking about the Philadelphia trip. Think about when we were being in the bathroom, and people were telling me, F you little bleep, bleep, bleep. Do this, you little bleep, bleep, bleep. Like just berating me. And I'm thinking to myself, damn. Now, I'm not a fighter. I'm a lover. Not, but I understand.
BPA.
Huh?
Unless it's BPA.
Well, yeah, when you come in here.
BPA,
terrible.
shut your mouth.
Yeah, thank you, Verducci. Somebody had to say it.
Ooh, I'm looking at this Hennessy Pure White.
Yeah.
The bottle's very unique.
I'm a dynamic human being.
The Hennessy White will change your life.
Really?
It will change your life. But I understand why fights happen at stadiums. Because
Also
some people,
available at Bevmo and Total Wine.
No, that's not true.
I'm looking at the website
Yeah,
right
it
now.
is. I can find a lot of places.
Yeah, you sure?
Yes.
Yeah, it's $89 right now.
Oh, you know what? No. This past year, I stand corrected. Trust me, it became available in the States over the last 6 months. Just the last 6 months. Because you had to go, a lot of
We
people were
should
bringing
talk
over
to
from
our guy,
Mexico.
the Hennessy guy.
Oh, Sean, Wildebeest.
Your boy.
Yeah, that's how I knew that Hennessy White was now available in the States.
Okay.
Yeah, the Henny White.
But I'm getting in the way of a good story here.
No, the story's over. I was just going to talk about people fighting in the bleachers. That's all. But we don't need to do that because the Niners are going bowling. Mike in San Jose, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, Bonte, how you doing, man?
Good, Mike.
Cool and loving you guys.
Thank you, brother. What about Shasky?
So I got two things to talk to you guys about. One is that, the past two games, we're building champion DNA here, right? So you look at the Warriors, right? They're always a third quarter comeback, and we did a third quarter comeback yesterday, and that's great. It's going to build experience, build the 49ers a championship DNA here. So I'm loving these comebacks. It builds a lot of character, and I'm loving it. It's going to help us win the Super Bowls and many Super Bowls like the Warriors win the championships. And Bonte, the other thing I want to talk to you about, remember at the beginning of the season, you had this radio announcer from Philly came on, and he was trash talking to us about how his quarterback's going to be MVP, telling Purdy he's like, short arm and all that stuff. And I want you to help me out. Text him back and tell him, hey, look where we're at now.
No.
All right?
Hey, you know what?
Ugly was still ugly.
The silence is deafening in Philadelphia. I don't need to tweet them anymore.
Just deal
I don't
with
need
me,
to text
you
them.
nitwit.
I didn't even get a congratulations from Philly Zoo on advancing to the Super Bowl. I know how bad. They're waiting.
You were expecting a congratulations?
Yeah, absolutely. I was expecting class from them. Be classy. Sportsmanship, right? That's what they were talking about. Remember when we went to Philadelphia? Hey, just be good sportsmen. Okay. I'll show you some sportsmanship. But I know all those Philadelphia fans, and there's a lot more Cowboy fans. That's everybody except listen, the nation hates the Niners. Let's be real.
Thank
the
you.
nation hates the Bay Area.
And they hate the two of us.
They definitely can't stand us. Sacramento hates us. Philadelphia hates us. Texas hates us. Dallas hates us. Seattle hates us. All that time. I went out with Softy and Dick on Friday. They were hating on us. Listen, it's the Bay Area against the world. I get all that. So I know all those drafts. They had all those tweets they had constructed yesterday at halftime. They were ready to press in as soon as the clock hit zero at the end of the fourth quarter. They had to put them back in the draft.
Well, I'll keep it honest. I did too. I had a few up in my dome like I was Jay-Z on the block where he has to memorize his rhymes. I had a few tweets that were going to be ready to, hit send on myself, and I had to walk them back as well. So that's not alone and exclusive to them.
Well, you know what? They'll have them ready for the Super Bowl. And you know what? I'll be here for you. You better hope the 49ers will win the Super Bowl. A lot of people. Philadelphia, Seattle, Dallas, Sacramento. Somebody is Sacramento. Casey's a big Niner fan. He was on fire yesterday on Twitter. Florida. Casey was on fire.
Well, I mean, when I gave him Friday off by giving him all that content, but me ripping Sacramento. I mean, Jesus. Speaking of which, Sacramento, all of you, all your stations, all of them, the television, the radio, everything.
Hey, no, be careful. No.
Check
no.
For all the content I'm creating.
Hey. Just don't bark up Mac Barnes' street.
Matt Barnes was laughing because he knows I was right.
No, he's like, I don't even know who he is.
Draper. Well, the Draper. He's some dweeb. Draper, dog. Any sport, anytime, any place, the bet is out there. Some guys can talk about it and do it. Some guys can just talk about it.
Do what?
Whatever sport you want, dog.
You're listening to 95.
That's tough.
The guy's a Philly fan, for Christ's sake. Go Kings!
And actually won San Francisco. But it wasn't just ESPN 1320. KHTK was talking. Alice Dallas told me they ran with it.
Of course.
We gave him a decent ball. Even Sam Mamie sent me a tweet with Sacramento. Like, Sam Mamie, you're a national NBA writer. Oh, now you would. Okay, it's fine. It's all good.
Wait, Sam Amick wants some?
No, he was texting me.
Oh.
He doesn't. What are you?
Well, I'm just saying, like, come on, Sam. I've been very nice. We've been very cordial. I like Sam.
Just log out to search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. The Smart Choice for low auto loan rates is super simple online application process. Shout out to the Comcast Business Text Line.
Well, you know what my dad used to say?
Hold on. Let me get the read so we pay the bills. Some Monster Monday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com.
I knew the Sabonis thing cut real deep because it was true.
Oh, yeah.
That's the best.
Well, all I said was empty calories, and they were like, empty calories. Trust me, he's Troy Murphy 2.0. That's what he is. Domantas Sabonis is Troy Murphy 2.0.
We've given him like 45 more seconds than he deserves on this thing.
All right, let's go to the lines, man. I don't know where to go here. My fingers are twirling. I got the consultant. I got TC. I got Phil on mic. I got Tony in Oakland. Where do I go? Where do I go? Phil Mo? All right, we're going to Phil Mo mic. Let's go to Phil Mo.
Hey, what's popping, y'all?
Phil Mo.
Hey, I'm going to say this, man. I told the crew last night, I don't want no moody kicker. I want a level-headed kicker. Let's get that out the way. Feel me? I need a level-headed kicker. I don't want a moody kicker. Also, a couple things in signs that I really felt, and I felt them in different ways. So Bosa had a sack, right? And he normally do the little shoulder shrug.
Yep.
He didn't do that. We was down 24-7. He didn't do none of that. That kind of, even though we were down, it showed me, it was like, okay, that's a good sign. We came out of halftime with the hurry-up offense, and Debo, I think he was the first person to make a play on the ball, and he was like, let's go, hurry up, it's time to go. The urgency was known as soon as they hit out the locker room. It wasn't one of them games where sometimes you're like, Shanahan, what are you doing? But, man, it was a hell of a game, man. They pulled it out. I hit E-Dub, Bonte. I hit Eric Williams. I'm like, bro.
Oh, yeah, E-Dub.
What happened? I hit him. I'm like, what we going to do? He said, man, they just got to stick to it, but they got to start playing ball now. Damn near perfect game. And they damn near played a perfect game, man.
Don't lie.
For real.
Shout
I'm
out
so proud to be a Niner, man.
Hey.
Brock Purdy up there, man. He up there giving thanks to God. You feel me? Man, the whole team.
What about that Ayuk catch? Come on, Philmo. What about that Ayuk catch?
Debo? What about Debo?
Lynn Swan-like. Yep. CMC played his ass off.
Yep.
George Kittle, he had that little hesitation from George Kittle.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that was nasty.
How about Debo? How about Debo? 50-50 going into the game. Debo Samuel's an all-time Niner, Philbo.
Oh man, you know me and you with Debo, Bonte. I don't know why. Who said? Remember they was talking about earlier in the season? I think we could trade Debo. I think we could trade him. We want everybody. Bang bang Niner gang.
Are you going to Vegas? What's up? You got a spot for me to stay?
Championship for Trent Williams.
You got a spot for me to stay in Vegas or what?
I got a couple spots. We got Boss Kev out there. We got AP9 from the Mind Figures. We maybe have to holler at OJ Simpson. You know OJ out there, baby.
I think I'm cool off that one.
Stay
to be
away
honest
from
with you.
OJ. Keep me far away
Not
from OJ.
sure I want to
football.
stay there.
All right.
What's up, Twitter world? It's me and Joe Shasky. That would not be a good look for my resume.
When they bring out all the Niners alum, you think he's going to walk out there and just stumble out?
Or does he have a police escort?
I'm just going to go to TC in Sacramento. I'm not going to touch that. Not going to touch that one. TC Sac. TC and Sac.
Yes, sir. Bonte, Joe, what's up?
What's up, my bro?
God, I'm feeling
What's up,
great.
my bro?
Hey, look, man, I'm just kicking back. Hey, look, Dane Campbell almost bit our knee, bro. Look, check it out. They had us against the ropes, man, but the team overcame. Brock Purdy stood up tall. Kyle almost got in his way, but look, the hell with all that. The boys won last night, bro, and they perseverance. I thought the Lions was going to win yesterday, bro. They had us against the ropes, Bonte and Joe. But the boys perseveres last night. Hey, that was nice last night, dog. Look, hey, it ain't over, Bonte. Joe, Chassis, I've been telling y'all from the jump. This is it. We there.
We there.
Win it all. Win it all, big dog.
That's what it is. Hey, listen, don't be afraid of it, folks. I told you guys the first day of training camp when we had the journey. Embrace being a Super Bowl or bust type of team. Not everybody can say Super Bowl or bust. Think about how laughable it is for somebody like the Philadelphia Eagles to say Super Bowl or bust, or the Dallas Cowboys to say Super Bowl or bust. Y'all just need to get to a title game before you start talking Super Bowls. There's a lot of teams who can. The Raiders, they can't say Super Bowl or bust. And no shade to Spinoni, but you got your two rivals playing in your own stadium. You're a long way away from saying Super Bowl or bust. When you can say Super Bowl or bust, when Armstead goes up there in training camp, the second day of training camp says there's 6 or 7 teams that are in a conversation for a Super Bowl, we need to start embracing that stuff. It's not Super Bowl or try again. It's Super Bowl or bust. And we got one more game. We got one more. But we're going to celebrate it. By the way, Jason Mishler is a great little line. Our call list is a better lineup than the Giants lineup right now. He was talking to Herder Pitts. I don't know if I should share this, but he gave me a name that the Giants should go after. And I was like, ooh.
In a trade?
No.
Pete Alonso?
No.
Was it Joey Gallo?
No. He dropped a Yasiel Puig on me.
Oh, I would love Yasiel Puig, but he's also been playing in like other leagues.
Yeah, Mexico.
Yeah.
He's been blackballed. He's batting like 400 or something.
So you'd be perfect for the Giants then.
As you're doing all your little jokes, do you know who had
Also
like
33.
a Super Bowl or bust rookie season? Taylor Swift. I mean, how elite are you to go to the Super Bowl in your first full
Well,
season?
she's going to be in Japan during the Super Bowl.
No, she gets back the night before. She has a private jet.
you.
They've already discussed this.
Yeah,
Ian
she's got a
Rappaport
time
talked
machine,
about it
Bonte.
yesterday.
She'll
Yeah.
be in both places.
They'll
at
push
once.
back the start of the Super Bowl just to make sure.
Absolutely.
You were hoping she wasn't.
I don't care about Taylor Swift. Good for her. I'm actually embracing
Bonte
her.
is going to go down to the field, Super Bowl, like, yeah, then Taylor Swift came over and was like, yeah, you and Mully and Darrell Wright and Festus, I watch all the time.
Yeah, no, I'm embracing Taylor Swift being part of the NFL. I think it's a cool story, actually. I really do think it's cool.
Wait.
I don't like, a lot of people like Shane.
I thought you were sick of it earlier this year.
No, the Swifties, I didn't get the whole Swiftie thing. She ain't no Beyonce. She ain't no Beyonce.
I think it was the cutting to her after every scoring.
Yeah, that's all it was. That's what it was. Yeah, it was like we don't need to cut to her all the time. But I don't mind Taylor's. It's a cute story. It is.
I'll tell you that my wife is much more interested because she's going to be shown throughout it. So I'm sure that's for most of America.
Oh, there's going to be a prop bet. How many times is Taylor Swift shown during the Super Bowl? That prop bet. Ooh, what do you think they set the line at?
50?
Nah, I probably
will she be sitting next to Mark Davis? That's the question.
Will Mark Davis be at the game?
For a
he
Raider
will
fan,
be.
is this the toughest one?
Yeah, this
Chiefs
happened
versus
4 years ago, Joe. I don't want to talk about it, all right?
Chiefs versus Niners? In your stadium?
Thanks. Yeah, I know. It's cool.
Spinoni's miserable.
We got a break.
Let's get the consultant. We're going to get to Tony. Oh, we got to call it Philadelphia. Oh, this is great. Ooh, this is so good. We're coming up on a roast. Spinoni's miserable.
The road to Vegas is brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices exclusively at Zenni.com.
Stop into Safeway this week for savings.
and Shasky.
Da-da-da-da.
That's a sackaroonie, baby.
I just, being a Niner fan, it just hits different. It really does. We're one of the most arrogant, miserable fan bases on the planet in any sport. And we have this inflated self-worth from the 90s and the 80s.
Speak for yourself.
Come on, dog. You are at the front of the bandwagon.
Speak for yourself. I try to temper all expectations. We beat Green Bay last week by 3 and it wasn't good enough. And I'm telling you to survive in advance.
Okay, my favorite part this morning, real quick, Joe, Was Bonte literally saying, like, this must really hurt for Lions fans? This is their only time probably in their history they're going to get to this point, and they've known nothing but suffering. And then Joe's all like, actually, we deserve this. We've suffered way more. You guys have been to Super Bowls and won them.
They haven't won a championship since 1957. The Lions.
So what?
They haven't won anything since 1957.
We deserve it.
They haven't been to an NFC title game since 1991.
I don't care.
They haven't won a road playoff game in 13 straight tries.
See, the I don't care tracks more than the we deserve it. Like, it's fine if you don't care about their suffering because you care about your suffering.
We were left at the altar how many times? We've been the bridesmaids.
Made it to
how many
Detroit
times?
fans will die to be in that opportunity. They would take our history of choking the last decade over the history they've had over the last decade.
People say that till they experience it.
No, well, you know what?
People say that until they experience it.
No, I would rather be the 49ers choking all these games than being a Lions fan.
We were
That's
getting
miserable.
sized up for rings in the fourth quarter against Mahomes. And then 3rd and 15 happened.
I tried to tell you guys were talking about the Mission Street Parade. Spinoni was there. We know what was happening in that green room. I look back at Spinoni, he was like, yo, this is a big play.
No, what was happening in that green room?
No,
was
you guys
and
were
Nash were going to
No,
fight
because
over
Nash was
the
being
honor
an
of
idiot.
Jimmy
Because
Garoppolo.
Nash was being an idiot, and then he comes in before the show because you guys were all doom and gloom. I'm like, I'm ready to do the show. We lost. Let's show how much of a pro how much of a pro we are. And then Nash is coming in here like, give me the Jason Garrett clap. I'm like, dude, get out the studio. And he says something, out of pocket. And I told the little man, I'll slap the hell out of you if you don't get out of here right now. And he almost got slapped.
Had to bear hug him out.
And he almost got slapped into 2024.
He lifted him up and carted him out. That's great.
I would hate to be a fan of a team when you know damn near, every year you got no shot. You got no hope. Lions fans have had no hope. Literally their entire existence. So I do feel for them. At least I know Jay York's going to spend money. We got this great fan base. We got Lynch. We got Shanahan. We're going to have a shot. I would like to take advantage of one of these shots soon, especially in Las Vegas in a couple weeks. But I would hate to be like a Cleveland Brown fan. You know. Damn, we're going to, somehow, some way, we're going to just lose.
No, I see. Well, look at everyone has their different point of view. I look at like the Oakland A's. You go to the playoffs so many times and you lose every single time in the playoffs. That hurts. I think that hurts way more than just being inept. It's one thing to be inept. You're inept. We just tune out in December and in November, right? We just tune out. Like, oh, well, the team's not very good. All right. We tune out.
That's,
when you're knocking on the door, I think that hurts way more.
They
That's
don't
just my
tune out,
particular
though.
opinion.
That's all they have. I don't know. We could agree to disagree. All right, let's go to the lines here. Do I want to get in the zone right now? But wait to get in the zone. I want to go to Consultant because he called us earlier. He had to hang up. Consultant in Walnut Creek, man. What's happening, Consultant?
What's going on, boys? Man, so many great takes today. You guys have been on fire. Niner fans have been on fire. I just want to kind of just chime in with, this morning, last night, I just felt so proud to be a Niner fan.
Thank you.
Really for two reasons, right? First reason was, I don't know if this track, let me know. I was proud of the pride our team showed.
Mm-hmm.
Like at halftime, I was at the stadium just like you guys, and we were just talking, and of course we were all down. We're like, what's going on? But we were like, CMC's in that locker room, Warner's in that locker room, Bosa's in that locker room. Those guys know that they don't get how hard it is to get to this game. And we're like, we know they're going to come out and do something. Was it going to be enough? And obviously it was. But the second reason I was so proud to be a Niner fan, and you guys have kind of touched on this, like sports brings people together. And there was so much love in that stadium last night. The respect that we were showing the Detroit fans, there was a lot of Detroit fans there. Mad love for them for flying all the way over to do just what you guys were talking about because they got love for their team. Mm-hmm. And they showed up and they showed out. But the way the Niner fans all came together last night, last week I've got a 7-year-old son who was bawling at halftime when we thought we were going to lose at Green Bay. It just brings people together, man. And it's like, it's so powerful. There's so much emotion. There's so much love. That's the power of sports. And I don't know what's going to happen next week or 2 weeks from now, but that last night, that was just magical. It makes everything worth it.
It does.
Our team coming back. It was just hearing all the fans today talking about it, seeing everybody repping their Niner gear this morning. I'm walking around town and seeing people at the gym. It's just a magical moment. And if we forget about it, let's just enjoy that because whatever happens 2 weeks from now is going to happen 2 weeks from now. But, man, mad love to all the Niner fans, all the Niner faithful, everyone that showed up last night, everyone that was repping from their homes, everyone that was repping from the bars. Man, it's just amazing. Quest for 6, go Niners. This is amazing. Let's do this.
I'm looking at a photo right now, Shasky, section 227, the Pauls. Diego, Zuri, Henry, Sean, and the rest of us taking a photo because, we gave hugs because we realized it was the last game at Levi Stadium this season. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so when you build a bond,
For sure.
and I've had these season tickets now for 3 seasons, if we all sat together, we'll have a really good crew. I've thought about moving around and, hey, I want to go sit over there next season or sit over here next season. And it's like, no, our crew's really good. We don't have to worry about anything. We're all family. It's all love. They embrace us. We embrace them. And that's what it was all about, to what Consult was saying. There was so much love being shown by other Niner fans. Bosworth, Dwayne Dims, Bart, they're in the section over from me. And then whenever there's a first down, we look over each other. They salute me. I salute them. We do the ah-ooh, ah-ooh, ah-ooh. So there's a lot of love out there.
You said you were looking at pictures. The memes are coming in hot right now. And there's a bunch of Dan Campbell at the poker table, or at the blackjack table, and they're showing his hand, and he's got a queen and a jack. And then the little bubble of him talking says, hit me. Yes, hit me. I swear to God.
That's cold. That's cold. That's cold.
The memes of Dan the Man Campbell.
Dan Campbell is falling on the sword for Josh Reynolds. Josh Reynolds dropped 2 massive passes.
Monte.
Massive.
From the maker of the pie chart of culpability, okay? I know that when a team loses, it's never one person.
No, I know it's never one person.
It's everybody.
It is everybody. It is everybody.
Shall I bring up Super Bowl 54 again?
Let's not go there. No, let's not go there on
There's a slice for everyone.
No, there is a slice.
Jared Goff, Reynolds, Ben Johnson.
There's now a slice for everyone about Super Bowl 54. It certainly wasn't around the time Super Bowl 54 transpired.
Detroit slices, too. Great pizza.
I don't think I've had Detroit-style pizza.
No, I haven't either.
It's like square.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, square
like
pizza.
Go to Boy Pizza.
Yeah, that's what
that's not bad.
Wow, look at us.
I mean, that's the only square pizza I kind of know, right? Go to Boy.
Well, Caesars,
oh, no, there's another
Little
one.
Caesars had a square pizza for a minute.
Square Pie Guys.
Square Pie Guys.
Very good.
Yeah, Square Pie Guys. Shout out NBC Sports Bay Area. They delivered to us, man. We killed that Square Pies guy. That's actually some really good pizza. I wouldn't mind having some pizza at 10 in the morning.
I could go for some pizza right now.
I'd go some pizza right now, but I
and more Pedialyte.
But I had my soda cereal this morning. SOTA, weightloss.com, sodaweightloss.com. Trying to shed a few more pounds here. I haven't gained any weight back, surprisingly, but boy, it's been a little dicey here when it comes to food. Let's go to
stress eating. Second half of Niner games in the playoffs.
Yeah, I killed some nachos yesterday, and a hot dog, and drank some water, and it was.
You made a deal with the devil.
Hey, nachos are a gamble. When you have a sweet jersey on. Nachos can be a gamble.
They can be. But the free nachos for the season ticket holder, the whole blitz and go thing, those are clutch.
I have a problem with the 4-item limit, and it drives me nuts, but that's neither here nor there for tonight.
I get 2 pretzels, 2 dogs, whatever. Let's go to, we're going to get in the zone in just a second, but let's go to Tammy in Santa Clara first. Tammy, what's happening?
Hey, how's it going, boys? Go Niners.
Go
Supposed
Niners.
to be a Niner fan this morning. Wow, what a great game. Definitely stressful in the beginning, but I just wanted to share real quick with you. My husband and I watch it on TV because he stresses out, doesn't like to be there live. I've been going to games since the early 80s, and, it is what it is. So we're watching the TV, it's halftime, and he's looking at me, and he's like, oh, my God, Bonte and Chasky's there. Oh, my God, how are they feeling right now? This really sucks for them. But I just wanted to share that with you because we listen to you guys every morning, and, it's halftime, and he's worried about you boys, and I'm, thinking focus on the game. So
Tammy,
it was great. I'm so happy.
The fact that your husband's thinking about us is I got a number of questions about that. We don't have the time today, but Tammy, I do appreciate it because there's a lot of people that were old, young. I met yesterday at the game, and they're like, we listen to the roast all the time, and I'm like, how? How do you listen to us psychopaths here? And somebody told me, he goes, you're my therapy. You're therapeutic. And I'm like, we're your Dr. Melfi? Really?
No.
Shasky and Bonte?
When we started listening to you all, because I listen to KBR, and when we started listening to you all, I'm all, change it. I don't even like those guys. Why are you listening? Put it back on KBR. And all of a sudden, you grew on me, and now I love you guys. Too,
hey,
so
listen,
it's awesome.
Once you come to the roast, you never go back.
I know. We're not necessarily therapy, more the psych ward.
Yeah,
but we're definitely being evaluated.
As we're all saying, once you go black, you never go back. Well, so you could use that with KBR 95.7 the game.
My God.
Tony in Oakland. Tony.
I did not say that. I did not say that.
Tony in Oakland.
Jesus.
Tony.
Once you go black. Okay, I forgot to put Barry White in there for your voice as well.
There you go.
But right now, oh my God, the Saints,
The Saint is going to Sin City. Purdy is going to Vegas, okay? And and all the Crusaders, Debo, Deshaun, Bosa, Ayuk. Oh, my God, they're the Crusaders. Everyone's looking for the secret, and this is it. You know, there was the catch, and there was the play, and now the call. God called, and Purdy answered, and the crooked road was made straight the Purdy way. He kept saying, I had to find a way. I'm going to find the way. And with God's help, oh, my God, the crooked road was straight. And Shasky, that's all we need is a direct line to God. Sam, get the Crystal Blue Persuasion music going.
Oh, that's a good song.
Oh, my God.
I need to take my
Tony,
acid for that.
Tony, you're on fire right now. This may be one of your best calls in months.
Blue Persuasion.
And unbelievably, it's like for most, men, things are impossible, but not when you're with God and for the glory of God. Let's just say it. This Purdy, what he does, he looks for God above all, in all, and in all experiences. And he's looking for the way out there. He finds it. And let's look at the alchemy of this, the symbolism, the 49ers, panning for gold. And really, alchemy is when you turn your base soul into gold. So you've got the 49ers panning for the gold of the soul against the Lions. And the symbolism there with Rosicrucianism and Masonry, the symbolism there is the lion is your baser emotions going for this and that. And then you get in line.
Tony, I love this.
Is this a Wu-Tang concert? What up,
Tony,
God?
Hey, Tony, you are cooking
Peace,
right now.
God.
And I'm feeling everything you're saying right now, especially coming off that. We haven't even talked to Australia Open, Tony. What is Australia Open, right?
Oh,
It's been an unbelievable weekend.
I mean, what are you doing?
Yeah, and Medvedev. But he ran out of steam. But the dude is the one that gets in. You look at his eyes.
Hey, how about Sinner?
Quit.
Sinner was in the zone. He was in the zone.
And you know what? And so we were talking before about the power of the 7,000 RPMs. This is our Purdy because, oh, my God, Shanahan looked like a deer in the headlights. The poor boy didn't even know what to do. And Purdy took the commands. And if that wasn't God on the field, oh, my God, was it Ayuk? And then it bounces
Tony,
and catches
before
it.
I let you go, Tony, do you know I prayed at halftime? Do you know I actually prayed to God? I prayed it. I got the photo on Twitter, Tony. I prayed at halftime.
Well, there you go.
Sincere.
This is for our whole Bay Area. It could turn. This is the age of Aquarius, the spirit.
Hey, Tony, can I get an amen?
Amen.
There you go, Tony. Hey, Tony, listen. Somebody on YouTube said. Somebody just on YouTube said. It's like, man, it's like Sunday school up in here, man. There's been so many God references. We were thinking our lucky stars. We were down bad. Oh, I like this. I like this a lot.
Hey, wait till we get to it.
Oh, I like this.
Listen,
ooh.
Turn this up.
Ooh.
Oh, hey, bro. This is smoke a joint, drop top, going down Highway 1.
We talk about so much drugs on the show. Drugs and sports, they go together, right?
Hey, it's legal, dog.
Oh,
come on, this hits. Wait till we get to the hook. This is
so
Brock
good.
Purdy driving the car. You got CFC in the passenger seat.
I'm closing my eyes right now.
You got Kittle, Ayuk, and Debo in the back seat. A new day's coming, baby.
It's coming for you, Mahomes. A new day's coming in Vegas. It's a new day for a new champ. Oh, I like that.
I need the Crystal Blue Persuasion.
Oh.
Oh, let's go.
Walter White approves. Walter White approves.
Oh.
So does Tuco. So does Tuco. Yellow, blue, green. I don't care. Just give it to me.
So yeah, I had so many aspirin in my pocket yesterday for a variety of reasons. But when I went to the Allegiant Stadium for the Pac-12 championship game, I didn't bring any aspirin, and I had a huge headache because of how loud the game was. It was so loud in the stadium. I was like, I'm not making that same mistake. So I put a bunch of aspirin in a Ziploc and put it in my coat.
Yep.
I was off so many aspirin so quickly in that game. The speakers were so loud in my section. My ears are still drumming.
You know, my doctor, my personal doctor, I'm going to go see her tomorrow because I'm going to go get checked up, just to get checked up. But she told me I need to lay off the Excedrins. I'll be popping up things like it's candy, man.
I do too.
Because I go to all these sporting events, man, it gets loud.
Well,
it's too loud. And then the lights are so bright now. That's how you know I'm getting old. I'm like, man, turn down. Even at the gay house in the studio, I'm like, dude, these lights got me tweaking, dude. Looks like I'm on Xanax or something, man.
One day when we get FP in here, I want him to explain to you how often baseball players pop Advil for the arm.
Oh, yeah.
It's. I mean,
I know.
I talked to my boy Jim about this. Like, sometimes 6, 7 aspirin, I'm just
it's bad on your
swallowing them down.
Dude, it's bad on your kidneys, man.
Yeah,
it's not
thanks.
good. Not good at all. I got to get to my main man. You know what? Let's go to Philadelphia.
Philly?
I want to go to Sammy in Philadelphia.
Who is this?
Sammy. What's up, Sammy?
Crossing Broad?
Long time no talk, Sammy.
Oh, now you remember. Now you remember me. Listen.
I got you, baby.
One thing. I know. I got to say one thing. We had the same celebration last year after we beat you guys. I know how it feels. I actually am envious. I'm listening, hearing all the fans. But you guys are very, very fortunate. You have to admit.
Of course.
You didn't have to play the Cowboys or the Eagles.
Wait.
Hold
on. Time out.
All right,
we're lucky we didn't play the Eagles and the Cowboys? Huh?
Let's have a normal conversation, Bonte. Okay.
84-29 was the score when we destroyed both of you guys in the NFC least. Okay? 42 points got dropped on both of you guys. We're lucky? No, you guys are lucky.
Well, let's be honest. 27-10 if he kicks that field goal. Most coaches would never, ever mess with that kind. Dan Campbell's too aggressive. You know we should have kicked the field goal twice. And to run the ball on third down at the end of the game to give up your timeout, that was awful too.
Totally
the
agree.
guy's a good guy. Right? I mean, you have to admit, your Niners, you're not going to beat Pat Mahomes. You know that.
Oh, hey, you better. Hey, Sammy, you better hope. I'm not betting you right now. We call back next week for the bet. I'm not. No. I'm gonna stand on business. When you call me back, you're not gonna take my eye because Whitley's talking about betting and doing this, and I'm gonna celebrate this great dramatic win again. Philadelphia. We're lucky we didn't play the Eagles. The Seagulls, I mean, and the Cowboys. Did he really just say that?
Your
That's how you know they're down
been
bad.
over for a month.
Well, really. Philadelphia season ended December 3rd.
Yeah.
There you go. And they got 42 burgers dropped on them. Both those teams. We're lucky? No, you're lucky.
Well, I will say, Dan Campbell, and I'm going to keep saying this, he managed that game like he was in the Chico dorms 5 high noons deep playing Madden against the homies.
The only fourth down I had a problem with.
What'd you have? A truly?
Is the one when they were down.
Spadoni.
The only fourth down I had a problem with was when they were down 27-24. I had no problem with them going for it on 4th and 2, 24-10, leading. A lot of teams, Philadelphia would go for it on 4th and 2. That's what the Eagles do. So I don't know what the hell Sammy's talking about. Sirianni goes for it all the time. At first I had a problem with the pass. I'm like, wow, you didn't run the ball. You're averaging 7 yards a carry. But when I watched the game back last night, I said, oh my God, Josh Reynolds had it right in his hands. So it was actually a perfect play call. It was executed, except the wide receiver dropped it. I had no problem with that fourth down, going for it on fourth down there. Fourth down, when they're down 27-24, you got to try to kick the field goal to tie the football game up. That's me.
Here's what I would say to anybody who's like, oh, you can't beat Mahomes. You won't beat Mahomes. You're right. And that's why if we do beat Mahomes, I'm going to be insufferable. It's like when we beat LeBron. I don't care if nobody was on LeBron's team that year. It didn't matter. We beat LeBron. If we beat Mahomes, you'll never hear the end of it.
No, you won't.
You will never, ever hear the end of it.
And you know what?
Don't let us beat Mahomes.
And we are going to beat Mahomes. It's better be lucky than be out of the playoffs. Survive in advance. Just find a way to win a football game. Just find a way. And the Niners found a way yesterday, folks. They found a way down 17 at the half. Purdy magic. Ayuk, Debo, McCaffrey, what play you want to talk about? How about Fred Warner cleaning up in the second half and he finishes with 13 tackles? How about Nick Bosa waking up from the abyss out of nowhere and saying, you know what? I'll put the D-line on my back. I know Chase Young ain't doing a damn thing. I know Armstead is compromised. We got Mook Dog over here. We're just trying to get anything out of Mook Dog. Nick Bosa put us on his back with that defensive line. Greenlaw gave his shoulder, hit Laporta, knocked his own self out the game. Damn it. They came back from 17 down, and Shanahan had to be on this game in the second half. The way they came out in the third quarter went up-tempo right away. I said, ooh, I like this. No huddle. Let's go. Hurry up. Keep the same personnel on the field. And then Debo Samuel. Almost wore the Debo shirt today. I think it shrunk, though, so it made me look a little big. Debo Samuel, 8 catches, 89 yards, and he was 50-50. And he told us last week, Jerry Rice came on with us, and he was like, Debo's playing. I know he's playing. What did Jerry Rice say? I had a separated shoulder in one game. I played. So I know Debo's playing. He stands on business.
What did the Lakers say, that the bubble championship was the hardest of all the championships?
Lakers didn't say that. Steve Kerr.
Okay. Well,
no, the
if
Lakers
the Niners beat Mahomes,
the Lakers
they will have
too.
won the toughest of championships.
Yeah, this is a hell of a run. Everybody thought this was, oh, man, these teams, the Niners got an easy path. No, there's no easy path in the postseason.
I think we underrated the NFC North.
We did. And you know what? These playoffs, man, think about that. 2 road teams had the whole team's on the brink. Now, Baltimore's out. We don't have to deal with – everybody before the games asked me, who do you want, Kansas City or Baltimore? I said, I don't care. I just want to get to the Super Bowl. I'll worry about that when I get there. Baltimore presented their own problems. Kansas City presents their own problems. We'll see Kansas City. Andy Reid and them are going to be a challenge, but we'll get there. We'll get there. Right now, we're going to celebrate one of the more dramatic comeback victories in 49ers franchise history, winning its NFC title game after losing 2 straight. To be down in that moment, knowing 30 minutes was left in your season, down 17, and Shanahan and Purdy, the quarterback and head coach, were like this in that second half, Shasky.
Think about it right here. You beat the number 2 team in the NFC, the Detroit Lions. You beat the hottest team in the NFC heading into the playoffs, the Green Bay Packers. You beat Tampa Bay during the regular season, all right? You beat the Seahawks. You beat the Rams. Who else out of the NFC did you not beat? Oh, that's right, the Cowboys and the Eagles. Yeah. You beat both of those teams as well. Yep. The Niners displayed, like, we haven't got to the AFC, and they lost to the AFC. You lost to Minnesota, all right? And that game happened. I'm not here to deny it. But really, you beat everyone you needed to prove you were the team coming out of the NFC.
No doubt. The top dog.
All of them.
The top dog.
Name one that they didn't beat.
The top dog. The top dog. I love this. 925 Comcast Business Text Line. I love the haters. Bonte, you're a clown.
I love the haters.
I love the haters. Come on, haters. Keep coming at us. Keep coming at us.
They listen the longest.
Yeah, exactly. And I see the YouTube numbers. We see the ratings. You keep hating. We going to keep celebrating, baby. We're going to Vegas. We're going to Vegas, Niner fans. We're going to freaking Vegas. Yeah. How about them apples? Huh?
In the words of the great San Quinn, the money on the Niners. Well, I'm not going to say the rest of that.
Yeah, don't say that. Don't do that.
Somewhere, young Guido is nodding his head. Yep. Money on my Niners.
Let's go to Jose Pacifica.
What's up, baby?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
What's up, Jose?
Hey, you got to come quicker than that. Let's go,
I
dog.
just want to say, what's up? I just want to say we're a family of 7 out here out in Pacifica. We're the 49er family. We're making good memories out here watching the game. Obviously, that emotional comeback. The kids are crying halftime. Come back and they finished strong. You know, our kids are jumping up for joy. They're all sweating. It was just great family memories. So I just want to say thanks to the Shasky family, because I know that they're doing their thing too. I know the Butcher's going to the game with Deli Boy, which is family. They're making family memories.
Is this Jose Barba?
And we're happy for you guys. This is the Barba family.
Oh, my God. My guy's got like 50 children, and I'm sure you guys were going crazy during that game, huh?
It was absolutely nuts. It was a full emotional swing. My kids were just making all these great memories. Like I said, it's a 49er family. We're making good times with the family, and we're rooting for you, Shasky. The kids asked for you to be on the radio, you and Bonte on the way to school every morning. So we're big-time roasters. First-time caller, but we listened for a long time. We just want to say you guys are doing big things. On the roast, and we're all a family of roasters.
You're the best, bro. Jose and Jen, they're 2 great people. They've got a beautiful family, just some adorable children who are hilarious.
Love that.
And they're wild, and they're ready. She came over and was holding the baby the other day.
Love that.
Jen was having a great time.
All right, we got 11 minutes left in the show. The show's flying by. I could do another.
Love you,
2
Jose.
hours. I could do another 2 hours if we want. I could.
I'm not going to lie. I'm ready to take a nap.
No, I don't want a nap. I want to live off this high,
I'm thinking I'm going to go hot tubbing, steaming, and then nap.
I'll sleep when I'm dead, baby. I'll sleep when I'm dead. Let's rat-a-tat-tat these calls. Eric in Oakland. Eric, what's happening?
Go for some Chick-fil-A.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Morning, Eric.
Man, it was crazy. I want to give a shout-out to my wife because, I don't know, she was not a very sports fan, but now with these Niners and everything, it's different. She was like telling me in the halftime, man, this beer doesn't taste good anymore. And then when the IU catch came, it was crazy. The whole bar went crazy. And she looked at me and she was like, this is it. This is the play of the game. And that was it. I think that catch, if we go on to the Super Bowl and win it, I think it's going to be up there with the Clark catch, with Montana. It's the same thing. I think it can happen, and I think it's going to happen. And I'm so pumped up that we're going to the Super Bowl, baby.
Let's go.
The degree of difficulty on that play.
Let's go.
It's just, I mean,
Brock Purdy.
You know how much hand-eye, dexterity, coordination, whatever you want to file it under, to make that play, awareness, athletic ability, it's an all-time play.
Here's Purdy with a lot of time. Steps into one. Launching deep. Going for Brandon Ayuk. It is. Oh, he caught it off the ricochet. Penalty. Is he in? He's down to the 5. We'll see what the penalty is. What a play from Ayuk. We'll see if it stands.
There is no foul on the play. Catch is made.
Listen to that
contact at the 4.5-yard line. First down, San Francisco.
That was the moment when I said the 49ers could really do this. They're about to win this football game.
I can't believe he caught it. I thought it was intercepted.
Yeah,
then I thought he caught it and then rolled into the end zone. I had no idea what happened.
That was the moment I thought they're going to do this. They're going to come back and they're going to win this football game in dramatic fashion. You don't come up with a play like that. Come on, man.
Can we hear it one more time? The crowd.
You want to hear?
One more time.
Well, I'll just play the catch.
Here's Purdy with a lot of time. Steps into one. Launching deep. Going for Brandon Ayuk. It is. Oh, he caught it off the ricochet. Penalty. Is he in? He's down to the 5. We'll see what the penalty is. What a play from Ayuk. We'll see if it stands.
There is no foul on the play. The catch was made. And the runner is down with the contact at the 4.5-yard line. First down, San Francisco.
So was it about the ladybug? He said it was a ladybug on his shoe before the game.
Incredible.
He got lady luck from the ladybug.
It's incredible. But I believe in
absolutely
those things.
incredible.
I know I'm a weirdo. I'm superstitious. I believe in those things. I believe in these weird omens and these signs and stuff. I'm kind of like Tony. And I'm telling you, man, I believe in those things. I switched seats with my brother at halftime.
The boy doesn't know the zone as well as you do,
so
Bonte.
much cap.
What?
Spinoni is so much cap going on.
The stadium went silent as that ball's in the air. What? What? You don't believe in those things?
This is last week.
What?
Let's go.
Out of body experience.
Let's go to JC and Sack. JC, what's happening, man? Rat-a-tat-tat.
Man, it was a great team win, man. This was a hell of a team win. Nobody played great until they had to play great. You know what I'm saying? Everybody could get a little bit of the blame. Everybody could get a little bit of the praise. The defense had their struggles in the first half, made adjustments, but the biggest adjustment that nobody is giving credit to the 49ers for. Everybody's saying Detroit stopped running the ball, and that's why they lost the game. No, San Francisco started to withstand drives. They started to drive the ball, which means Detroit obviously couldn't possess the ball like they did in the first half. And I said, once they kicked that field goal, they got the stop, they got the Brandon Ayuk touchdown. I put in the group chat, I said, we need to turn over right now. They came out trying to run the ball, and what happened? He fumbled. As soon as they got that fumble, touchdown. So it wasn't like they weren't trying to run. They just, man, the game just got away from them so damn fast, and the lack of experience. The Niners been here, man. And this is what the Patriots do. This is what Kansas City does. They come back. Kansas City was down 24-0 in the first quarter against Deshaun Watson and the Texans.
Yeah, I remember
came
that.
back to blow them guys out, right?
Mm-hmm. Drop
You see
50
what
on
I'm
them
saying?
boys,
That's
yeah.
what teams like this need. Absolutely, bro. So, hell of a victory all around. Shanahan didn't have his best coaching game in the first half, but you saw in the second half, he said, I will not leave any bullets in the chamber.
Yep.
And he emptied the Deebo Samuel's chamber. And that's what I love.
You know, tomorrow we may get into a great call, JC. Shanahan was very impressive in that second half. He just let it all hang. He let it all hang. Said, to hell, there's no tomorrow. We've been here before. To face that adversity, think about that. They're in that locker room down 17 after losing the 2 previous NFC championship games. We see a lot of teams wilt in that position. Like Philadelphia, when they lost those 3 straight NFC championship games, they lost to Carolina 14-3. They got tight in that second half. Yeah. The crowd got tight. That's where the Niner fans really stood up and showed out. They got loud. They kept. They stayed.
Well, they
stood
gave
up,
us a sliver.
Gave us a little bit of hope.
Yeah.
It gave us a little bit of life, and we got there. Philadelphia got tight. Buffalo, when they got to that 3rd Super Bowl, they were so tight and wound up tight. You're like, oh, they're not winning this football game.
In that first drive, when Deebo got hit along the sideline, and the whole crowd, there was like a pause in the action as one of the Detroit guys was on the ground. One of the linebackers, I forget which one. the whole place, Debo. You could feel the crowd was trying to channel this team back into the game.
And they did.
I'm telling you, it felt cosmic.
No, it was. Let's go to Clyde at SF. Clyde, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Good morning, fellas. Good morning. I got two things to say. At halftime, I was still believing, only because I'm from Hazelhurst, Mississippi, and so is my whole family. We got Cowboys fans, Green Bay fans, and Ravens fans all out there. My phone was going off the whole time. I'm texting back and fighting for my team. I have receipts and everything. I posted it all on Facebook. The whole time I'm just going with the team. And I kid you not, my girlfriend leaves to go pick my daughter up. And we go off. We score. I call her. I send her $1,000. I say, don't come back to the house. I'm not a superstitious guy. But yesterday, oh, my God.
You gave her a G?
Oh, my God.
You gave her a G?
I gave her $1,000 and told her, don't come back until the game is over. I'm not superstitious at all. But when she left, they went off.
I hope Anna's not listening. I hope Anna's not listening, because when she does, or she hears these things, she'll be like, babe, you could just give me $1,000. I'll leave. I'm like, no.
Anna wants to watch the game, though.
Sometimes.
Oh.
Sometimes.
She was in the zone yesterday.
She was in the zone. She took Detroit money line first half.
I didn't know she had her own account.
I didn't either. Because I told her I had a Tony Soprano moment.
They're coming to break Bonte's legs on her behalf. That would be hilarious.
I had a Tony Soprano moment. I throw on the Jerry Rice jersey. And she goes, babe, all these conspiracy theories have the Niners winning. I really think Detroit's going to win this football game.
Oh, I thought maybe she said you're not a varsity athlete.
No.
Because you know how you threw it.
What she said, I was, I am a varsity athlete. I'm more of, did you ever play varsity? I told her, like Tony Soprano, shut the bleep up. It's just like I was here. I was like, shut the bleep up. Don't say that. Don't you say that.
I can't believe she has her own account.
She is Russian. Waze in Cupertino. Waze, what's happening?
You're on fire this morning.
I'm made for these shows. Let's go, Waze. Cupertino. I'm built for this.
The clutch, Gene?
I'm built for tough.
Hey, my Ford comes in this week. I can't wait to pick it up. Ceremony Ford.
Waze.
Hi, guys.
Like the app.
Hey, guys. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
Yeah? Great show, guys. So this is first-time caller. So I'm a Chiefs fan. So I was in 2019 in Kansas City when Chiefs won the Super Bowl. So I feel like this is a great matchup, with a lot of the storylines. 49ers also has something to prove, or something to get revenge or something like that. And one of the things is that I like that both of the teams are great battle tested. 49ers had both of these last two matches. They had to face a lot of adversity. And the Chiefs, the whole season, they faced a lot of adversity, with the receivers and those kind of things. So I think this will be a great matchup. Both the teams are great battle tested. And also, I think Lions and the Packers, they didn't think Purdy as a scrambler. They didn't take into account his run ability. But I think Chiefs.
All right, do me a favor. We've got 2 full weeks to break down Chiefs Niners.
And he's a Chiefs fan. He was born.
Hey, Doug, I gave you enough runway.
Thank you.
Today's about the Niners.
Yeah, who care about first time caller? Thanks for calling in. Please call us back. Gene and SF, and then we'll end with Junior.
What's up, Big Gene?
Big Gene, what's happening?
What's happening, bro? First time caller. Man, that's an old school story about Gene Washington. Back when we were teenagers, it was early 80s, we were skateboarding down Washington Street, and Mr. Washington lived on Washington Street. Huh. So we were skateboarding down his street, and he comes out, out of nowhere, out of his house, and I recognized the man. I said, hey, it's Gene Washington, man. And then we all come up to him, and he goes in his house, he gets a picture of himself, and hands it all to us, man. He autographs this picture for us.
Oh, that's awesome.
Very cool.
That is very cool,
yeah.
Gene. Did he give you a Super Bowl ring? I don't know.
Well, Gene Washington didn't win a Super Bowl.
No, Junior. Oh, okay.
Freddie Solomon did.
That's it. That's how we're going to end it today. It's going to a lot of great calls today.
Gene Washington, great man.
Yeah, no. Great man.
Very revered by the NFL.
No, I love Gene
Number
Washington.
18.
Love Gene Washington. Absolute legend.
Did you see Goff do the sprint right option, by the way?
I did. Jared Goff ran on the field and ran straight to the end zone towards us and looked at the Lions fans, and he was doing the head nod like, yeah, we got this. They were so confident.
He looked great.
And you know what? They came out on fire, man, in those all-whites. Those all-whites were sick. They came out on fire. How did the 49ers win this game? We're going to have Baldy on tomorrow. I actually text Baldy during the game, and he said, have some faith, man. This team has championship DNA. I said, whoa.
Can I
After
ask
the way
you a question?
Baldy sounded last week?
Do we know who's wearing what uniform?
Oh, the Niners going to have to. The AFC gets the home jerseys this year.
You sure?
Yeah, because last year was the Eagles wearing the green.
So that's how it works?
So that's how it works.
Chiefs are working out at Allegiant, and the Niners do UNLV.
So we're going to be wearing whites.
We're going to be wearing white. Chiefs are probably going to wear their reds.
So are Niner fans going to go, are we whitening it out?
We're whitening it out.
In Vegas?
We're whitening it out in Vegas.
Snow party?
Oh, boy.
Hitting the slopes?
Hitting the Fast Five?
And I got the yayo.
Hey, we can't joke about Prozac, but we sure can talk about skiing.
Yeah,
this guy. Hey, listen, I do need that song. There's everywhere else, and then there's Vegas. Marco D'Angelo. That's his song.
No, you know what I need? Rush in the yayo. Hoo, hoo, hoo.
We are going to Vegas.
I got candy. Hey, Vegas. Anybody who owns anything, timeshares, condos, a hotel.
You're out of control right
Hit
now.
me up. I need a place to stay from Saturday till Tuesday. I'm checking out Tuesday morning. Me and the love. It's not the summer of love. It's the winter of love.
Listen.
We need a place to stay.
I met a lot of great listeners over the weekend at Chase Center and Levi Stadium. And they were with their kids. And a lot of kids took a lot of photos of kids, and they said, Bonte, appreciate you and Jasper for keeping the program respectable for our kids to listen to. And I'm thinking in my head saying, well, what time of the day do they listen? Because I hope you're not listening right now.
We got a little quirky in that last hour. I told Matt the sweet spot was a 3-hour show. The fourth hour's for free. It's like Ray Lewis. Sundays are for free. You pay me for Monday through Saturday.
My gosh. All right, my final thought is, how did the Niners win that game? I don't even know what my thought is. Just go ahead, Spinoni 11.
A lot of adversity overcome this weekend, perhaps none more than Sean Smith, the head referee in yesterday's AFC Championship game.
Holding, offense number 76, 10-yard penalty, second down. Tony, offense number 4, it'll be first and 10.
Poor guy.
I swore I thought Spinoni was going to Saturday night.
I thought that too.
I was like, this guy's going to make me throw my headphones.
We're not talking about Saturday night.
Yeah, LeBron James still great.
I had like 5 minutes on the pregame show.
There you
go. 4 too many.
Spinoni's miserable.
That is such a good drop.
I didn't know I had that.
I love the way you leaned into the mic on that too.
The Lakers. I do love Brock Purdy, though. Lubman, hurry up, talk, Lubman. What
I'm
are you
waiting
doing?
for you to stop talking.
Dude, just cut us off. Everybody else cuts each other off. You cut us off. Stop trying to be a radio pro.
Anyway, Saturday night, man, watching Steph and LeBron go back and forth in that double overtime. The ending sucked, but hey, that was a fun time, regardless.
The 30 free throw discrepancy.
Oh, my gosh. You know the Lakers are going to get
It was
calls.
earned. All earned.
Even Monty Poole.
Not given.
Even Monty Poole, who's straight down the middle, even on the postgame show, well, you know, it's the Lakers and it's LeBron, and that's what they do.
When Draymond said, shut your blank up to Vanderbilt.
By the way,
it's maybe my favorite part of the show.
Draymond flicking on Anthony Davis.
It was great.
I mean, Draymond great. That was Fast Five brought to you by Xfinity. Next generation 2G network only from Xfinity. Future starts now with Evan Giddings and Daryl the Guru Johnson.
Holding, offense number 76.
The Red and Gold hotline is up and
Yay!
Oh, third time is the charm, Bay Area. In 2021, they went down to SoFi, couldn't come away with the win. Last year, NFC Championship didn't go their way. But this year, it's the Niners season. 17-point comeback, NFC champions, and the 49ers are on their way to Vegas. What's going on, everyone? Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz.
Steiny!
And a very special edition of Steiny and Guru.
We got a special
We got a special guest in the house, none other than Lorenzo Neal himself.
Viva Las Vegas! Viva!
Hello! Yeah, baby!
I'm here,
What's
baby.
up, Lo?
I get to hang out with the guys,
No
man. I'm
doubt,
excited,
man.
brother. Excited, man, to be able to talk sports, be able to just hang out with you guys, man. So good to see you guys, man. You look pretty in the face, slim in the waist. It's all, got that Denzel, got that nice wave. Y'all know Guru stay fresh and clean.
Boy.
My man.
Evan, can I, because you two were at the game, can I just tell
yes, sir.
Beyonce, take a seat, take a playoff, because Destiny's Child is no longer. Destiny's team is the 49ers. That's the only way you can explain what. Yeah, I've been working on that.
I like that.
That's what popped off the last 2 weeks. How do you win that game yesterday?
Hey, what'd you see? Because then I'll lay in, but I want to first let me tell me what happened.
Well, first of all, that was one of the most, if not the most electric atmospheres for a sporting event that I have witnessed with my own two eyes, because they went from dead to alive. It was like watching a resurrection. It was like watching what happened to Frankenstein.
Yeah.
It was like the 49ers got defibrillated around the third quarter, and the Detroit Lions had nothing for them. It was an amazing turnaround, down 24-7 at the half. People are walking around despondent on the hallways, wondering what's going on. Who is this team?
What happened?
They can't stop a leak. What is going on here? And then
People
all of a
cussing,
sudden,
yelling, screaming.
all of a sudden,
ugly, right?
It was, dude, people were ready for blood.
They were ready to go home. Forget this. It was like,
wow.
It was absolutely crazy, absurd how it was. Put it this way, Evan, and I'll let you as I interject. It was so quiet in there at the right before halftime when they went down and scored, kicked that extra field goal. It was so quiet that I heard a noise. And I said, let me look. And I looked over in the corner.
Who was it?
And I saw us, and I heard a noise, and it was a mouse pissing on a sponge. That's how quiet it was in that place.
I'm going to give you a 2.
I'm serious, though. No,
shout out Echo.
He's not lying. I mean, down after, and that's why after the game, too, I mean, people looked like, just like they caught the Holy Ghost.
Wow, man.
I mean, seriously.
What do you know about the Holy Ghost?
Shout out the Sabbath. On Sunday, they were in the building in the Church of Football. They caught the Holy Ghost, and the 49ers found a way to survive and advance for the second consecutive time in the postseason this year. Brock Purdy orchestrates a second half that was completely different than the first half. The defense found a way to show up. They got some incredible breaks. Dan Campbell, who we're going to get into, opened the door for him in multiple ways. And it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, because the 49ers are going to Super Bowl 58.
And you know what, Evan? The biggest compliment I could give to the San Francisco 49ers, and Lo, you played the game, there's no apologies for winning playoff games. There are none. And today, I'm not, just shout out Steiny, I ain't negative by nature, but I want to start with the bad, but I can't, because they got through it. Down 17, quiet as a church mouse. We know who was using the restroom. Below, you pulled it out. Brock Purdy, I'll start there. He could have mentally went in the tank, and it wasn't just his fault. The defense, I need you guys to walk me through what adjustments they made. But Evan just mentioned Dan Campbell. He tricked that one away, but who cares? The Niners are now within range of getting that 6th Lombardi, and it's Kevin Costner revenge, because you lost to Mahomes and the Fat Man back in 19, and now you got action to go make it right.
No question. I tell you, at halftime, there was something that happened, I believe. And my man, you ready or not ready? Got him in, baby.
Jordy was performing.
Okay? This is what happened, guys. Don't stop believing. That's what happened at halftime, guys. Appreciate you. You're all right, my man. You're all right. Let me, that was a little low production. I had to let you guys know. You know. So, but no.
There he goes to Spadoni.
But it was, you got to realize, it was hard not to stop believing. like you said, you're down 17.
It was the way you got down low.
Exactly. And it didn't seem like there was no savior. Wow. It wasn't like Superman was coming into the stadium. It wasn't like you had any kryptonite for Detroit. Right. It wasn't like there was some great scheme and they just had a busted play. They took the ball, Guru, and they just ran it down their throat. They threw it down their throat. There was no pressure on the quarterback. Goff looked Montana-esque, had time in the pocket. You know, it was just the Niners were a step behind, and it did not look like there was any sight of help.
Wow, man.
No, I'm with you. Look, I talked to Fred Warner in the locker room after the game, and it was like...
You did a good question, too. Yeah.
Well, because I was trying to figure it out, like, that physicality, what happened? Did you feel it? Did it impress itself upon you? And he's like, we came out, we thought we were hot, we thought we were on fire, and they just kicked our ass in the first half. I mean, seriously, that was about as perfect from Detroit's standpoint of an offensive game plan as you can run the first half. They had, I think, 9 first downs on passes, 9 first downs on runs. They converted 5 of their first 8 on third down. They were moving the ball up and down the field. And Lo, I'm sure you've been a part of this too. I can't imagine there's a more dominating and conversely demeaning feeling to when you line up and you say, we're going to run the ball, and the opposing team cannot do anything about it.
That's the way it felt like in the first half. JV.
Yes.
And Lo, we hadn't talked, Evan and I hadn't processed what Green Bay and Jones were able to do on the ground, but it was over, right? So kickoff comes, I'm like, oh boy, just like Evan asked Warner after the game, I said the Niner defense opened up a can of kick ass, and to watch Jamison Williams look like Flash Gordon, shout out DC Comics, I was sitting up there like, it's 14-0. Like, Lo, I still don't know how Detroit went away from the run, but Niner fans are saying thank you, Dan Campbell, for all the buffoonery you did. But to Evan's point, it looked like JV versus varsity.
They did exactly what Green Bay did, only they got touchdowns.
Ooh, yeah, they did. And that's the biggest thing. Last week, Green Bay couldn't score the touchdown. Okay. They was kicking field goals. Yep. Detroit came in and said, we're getting touchdowns. We're not just going to settle for 3. And it was like, okay, can the Niners hold them? And they could not hold them. And it was interesting just watching this team run the sweep play. They would block down on Chase. And you know what? And
Bosa kept crashing.
Bosa kept crashing, trying to make a play, come underneath it, trying to come and sometimes to get caught up. But the biggest thing is, like, when you look at this team and you think about the money that they spent for this defensive front, and you go out in free agency, or not free agency, but right before the trade deadline, you said, we have to go get someone to help Bosa, and that's Chase. And I know that, Chase have to watch this film, and he's got to be hearing a lot of the footsteps and got to be hearing a lot because he's not getting it done. I saw a play where the tight end and the tackle took him and just threw him on the ground, out of position, getting twisted up, doesn't have balance, doesn't play with hips, doesn't play with the low center of gravity, creating a new line of scrimmage, doesn't set a hard edge, and you saw him. They were blocking him down. Now you pull the backside guard or pull the fullback, and now you had a lane. The receiver was blocking the corner out. The safety had to come down in space, and you had a guy clearing. There was gapping holes. The Niners could not, and because you couldn't turn it in, now Fred Warner couldn't necessarily get through the line of scrimmage. They couldn't run over, and they were pushing the lineman up, so you couldn't run over the hump. So you couldn't come down at an angle because they were pushing a new line of scrimmage, so he would get bubbled and have to bevel over the top. You were getting crushed on defense, and this is the crazy, Evan, because the defense is supposed to be the heart of this team. It's supposed to be the heartbeat of this team, but 2 weeks in a row, a team has taken the open kickoff and converted it into points and dominate this 49ers defense.
Steiny Guru, Evan in for Steiny with special guest Lorenzo. Lorenzo Niln here all 4 hours with you on Steiny Goo. And we do want to hear from you at 888-957-9570. Whether you were at the game, whether you're at home, chattering on fingernails were going out left and right because you were so nervous about that first half. And that's what we're kind of talking about and setting up here. All of those factors you talked about, Lo, made the comeback so incredible and so immediate and so much of a 50-50 flip. Like the script in, I would say, 2 minutes of game time absolutely turned. And if for you have a moment where you felt like the Niners grabbed it or the Lions gave it, we want to hear from you, 888-957-9570, because I also think it points to the larger takeaway for me, which was for a second consecutive game, guys, we saw a tale of two Purdys. We saw a tale of two halves from Brock Purdy.
Yep.
Because in Green Bay, he was largely ineffective, inefficient through three quarters, had the game-winning drive of his life. Another fourth-quarter comeback for Brock Purdy against the Detroit Lions, 2 in the same postseason run. And this guy in the second half, 13 of 16, 174 yards and a touchdowns, and he used his legs. And I thought that is where he snatched the hearts of Detroit. And part of the reason, alongside the fans, which were absolutely electric, why they wilted, why they got rattled, and why they're going home.
Yeah, no doubt. And the 21-yard scamper after it looked like he was going to be sacked for 8 or 10 yards. I'm talking about Brock Purdy.
No question.
Like, he could have went into the mental tank, and we've seen it from other quarterbacks throughout the playoffs. But I'll say this. Brandon Ayuk is special. And let me tell you why he's special. And I heard Bonte use this as an example, and I thought it was spot on. The Lynn Swann catch. That catch where it looked like it was going to be an interception to not give up on the play, 1, and 2, just have that ballerina-esque the aspect to your game because he's bouncy. The concentration there, that to me where I was like, uh-oh. Okay, something's happening here, Buffalo Springfield. But Ayuk special. He had the big 3rd and 5 last week in the rain low. But to stay locked in, we can call it fluke or what have you. He concentrated. The good ones do that. That was a big play. And then I'm going to give Kyle credit because I could tell you 10 things I didn't like Kyle that he did. But that opening possession, after halftime, he could have panicked and went Dan Campbell and said, we're down 17. I'm not going to take 3. Lowy took 3 to live another day. Let's get some points. Yeah, we wanted 7. But to kick that field goal, let you know, I ain't super panicked.
Right.
And we saw what Campbell did in his math up there right now on the TV. Cost his team, man. So kudos to Kyle for thinking the long play. We're going to take 3. We wanted 7, but it ain't over.
Guru, you always give me props. You always talk about, Lowe, one of the best fullbacks. You talk good, Evan.
I mean it.
Evan, you always, Lowe, good fullback and all this stuff. But why aren't you guys? But why aren't you guys? But why? But why are we talking about the man? Why aren't you guys said anything? We've been in this show now for 17 minutes, and you guys haven't mentioned a name. Haven't mentioned that was critical in this game. That had key moments. That took the epistopus out of his hand. Come on, and there's a guy that you guys are talking about that had some incredible plays at crucial times that just, to me, elevated this team.
Jawan Jennings.
Oh, no. That was good, but oh, no. What about Hughescheck, baby? Give me some Hughescheck.
The toe tapper.
Okay, the toe tapper. I mean, no, I'm a little, I got a little happy because it's a fullback.
Purdy got him over the middle, though, and he rolled left, looking right. Man, the amount of throws he can make across his body when he has some time in the pocket.
The grain,
but that was a big catch by Hughescheck on that third down where Purdy's running across and he throws it across, and Hughescheck throws it on and gives him that window. That one, but the toe tap, those were some two kind of, you look at where the team was at that time. I think there were some guys that really just kind of kept it going, everyone took turns. Jennings, the one-hand catch, went up there and grabbed
that.
Biggest
3-yard completion of the day.
Right.
My God.
It was like, let me Debo this. He got
but
mossed.
They needed that to keep the drive going, man.
And no one, and he was quiet. But I'm telling you, there's another guy that was quiet, but he kept the chains moving, and it was a spark. Debo.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Why? No one's, but even yesterday.
Put some respect on
I was wrong. They do not win that game if he doesn't play yesterday.
Did you see the way he took? Now
Ayuk right after halftime.
That part. That part. No, Ayuk, that catch was hell of a catch. Him to bounce it off the helmet, to keep his eyes, concentration, go down the ball.
You know what people calling it, Lo? The fluke to Ayuk.
Evan, is that an original?
I saw it.
Okay.
That is an original. I saw that, but that's the best I've seen. That's the best I've seen.
But Debo, you're right. He's special, man. He set the tone, man.
They hit him on the screen, right? And the dude hit him in the legs and bounced off, and he picked up 10. He did some plays yesterday that, Ayuk, unbelievable.
Catch. I got you, Lo.
But what Debo did to spark and just say, okay, I'm going to extend plays. And it put Purdy. See, I look at this team. We talked about it earlier. I think me and you were talking about how if you look at McCaffrey and Debo, I can go outside, Guru, you and I, and on the sidewalk, we can get a piece of paper and we can just light it up, right?
Yeah.
And it'll burn. I think Debo and McCaffrey are the kind of the fire starters. But then, Evan, we're talking about, but then if you get that piece of paper and you pour gasoline, how much bigger that fire, and you can probably burn up the whole city just by having gasoline. And that's what Purdy is. He's the gasoline, but he just not started. It takes those guys to get him going, and then he just ignites. So if you get him going and the fire started, it's unbelievable what Purdy can do once those guys make him comfortable and he makes a couple plays. Then this guy, I think his game just goes to the next level.
And one thing I got to give you credit for in reference to McCaffrey is you can't think about the rushes. It's about the touches, right? It's about what he does, no matter how you can get the ball in his hands. And 20 carries for 90 yards, 4.5 a pop might not seem like much.
Yards, Evan.
Hard yards. He was tone setting. He kind of kept them in that first half when they could have wilted. Instead, they got a touchdown from him, 2 scores on the ground. But then, of course, 4 catches for 42 yards. I mean, every time that Purdy needed somewhere to go with the ball, yes, it was used check on the sideline. Yes, Juwan Jennings went up and plucked that ball out of the air. But Christian McCaffrey has been steady Eddie for this team. And yes, I'm with you. He starts the fire, and then Brock Purdy in that second half just poured gasoline all over it.
And you know what, Evan? That's an astute point. And I think about the great Batman. He's got a utility belt, and he's got all kind of different things at his disposal in that utility belt.
Sure.
And it's like Brock Purdy. And we saw in one juncture this season, I was sitting up here fat-mouthing, maybe Debo's expendable because I was drunk on McCaffrey. And it wasn't no shade at Debo. But what Debo means to Purdy, that
safety blanket.
That safety blanket and the things I could throw behind the line of scrimmage. I can just let him catch the snap. All that goes together. It's intertwined. And you are right. Debo came out on a mission in the second half. And you could tell Detroit was like, we just don't, you didn't take it to the house, but it's hard to have an answer for 19 problems. But that was big, getting back into their groove. But I will say this to both of you, not being negative. With everything we say the Niners have at their disposal, guys, how are they getting down early? Because it's 2 weeks in a row, and I know today's not the day for, preview the Chiefs, but it's coming. But, I am shocked. Evan, I am shocked that their pedestrian starts offensively. You were down 2 scores at home.
Right. I think a lot of this happens to do, and look, I think John Lynch and this organization should, like today or tomorrow, bring his agent in, Brock Purdy's agent, and say, look, this is what we're going to do. In 2 years from now, because we're not going to pay him, because you got too many things, too many holes you're going to have to address.
Okay.
But I'm going to say, here, I'm just going to tell you right now, we're going to defer this money, so 2 years from today, you're going to have $20 million.
Put it on layaway.
We're going to put it on exactly. So no matter if you stay here, no matter if when free agency comes and we think you're too expensive or whatever may happen, in 2 years, for these 3 years that they've got the service that they're getting out of him, I put $20 million away. And so that's not for the contract coming up. That's just for what he's done because he's way underpaid.
Oh, yeah.
But when you look at Purdy, and so I'm saying that because I think he should be rewarded because I think that this guy has outplayed this contract and did those things. But when you look at him, and people say, I don't think it's me hating because I think that he should get his money. I think that he's a great guy. But it's just, it's kind of absurd when we hear Montana S. It's absurd when I hear Steve Young. It's absurd when I say, this guy, look at his ratings and all these different things. Like you just alluded to, you have all these weapons. Tell me why the slow start. Tell me why doesn't it just flow? And it's like this. You can't tell me that if you put Purdy on the Buffalo Bills and said, go win and do what Josh Allen do, he's not built that way.
Right.
Mm-hmm. You couldn't put him on Baltimore and say, go win in Baltimore because he's not built like that. You couldn't put him on a lot of these teams and say, the Raiders, and say, go win like that.
But that's not his fault nor reality, Lo.
No, you're absolutely right. So my point is like you see him at times. Purdy is so attention to details, and he's been so trained. My question is it sometimes hurt him? And I can see at times it hurt him. Why? Because he understands, in Cal Shanahan, RG3, they thought he was the best thing since sliced bread because he was in Shanahan's offense. Even go
Rookie of the year.
Rookie of the year, because look at the system and what it did for him. When he left, What happened? Go look at Matty Ice. Look how good. He was already good.
Jimmy.
Yeah.
He was already good. But then when Shanahan came to Atlanta, ATL,
MVP.
Look what he did. Look at Jimmy. So I'm just telling you guys, some of those guys, they could be, and I'm not saying that Purdy is not going to mature into a great quarterback. But right now, the system dictates for him. So you have to realize, when you guys saw last week, when he
had an off game.
The interception.
Yeah.
Who was it? Was it
Darnell
DB?
Savage.
Okay.
He dropped it.
But listen, so when you have a dig route, right? Remember, everyone says, man, Purdy lets the ball go. The DB, the receiver's not even coming out of his route yet. And right when he's coming out, the ball's already in the air and it's there.
Throws to a space.
Because he throws to the spot because he knows the system. He sees it and he says, I'm throwing to a spot. And that's why the release is quick. That's why he's getting rid of the ball quick, because he's throwing to a spot because he knows and trusts his receivers and knows what window's going to be. So now I'm bringing Green Bay. They said, look, that's going to be a hole there. There's going to be a hole there. He's going to see, and he's not going to be ready for the robber. And so he's going to throw it to a spot, anticipating that he's going to beat him there. So he's dropping back. Now he throws that to that window, but he's not surveying everything. And now there's a robber right there because he's the system. And that's what I'm saying sometimes hurts him. That's what I'm saying at time hurts him. But I'm not saying he's not. But yesterday, what I saw for the first time is he said, okay, that window was closed. Now I'm improvised. I'm taking off. I'm going to play loose football. So yesterday I saw this guy mature more than he's played in the last two years. That yesterday game for me was huge because he didn't say, okay, I got to throw to this window. He said, boom, it's taken. And you saw him. He was deliberate in running. He took off. So at times I do believe because because of the system, it's kind of hurting.
Wow. And I want to get into that on the other side because I think there's something you touched on that I find very interesting about the maturation of Purdy, and it's happened so fast. Again, this is just his first full season as a starter.
Amazing.
And at age 24, he's going to be playing for a chance to win a Super Bowl, the 6th Super Bowl in franchise history for the San Francisco 49ers after they come from behind, down 17 points at the half, and defeat the Detroit Lions 34-31 yesterday at Levi's Stadium. We're celebrating it all day long. We got 2 weeks until the Super Bowl to get you ready, but it starts today. How are you feeling on a Victory Monday? What did you take away from that game? Did you take away a rising blood pressure? Did you take away an absolute love for this team? How are you feeling right now? We want to hear from you. 888-957-9570 is the number. Daryl the Guru Johnson, special guest Lorenzo Neal in for all 4 hours here on Steiny and Guru. Evan in for Steiny. And a reminder that it's a Monster Monday brought to you by First 5 California. Learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress. Go to first5california.com. We're back after this on 95.7 The Game.
I'm not a system player. I am a system.
The Road to Vegas is brought to you by West Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together.
The Red and Gold hotline is up and running.
Niners going to the Super Bowl.
Call it anytime. Get excited.
Guru Steiny show. Let's go.
You like that, Low? Look at Low with the victory cigar.
The victory cigar. Hey.
Look at Low.
Easy on the sprinkler system.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, I was last week. I was in DR. I was in the DR last week.
Okay.
Dominican Republic. So I was spent some time. Got some
Cubans.
Yeah, so I got some nice cigars.
Evan, my takes are so hot, we might need the sprinkler.
Okay.
Come on,
You're coming off top rope right now. What's up with this swag? He is dripping in
system.
He dripping in finesse.
Yes, so are the 49ers, man, because they're going back to the Super Bowl. Second time in 5 years they'll be playing for it all, and we got a 2019 rematch against the Kansas City Chiefs as we keep you locked and loaded here on Steiny and Guru. Evan in for Steiny alongside Guru. Lorenzo Neal here all 4 hours. 888-957-9570 is the number. Lo, I thought you had an interesting point about Brock Purdy right before the break there about how we saw maturation. We saw growth yesterday. I think we've really been seeing it all year. But it is great to watch it manifest itself in the biggest moment because, unfortunately, his predecessor did have problems in those spots. But last night, I saw someone in Brock Purdy that Kyle Shanahan needs. Mm-hmm. And someone with a little bit of the IDGAF, no matter how bad things are looking, no matter if I throw a pick in the first half that I should have thrown.
Sure.
I am going to try and empower the rest of my team by putting the ball in positions for players to make plays, whether it's the fluke to Ayuk, whether it's dipping out of the left side, getting the ball to Juice on the sidelines, whether it's putting the ball in Debo's hands. This guy is clearly someone that the rest of the team is looking at, and it doesn't matter how small he is, how slow he is, if people want to come down his road for his arm. This guy is the definition of a leader right now for a football team that is one of 2 teams left standing, and that, I think, deserves some propers.
No question. Guru, there was a particular play when he scrambled. He was going down and he spun out of it. What? It looked like Lamar Jackson. The same play Lamar Jackson, I think, scored on yesterday. Yeah. Purdy spins out of it and takes off. It was unbelievable. Like, watching his effort. See, sometimes people say, man, God, I have to do this. I have to. And it just changes your personality. I have to, instead of saying, I want to. See, and that's when you take that, instead of putting yourself in that mindset, I have to do this, you put too much pressure. I want to do this. I want this moment. And look like yesterday, Purdy was in that fashion and saying, I want to do this. I put this on me, and you just watch this guy grow in front of your eyes. He said, forget going through and saying, necessarily, I'm going to throw to this spot. If it's taken away, guess what? I'm going to make something else happen. And I just been waiting for that in the playoffs because Green Bay, that's a game they could have lost. Yesterday was a game they could have lost. But yesterday I thought was a couple defining moments for young Purdy, and he delivered.
And Evan, you spoke on it, Lo. I hear you, 5 rushes for 48 yards, and I'm going to put the right on the table early. They needed every one of those 48 yards. I'm sitting there like, okay, is it going to be incomplete, the pass, or is it going to be complete? But never once in my mind, the Guru computer, did I say he's going to scamper. And this was at the end of the game where he broke Detroit down, and there were some people, I'll mention them, out there that didn't like Evan. Oh, they were only down 7 points at the end of the game against Green Bay. That wasn't a real comeback. Yesterday, down 17. Kyle didn't flip a spread in the locker room. Purdy, we got his quote saying, what did you do at halftime? He was just like, we got to go back out there and continue to play. But, Lo, this thing is headed to a movie script a la Kurt Warner. I know you got to take care of the Chiefs, Evan, but right now, and I'm sitting there looking at you both. Was he perfect? No. Who is? Lord Jesus and Savior. But at the end of the day, he got it done. And if he hoists up that trophy, because now you got me thinking they owe him some snaps. Talking about chicken.
You see what I'm saying?
For what he's done for him. Leave that there, Goof. Win or loss, you owe your man something. Break him off or put it away.
Someone's got to pick up the check.
Exactly.
Someone's got to pick up the check, man.
So there's a raise, right?
That's all.
If he gets this done, Evan, and we're in 2 weeks talking about the Brock Purdy, a Super Bowl winner, Disney, Paramount, whoever, a movie's coming.
Without a doubt, a movie's coming. When you think about this, when you look at Jordan Love, first round pick. You look at golf,
1-1,
first round pick.
Number 1.
You look at Mahomes. Was he early first, second, or first?
10th overall.
10th overall. First round pick. Think about what this guy, Mr. Irrelevant, is playing 3 quarterbacks that are in first round, and he has a chance to. Does this
now the GOAT? Yeah, with Patty.
Does this turn the way we view drafting? Does this if Purdy succeeds in this, Mr. Irrelevant? If he succeeds and he says, because you look at running backs, you know what? They don't say you can pick one in the 5th round. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
They said they don't have value. They don't put value on the running back position.
Right.
Now, does this change the way you value the quarterback? Or is it because the quarterback is the face of your team, you always going to say, I'm going to pick early because I want this guy, a high draft pick, to be my face of the team? Because now you're looking at this and you're saying, look at the development of some of these guys that were picked in the latter rounds, and they're playing pretty decent. So does this, just a question, you guys, does this turn the way you view the quarterback position?
It's a copycat league, I'll say that. But I do think the quarterback position is always going to be important. We'll always see, we're going to see 2 at the top of the draft this year. Right. But I do think we will see more teams try and swing in those later rounds just to see what might be able to be unearthed, because you might find a Mr. Irrelevant that could be the quarterback of a Super Bowl winning team.
And look what it does for your team. I'm sorry, Google,
go ahead.
Look what it does for your team in cap space for the future for those 5 years.
And that's why you need to. It's imperative that they cash in on this opportunity again to do this with a guy on his rookie deal being Brock Purdy. We saw it with Russell Wilson, but again, I'm just being honest. That's our job. And Shasky and Bonte did a great job at the game for me, guys, yesterday. They were at the game. You guys were too. But they didn't go homer in regard to, they shared, not insecurities. Shasky was saying at halftime, and I appreciated it. Like, if that kept up, we might be in here talking about Kirk Cousins. We might be talking about Bill Belichick. Like, all that was on the table. So when you talk to me about Brock Purdy, nobody can stop me. I'm Ray Lewis in regard to giving credit where credit is due. But, Lo, I'm looking at you and Evan like I still am undecided if he's Joe Burrow or Peyton Manning for the next 8 years, and how much of his success is tied into Kyle. So that's no shade at all, but those thoughts go through my mind, and they go through my mind thicker when he messes up and throws interception, and you're sitting there watching that game yesterday 24/7, because you two can back me up. They blow that game yesterday, and he didn't have his best game, or he didn't lead him down. We're talking about a whole different theme, Evan. Maybe I'm wrong for that.
That's Daryl the Guru Johnson. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz on a very special Victory Monday edition. Lorenzo Nealon with us all 4 hours. And we want to open up the phone lines to you at 888-957-9570 is the number. This is a chance to come together, celebrate a win as the 49ers are headed to their second Super Bowl in the last 5 seasons. Let's start with Doug in Wichita's been hanging on the line patiently. What's going on, Doug? How we doing, my man?
Hey, good afternoon, guys. Hello, Neil, man. I loved watching you play back in the day, brother.
Well, I appreciate you. You sound like a good fella. I need to get together with you and grab a couple cold beers. Hell.
Oh, damn, man. Don't go like that with me now.
Well, cut my legs off and call me Shorty. You all right with me?
You sound like a good old boy.
You know I am. I'm from Lee. Hey, I'm from Leemore, California.
Hey, man, I'm down. I'm from Kansas, born and bred. It's all good. So, man, there's so much I want to talk about the game, but like I told the call screener, I've got an anecdotal story that just makes you feel good. Me and all my kids, except for one who was homesick with her husband, were watching a ball game last night. We're pulling for the 49ers, baby. My 8-year-old son looks up and he goes, Dad, at halftime, Dad, we're going to lose this one, aren't we? I said, buddy, it don't look good, but it's a whole other half. And I looked back at the TV, and something clicked in my mind. I looked back at him. I said, son, you don't have your gear on, man. Get your Niner gear. He goes, he gets his hoodie. He gets his hat on. Kickoff comes. We take the game over. And I said, son, look what you did, baby. You brought the mojo, baby. He's like, yeah, we got it, Dad. We got it. Man, I start doing my whole wrestling bit. We're going to raise the roof and set the place on fire because fans like you, fans like me, and the whole fans around the world for the Niners just set this thing off. And we're going to the Super Bowl, baby. Bang, bang, Niner gang.
Great
bang.
That was awesome.
Niner fans, stand up. They got to feel good.
Out in Kansas, out in Wichita, or right here in the city. Let's keep this thing rolling. 888-957-9570. Phil Mo Mike. Up next here on 95.7 The Game. Phil Mo.
Hey, I was feeling that, man. I wanted y'all to continue that good old boy conversation. I was definitely feeling that. I I was feeling that, man. But Lo, shout out to you, Lo. When I used to work at KBLX at the station, you used to be in there in the morning hooking up your hot water, and you was drinking 0 calories and stuff. But it was a good look. I used to see you. But one thing, man, I'm so proud to be a Niner, man. And I swear, I wish I had Ryan Clark number because I would be on his line. He tried to make it sweet. He tried to make it sweet early. Ryan is mad, but I was not feeling that. Shelsky, the rapper, he was saying we was playing the Philadelphia, Los Angeles, Las Vegas, Dallas, Detroit Lions. It felt like the whole world was against us yesterday, man.
Wow.
And then, Guru, tell me what you think it is. Tell me what you think it is, Guru. Hey, first of all, shout out all the Aquarius. A lot of Aquarius is you know, you're cool one day, you're cold the next day, you're hot the other day. I don't want a moody kicker, Guru. I want a level-headed kicker. How about you?
Wow.
You feel me?
No, I got
give
you.
me on
But he hasn't broken
Guru,
your
what
heart
you
yet,
give me-
Mike. I'm going to give you a 4, but he has not broke your heart. He missed the kick. It happens, but he also came back and made a kick. But there has not been that signature playoff moody miss, and I think they going heavy on him. But I hear you. You want what you want, Mike.
Right. And then last point, man, I don't know if y'all probably everybody heard the press conferences, but Kyle Shanahan said, I'm going to say RNS. It's a word if y'all want to know, Google it. He said some real stuff. He said, I looked at the team, I said, we ain't finna go out like that. And I felt that to the core, man. And they did not go out like that. And Depot showed up 50-50 and all.
Oh, man.
Thank y'all, man. Thank you, Evan.
Have a good
Appreciate
day.
it, Phil Mo. And this kind of look, we could talk about Kyle Shanahan too, because Too Much Sauce on YouTube donated $2 to ask us Kyle Shanahan now the comeback king. It is interesting that the moment you get a quarterback that is kind of able to pull stuff out of a hat. I'm talking rabbits, I'm talking lizards, I'm talking reptiles. Like this guy's pulling left and right. And Brock Purdy right now has 2 fourth-quarter comebacks in his first 2 playoff games this season. He's now got 4 wins on his ledger. Kyle Shanahan, by the way, the 3rd time that he has come back after trailing by 14 or more points. He's 3-29 in those situations. But with Brock Purdy, he's perfect.
Wow. Yeah. And that's why, real quick, tell me if you and Evan think I'm wrong here. A team of destiny doesn't mean you're the best team. It just feels like what I've watched, the Green Bay comeback yesterday, the Ayuk catch, the fluke to Ayuk, whatever you want to call it, Dan Campbell doing whatever, I just dumb it math, and Bosa spoke to Campbell and thought that he kind of tricked it out. Bosa was like, yeah, he was tripping. My thing is, doesn't it feel like this team might be destiny is on their side?
I do. Of course it feels like that. The way that you come back kids, you cardiac arrest kids, the way you bounce back these two games that look like they were all but over. Absolutely, it seems like their team is destiny.
Fumble. Here you go.
Exactly. But then when you look at on the opposite side, and we can't talk about it yet because it's early. Yeah. But don't you think Kansas City is a team of destiny? Think about, I wrote them off. I said, this team will not get in the playoffs.
I got my hand up. I did. Evan's the only one that did.
Mo and I were talking about this,
in
about
Kansas
a month ago.
City's, I was like, man, they just something's missing. Guys can't drop. They don't have enough weapons. Yeah. You know, Mahomes has to do too much. Kelsey's a chain mover, but he's not a game changer.
And he looked old all of a sudden.
Yes, he's still going to catch you 8 to 10 balls. And what he's able to do is keep the chains moving. Mm-hmm. But who's that guy that can stretch the field and make big-time plays? They didn't have any, but now these other guys,
Rice showed up.
They're showing up. So it's like, yeah, I understand 49ers look like a team of destiny, but so does Kansas City.
And that's going to be tested too.
Well, it is interesting because what the whole year we discussed, and this is really where it's flipped for me in my thinking, because we're hearing people talking about how they're comeback kids, and this guy, Brock Purdy's got the clutch gene. Man. All year we talked about it, Lo. We talked about it, Goo, how the 49ers felt like front runners. And that word I heard come out of Fred Warner's mouth during that 3-game losing streak. We got to prove that we're not front runners. Throughout the season, they played well when they were ahead. They played well when things were on script. And for the first maybe 2 consecutive times that I could recall in the Kyle Shanahan era, when things have not gone their way, when they're getting beat up by Green Bay in the rain, when they're getting punished on the ground by Detroit in the first half, we saw them throw the script out. Brock Purdy, improvisational, running up and down the field, throwing the ball, distributing. Everyone had a hand in yesterday's comeback win. That it's interesting to me, we've gone from looking at the 49ers as the front runners to now the team that almost you feel more comfortable when they're playing from behind because for some reason they're mixing everything. They got magic right now, and that's what it felt like yesterday because Detroit sure opened the door for them. They kept it open.
Man.
But the 49ers, again, we've used this analogy before, stuck their foot in the door and kicked it down, and that you do have to give them credit for.
Yeah, you have to give them credit for that, and you just say, okay, what's next for this Niner team? You know, you're like, this was a huge win. You know, being down by 17, and yeah, Campbell, you know, Campbell is known as the gambler, and he clocked it off. But you know what? They still could have said, the opportunity they could have said, I'm not going to take advantage of it. But you got to give the Niners credit because they took advantage of the opportunity. I tell people all the time, opportunity is not lost. It's never lost. It's just given to someone else. They had an opportunity to take it, and they took it. Because Gambling Campbell said, look, I'm going to try to kick, I'm not going to kick this field goal to tie it up, to be on the road. To be on the road to go up by 3 scores, to be on the road and go up by 3 scores, now you have the crowd completely out of it.
Right.
Instead, you said, no, I'm going to give the Niners a shorter field. I'm not going to kick off the ball and make them think about it. Now they got to drive the distance. I'm going to give them a short field. The crowd's in it, and now they're only going down 2 scores. So when you did that, you just saw the crowd and the Niners start their up. But they found a way to win this, and they found a way to keep playing. But they have some things, Guru, they got to get fixed.
And that's what I said, go to the Bible, because Campbell, I would tell you, in there it says, Evan, shout out Kendrick Lamar, be humble. You were not humble yesterday.
3.
You had a chance to keep it at a 17 and elongate the game, but you wanted, I feel like being a former player, Dan Campbell, this is just what I get from him, he wanted the glory too. He wanted to, look at this coach when you let your team down. Now, we're focused on the win. Low, Evan, you guys, again, if I had $1 for every time I said you guys were at the game, talk to me, Low, about what is happening right in front of our eyes, because I don't have the answers. Fell asleep on the rewatch last night. What has changed with this D-line and this defense to where it could get to 24-7? It could get to 14-0. The way that Detroit made it easy. This is not the Niner team or D that I recognize. And yet you won. I'm going low, Neil. You won. No. But what's happened with this D?
I mean, I quietly think, guys, that this is kind of who they've been. Like, whoa. Like the run defense has quietly been bad the entire year. I know they're top 3 in total yards, but that's because they've been kicking everyone's ass. The teams can't run the ball against them. You look at what teams generally get on the ground in terms of yards per average, the analytics, all the rest, you can run on the Niners. And that's why Detroit scared me coming into this football game, because they do it very well. That's something we'll certainly talk about ad nauseum throughout the rest of the weeks as we lead up to the Super Bowl with the Chiefs. But you're right. It's one of the reasons why Green Bay found success in the first half. It's one of the reasons why Detroit was averaging 7 yards a pop in the first half. I don't know if the Lions went away from it, if they felt like it wasn't working, if the Niners shored things up on that front line.
Flea flickers, Evan? Why?
But you brought this up, Lo. It's like you got a lot of money on that defensive line, and for the first 2 games of the postseason, it was looking a little shaky. It was looking a little shaky.
It really did. I look at this defensive front, and you look at the guys that are there. You've seen Armstead play pretty consistent at times.
Big play yesterday.
Big play, the fumble, recovery. And you've seen Hargraves play well and get after it, stop the run. We've seen Bosa play well and stop the run. I think you went out and said, hey, how do we get another pass rusher? Because when you think about Bosa, he was getting double teamed. They were sliding the line away, and everyone's saying, okay, we got to get Bosa some help because he still has an impact on the game because 2 and 3 guys have to pay attention to him. So someone else got to win their one-on-one matchup. Enter Chase. When you bring in Chase, a guy who was highly sought after, first-round pick, top picks in the draft, you bring him in, and how many sacks has he got? How many sacks has the guy gotten since he's been here?
2.5 and 10 games.
10 games. That's not good enough. Here's the thing. I'm not trying to, and here's the deal. He's got to look at himself in the mirror, because I hate talking about people's turkey, talking about people's chicken.
Yeah.
But I know when I was in the league at 34 years old, 35, doesn't mean it. And if you put me out on defensive end for 10 weeks, I would if you said, hey, Lorenzo, how confident are you that if you were starting that you could get 2.5 sacks in 10 games, I would bet my whole salary. Because they say, well, you couldn't. Well, I played defense. I was All-American. I knew how to play linebacker. I know I can play physical. I can play physical. I know how to do those things. I'm 240 pounds. You look at a guy with the Steelers, 92. Remember 92?
Cam Hayward?
92 back in the day.
Oh.
Like 5 years ago, defensive end, 92. You love the guy, James Harrison.
Thanks,
E. Thanks, baby. Thanks back here. I appreciate you.
No one's on Luke. Appreciate you, man. Thanks for the assist.
James Harrison, same type of body style, and I blocked it. So it's when you get a guy and you only get 2 sacks.
And you're playing for a future contract that I told Evan, they're going to bring him back. He kind of is messing that up.
That's a problem. So and so now when you look at this team, you say, what's going on? They're not getting upfield. They're not being able to set a hard edge. So teams are saying, if we block down and pull around and pull the guard or pull the backside, we have lanes. And now the linebackers can't get through because they're cutting the defense. Pull up it again this week. I know you guys will watch the game again. Go watch these while people are getting to the corner. They're starting downhill and then they're bouncing. The defensive end commits in because they're trying to squeeze everything in. The safety's not flying up fast enough. They're backing up and then they're coming and now they're out in space and the running backs are able to gash them. So they have to fix this defense. Gap control. When you see it crack down, you are taught to go into the guy and make sure that you try to widen the hole to make him cut back into the teeth of the defense. They are not doing a great job of rallying. They're not doing a great job of tackling, and they're not doing a great job of playing and creating a new line of scrimmage, and teams are taking advantage of them. They're getting pushed off the ball. The linebackers are getting on the second level. You watch them. Fred Warner's not even on some of the tackles because the linemen, they're able to ace block. When you watch the center and the guard, it's called, center and guard. They ace up to the Mike linebacker. The center and the guard, they go foot to foot. They double team the down lineman, and then they come off to the backer. And there's lanes. No, that D line has got to hold those guys, called a grub. He holds the guard and the center, and now the linebacker can get downhill. But when you get in a new line of scrimmage being created, and he's not grubbing, and for the linebackers to play downhill, instead they're getting pushed back. Now the linebacker is getting pushed back, and he's got to run a hump. So you're taking this defense and you're displacing them. A lot of things have to be fixed.
Those are the dulcet tones of Lorenzo Neal in for all 4 hours here on a Victory Monday on Steiny and Guru. Daryl the Guru Johnson with us as always. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz, still out nursing that hip. He's going to be back as soon as possible. Brand new hip, brand new Steiny.
Get better, baby.
And a brand new 49ers team as they're on their way back to the Super Bowl. Viva Las Vegas, Super Bowl 48. Coming up, of course, in a couple of weeks. We got you locked and loaded here on 95.7 The Game. I see you, Danker, Daniel, Don, and Tim. Load them up. 888-957-9570 is the number. We want to hear from you here as the 49ers come from down 17 points to defeat the Detroit Lions and advance to the Super Bowl. All right, a reminder, you can catch all 4 hours of Steiny and Guru. Also rewind. I'm sure the beginning of the morning roast was absolutely electric this morning. I could hear Bonte Hill all the way from the Mission District. By the way, the Mission was absolutely popping last night. Shout out to my people up and down 24th Street. You can also watch us on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. It's a great day to be a 49ers fan, and we want to hear from you at 888-957-9570. Steiny and Guru back after this on 95.7 The Game.
Faithful!
5-7 the game.
Oh, the 49ers are getting to Las Vegas, and we are talking about how they did it. That's a 17-point comeback in the NFC Championship, eerily reminiscent, although they were on the road in 2012 when they came back down 17 at the break against the Falcons.
Yep.
But they come back, they defeat the Lions. A little bit of help from Dan Campbell. We can get into that as well. But Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz, Gerald the Guru Johnson. Victory Monday edition with Lorenzo Neal here on 95.7 The Game. All 4 hours, 1 done, 3 to go.
Did 1 hour in the books already?
That was flying,
that's
though.
fast. 60
We just
minutes.
getting started, baby. Okay.
Running like McCaffrey up and down these halls, man. I'll take it. Oh, 888.
I like how you slid that in, Goo. You a cold. He a cold piece, man. He a cold piece. Goo's a cold. He's hit you with Ev. He hit you in the movement. Hitting this, keep moving. He's a cold
Stick and
piece.
move, man. Stick and move. Stick and move.
2-piece. Bop.
Let's get out to the phone lines. 888-957-9570 is the number. We want to hear from you here on a Victory Monday. Daniel's been hanging on in San Ramon. What's going on, Daniel? How you doing, my man?
Hey, what's up, y'all? How y'all doing
Talk
today?
to us.
Hey, LO, you deserve every bit to be in the Hall of Fame.
My
man.
man.
If I had a vote, you'd be in the Hall of Fame already, dude.
Love you for it, brother.
But check it, man. I was watching the game. I was so stressed. I got high blood pressure. I had to go. I went shopping at the Livermore outlets, and I had to leave the game, and I had to go shopping. And then I'm like at Calvin Klein. I'm at Hugo Boss. I look at my phone. I'm like, dang, we about to catch up. So I made my way back home. I had to try to catch the game, but I'm just saying, things are worrying me. I feel nervous. People calling on the phone, they acting like they confident, but man, our defense, they look kind of weak.
Say that.
I used to play ball back in the day. We had a thing called swarm where all 11, we just go straight to the ball. But when I look at the Niners D, they don't do that like they used to. They're not swarming to the ball. I saw this one play where Chase Young, he jogging, and he like four yards away from the runner. I'm like, how you be jogging, man? This is an NFC Championship game, man. You playing for a contract, dude. So it got me worried. It got me spooked. The second thing I want to say is Steve Wilkes, man, I feel like he need to mix it up. We look a little bit too predictable on defense. He got to do some things, you know? I just felt like the Lions knew exactly what to do versus our defense. And it's just that in the second half, they just went away from it. That was on them. They went away from it. But if they stuck to the script, I feel like they would have beat us if they stuck to the script. But they didn't do that. I think we got lucky.
He sounds like a lot of Niner fan.
That.
Appreciate the call. He
Better
does
to be
that.
lucky than good, though.
No doubt about it, man.
I'll
come
take
on,
it.
Lo.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Man.
Well, and especially having played in some games where luck isn't on your side. I mean, you played in countless games, Lo, in which you were the better team. You should have won. You could have, should have, would have done this. And at the end of the day, you look up at the scoreboard, and unfortunately, you're the one with the L on your head. It's like that is sports. And that's why we talk about any given Sunday. Were the Niners the best team for all 60 minutes? Maybe, maybe not. But at the end of the day, they're the ones that are celebrating with the victory cigars that you brought in today.
No question, brother.
And the Lions are the ones heading back to Michigan.
And that's a prime example when you talk about better be lucky than, it gets okay to be lucky at times. I remember, 1999, Goo. We talk about it all the time.
The music miracle.
16 seconds on the clock.
I was hungover that day,
Titans were down by 1. 16 seconds. And you listen to the TV calls, the TV call, and he says, the Titans need a miracle. Yesterday, the 49ers needed a miracle. And
it looked like it at half.
Wow.
And Dan Campbell, he gave it to him. He helped them. They helped them finish this thing because of bad coaching and bad decisions, but they had to take advantage of their opportunity. When the Titans, when they kicked that ball off, they helped us by not staying in their lanes, not doing everything to fundamentals, and we took advantage. Opportunities never lost. It's given to someone else, but we had to take advantage of it. The Niners had to take advantage of the opportunity that presented itself.
And you know what? You got me thinking, Evan, just real quick here.
Mm-hmm.
You think of the 2019 Super Bowl, 3rd and 100 or 15, Mosley went the wrong route. That was luck. Kansas City made you pay for it. Tart in the NFC Championship a couple years ago, 2022, interception, 3 flies up, I catch it, the Niners are going to the Super Bowl. So if I'm a Niner fan, just think about that pain, because you shouldn't be apologizing, but it's just hard to ignore the elephant in the room, which was Dan Campbell taking points off the board for his team that helped you make that comeback.
Yeah, and it hurt those guys. Those guys today in Detroit, everybody's talking about it. Even the guys won't say it. The players aren't going to say, because they love Coach Campbell.
Yeah.
But I'm telling you right now, that's the thing. For me, I understand. They say, well, he did what he's going to do. When is there exceptions to your rule? See, sometimes you have to realize there is exception to the rule. I was telling you guys earlier, Guru, that if you walk down the street every day and you and this guy, every time you see him, you guys go at it, and God, you get the best of him.
Yeah.
Every day you walk down the street, but one day you're walking down the street and you see that guy with 10 other guys. When is there exception to the rule? You know you can beat that guy.
Oh, but he's ready now.
He's got
the mental is there.
He brought his boys.
So you are going to. He's got his boys. I'm going to avoid this. When you know what I'm saying? You know you could take him, but are you gonna go? Why would you run into a place and you know there's 10 other guys that you already know you can handle that guy? But why would you go? And that's what Campbell did. When you think about it, you're in a hostile environment. These fans are ready to erupt. You're gonna go for it on 4th down instead of saying, I have a chance to go up 3 scores. I could take the crowd of it and I can make this team. I'm not gonna take that road down. I'm not gonna walk down that road, even though I might get it. I might win, but if I don't, the ramifications.
There's a safer route.
Yes, there's a safer route. That's all. And that one, I thought I was like 70% saying that's a bad call. But the other one was 99. Right. Because at the end of that, you still had a chance to tie. The second one, you had a chance to tie it up again, and you decided to go for that one right there. That one was inexcusable.
Evan Inferstein with Daryl the Guru Johnson. That is Lorenzo Neal here on 95.7 The Game. I do want to go there a little because I'm curious. As someone that has played for some legendary coaches, do you prefer an aggressive style like Dan Campbell? Because to be fair, that's the kind of approach that got them into that situation. That's who they've been all season long. They've been a team that has gone for it in a multitude of 4th down scenarios. To me, from that perspective, the biggest thing that I had an issue with was before the half. I know you have a chance to go up by 3 scores, go up by 17, but if you're going to go for it on 4th twice in the second half, why not line up and try and go for it before the half and go for the kill shot?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I'm with you. Great minds think alike. Either you're going for 3 and you're taking points, or you're going all in. And that's where I think there was a little bit too much, well, I'm in the deep end, but I got to stay in the shallow side. What do you prefer in that spot?
Okay, here's the deal. I think before half, I think that was the best decision to kick the field goal because you went up by 3 scores. So kick the field goal because then the Niners came out at the half.
Be consistent then, Lo.
Okay, no, I'm with you. But that was because I don't have time. You look at the clock, there wasn't a lot. So kick that field goal. But then in the second half, that's when I said, when do you say there's exception to the rules? I thought more of the exception to the rules in the second half because they went down and scored. So now you're saying kick the field goal at least the second time. If you want to try it that first time and go for it, even though the receiver dropped the pass, the second time, though, you can't afford to do it. Because now it's not the first half. You can't see, you have to realize if you do that, if you make that call in the first quarter, it's okay. you can overcome it. But if it's in the fourth quarter when now you don't have a lot of time, you can't overcome. Give your team the opportunity to truly lose. Now you're tied. Now you're saying, okay, guys, anything can happen because they end up scoring another. So if he would have kicked that field goal, you end up scoring another touchdown. You're in overtime.
Yeah, okay.
And then second, the biggest part when you're saying, what do you do, Lo, and what's the difference? The biggest difference is simple. If you come to my house and you try to walk into my house, you gonna get something gonna happen to you. I got some lead. I got my older brothers. I got a barking dog, and he can be. And I got 16 of them. I got 16 older brothers, and I got 16 in the clip. So I got my barking dog. So walk up in there if you want to. You at home. You had 70,000 fans at home. Yeah. So if Dan Campbell, if he's in Detroit, I go for that. I understand. It's a different circumstance because the momentum in the crowd. But now you saw the guys after that. They dropping passes. The crowd got to them. But you at home,
gave them some food.
Yes. Yeah. That's all I'm saying, brother. So at home, I understand. At home, I might have I would have went for the first one. But the second one, I'm still kicking because I want you to actually beat me. I'm not going to let you beat me by just by taking food out of my team's mouth.
Evan, you weren't the chasee. All you had to do was we'll take 3 and just make the game longer.
Yes.
You weren't desperate, but to take that 3 off the board, you just made it easier for fluke stuff to happen, the IU catch, but it happened at a cost because you couldn't think, you know what, let's just keep adding and then at least now you're talking overtime, and if you would have really just went, we're on the road trying to pull off an upset, we're off to a great start. You win that game by 3.
Well, and that's why I think the crowd was huge in the second half.
You said you heard it in the bottom.
And you can't hear anything. I mean, there's soundproof glass. That place was rattling. The people were absolutely maniacal. They were energetic. They were enthusiastic. They were about to have that place come off, and there's no roof. Like that, it was unbelievable how loud that place got. The combination, again, the 2-minute sequence that flipped the game. You have the 4th and 2 stop where Reynolds drops the pass. The fluke to IU turns into a quick touchdown for the Niners. Next play, Gibbs fumbles the ball.
Gave it to you.
And then Brock Purdy, 21-yard rush into McCaffrey touchdown. Boom, 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 boom.
It was sick.
It's a tie game, and that place is ready to erupt. Before the fourth quarter. And this is a stat I just saw from Nick Wagner of ESPN. There's been 114 teams in the playoffs to trail by 14 points at the half, or to trail, by 17 points or more at the half. The 49ers are the first team to have the lead by the start of the fourth quarter, or to not be down by the start of the fourth quarter.
Amazing.
That game flipped so damn fast.
That's a collapse, Evan.
It was a collapse. The 49ers won that game because of the Dan Campbell decisions. I think specifically that second one you talk about. They won that game comfortably after being 6 feet under at halftime. It was unbelievable.
Ain't no fun when the rabbit got the gun. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, Sopranos.
So it's a situation where you live and learn. And I think the 49ers, though, this is the time, of course, we're celebrating because of the fact that they won this game. And this is Victory Monday, and the 49er fan, the 49er faithful is like, this is unbelievable. But what do you take away? The takeaway, and I'm going to tell you right now, without a doubt, Guru, Cal Shanahan is in the lab. You think Cal Shanahan's not in the office today? They're like, okay, everyone's just taking it up. No.
No, I get it.
These guys, and there's, look, last night, you talk about, what do they do at halftime? This rah-rah speech. You don't have time. See, people think you only got 15 minutes at halftime.
Don't hurt me, Lo. They don't give the new rugby speeches.
Pretty sure there was like 3 sentences said at halftime. Basically like, hey, guys.
I've been here.
What do you want this thing to be?
Yeah, and I've been in these locker rooms where it's like, okay, you're down, and I've seen a guy try to go rah-rah. It doesn't work. So all coaches going to say is pretty much, guys, we're not going to go out. What are you going to do? Is this if we're going to lose, we're going to go fight. Wow. This is not who we are. And then you have to realize, because if you spend time for the whole 15 minutes rah-rah and pointing game, how do you make the adjustments? So you come in and say, hey, break it down. You don't even bring everyone up first. When you get in there, there's lockers. There's a running back. There's DBs. There's receivers. Everyone has their little vice. Then they have a couple minutes. They talk. Then you come together as a defense, a whole defensive unit. One side of the room, whole offensive unit. So now you go collectively what the offense is going to do, and it's collectively what the defense is going to do. Then it's like 5 minutes left. That's when the team comes together. And then that's when a coach might say, hey, dude, we got to pull our heads out of, you know what, let's start playing ball and do what's right. And it's like, we got to make plays. And it starts right now. We get the ball. Let's go do it. That's it. Yeah. Because you don't got time to start rah-rah. It's those guys moving in. That's the way everyone wants to. What happens at halftime? That's it. You break down individually with your protective groups. Then you come down with as a whole unit, both units, the D coordinator and the OC, talk to their both respective units. Then you come together as a team, break it down, let's go kick some butt, and you walk out on the field. It's not what people think.
Evan, is it real quick here?
Oh, yeah.
Is there a feeling that you think Detroit thought they won the game at half? Because there's video going around of, I believe it was
Gardner-Johnson
waving to the crowd. I'm asking you because
of course.
Do you think that, and even the coach thought that we got this?
Bro, there was people in Detroit booking their tickets.
Dude, there were people in Detroit that were wearing 49ers gear saying, well, this is going to suck. Like, here we go again.
Yes.
I'm serious. Whether it was in the press box or it was out on the grandstands.
People lost money.
Bonte said he was praying. He went to church.
Bonte's been to church since he was a kid. He was praying on Sunday.
Yeah. Dude, I'm telling you, those people in Detroit, did you see the TV where they showed the fans in Detroit?
I love that. Yeah.
I mean, that's a Motor City. You don't think people were at halftime trying to get hotels, booking their tickets, doing the stuff? You're down by 17.
No, I get
this
that.
Is
You're a fan, though, Lo. They gave up.
It was also because of how it looked too. Again, they couldn't stop. They couldn't stop water if they had a faucet. Like the running game for Detroit, and that's what I think might have been most frustrating about watching the Lions. If you're a Lions fan, is that yes, there were some calls you could have made, 4th down, kick the field goal, take the points. Yes, but they went away from what got them there. And the 49ers were saying, "Please throw the ball, Jared Goff." Please drop back there and try and drive this ball down.
We got 2 cues.
Reverses. I mean, just line up and put the ball down the
third and 13. How about they handing the ball off and they run and pick that first down? What did you when that happened? You got to realize how demoralizing.
I thought it was over. If you're doing that to get a first. But you went away from it.
That's crazy. This is crazy that we're sitting here talking about 3rd and 13, and they ran the ball. But listen, they motioned over. They brought an extra guy in. You watched them, and you saw the defense move over further to the looking at the screen to the right. They shifted over, and all of a sudden they went to the left, and they outflanked them. They got their guys in, and they made guys run the hump, and he picked up a first down on 3rd and 13. That doesn't happen, guys. That doesn't happen in college. That usually doesn't happen in high school. That usually doesn't happen in Pee Wee. You got to be. Let's be honest.
I'm with you.
We won the game, so this is victory money. But let's put, like you say, Guru, put the rat on the table. 3rd and 13, and you can hand off the ball. Thank you, I needed that. And they freaking pick up the first down. Goo, what's up with that, bro?
It takes 2 to tango, Goo. I mean, for a 17-point comeback, it does take 2 to tango. The 49ers forced their way back into that football game. But again, you need someone to let you in the room.
Yes.
And then the Niners became the stars and hopped on the dance floor.
Yeah, and that's why I'm going to go back to Kyle taking that 3 because I thought other coaches might have been like, holy cow, it's 24-7 after he took that 3 to get just to buy another down, another series, and it worked, man. Had he went for it and they not got it, then the air's out the stadium, Evan, again. It's still 24-7. He took that 3.
They scored 27 unanswered. 27 unanswered points in an NFC championship. It was awesome to watch, and it's a big reason the Niners are heading on to the Super Bowl. 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan in for Steiny with Guru. Lorenzo Neal here with you on a Victory Monday. Let's get out to the city. Come on, we want to hear from the city. The city that's watching this team try and win its 6th Super Bowl in a couple of weeks against the Kansas City Chiefs. What's going on, Danker? You're on 95.7 The Game. How you doing, my man?
What up, my boys?
Hey.
Amigos.
What's up?
Hey, hello. I'm so glad you're on, too, because at a young age, I used to go to these camps, right? St. Ignatius.
Sure.
And one of your former teammates is there, Igor Olshansky. Great guy. I played a little bit with him. Yeah, beast. And at a young age, I remember the quarterback coach telling me, all right, go up for a post. I got to teach you something. He goes, put your hand up when you want the ball. I'm like, all right, do my route break. As soon as I turn my head, the ball is about to hit my cheek. Pull my head back, make the catch. Coach goes, good catch, but you weren't supposed to catch that. I'm trying to establish we run a timed offense. You don't get the ball when you want it. And I don't think, Lo, can you, how many teams aren't running a timed offense? Everything's a system, right?
Right.
It's confusing. And one thing that I don't think people are bringing up, I think we're running a system no one's really seen. How many times have you seen a quarterback almost read the defense backwards, then flip around 180 degrees, then get rid of the ball? I don't even know what to call that.
You talking about Purdy?
You know what I mean? Yeah. I don't think people realize what they're seeing as far as the system. I think he's created a new system, if you ask me, if you want to bring the word system into it.
And think about that. So hang on, wait. Think about the Rams, Green Bay, Texans, and Miami. All those teams, and the Niners. Look at what do they all run the same system.
Yep.
You look in Miami. Think about that young quarterback. Look what he does. He lets the ball go. He doesn't have the best arm, but at the same sense, he makes all these big plays up for MVP. Look what happened with the Texans this year. Stroud. Look at how he looked. Look what he did in that same type of system. Look at Green Bay. Green Bay beat the Niners. Then Green Bay beat the Dallas Cowboys just like the Niners beat the Dallas Cowboys. Why? You had wide open receivers. Green Bay's receivers are wide open against the Dallas Cowboys. And it's not because of athletic ability. It's because they didn't pay attention to details, and it was a fundamentally breakdown in the defense. You watch the Dallas Cowboys. Dallas Cowboys has more talent than Green Bay. They're a better team than Green Bay. But Green Bay went out there and you saw, you're like, how is this tight end wide open? How are these receivers wide open? How is this busted? Because of the system and because of the scheme, they don't take you got to cover every blade of grass, and some of these teams don't know how to do it. And that's why when you see teams that are equally matched and they understand what's going on, that's when the Niners at times struggle.
Baltimore Christmas.
Exactly, because they understand what they're trying to do. So, yes, you're absolutely right. There's a lot of teams that don't understand what's going on with Kyle Shanahan's offense and how you look at what the Rams do the same thing because of this system and how predicated it is.
Look, and this is where I got to give Brock Purdy as much credit as possible, is because he's able to, more than any quarterback that Kyle Shanahan's had in San Francisco, certainly, he's able to operate within the system. He's also able to operate outside of the system. And I don't think that we're seeing in the playoffs now, but I don't think it's been recognized how much throughout the season this dude is a gunslinger. And that's gotten him into trouble in some games, specifically against Baltimore. He can go back to Cleveland. But this guy is not afraid to rip it. And that is a fearlessness that you have to play the position with. I saw him, it was early in the game. There was a ball in the first half, and he wasn't playing his best first half, but he ripped the ball on third down to Deebo Samuel, in which he got absolutely cratered by a defensive lineman. Got drilled. That's the type of fearlessness you have to play the position with. And to see someone at his size continuously be okay with staying in the pocket, taking those hits, not every pass is going to be perfect. He was inaccurate sometimes. He threw a pick. He made mistakes. But at the end of the day, because of that kind of cool and let me paint the picture for you right here. After the game, I'm walking in. I go in the locker room. We're talking to different players, and Purdy's waiting to get to the podium to talk to the media, right? So Kyle Shanahan's going on his spiel. He's talking for a long time. I walk out of the locker room, and as I'm about to get to the big press conference area, I see Brock Purdy sitting down, waiting to go in, but he's sitting down, back up against the wall. Thanks, Fidel. Back up against the wall. He's got his eyes closed, and he's just sitting there breathing. He's just sitting there with the straight-faced, laced up, tattered, torn leggings on his left side. There's claw marks. He's bruised. He's a gladiator, and he's sitting there after his event knowing that he did exactly what it took to win the game. It wasn't perfect. It wasn't flawless, but he's the guy. I'm sorry. It was a scene and a still shot in my head that I will never forget, because he's the kind of quarterback that it doesn't matter how hard he throws. It doesn't matter how fast he runs. He puts you in a position to win, and that's all you can ask for in this league.
No doubt. I appreciate that. And, Lo, I'll add this to the gunslinger thing. We glorify Brett Favre, but he made a lot of mistakes, a lot of interceptions, but all the greater good that came for having the guts of a cat burglar, and that throw to Ayuk, which we all thought, to your point, Evan, was the interception. It wasn't even about what it was going to be. It was a completed pass when it was all said and done, but he kind of was like, F this, I'm going to let loose, like Evan said, and let it rip. He did, and it benefited them. We could call it fluke or whatever, or destiny, but you're right. How many times throughout the season did the Jacksonville throwing back against the grain, but it works out for him. So Yeah, I mean, I can just put some respect on his name, and he got crushed. I know we got break a couple times, staying in the pocket, delivering the rock.
And it wasn't just him. That was a team effort yesterday. I mean, you look up and down the box score, everyone contributed on both sides of the ball. Even your boy Nicky Bosa got a couple sacks. I know you've been waiting. Couple of sacks. Couple of sacks. Baby. But the 49ers, most importantly, get the W. They come from behind 17. They beat the Lions. They were headed to Super Bowl 48. And we want to hear from you here on a Victory Monday. Evan Ginnings in for Matt Stein. Matt's still nursing that hip surgery. Daryl the Guru Johnson with you as always. Lorenzo Neal with us up until 2 o'clock here. The 49ers are NFC champs. How are you feeling right now, faithful? 888-957-9570 is the number. It's also a Monster Monday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. We want to hear from you on the other side. That segment was brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. We're back after this on 95.7 The Game.
The Road to Vegas is brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices exclusively at Zenni.com.
The Red and Gold hotline is up and running.
This is Frank.
Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan in for Steiny while he's out with his hip surgery. Daryl the Guru Johnson, and welcome back, Lorenzo Neal.
LaFon.
I mean, we hear you every single Sunday. You do a fantastic job on the kickoff show, whether it's at home, whether it's on the road here in studio. We love having you on Sundays, but we love to get you back in studio low here on a Monday for a Victory Monday, no doubt.
Oh, I love it. I love being here for Victory Monday. This is absolutely amazing. I'm here with you in the Gooster. This is friggin' pretty legendary. You like that one, eh? You like is that the new one?
It might stick.
Is that the new? Is that the Gooster? You already got that one out?
Pregnant. That's the Gooster. Oh my goodness.
What happened? What was that? That hurt you right there?
Dude, all right, first of all, you surprise me every single time we meet. Goo does it every single day to get y'all two in a room together, man. It's radio love right now.
Great,
Making radio love right now. Speaking of pregnancy, good man.
Oh boy.
Wait, I'm lost. Is that what they call you?
No, that's new.
That's new. That's the new.
Brand
the Gooster's new. I got it.
It might stick though. It might stick though. Better be careful.
I felt like a chicken. Boy, that was good. Oh man.
Oh my God.
Where do we go from here?
Yeah. Let's open this thing up, all right? 888-957-9570. Tim's been out in Berkeley hanging on. Come on, get in here, Tim. How we feeling, my man? What's up?
Hey, good times today. That game was amazing, man. Really. A lot of talk about over the season about Debo. He was not the difference in the game. Kittle, not the difference in the game. McCaffrey, not the difference in the game. Bosa, no. Two people really were the difference in the game. One of them, Brock Purdy, and I'm going to save my comments on them because I really want to talk to Steiny about that because that's going to be good, especially after the Super Bowl. And the other guy was the coach in Detroit. I mean, Campbell just choked so hard. The moment was just too big for him.
Dan Gamble.
He choked. He did not have championship medal, and neither did his team. And guess what? San Francisco showed that they do. They played these last two games have been two of the lesser games of their entire season, and they still managed to pull them out and win. That shows that they've got it. If they play a decent game in 2 weeks, I think they're going to come out on top. Thanks, guys.
And as far as just his point, mental warfare, just from a personal standpoint, that's what the Niners, Evan, have been facing these last two games. Down 7, 0-30 after blah, blah, blah. They're putting that to rest. But to hang in like you just gave Brock credit for, the defense, because they had to make some adjustments, especially on that Williams fumble. I mean, they cut the middle off, but what his point to me was the mental warfare of just facing your own mortality. That's what was at stake. Down 24-7, you could have wilted mentally. It's over. Down 7 against Green Bay in the fourth, you could have wilted. To their credit, Kyle and the rest of the gang didn't do that, man.
Yeah, they didn't. They just stayed the course. And like you alluded to, and I know we're just like Groundhog Day, we keep saying a lot of the things that could be a little bit repetitive at times, but like you alluded to earlier, you said what Kyle Shanahan showed you in the third quarter when they get the ball, to go down and just score.
Man.
He could have said, you know what, I'm going to be stubborn. We're down. I'm going to try to get 7. Instead, he said, I'm going to live to fight on a day. I'm going to extend the game. I'm going to put my team in a situation. Now we're only down by 2 scores. Now let's play chess instead of checkers. And that's what he did. And that was a pivotal point. That was a pivotal point in this game because by him doing that, you put points on the board. Now you made Detroit a little uptight. And now you try to drive down and say respond, and now you're in 4th down, and you say,
man.
I can punch San Francisco right back in the stomach because they came out and drove down and got 3, but I just erased their 3. Boom, gut shot. Now we're back at the same score. But instead, that was a huge tide because now you got the Niners thinking, now we're down 2. We chipped away because their stubbornness to say, instead of going back up 3, and now that wiped out everything the 49ers did. That's the point that I'm trying to make. Win is an exception to the rule.
Well, and that's why I thought in the second half, Detroit constantly was looking for, and this is also a credit to the crowd, they were looking for the silencer. They were trying to silence the crowd more than play and react, to your point, Lo, to the situation. That first one, if you take points, I get it. You know, at that point.
Yeah, I get it. The first one?
I mean, you're still up by 14.
Okay.
Like, that one you go for, you don't get. But the second one, to tie the game, to at least put a little bit of pressure back on San Francisco to go make a drive, and for the crowd to at least loosen a little bit. Sure, it would have been hell to pay down the stretch in terms of the crowd jumping on Detroit, but I thought they got rattled, and their coach didn't help them get unrattled. Like, he kept putting them in these crucial kind of gotta-have-it situations, and I just felt like someone like Josh Reynolds didn't look like he wanted the ball in that game.
He got nervous.
Was that lemon booty, man.
It tightened up. It perked up. Yeah. You're absolutely right. I remember being down by 14 with Tennessee Titans when we were playing the Rams. Going back, as I digress, going back again. We're down by 14.
This Super Bowl.
Yeah. We make this great comeback. And I remember Dyson gets tackled, so the game's over. I remember a couple of weeks later, I go, in the office off season, and I'm talking to Coach. And he's like, man, Lotus was a tough one, man. I almost had it. And I said, Coach, what would you have done, since we battled back, what would you have done, because if we would have scored that touchdown to tie it up, I said, would you have went for two, or he said, I couldn't do that to you guys. I would have took the one, and I would have lived to fight on another day and take it the overtime. And so to your point, what you guys are saying, that's what Campbell should have did. Live to fight another day. He couldn't. You shouldn't do that to your guys. Not only, he did it to himself as a coach, but you don't do that to your players. You're in the NFC Championship. You fought like hell to be in a position and to earn the right to go to Super Bowl. Put the points on the board. At least you're tied. And now let's finish this thing.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
But twice, not one, but twice, you had a chance to tie it. So what are you playing for? Okay, so give me the logic to that. So Goo, in your opinion, put yourself in his situation. What is the logic when it's only 8 minutes left, and now you've done it once, but now you're going to do it a second time, but you have a chance to tie the game up? What are you thinking?
I have no idea, and it goes back to what Evan said, the silencer. You can do that methodically, too. You can take time off the clock and make the Niners be like, oh, we got 3. They just matched it. And then this is the Geico part of it I don't like. Okay, you go for it. Let's say you get the lead, but you're still a touchdown away from losing. So it wasn't like, you didn't have that insurance of if we score, they need a touchdown, we're still tied. I don't get it. Again, I think this comes from a selfish standpoint, Monday morning quarterback, guru production. But had they won that Dallas game and went with conventional wisdom, who's to say this game, both division winners, is not played in Detroit?
Good point.
So you are out here playing, and I feel like you're doing it so when your team wins, you get a majority of the credit because you're gangster. And normally, just to the whole, institution of coaching, I don't think a Dan Reeves or a Bill Walsh plays around on the road when you could have took points for your team. Yeah, we didn't get in the end zone, but the silencer is still scoring and adding. And I think you called it, this is a 5. Dan Gamble, this thing ain't cool, man. Like, I would really, if I were a player low, I know you're not going to do it publicly, but this thing's a joke because I think it comes from a thirst inception of he wants some of the credit. And it's ridiculous.
It really is. I was just watching it, I know everyone's saying the same thing, like, what are you doing? The first time you're like, this was crazy. Anyway, you're like, okay, but I could see it. But the second time was it's inexcusable. And I think that's where this guy lost his team.
You gave them momentum.
No question. You gave them momentum. You try to at least tie it and say, okay, defense, we just got, now the game's tied. But now you're still tight because you're playing from behind instead of saying, let's just stay relaxed because now we're even. So, but once you're still behind, now guys are still pressing and they're too tight. And you saw the momentum. Now the Niners are playing loose. Purdy just says, okay, I'm putting this on my back. And he was Steph Curry-esque yesterday, especially the second half. His decision-making to say, I'm gone. 1, 2, 3.
Big, man.
And you and Goo, all of us have said, we would hate to see this team behind because we know the offensive line, of course, you got an unbelievable, one of the best tackles, maybe the best tackle in the game. But we said if this team's behind by double digits, the offensive line couldn't hold up for 7-step drops. It's not going to hold up. So everyone said, if they get too far behind, this offensive line can't hold up. And guess what? The offensive line, just like we said, it didn't hold up. This guy he improvised and he took off. He won the game yesterday with his legs because he improvised and took off because when it broke down, when in doubt, teams were not expecting. They were just trying to get their sacks, and Brock Purdy surprised them with his legs and his feet and his speed.
Evan, they had him for an 8-yard sack.
They did.
Like, that's going to kill the drive. He got and scampered.
Well, and to your point about Dan Gamble, it's like you look at he might win NFL Coach of the Year. For what he's done with that team getting to this point, he's been amazing this whole year. He is the front runner for that award, and deservedly so. But yesterday, to me, he got out coached by Kyle Shanahan, almost because for the first time in a while, I saw Kyle Shanahan just step away from the headset. Like he took the points out of the half to go down 14. A lot of people were saying, well, that's not going to be good enough. You're going to be able to stop him. You got to get 6 there. You got to get 7 points. Now, Kyle Shanahan stuck to what he's done the whole season, where Dan Campbell, I thought, tried to get a little more outside of his own box. And so the reason why I felt like Kyle Shanahan outcoached Dan Campbell is, yes, because of Dan Campbell's mistakes, but also because Kyle Shanahan, and I know he's got his flaws, there's no doubt about it, and we're of course going to judge him in the Super Bowl in 2 weeks, but he stuck to who he was. Dan Campbell did not stick to who the Lions have been this entire season, because even if you are the ultra-aggressive head coach, that demands you go for it before the half, after the half, and at the end of the game. He mixed and matched, and it ended up falling flat on his face. And it's one of the reasons why the Niners are walking away with the win as of yesterday, but it's also a reason I think why the game turned so fast. I have never seen a game flip that quickly in that kind of spot, to the point in which the 49ers went from dead in the water to where, after they got even at 24, I think I tweeted this out, like that was their game to lose. That game turned from Detroit's game and their Super Bowl appearance to the Niners winning comfortably at home, and everyone pretty much celebrating for the majority of the fourth quarter. It was unbelievable.
It really was, and that's what you saw. You saw the momentum and just guys on Detroit in front of our eyes. At the beginning of the game, you heard the announcers talking about, if you can get up on the Niners and make them play from behind, now you kind of make them one-dimensional.
Damn, that was said.
That was said. You heard it. And they said Detroit has controlled tempo. Detroit knows the Niners just can't be a heavy run. Detroit now has made the Niners now play their game, play in their sandbox. And you saw Detroit just happy and fancy-free, playing with freedom. Wasn't tight. Guys making catches, making plays, running the ball, getting up, being hyphy, because they were in control.
Yeah.
Once you flipped it and you said, okay, even when that 4th and 2, the guys didn't miss it, the catch, he should have caught it maybe. But once that happened, now when the Niners get that big play and they score, you see now you're only down by 7 instead of being down by 10. Then Detroit said, okay. So as a player, you're thinking, oh my God, they just need 7 and they tied this thing back up. So now guys you saw just the instant them trying to change. Guys running, trying to catch passes, trying to body catch it, not catching it with their hands.
It was mental now.
It became a mental part. And that's because, and then the crowd start getting louder and louder. And they said, oh my God, they looked around and they couldn't hear. Goff's trying to point, get guys lined up. They're looking around. Everyone's, oh my God, and they're getting punched. And it's like, we're down by, and then the Niners score. And you could just tell it was just a shift in momentum, and the crowd and everything else, they just got out of rhythm. So without a doubt, that was a huge point in this game.
Man.
It sure was. 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan in for Steiny with Gerald the Guru Johnson.
Yes.
Lorenzo Neal with us here on a Victory Monday for the San Francisco 49ers. Let's get out to the city. Vince wants to talk about something that I think we've been touching on, but might still be a little bit hesitant, might be not. What's going on, Vince? How we feeling?
Hey, what's up, guys? Excuse my voice. I was screaming my head off last night after we won.
Weren't we all?
But, hey, look, I don't want to be a Debbie Downer or anything like that. It's just we've been here before 2 times. Like, I was born and raised in the city. I'm a lifelong Niner fan. I'm a dying Niner fan. And I was a little too young to really understand how hard it is to win when Steve won it back in '94. So I've been longing for a Super Bowl win. The Giants got theirs. The Warriors got theirs. It's our time, the 49ers' time. And while celebrating this victory is huge, I still think there's a lot of work that needs to get done, because the first half, we were getting ran all over, and we cannot have that happen in the Super Bowl against Kansas City. We already got enough to deal with Patrick Mahomes extending plays, and I would just like to see our rush defense kind of tighten up. But one other thing I want to say real quick before I get off is what they got to say now, because Brock Purdy's been getting this Steph Curry treatment this whole season, and he came back from deep. We should not have won that game, but he made big plays. He was like Joe and Steve mixed together with a little bit of Brett Favre, and just the dimes that he was dropping, those deep dig routes. Like, this guy is ready. He doesn't care. He just wants to win. And I love that attitude. I think the Niners need to continue to have that. Get to work, and let's go get number 6.
Hey, before you go, let me just give you this advice, because you hit me in the cardiac muscle. I get it. You got standards. You want a Super Bowl. But damn it, enjoy it, man. At least tell them for 48 hours, enjoy that win. Yeah, it wasn't your best, but you won.
Found a way. In the NFC, in the biggest game, the NFC Championship.
Now you got 2 weeks for the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I love it. They got 2 weeks, and I think, like you said, Guru, the fans, we're just talking about it. You and I, we're all saying, hey, look, what do we see? What's some of the things that, kind of alarm us? We're not even breaking down Kansas City and X's and O's, none of that. We're just saying, hey, this game here and last week, we can only look at it and say, okay, how do they learn from this? You thought, okay, they learned from Green Bay. Green Bay, okay, God, it's a teaching lesson. You were behind. So you say, this ain't going to happen this week. I was like, oh, my God. I remember talking.
It was worse.
That's the point that it's like, that's what's just kind of gives, I think, the fans that jolt. They're happy, but they're just, sometimes you can't
ignore.
Yeah, I can't ignore moment. And it was crazy because yesterday I'm doing the show with Krugs, and I'm like, Krugs, right after Baltimore, I told him yesterday, I said, somebody's losing. I said, it's either one of these teams, because it's never really both teams, the 2 number ones, go to the Super Bowl. So I said, somebody's going to lose. I don't know which one. I said, it's going to be one of them. And I was still on the air, and Baltimore lost, and I said, I don't care, bet it, gamble it, make it straight. I said, you take the Niners, because Baltimore already lost. So I was like, without a doubt, I was 1,000% sure that the Niners, lock it up, was going to win. But then once that game started,
24/7.
Oh boy!
Where were you at half?
No. I'll tell you right now. I thought they was going to lose. I'm not going to sit. I'm not going to be the faithful.
Okay,
I'm not going to play this
Evan,
game.
did you think
I'm
they
not going to
lost
lie. I'm not going to lie and I didn't give up faith. And I thought, what gave you faith that they were going to win that game? What you saw. You can only go off of what you saw.
Yeah.
In the first half, Evan, you said it. They were a sieve. Nothing showed you that they could stop. How many times did the Detroit Lions punt the ball in the first half?
0.
So what made?
I can't remember one. I can't remember one.
So not one. So my question is, so when people say, right, and I know the song, "Don't Stop Believing," I hate it. A journey, but what gave you hope that they could come back from 17? Now you knew they were going to score, but what made you think they could stop Detroit from scoring?
Especially because, and they did punt one time, but it was when they got away from who they were. And actually, I'm glad you brought that up because I remember this. We were talking about it. You go down the first 2 drives. A first drive that just walked right down the field. 4 plays, 75 yards. Jameson Williams weaving his way past people on his way for 6.
Forward.
Second drive, more methodical, like the Green Bay drive in the first drive of the divisional round, except they got 3 points. This time the Lions go 11 plays, 62 yards, 5 minutes, and they get 6. Next drive. And this is where I was like wondering what Ben Johnson was looking at on the field, the OC for the Lions. He runs this reverse pass back to Goff, kind of flea flicker with a wide receiver. Man too. They got cute on that drive.
Looking for a head coach job. That's what he's looking for.
Well, he
had one at half.
He might get one still. But this is the thing. And then they get back to basics. And what do? They walk right down the field. 5 plays, 46 yards off of that Brock Purdy interception with the short field. They turn it into 6 points. And you're looking up at the scoreboard. You're like, I don't know how the Niners defense is. It wasn't even about them coming back offensively because I didn't think the offense was that big of an issue, but it's how are you going to stop what the Lions are doing? Because, again, it's the most demoralizing thing in the game. Anytime you line up with your guys, you get 13 personnel, 12 personnel, whatever, and you just run the rock right up the middle. I mean, there were holes. The Red Sea was parting for David Montgomery. I know Moody was on the sideline just looking on. And I'm sorry, I meant to make a Moses reference right there, and I couldn't get it out. But this is the thing. Like, the Lions ran the ball at will, and they decided in the second half, you know what? Our quarterback is going to be how we're going to win this game, and he lost it.
Yeah, and that's because it was selfish. And when I see coaches do that, it just baffles me. When Tennessee, we knew we had Eddie George, In San Diego, you knew you had LaDainian Tomlinson. You just feed him.
Yeah.
You just, especially when you know how deadly. And with Detroit, you knew that the Niners could not stop the running game. But coaches get too cute. During the week, they got these trick plays. They got these plays, and they say they got to get to them. Oh, yeah, now we got them. Let's just go for it. And so sometimes these coaches, razzle-dazzle, they get too cute, and they're trying to trick people and end up blowing up in their face. And that's what happened to Detroit yesterday.
Yeah, and I'm sitting up here, Evan, Lowe, you could tell me I'm wrong, but I got vibes of Russell Wilson at the goal line in the Super Bowl against New England. Conventional wisdom was just run the ball, you win.
Beast mode.
And the Niners won that game, but yet I didn't feel like they stopped Detroit's run. But shame on Detroit because they stopped their own run.
Yeah, and so with that being said, that's why the Niners got to be in the lab already saying, how do we fix this?
No days off.
How do we fix this? Because we're going to play a guy in Chris Pacheco that everyone said he runs angry.
He does.
And he runs mad at the earth. And I thought Baltimore was going to knock him out because I said Baltimore wants him. They're a mean physical defense. Before that game started, but this dude's a savage, and he rose to the occasion. You're not going to punk him. See, the Niners no longer, and I'm going to tell you right now, they don't, no longer the Niners feared. No longer is the Niners
might be on to something.
I'm just telling you, watching this team, I watched them when Green Bay got the toss and they elected to keep the kick, return the ball. They said, we want the ball. The Niners defense went crazy. They start jumping around and down. Green Bay, they want the ball. We're going to show them. You remember that? And I said, oh, shucks. I can't believe, because I told someone, I said, Green Bay, they win the coin toss. They're gonna kick and they're gonna defer. They ain't gonna say, give me the ball. Not against this Niners defense. Guess what? They said, give me the ball. And what'd they do? March it down.
7.5 minutes.
Teams are not afraid of the Niners defense. And if they don't get it fixed, it's gonna be tough.
And I wonder if Kyle Shanahan might take the ball in the Super Bowl if he wins the toss. It's not what he does. I don't think they've taken the possibly.
There you go.
Thank you, Spadell. I don't think that they have taken the ball. I think they deferred every single time they won the toss going back, especially this season, but even maybe in Kyle Shanahan's tenure, I'd be very surprised if this guy is 50-50. He is deferential. He wants the chance to come out of the half. And that you actually asked, Lo, a good question, and I'll throw this to listeners as well. 888-957-9570 is the number. Did you ever feel like the 49ers were dead? And when did you feel like they were back and they were alive? When did the game flip? When did the momentum swing in favor of the scarlet, red, and gold? Because I have a moment to me that I thought was integral, but I also think there's a few moments you could look at and say, well, that's when they got it back. This is when the Niners got their mojo back. This is when the Lions started to hand it off. Literally the baton to the 49ers, not hand the football off because they went away from the run in the second half. But I'm very curious what people think was the flipping point of that football game. 888-957-9570 is the number. Lorenzo Neal in on a Victory Monday, all 4 hours here on Steiny and Guru with Daryl the Guru Johnson. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz. He's out with hip surgery, so wishing War well to him. And I want to remind you all, of course, you can catch all 4 hours of Steiny and Guru on the free Odyssey app. You can rewind back to the morning roast. There's been calls all day, fantastic contributions from the faithful out there all around the Bay Area as their team is in the Super Bowl for the second time in 5 years. The 2019 rematch for the Kansas City Chiefs in 2 weeks. Looking forward to it, but today is all about the comeback. Down 17 against the Lions at home. They walk away winners. They are NFC champs, hoisting the George Halas Trophy and all the rest. You can watch us on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Evan Giddings alongside Daryl the Guru Johnson, Lorenzo Neal. We're back after this, taking your calls on 95.7 The Game.
Faithful! The 49ers. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Matt Stein. That's Daryl the Guru Johnson, Lorenzo Neal with you here on a very special edition of Steiny and Guru because the Niners are going to the Super Bowl. The comeback kids rally from down 17 at the half to beat the Lions from Detroit, and they are moving on. I mean, I know it's different than what they did in 2017. And Lowe is just grooving. He's moving.
The Goo machine. Let's get it, Goo.
Gooster.
The Gooster.
The Gooster, man. Well, I'll tell you what, the Niners did goose the Lions yesterday.
They goosed them.
They goosed them, man. I mean, look, the Niners took that game, and to me, like we were talking about, Brock Purdy, right, and how this guy has kind of just taken the quarterback position. He's elevated it, he's changed it, and he's done it really in about a year and a half. You know, to me, I thought there were, in the second half, a couple of just unbelievable plays that he made. For example, the one to Jawan Jennings, the one-handed grab, he goes up and snags that out of the sky.
Oh, boy!
That was to extend the drive to get the first 3 points. I mean, if they go empty on that first drive out of half, you're still looking at a 17-point lead. Detroit still has all the momentum on their side, and then you might be cooked. That's a huge play.
And the height he put on it, y'all. He threw it to God. He's like, let it bloop.
It was
and
nasty.
He went up and got it.
A little rainbow.
Yeah.
And how the one hand though. Hey, you know you go back to that where the slam back in the day when LeBron used to go really can get up in the sky, grab it back there and just threw it down. I mean, for
like
him
the
to
Thor.
go, yes. When he grabbed that, bro, everyone's like, oh my goodness. You started to feel that was one of your big momentum switches. You thought that was a big change, right? It
wasn't the biggest one, but that quietly was a huge play.
No question it was huge. I agree.
Because the Gibbs fumble to me was like, okay, now we're short-circuiting. Like that was.
You saw him coming loose.
You don't even got to earn it. You got to score, but we're going to give it to you right here. And it was a bad, fumble, dumble. If Goff, he got it. It was just, I said, they're about to pull this thing out.
I'll tell you one of the biggest ones to me were, okay, you didn't convert on the first fourth down, right? Who was the receiver? He misses the ball.
Reynolds.
But then it was I think of the next series, it was a third down, and he runs a crossing route.
Oh, hit him right there.
That part. Yeah. Now, when I seen that for me, I said, hush, hog, I hear a bear.
Oh, boy.
What was the game-flipping play for you? If there was one. We're trying to reel this hog back.
Evan, you knew it was going to come out. You and two brothers, man. We're going to go crazy in here.
Well, look, I do the kickoff show with you for every single road game at Lowe, so I understand how we can get on topic, we can get off topic with the best of them. But I mean, that's good. Well, speaking of getting off topic,
Goo's good at that too, right?
Oh, he's
that's a backward insult, Lou.
No.
Oh boy. The focus. Go ahead, Evan.
Well, I was going to say Brock Purdy was off topic yesterday.
I know the balls are like, damn it.
The 49ers quarterback was off topic.
No, he did his thing, man.
He was working outside. He was darting up the middle. The other big play, of course, I thought was on that final drive. They go and they get the score, that final touchdown where they punch it in for Elijah Mitchell. Brock Purdy's 3rd and 4, 20-yard run up the middle.
Amazing.
Man.
I mean, the offensive line were in the locker room. Trent was talking about it. Aaron Banks was talking about it. They're holding their man. They're trying to keep their guy inside to keep them out of perfect. And Purdy's 20 yards downfield. They're like, I didn't know this quarterback had that. They hear the roar
of the crowd. Like, oh, okay.
I guess we got the first down.
His legs helped him, man.
That was the most aggressive type of running that I've ever seen out of Purdy. You can say what you want. He's had some runs this year and last year. But without a doubt, yesterday was his best ability and showed his best ability with his legs and the willingness to say, I want to do this, the spinning out, to not going down, being actually in the grasp and getting ready to get tackled, but saying, I'm not going down. 1, 2 guys trying to tackle him breaking tackles. And this, by far, was his finest hour.
I like that. Yeah. I like that. Goo, what was the big play for you? You said you mentioned the Gibbs fumble. Do you think that was where you felt like, this game is for the 49ers?
It was the first time I really felt like Detroit looked themselves in the mirror like, we really effed up. The other things were our decisions, but this fumble to give them and the opportunity to knock off 7 in a short field. Soon as that thing got in and they converted, I think you got the touchdown or whoever scored, I was like, oh, man, I've seen this movie before. And, I just can't get over, as Evan said earlier, man, they didn't come back with 2 minutes left in the fourth quarter. This meltdown culminated in the third.
It was
that's an avalanche.
It was a typhoon. It was more than it was a tsunami.
Yeah.
How this happened, and I'm telling you, my defining moment. I remember sitting with Uncle Vern Glenn.
Our guy.
And Vern, he just, me and Vern, we're talking, we're just having a good time watching the game, and there's other guys in there, and shout out Brian, you were hating on me a little bit, and they're like, the Niners, and I said, okay. They were, coming at me, because a lot of guys want to come at me because I played, and so I'm not always right. I'm not God, so I'm wrong. And so I remember Vern, and they were like, oh, well, he usually go for it. This is okay for him to go for it. He shouldn't do it. I said, but when's there an exception to the rule? And I told Vern, I touched him because everyone else was over talking. I said, Vern, Niners win this game. I'm telling you right now, the Niners win this game. I knew the Niners would. That's when I got my faith back because I thought it was over. I thought the game was over. Because if you go up 3 scores, now you erase the field goal. When he decided, even though I understand that, and that wasn't the worst one because he had a chance to still tie it up the second time. But that first one, I told Vern, I said, Vern, Niners win this game. Wow.
On the Comcast Business text line, 415's with you. Yelled fumble so loudly I made my 2 sons cry. For the 415, the first drive of that third quarter ended with 3 points, but it was huge to get points on the board. But to me, I'm with the 510 here. To me, it was the Brandon Ayuk catch. That was when I started to believe. Because, again, we talked about this. They picked up that flag.
Right.
If that defender for Detroit comes away with the pick, you're looking at, oh, my gosh, what is Brock Purdy doing? Where's he throwing that football? But instead, I saw the boop to Ayuk on the Comcast Business text line, the fluke to Ayuk. I mean, how the catch for, whatever you want to call it, that play was when I looked around in the press box and I said, something is changing here because the 49ers got fortune on their side. It was a break, but sometimes all you need is one break. And then to your point, Goo, the avalanche follows. If you hear that one kind of little instance, you just sneak in there, you thread that needle, you get a little bit of hope in which nothing in the game to that point has really gone their way. And Purdy puts it up, lets his guy go out and make a play.
Come on, can we all
and
agree
Ayuk did have to go get that ball.
No doubt, because it looked like the defender had it for an INT. Yeah. And then the doubt creeps back in, and Detroit's the euphoria of
humiliated. After that happened, you saw him. They're like, what? Did that really happen? I saw him.
He was tracking the ball like Ayuk has no chance.
Especially after you saw a guy earlier in the day who might have worse hands than that defender, Marcus Valdes-Scantling, make a similar type of catch falling to the ground, and that was the game-sealing play for the Chiefs. And instead, this is the game-opening play for the 49ers.
That is a play that will not be forgotten. And the Niners got to go finish this off in 2 weeks, and we'll get to that. But that was a play that, man, is just a staple of we were down and out, and it hits the guy in the mask. Who taught you how to catch?
but to flip side, what about the Niners? Looks like an interception. So after that play, but what about the Niners? Look like a perfect interception. The ball bounces off the receiver of Detroit. Niners go to intercept it, and it bounces back to the receiver from Detroit. That play right there, you have to say, that was crazy.
Then I was like, well, maybe it ain't your day.
Right, that was crazy, right? You know what I'm
There
talking
was a lot of stuff yesterday that made you reevaluate religion.
Yeah.
Like even the play in the Chiefs-Ravens game when Lamar throws it to himself and catches like Willie Mays.
That was crazy.
I was like, oh my God. It was unbelievable.
It still got a first. That was crazy.
Just started running. What was the craziest part about the game yesterday to you? Niners beat the Lions. 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan in for Steiny. Guru, Low with you here on 95.7 The Game. All right, who's been hanging on? Let's get out to Therm, the funky worm. Is that an EPA? What's happened to my man? How you doing? You're on 95.7 The Game.
What's going on?
Talk to us.
Hey, man, look, let me tell you. Brock Purdy pulled a rabbit out of the hat, bro. He did his Patrick Mahomes yesterday. And if you look at it, we were getting our butts kicked, really kicked. So I had all my, my wife, she got some baby daddies, and I bring them over there to the house, and we watching the game together. You know, I got Giants, they Giants and Raiders fans. I'm the only Niner fan in the house. We get mollywopped by the first half. Mollywopped. I said, just wait till that third quarter hit. Man, when that third quarter hit, man, we was smoking them jokers.
Wow.
And then we had to play catch up just to catch up to their level, and then they lost the game. Reynolds, when I see Reynolds yesterday, man, after he got off the bus, that joker was crying. He's a scrub. He was crying because he dropped 2 passes wide open. Yeah. That's facts.
No
he
question.
Was crying. Hey, he
Stop.
He had a party at the house. He said,
yes, he did.
He said wife's baby daddies, right?
Well, there was multiple. It was plural.
He had a party.
He said he had a party. He was shook. I tell you right now, I'm trying to get something started at the stadium. If they, you know, when this type of comeback happens.
Yeah.
Now, you tell me how good would this be if they get this going at the stadium after a big play?
Mm.
Hey! Goo, give me my number. Give me my number. You go slide it. Is it a 2, 3?
Yeah, you're gonna slip that.
Goo.
What is it?
Slip the knife in.
Soccer.
So you're down by 17.
Yeah.
You on 4th down, it happens.
Yeah.
But you're the
low
man.
production. I didn't think what it was.
Think about if this was after that happened, after that turnover, and you said, "I believe in the same. I believe that we can win." Do you know how hypey that?
I'm with
give me
it.
my number, Goo. Just give me the number. Is it a 2, 1? Is it a 1?
I'm gonna give you a 4.
Okay, 4.
That's the way it felt though after that Reynolds drop.
Because I missed you.
That's because I missed you.
No, it did, Evan. It was like it's starting to. They're breaking down.
But that was another situation again where I thought the Lions got away from who they were. It was in their nature to get aggressive, to go for it on 4th and 2. I didn't have a problem with that one as much as I did the 3 points in the second or the fourth quarter that we were talking about earlier. But again, you're getting 7 yards on the ground per play.
Man.
And the throw goes to a backup receiver who hasn't touched a ball to that point in the game. I can't necessarily fault him for getting alligator arms when people are yelling, getting loud, they're in his helmet.
Yes.
And Josh Reynolds, to his credit, has played well for them all season. But in that situation, really throughout the game, there were 2 massive play calls in the second half for the Lions. That one that he dropped on 4th and 2, the next drive on 3rd and long, and Goff hit him in the chest. Both times he got alligator arms.
Yeah.
And the moment was too big.
The second one was the first one was the toughest, Goo, because I can throw you the ball 10 times, and if you catch,
but you're right there, the diamond.
But now if I ask you to turn your hands over,
and you still got to catch that.
You do, but I guarantee you would drop it way more than when you get it, because now your hands can actually clamp. When you turn like this, it's just, and it hits the hand. Sometimes it bounces off, so it's a little hard, and you're running. So. He still should have caught the ball. I'm not saying he still should have caught the ball.
I listened to, and you tell me, guys, if this is too much revisionist history. Sometimes you send a captain to do a lieutenant's job. Should that ball, because the great Jerry Rice, Michael Irvin, Chris Carter's of the world, they live for that moment. The Niners D hadn't stopped you. Their secondary. Was that a ball that should have went to Laporta or St. Brown and maybe took Reynolds? Just a thought. I'm asking of, you know what? Maybe that moment's too big for Evan. We're going to have St. Brown run that route and trust him to make that play.
In a perfect world, yes. But I also think that
coverage dictated that.
He was wide open.
He's wide open. You got to make that catch. And the thing about it, you would have had a different corner on him. Yeah. Exactly. And that's so hard. All he had to do was rotate his hands. But that's like you said, the moment got too busy. He's running across instead of rotating his hands and now making the diamond his way. He tried to do it this way. And that makes it hard. I hit the text line 955 and just let me know, do you believe that I believe we can win is a good? Because I'm still, Goo kind of hurt me. And then put your... Okay, now it's going okay. And hit the text line 959, and then let me know what you guys think. All right, Goo, you tell us yours, and you tell us yours. What chant would you like it to stay? I mean, because I think mine right now.
That would have been appropriate though. Okay, it was 24/7. You thought I appreciate your honesty saying you thought they lost. Twitter was going crazy. He wasn't. I don't know where you're at, Evan.
I mean, it was like 5%.
I need to see another play or score.
Again,
then I'm there.
You could always win, but to me, that was a game. It's like if Detroit just does what they keep doing, doing, there's no way they're going to lose. But they went away from who they were, and the Niners woke up. And that's also why you want the
wake up? Did they wake up, or because they didn't stop the run? They still haven't stopped the run in 2 weeks. So did they wake up?
Or did Detroit?
So I understand what you're saying.
But they were the beneficiaries.
I agree because they kept
more so on the offensive side of the ball. Like they started putting drives together.
Offense cooking.
Purdy made some ridiculous plays.
Yes. Offense was cooking with Crisco.
Has any first attempt tackler ever tackled Deebo Samuel? Like, how many men did he make miss yesterday?
No.
Just getting wiggled.
He's special,
tight spaces. He's opening a phone booth. Like, Deebo Samuel made a mockery of a lot of guys yesterday that are pretty damn good.
He was hitting at it. Go ahead, Lo.
No. One guy was on his leg, and the guy, right when he caught it, grabbed his leg, and he's pulling him, and then other guys had to come help him. No.
Hitting the corner where you're like, oh, he's going out of bounds. Franco Harris. And it's like, no, they don't want
hit
this
another gear.
Yeah. To 1 more, 2 more, 3, 4 more yards. Everybody runs out of bounds untouched, like business decisions.
Yeah, I mean, you give the ball to him in the flat, and that's why, I said earlier this week, and I take it back. I didn't know if they needed Deebo to win that football game, but watching the way that it unfolded and what the Niners needed from everyone, they don't win that football game without number 19.
No doubt.
That's why you're paying the big bucks. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's get out to the phone lines. Evan Giddings in for Steiny. Goo, Low with you here on 95.7 The Game. Let's go to Mr. D in San Francisco. Mr. D, how are you feeling about the win?
Hey, guys, listen, I'm ecstatic because I got a lot of friends from Michigan, and they were blowing my phone up in the first half.
The mitten.
They was blowing it up. And they were sending me memes. I got a meme with a whole bunch of lions on the Golden Gate Bridge talking about the lions are coming.
No, that's
and I sent them back. I said, they may be coming, lions, but they're going to leave kitty cats. And that's exactly what happened. That's exactly what happened. But, hey, Lo, what's going on?
What's happening, Kimbo?
I want to ask you a question. Do you know anybody by the name of Kill from Leemore?
Yes, I know the Kills in Leemore, brother. Wow. You know I know the Kills. I know everybody in Leemore, baby. How you know the Kills? Yeah. Go ahead, man. Pass the Kill. Yeah, well, I know the pastor down there. Pass the Kill.
Yeah, well, I told Pastor Kill. That's my friend. I told Pastor Kill, I said, look, Lobe quoting some scriptures, but he don't be quoting them right. He said, okay, I'll tell Florence about it. So...
I'm weak.
I just want to get on there and let you know. I'll be listening to you. I'm gonna let Florence know when you're off.
Okay, I'm gonna get them scriptures together, brother. I'm gonna get them together. Pray for me when you pray.
All right, but listen. Let me just say this. I knew the Niners was gonna win when they scored more than 19. If you think about it. After every game they lost, they scored less than 19. Once they scored more than 19, I knew it was over.
That is true, Mr. D. Anytime they got in 20 or more, tough to beat and tough outs.
Lo, he said the scriptures, you got to get them right.
No, I'm trying to think of what scripture I've been quoting lately.
Leviticus. That was first Bedoni earlier. Let's keep it rolling here. Let's get out to John in Castro Valley. He wants to talk about the man of the hour, Brock Purdy. What's going on, Josh? You're on 95.7 The Game.
What's going on, fellas? It's Gooster, Lolo, Evan. Happy to be on with you guys, man.
What's up, baby?
Hey.
The vibe. Sam, the vibe is immaculate today, man. I love listening to Morning Roast with you guys. I feel so good, man. I got a lot of things I want to talk about, but I'm gonna hit y'all with this, right? You know, for those that play Madden, you know, when it's 21, when somebody goes up 21, what you got to do?
Pass the sticks. Yeah.
Pass the sticks, dude. When he didn't go for it, he was 4th and goal. Talk about sticking to your nation. You think the field goal at the end of the half? Wow. I'm like, if they score this is game. He's down 21. He don't get the field goal. I'm like, oh, that's not like Dan Campbell, but I'll take it. You know, like you and Madden, I got the ball back. I'm down 17. All I got to do is score to stay in the game. We score, we get the field goal, we stay in the game. Reynolds drops the pass. That's when I knew, right? Even in Madden, you need something fluky to happen, right? You need something fluky to happen when you down big. He drops that when he should have caught. I'm like, oh, we in the game. Let's drive. Let's get down the field. Let's score. Let's do it. And once that happens, it's a ball game. It's a 7-point game.
anything can happen. You get the fumble, we right back in it. So that's when I knew that the game had shifted. That's when I started feeling good. I'm screaming. I got my 3-year-old and 1-year-old in the house. They're screaming with me. It's going crazy. We having fun. I know it turns up at that point, you know. So I'm feeling good. And I will say to the defense's credit, they stood tall when they needed to in the second half. They forced them into a fourth down. That's what they weren't doing in the first half. They weren't even getting to a third down to even, force the fourth down. So they were forced to fourth down. Dan Campbell made some bad decisions, and, it played out in our favor. And the last thing I'm going to say to y'all is Brock Purdy, man. Brock Purdy, because what people say to elite quarterbacks, right, they can make plays, and he makes plays. Yeah. He did that when he came in last season, right? When he was at Tampa Bay game, he out of the pocket, moving around, throwing darts. And I honestly think he forgot that he can be a playmaker because the offense is so efficient that at the end of that Packers game, he's like, I can scramble. He scrambled, we score, we win the game. And I think that triggered his mind a little bit to say, you know what? I do got that in me. Let me get to it. That's what makes Mahomes is that ability to scramble. Mahomes even talked about it. I watched the interview. Mahomes was talking about, I scramble more in the playoffs. I need to make plays. And that's what Brock Purdy can do. He's got the arm. He's got the dots. He's got the IQ. But he's quick. He's quick.
He is quick. He's faster than what people think.
He can do it, you know what I'm saying? So I got confidence in the Niners. The defense got to just come out with a little bit more ferocity and in the first half. Talk some mess. I need Greenlaw talking his mess. I need Fred talking his mess, you know what I'm saying? Getting somebody's grill, you know what I'm saying, early on. They need that fire. They got that fire in the second half, which is why the defense played better. They got to come out with that fire early on in the Super Bowl. I'm feeling good. It's going to be a great game.
Look at him.
Bang, bang.
Enjoy, baby.
Do it for the bang. Let's go.
Lo, I know we're up against it. Can you tell Evan and I what a stinger is? Because when your boy hit Laporta Greenlaw, it was hanging. I didn't know if it was separated. What's a stinger?
Yeah, man. Right when it happened, I knew it was a stinger. I had people saying, oh, he dislocated his shoulder. I said, no, he's a stinger. He's on fire right now. And
on fire.
Oh, bro, you on fire. You burning. What's the matter, you burning? I mean, you get and it goes numb. So you get a tingle and you get a burn from your neck all the way down your hand, and you just drop it, and you're just trying to shake it to
For
get
how long?
Because you're trying to get
funny bone.
Yeah, even worse, because you're trying to get feeling back in it, because you think you feel like your arm is just come off. Because all the nerves are short. And so it just stings all the way down your hand. So you see guys just drop their shoulder. You're like, oh, no. I said, he's got a stinger. It's more serious than that. I said, no, it's a stinger. And, it's 2 or 3 minutes, and it starts to come back. Mm-hmm. You put a little icy
Brock had had some during this season.
Oh, yeah, but them stingers, they're no joke.
It was one of the unbelievable parts about an unbelievable comeback for the 49ers. There was also a great game on Saturday. Unfortunately, didn't result in a win for the Warriors, but a 1-point double OT loss.
Lakers.
And it is time for the call of the game, sponsored by Xfinity. The Xfinity 10G network is made for streaming live sports, which means it's the network that you can rely on in the biggest moments. The Xfinity 10G network, the best way to stream your Warriors.
Draymond comes and screens for Curry. Curry the catch, has an open three. Good! It's good! 4.7 to go. The Warriors take a 1-point lead. 144-143.
That was Tim Roy on the call. Unfortunately, the final shot for the Warriors, they fall short to the Los Angeles Lakers, but that was the call of the game, sponsored by Xfinity. Coming up next year on a Monster Monday, brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. Are you looking at the 49ers like they're the new comeback kids? All year long, we've called them front runners. Their last 2 games in the postseason, they've come from behind. A game-winning drive against Green Bay, a 17-point comeback against the Lions. How are you looking at the 49ers now after a magnificent performance in the second half to come from behind and take down Detroit en route to Super Bowl 58? Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz alongside Daryl the Guru Johnson. A Victory Monday with our man Lorenzo Neal in for all 4 hours for you. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're back after this on 95.7 The Game.
The Road to Vegas is brought to you by Merrill West Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together.
The Red and Gold hotline is up and
Prices? Well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, the 49ers are going to the Super Bowl, and we are celebrating it here on a Victory Monday here on 95.7 The Game all day long. Morning roast, Steiny and Guru, Evan in for Steiny alongside Lorenzo Neal, and, of course, Willard and Dibbs coming up from 2 to 6. But we want to hear from you. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's kick this thing off with Sid in Bernardino. We got full lines here. Sid, what's happening, my man? How you doing?
Hey, what's going on, peoples? How y'all living?
Talk to us, baby.
Hey, talk to me. I'll talk back. Hey, first of all, I just want to start off with, the man that took my call, man, because I was really looking forward into the future, and he set me back. He checked me. He big homie me. He told me, hey, let's just talk about this game.
Oh.
He was like, let's just talk about this game. So,
okay,
you know what I'm saying? So I want to get into that. I want to get into this game, man. And I'm gonna get into just because he checked me, I'm going to get into my serious voice. Hold on, let me clear my throat. That first half was real ugly and dirty. Real ugly and dirty. But in that second half, Brock Purdy came through, cleaned up, and made it Purdy.
Nice.
Hey, talk to me, I'll talk back.
That was, man. Wow. Yeah, that was
I see
nice.
you, Sid.
Yeah.
I see he's a poet.
Sid.
He's a poet and he didn't even know it.
Nice.
That sounded like NFL films.
Yeah.
Wow, in the first half. In
the winds of a Raider. Yeah.
It was a clear, calm day at Levi's Stadium. And the Detroit Lions rolled into the first half, and it looked like they were going to mollywop the San Francisco 49ers.
Yeah.
But they found a way, boys. They found a way.
And I'll tell you this, because I know it's not the day, but Brock Purdy he's on the cusp of doing if you can take down 15 in the midst of a little mini dynasty, I mean, I don't care what percent Evan or Lowe you say, he's a product of the system, which I still think is a bunch of hogwash. But Lowe, if somehow the Niners could get their 6 and young Brock gets this one, Lowe, I don't think Niners are looking for a quarterback in the next. Like, I think that's going to be worth 6 years a year our guy. Like, why would you go away? I know today's not the day, but if he can get this done and Kyle could finally say, you've shown the masses and myself you can do what I need to implement, why would you go away from that?
It's like, why if you have a Lexus, you want to upgrade to a Mercedes? Why if you want to get a Tesla? It's like human nature.
Okay.
Just human nature. Sometimes you just try to always upgrade. You're saying, okay, let me go to the next level. You had Brett Favre, and you had Brett, but you went out and got Aaron Rodgers. Right. It's just, I don't, and I think you have to realize, coach's job is to replace you. Coach's job is to make this team better. Coach's job is not just Purdy. It's everyone. Everyone has shelf life. So it's like I don't know if this guy's the future of this organization.
But this will help if he gets
Brock Purdy.
Okay.
You're 1,000% right. And like you and I said, we think that this guy has credit that's due. We all believe that this guy should.
You hammered that home today.
Dude, he's got a roommate.
Wow.
No question.
Right. Give him some mistake.
Exactly. This dude should get some money. I mean, even regardless of what happens in the future, I just think this team should say, what you did for us on this rookie contract. In the first year, the second year, you got us to 2 NFC championship games, and then you got us to the Super Bowl. You played at a very high level. You was Mr. Relevant. You only making $800,000-900,000 a year. I get it. That's good money. But you're playing at a very, very high level. You've already beat 3 first-round quarterbacks, 2 first-round quarterbacks. You have been beating and showing everyone this. Look, 2 years from now, even if you decide to go somewhere, there's a $20 million check that we're going to cut for you just for your services, just to make this right. And then if you decide to keep him, okay, keep him. But I'm just saying, if you decide to let him go, you freaking got to do what's right. I just think what this guy has done for your organization and how he's jumped in here and has become he's no more irrelevant. He is very relevant, and he is in the Super Bowl. And now, do we dare say that it could have been 2 years in a row this guy could have gotten to the Super Bowl because he probably beats Philadelphia being healthy?
How fair is that?
Oh, I'm glad you went there because that's where I was going to take it. It's the first NFC championship game he's finished, and he came back and he won it. And for all the questions about Brock Purdy, and I've certainly had them myself, of can he play from behind? Can he do this when things aren't going his way? Really, my question was, could the offense as a whole operate with efficiency when Kyle Shanahan is uncomfortable play calling, when you kind of got to essentially run this offense on the fly? And Brock Purdy, I thought, in the first 2 games has answered those questions. Now, obviously, it's taken a little bit, as we've discussed, of Detroit making some wrong calls as well. The Packers, of course, had a chance to close out of that game in the divisional round. But to his credit, Brock Purdy doesn't have any control over what the other team does. All he can control is how he plays. And in the second half of back-to-back playoff games, he has played winning football. And he has played with a difference of his predecessors, his ability to use his legs. And this is something we talked about during the week too, Goo. The difference to me between Purdy and Goff was not necessarily that Purdy's going to be more accurate or fit into tight windows or orchestrate this or orchestrate that. He's more mobile. He's not a statue. He doesn't feel the pressure the way that Jared Goff does. And those type of intangibles along with physical traits, to me, are what separates him from the guy he was facing yesterday, and why Jared Goff, Nick Bosa said it during the week. I don't know if we were all listening. He said pressure can hurt Jared Goff. He'll start to feel that once you get him off his spot. One of the reasons why the pass to our boy Reynolds was a little bit off, because he was sliding to his left.
Bosa fell down. He should have got him.
He might have been able to get to him. The pressure started to get into the head, I believe, of Jared Goff, just the way the moment got into the heads of the Detroit Lions. And the one thing we did learn the last 2 games, at least so far for Brock Purdy in the postseason, the moment's not too big for him.
No question. And you know what? I look at this, one of another coaches, he said, Lorenzo, if you can look up, you can get up. And he always said a setback is nothing but a setup for a comeback. When you think about this Niner team, they've been in setbacks for 2 weeks. And we can say all that we want and who's this, and we can point the fingers and look, and we could be the radio, this Monday morning quarterback coach, and we can talk about all the things they didn't do. But let's talk about the things they did do. We're still able to talk about them last week, and now we're still able to talk about them this week, because what they did do is they finished their tasks that remained before them in spite of their imperfection. We talk about a Guru all the time. Every time, Guru, you're always transparent. You say, look, I'm not perfect. No one is. But so you look at this Niner team, yes, we can nitpick and talk about things that they didn't do and all the things they got to get fixed and what is alarming. But let me tell you what they did do. They punched their ticket to the Super Bowl. They punched their ticket to the Super Bowl in spite being down by 17, in spite being down the week before by 10 or double digits, in spite of all the things, but despite being able to get ran through like a sieve, in spite of all the different things that guys dropping coverages, missing blocks, all the different things, offensive line can't run the ball at times, all these things that we can talk about and sit here and pontificate about. But what we have to realize, though, there is 32 teams, and there's only 2 remaining. And guess what? We get to talk about one of the teams that's still remaining and going to the show.
No doubt. And it's crazy. You guys are on fire. And I'll say this.
Oh, boy!
Yeah, obviously, Evan, you want to win the game 35-10. And had the Niners done that these 2 past games, there still would have been the questions of what we've been talking about the first hour. Oh, the Niners, when they get their front runners, they can't come from behind. So obviously, this was too close for comfort. You didn't have it. It drew up this way. But the fact that Brock Purdy, I haven't told you this, Lo, Evan knows it, I think suffers from draftism. I think he's hated on because he threw for 31 touchdowns, 11 picks, and everything looked perfect. He threw over 4,000 yards. That's why people were like, I'm not buying or processing you telling me that dude is the guy. He did that. And then you tell me now in the playoff games, and I'm 50 Cent, I'm 50 years old, I know what a good quarterback looks like. And on a good day, a good quarterback can have a bad one, but it's what do they do on that last drive? And to Evan's point, we saw it a week ago, down 7 from I'm being selfish, from a Brock Purdy standpoint, drove them down. And then this yesterday, down 17 to where some thought it was over. And I'm not even mad at them. I was halfway there. Brock Purdy is checking off all the boxes of it was pretty, boy Floyd, during the regular season. Not a lot of stuff. I made it look easy, but then in the fire, Evan, in the midst of it, I can bring us back from 17. I can come back on my worst day. Like, what else do you need, man?
Yeah.
But this bling.
Is it wrong of us, Guru and Evan, to think that this 49er team is just hands and, just that much taller, stand above the rest of the league? Because it's selfish as we that, man, they're dominant. Man, they got one of the best offenses. They got so many weapons, a plethora of weapons. We talk about the defense, Hargrave, all the different guys that they got, Bosa, Fred Warner, and we just say, man, all these chess pieces. But is it selfish of us to think that this team is a step above everyone else in the league? Or was that foolish of us? And just because this is the National Football League, it's hard to win in this league. And they're still in the Super Bowl, even though it wasn't as pretty as we'd like. What is it that gives us that reserved and to say, God, it's just football?
Evan, before you go, I'll say this to Lo. I thought they were, and these last 2 weeks, that's taken a hit. Somebody will say, well, we don't care. They're in the Super Bowl. But I thought, like Lo, you just said it, that they were head and shoulders above. And I've realized maybe that gap is not as big, and that's why Green Bay and Detroit were able to take them to 15 rounds. And I don't know how I'm predicting this game against Kansas City, but this defense is not what I thought, Evan. And you check me, just giving me the facts like, Goo, this D wasn't what you thought it was throughout the season, and I'm processing that.
Yeah, I mean, look, they've never been the 2000 Ravens or the 85 Bears defensively. But to me, why I would say that, yes, we did overrate them in the sense of the league. I don't think we were wrong to overrate them and put them head and shoulders above the NFC. And I think that what they showed in these 2 games, even though Green Bay could have won that game, no doubt. Detroit could have won that game yesterday, no doubt. But to me, where they separate themselves and what does matter within football is the gumption and the mental toughness that we weren't sure was there because they've been beating the brakes off of everyone throughout the season. But they do have that, and they do have, to their credit, as opposed to the youngest team in football in Green Bay, as opposed to a team with a young head coach, with a veteran quarterback, but a relatively young set of skill position players and defense. We look at the Lions compared to the Niners. I see players on the 49ers that have played in the Super Bowl before. I see players that have played in now 3 straight NFC championship games. Okay. The amount of big games that those players have played in, I think, showed up against the last 2 opponents and younger teams that they've played. That's something I don't know if we gave them enough credit for because we hadn't necessarily seen it yet because the playoffs hadn't started. But now, and again, we're getting ahead of ourselves, but this is also a talking point we're going to have heading into Super Bowl week, which is, well, now you're facing a team that has been there and done it at the highest level more frequently than any team in recent memory. So how can you essentially flip the way that you've started, the way your defense is played, all these things we're going to break down. But to me, where they showed the last 2 games, their mettle, it was with their experience. And that's something that you cannot replicate, you cannot inject. And they had that from the start of this season, even if we were looking at them like they were the big bad bullies.
Well, I think a lot of this, Guru, stems from our perception, and sometimes perception is not reality. And sometimes because when I looked at this team early, I made a statement. I said, I think it was in training camp or like the third or fourth game, I said, can we say now that it's safe to say that the offense is better than the defense? You got to realize what we've seen in the last 4 years, it's been defense, defense, defense.
Yeah. By not even close.
It's been Niners can run the ball 40 times, your defense is going to hold. Defense was saying, we know that we have to take on, and we know our offense with the quarterback and all the stuff we have, they're going to run the ball. We got to do our job, not make mistakes, and we might win a 17-10 game. And so the defense was predicated on that, and that's the way that they went into the mentality of this team. The reason why I think that we're frustrated, I think at times, is because we see the holes in the defense, but now you look at this offense and you're like, every time they touch the ball, we think they should score. So we think that our offense should be way more efficient. So when we saw the Green Bay game, and we saw the way the game started off yesterday, you say, okay, teams are going to score. But you think that your offense, because the weapons that you have, and sometimes they're stifling, you're like, no, this offense should be scoring more.
Yeah.
And I think that's what gives us that sense of like, whoa, wait a minute. We understand the defense has problems. We've always said, even the last couple of years, it's been the secondary is a problem, not up front. Now you're starting to see it on both levels. And so I think that that's the perception. That's the reality should be, man, the offense is the glue of this team. The offense is what is the driving force, not necessarily the defense. Defense is good, but it's no longer elite defense.
And I guess my only question to that would be, and it goes back to Evan telling me that it hit me in the head with a bag of bricks, like, goo, you didn't overrate them. Lo, if that is the case, because I talk about this 3-game, just looking back on the season, the 3-game losing streak, you were without Debo and Trent, but defensively, you were good. And Team Minnesota did some things, and we all kind of scoffed at it like it was kind of fluke. Cleveland ran the ball. We saw with Cincinnati, Joe Burrow came in here. That was an ass whooping, but yet there was I'm talking out loud now like I'm on a doctor's couch. I was still kind of in denial that the defense hadn't slipped that bit. But I told Evan and Steiny, maybe your offense has surpassed your D, and now the D could have slippage, but the offense will save you. And now we've seen when the offense takes a little time to save you and almost is not coming, were you looking for Superman? What is it? And so my question to you and Evan is real quick, because it's Positive Monday. Why has the D taken a step back? If you brought in Hargrave, you brought in a Randy Gregory, you flipped whatever for a Chase Young, what am I missing that this D is taking a step back?
Yeah, I think that's the $1 million question.
Yeah.
I think when you look at this defense, you just see guys out of gap control.
Wow.
You see guys getting pushed off the line. And you look at a guy that, that I know you drafted him in the first round, 99, and we talk Kinlaw. Wow. I see this guy and he's built like Tarzan. And he's
better than Tarzan.
No, I watched this guy and I'm like, oh my goodness.
Yeah.
But you watch him get pushed off the line of scrimmage. You see him get double teamed. Now linebackers have to run the hump. So when you, as a defensive lineman, if you get pushed off the ball, now your linebackers 5 yards deep, and they push you into him. Now the linebacker, he's trying to hold them off and now make plays. That's not how defenses function. The functionality of this defense is not functioning at the level. When you're getting double teamed, you're taught to grub, either turn a knee, hold on to that guard, drop to one knee, so now you drop to a knee, and now you're getting skinny. So now they can't just, and he's going to have to lean on you, and now once that guard says, okay, I'm going to block down more because you turn like this, Goo, so now he's got to turn his hips and block down. Now your linebacker can shoot the gap. The continuity in what I'm watching with defenses is not here. This defense has to get better. So you're asking me, I see a fundamental breakdown in the defense. I see safeties taking bad angles. I see guys getting pinned down, and now the guard gets a pull out, and he's pulling on the corner. So when you see a little corner and the guard's pulling for the corner, that's a mismatch.
Is this scheme, Lo? It sounds like you're breaking down scheme to me.
I'm breaking down scheme, but I'm also breaking down technique. You say, how do you stop returns? When I played kickoff return and I played kickoff team, the defensive coach, when I'm playing kickoff, he says, how do you stop returns? Over the top, stop returns. Over the top. Because you go over the top, if everyone's going over the top, think about you're playing kickoff team, and everyone goes over the top to the left. You kick the ball deep left, so everyone's going over the top. Every lane now is covered. You got to stay in the lane. Integrity of the defense is being compromised. Guys got to say, okay, when this guy's coming down to crack me, crack, 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 make the sound. Fight. That means telling defensive end, he's got to shoot out. Now the guard's got to hit. Now the linebacker's got to hit that C gap. Now the safety's got to come down and force. So I'm not seeing the fundamentals. So guys are taking turns. They're in the right position, but they're taking turns making mistakes.
Wow.
888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings in for Steiny with Guru Lorenzo Neal here with you on 95.7 The Game. Let's get out to Martinez. Bring on Nick. What's happening, Nick? How you doing, my man?
Gentlemen, what's going on? Lorenzo, how you doing, man?
My man, what's going on, brother?
So, hey, man, I want to hand out Guru. What's up, man? Too.
What's up, baby?
You. But I do want to give some flowers before I get to my point. Flowers to Lorenzo Neal. I have the privilege and I'm blessed to be able to sit in the Blue Shield Club. And the last time that I went to the game, I was there. Lorenzo was there. You were on a phone call, brother. And I went to take a selfie. You were on a call. And I was just trying to catch you in the background. Brother, you stopped your call and you said, hold on. And you put your arm around me and took a picture with me. As a Niner fan, I'm just telling you, brother, you're a big man, but your heart is even bigger. Like, that meant so much to me, man. Yeah, Hall of Famer.
Guru, give him a break. Give him a 5. Let's give him a 5.
Give him a 5.
Yeah,
I'm give you a 5.
You finally gave out a 5. Thank you. That is it's 5 the highest, right?
Yeah. Here's some other flowers I want to hand out, man. To the Lions, man. They came out that first half with the heart of a lion. They put that on the table. They hit us in the mouth, right? But to my point, you guys were talking about mantras, and when the team was coming out, man, the second half, the only thing that I could hear was that Rocky Balboa speech. It's not about how hard you hit; it's about how hard you can get hit and keep coming back. Right? We came out with the eye of the tiger that second half. You look at Brock Purdy's eyes, the way that he operated, the way that he put the team on his back. And it's really not just about Brock, gentlemen. Come on, man. This is about the whole team. Everybody questioned themselves. This is not about one man. This is about a team. And we came out this second half, not just this game, but the last. Niner Empire, get ready. We're in it. We are all in. We're doing this for the Bay, gentlemen. Thank you so much for taking my call.
Thank you.
Love you guys. Love the show.
Operation Vegas.
Thanks, Nick. Viva. Yeah. I mean, look at Lowe, man. Just a man of the people.
He ain't never met a camera he didn't like.
Not above the equal.
I'm playing Lowe. But that was big of you.
No.
You remember it, or you take so many?
I think
you know what? Just say you do.
No, I totally remember. It's a couple weeks ago. I totally remember that. I was on a phone call. But yeah, you don't own your brand. People do. And I love individuals, man. I love people, and man, great guys. And just like you guys, we're all great here.
Well, speaking of brands, we got a great one on the line. Let's bring in Tim Boyle from the Highland Mint. Over the past 29 years has produced the coin that is flipped immediately prior to the big game. I'm showing it right now, Tim, here for our YouTube audience and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Want to bring him on. He has a special offer for our listeners after yesterday's great win for the Niners. So make sure you're locked in right now. Tim, how you doing, my man? How are you?
I'm doing great. Thank you very much. Thanks for having us on.
Tim, welcome to the show, man. Tell us about this great coin. I'm showing our audience right now.
Yeah, okay, so this is the coin that is used for the coin toss to start the game at the Super Bowl. So the Highland Mint, we've been doing this for 31 years, and we started with Super Bowl 27, and it's become such a big part of the opening ceremony. So what we're showing here and what we're offering is the coin, the exact replica of the coin that will be used on the field. It's a 39-millimeter coin. It's struck like real currency, and it's silver-plated with selective gold plating on it. One side has a Super Bowl 58 logo with Roger Goodell's signature, and on the other side you have the dueling logos of the 49ers and the Chiefs. So all this comes packaged inside a 4x6 book, and the same one that we've been using only for this product for 31 years, and we also there's a certificate of authenticity that comes with that. The certificate's numbered, the coin is numbered, so it's a special collectible.
Well, Tim, we really appreciate it. And again, Tim Boyle from the Highland Mint. Again, he's been doing this for nearly 30 years. Tim, tell the people how they can get in on this right now.
So this is a limited edition of only 10,000. So 10,000 is not much when you consider how many people watch the game or are into football, or how many 49er fans are out there. So you could buy this now by calling us at 888-560-2727. That's 888-560-2727. Or you could go to sbflip.com. That's S as in super, B as in bowl, FLIP.com. And the cost is $99 per coin. Somebody will be ready to take your call. If you have any questions, let us know, and we'll make sure you get it before the game.
And Tim, let me know if this is okay. Right before you go, is it okay if we give away one on our show right now? Is that okay with you?
Yeah, that'd be fine. That'd be fine. And those who aren't lucky enough to win it, then give us a shout right away.
Right on. Tim Boyle, thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate it.
Okay, thank you very much.
God, I wish I could get in that and win that. That is freaking awesome.
Well, let me tell you how you can right now. Again, Tim's going to give away, along with our help, one of the coins that is flipped immediately prior to the big game. He's been doing this for nearly 30 years. It's a fantastic coin. Goo's hanging it up, showing it up right now on YouTube and Twitch. The fifth caller to the contest line wins one of these coins. The number is 415-523-4652. That's 415-523-4652. Caller number 5 is going to win one of those minted coins from Tim Boyle at Highland Mint. Again, they flip it before every big game. This is something you don't want to miss out on.
415, give it to him one more time.
415-523-4652. On the other side, we're going to talk about the 49ers being in that big game, of course, after their 17-point comeback against the Lions. Guru, Lowe, Evan Giddings with you on 95.7 The Game. Standing Guru back after this.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's
Twitch and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Dude, I heard this song bumping up and down 24th Street in Mission.
Stop trying to act like you be lit like that.
Come on, man. Dude, they shut down the whole block.
They
shut down the whole block.
You rather climb a tree and tell a lie than stand on the ground and tell the truth. Look at him trying to get hypey in here. Ain't nobody like an Evan
Don't
party.
sleep on Evan's gangster.
Look at the swag. He even got the swag with it. He moving. He grooving.
Don't forget I'm a Bay Boy, man.
I said one day in the middle of the night, two dead soldiers, they got up to fight. Back to back, they sue each other and they drew their swords and they shot each other. I said, if you don't believe my lie is true, why don't you ask the blind man who saw it too? Hey,
that's what I'm talking about, oh, man.
Those were bars.
Freestyle Friday on a Monday.
Man, Lo, you had something to say.
Damn, Lo.
Oh, boy.
I didn't even see a pen.
840 callers, man. Oh, boy, Lo, you was going.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, man.
I'm weak.
Dude, this
great.
is Lo Neal in studio, ladies and gentlemen.
Man. The one and only, Evan.
Seriously, man, no other. I mean... Oh my gosh, that was incredible,
Yeah.
Lo. Thank you,
looking
man.
at us right now. I don't know. He's giving us a sneaky eye.
Man of the people, not above but equal. That's Lorenzo Neal, Daryl the Guru Johnson, Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz here on 95.7 The Game. And let's get this thing rolling, man, because everyone loves their quarterback, right? Let's get out to Dave in San Francisco. Everyone loves the quarterback, Dave. Ain't that right? How we feeling, my man?
Yeah, to be honest with you, during the game, halftime, I had serious doubts. I wanted to apologize to Purdy. And also, I was thinking, like, the end of the game, despair, chaos, darkness, another season of not getting to where we needed to go. And that all turned around after the half. So, what can I say? That's it.
Here we are.
Man, there it is. I love the honesty. And that's why I love Lo saying he thought they were dead to rights. Evan, I know you were there. You kind of you were like me. I don't want to speak for you. I was like, I need to see one more Detroit score, and then you put him in the coffin. But I was shocked, but I didn't think it was over, though.
So you had the coffin out.
Yeah.
And you had the
Vallone cognac.
Okay.
You know, I got the black bottle.
You might even had the body in the coffin, but you just hadn't nailed it yet.
No, there was a funeral. People were coming in.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you didn't nail it. You just had them in the coffin, but
I
not
needed
nailed.
to see that first series from the Niners after half, which culminated in a field goal. But then I said, he was smart and not desperate. Kyle, that is, to get that field goal, Evan. And then I was like, okay, Detroit, come down to do the it looked like Bama versus Rutgers.
Sure.
The way they were running on
No
the Niners
question.
defense. Do that, and then I'll be like, oh boy. And that didn't happen. It didn't happen.
See, I thought they were dead and they were in the coffin, and I had even put the stone, rolled the tomb, and they said that he stinketh, so I thought it was Lazarus. And then I said, roll away the stone. After
didn't feel pulse.
When they went for it on fourth down. You remember when Jesus told Lazarus, why? Come on. And he came out. I said, this is Lazarus, so they're coming back. That's when I said, okay, because they were dead. To me, I think they were dead. And I think you guys, I don't know, Evan. I think that you thought they were dead. You were like, this is ugly. Because people were at that stadium trying to walk out, thinking about walking out. People had their head down.
Bonte went to church.
Bonte went to church and started praying, doing Hail Marys. I mean, people there were mad. They were drinking. They were cussing.
But it was only still 17 guys, and you're getting the ball, Evan. So I believe you believed it ain't over.
If the Lions had scored before the half, I thought that it would have been over. Even then, I was sitting there like, this thing is not looking good. You talk about a church. I mean, Levi's Stadium was like, instead of people lining up to go to the bathroom, they were lining up for a confession at halftime because people did not. I didn't feel the belief in that stadium, and I get it.
Like they're doing everything they want. I haven't seen a perfect half like this in a while. It was real.
Not against that defense. And look, I know that the defense has not been superb and perfect throughout the year, but they never looked like They never look like that. Even
That
against
was
Green
incredible.
Bay, Green Bay moved the ball on them, but they
not-
held firm in the red zone. I mean, Detroit went and marched right down
And
the
that
field and got 6.
Gibbs' his second touchdown where he ski skirted and just
Man.
nobody. I was like, I'm not used to this.
No, it's you.
I started looking for a defensive coordinator opening position.
Man, you put it out the tweet.
Yeah, man.
He had a
Indeed.com.
tweet.
I was like, man,
Awana had for
Well, and it-
defensive coordinator Santa Clara. He tweeted it out because it looked like there was going to be a fall guy.
It was as much about the performance from the team, but also I just didn't get the why would he want to come back after that? Because he was the natural scapegoat if they lose that game. To me, we would be talking, yes, about is Purdy the guy, Kyle Shanahan falls short for a third straight NFC championship. But to me, the onus, the blame game would have been thrown in Steve Wilkes' face because it has all year.
Wow.
I think.
Yeah, it has.
Wow.
But when you think about last week, what was the score of Green Bay and the Niners? What was the final score? And you got to look at, did Green Bay get 21? I think it was 21. So when you think about 21, 22.
Yeah, 24-21.
So you think about, if you, keep
win again.
if you keep the team under 21 and less, you also win. So that game defensively, you've had some. There has been some leaks. And that's why I think that you're at a point now, this is a great win, and the Niners are winning. They're on to the Super Bowl. But if I'm Shanahan now, Goo, I'm at the point now where I say, Wilkes, go upstairs. You call the defense. You got 2 weeks. 2 weeks to get this solved. We're going to get this fixed. So it's like now I get my defensive coaches together. If you're the DC, you get the defensive coaches together and you say, let's go through this. And now if I'm Wilkes, I say, hey, coach, come in here. They break down offense and defense. You still got to report to the coach what your game plan is. I show all the different sweeps that they're doing. I pull up on screen and I say, okay, let's watch the sweep. Let's watch this quick pitch that both these teams have gashed us. Now I'm going to show you the front. I'm going to show you the front. I'm going to show you the scheme. I'm going to show you the lanes. I'm going to give you two different things. What do you like? If I'm Wilkes now, I'm saying, okay, here's the stuff that we're getting beat on because they're addressing it and pull it up. Now put all those things that they're getting beat on and give them 2-3 options how to stop it. And this is the lanes. This is what they do. And now you say, okay, this week is about walkthroughs. This week is about getting it. This week is about tempo. So you make those corrections because you got 14 days.
Yeah.
So you can fix this. And I think that's going to be a heavy emphasis on saying we have to fix this because I'm going to tell you right now, Kansas City is not going to stop from being Kansas City. But what Kansas City would do, Kansas City will say, I'm going to add a wrinkle because this is working.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. We've seen what they did. And I'll tell you this, Evan could attest to this, Lo. I haven't been on Wilkes' helmet, but I know Kyle's not going anywhere. I know the defensive players, most of them aren't going anywhere. I know how great they were to parlay a job for Saleh and D'Amico Ryans just last year. So something is up with Boothgate, with Wilkes. Just to me, I thought that was kind of for him and him staying around. I didn't think that bode well for how all that played out. But the defense, got Chase Young. They bounced back. But I was telling Evan, if this thing doesn't improve, this is how shocked I was from what Green Bay was able to do. And then we see that yesterday. I'm listening to Devontae this morning. He said he heard Wilkes after the game, I'm paraphrasing, say he's still learning the system. If that is true, my thing to you and Evan is this, to me, is Wilkes' system. What does he mean he's still learning the system? Or is that telling us that he's kind of, if this ain't all his defense? Like, that's scary to me if that's the case. Like, how can you be a D coordinator and not implement everything? Is he working with some of his stuff, some of the old guy stuff? And then that would explain to me why you said you see guys missing assignments left and right.
Yeah, because it starts with
that. Wow.
When you're starting to build a team, it's the first thing you say, what comes first? Is it heart determination or is it culture? How do you change the culture? How do you change the determination? How do you change the will of God? So if you don't believe, if you don't have a culture, how do you get belief? So you already have the culture, but now have you lost belief in the defense? Have you lost belief in what you're doing? Because the culture here, the Niners got some good guys. Let's be honest. The players they have on this team, you have a good culture and you built that. But where's the belief? So I know I got a culture, but belief and culture is two different things.
Because the fans ain't believing a little bit now in the defense because the last 2 weeks.
Exactly. But now is the players believing. Now that you got the culture, this is a great organization. We already know this, Bill. You don't have any jerks on the team. So the culture of how we work and how hard we is there. But is the belief there in the defense? Are these guys doubting schemes? Are they doubting what they're being told to do? Are they executing what they're told to do? Because Freddie said, we got to execute. Fred Warner, this is your captain of your team, saying, look, we're in the best position. We're just not making plays. We're not executing. You heard Nicky Bosa say, hey, we need Chase to win his one-on-one. I believe in this guy. You heard Nicky Bosa say, we need Chase to win his one-on-ones at those times. He needs to win because we're going to need him. Why is he saying that? When you're hearing these guys saying it, so each guy is saying, look, we believe in each brothers as brothers, but we need guys not just to believe in them, they got to execute. So it's got to, so you got the culture, but where's the execution? The execution has not been here. And so you got to realize the first 6-7 weeks, they're talking about Wilkes for a new coach, going to be a coach. The defense was cooking. So what has fell off and what has changed? He was up in the booth having success, and now a couple weeks is Rocky, come downstairs, all the different things that surround it. So I'm wondering now, you look at what happened to Philadelphia. You had a team that was rolling and all of a sudden win 10 games, and all of a sudden the culture was there, but then the belief, you changed the coach, you did certain there, and now the belief system, they stopped tackling. They look at their defense.
Patricia.
They stopped tackling. They switched Patricia, and the guy said, man, they were upset. So the belief, the culture was there. But what happened to the belief? The defense stopped believing. They stopped tackling. They stopped. So you got to get this thing. You got to get this corrected, brother. You got to get it corrected and corrected soon.
And I'm inclined to believe with you because I also see, look, it's interesting to me how in the last few weeks of the regular season, we talked about what was the most improved part of the defense, right? The secondary. Where has, of the three levels, the least talent on the defense?
Yeah.
It's a secondary.
There's no doubt.
You get the most money invested in the defensive line. You got one All-Pro. You probably got two All-Pros at the linebacking spot with Greenlaw and Warner. So to me, it's interesting that the secondary he's able to get a lot out of because to me, due to a lack of talent and maybe some experience, they are a little more bought in. And I don't know this for sure, but I do think that, look, I saw a few times, mainly in the first half, a few people on that defensive line, mainly Chase Young, do what Lowe did off the top of this segment, freestyle.
Wow,
and I saw that more often. I've seen that more often in recent weeks. I don't know if you catch this, but sometimes the reason why you're not setting the edge is because you're trying to dive inside. There's not as much gap integrity. I see some guys that the guys that make the big bucks, sometimes it feels like they almost think they know better. And not that Steve Wilkes is a perfect DC, not that the defense is not supremely talented, but I don't think, to your point, Lo, there's as much buy-in as there's been in the past.
Trust.
That could be a reason. Yes.
Trust. And so that's the thing. The things that you guys are saying are spot on. I watched plays yesterday where you're talking about guys who are dipping in. When you're playing outside force, you saw at times they were getting to the outside and like, how the heck did that happen? But you saw the defender actually turn and try to go down, keep squeezing the pocket and actually go down. When you're squeezing the hole, you keep your outside shoulder free. So now you come on and you set a hard edge, you keep your outside shoulder free. So now you have leverage that if your outside shoulder's free, I still can go up the field. But once I turn down like this and I'm trying to stop it and break, how can I now, when a guy's running full speed on a sweep or reverse or coming this way, Guru, how do now I open back and disengage and make the tackle? Is it easy for me to keep my outside shoulder free? And now I can step up the field because he's trying to block me here and I can still go up laterally. Now, when I turn like this, now I got to rotate my hips all the way around and now I got to get up the field. It doesn't work. And that's what you're saying. When you see guys dive inside, it's impossible for them to get back and get up the field. You keep your outside shoulder free, you constrict the hole at the same time, and you still can get laterally up the field.
But Lo, we're in week 19. I get that's the truth, Evan. I agree. But we're in week 19.
But that's why Evan's saying trust. But that's why the point that we're making. We're saying because there's different people taking turns making a mistake. Guys are trying to make plays, and now the trust isn't there. Yeah. And now guys, like you're saying, they're going freestyling, and hence we have a breakdown because they're running free. You're absolutely right. You're 1,000% right. It's week 19. This shouldn't happen. But you see guys saying, I got to go make a play. Instead of just doing their job, playing the technique and keeping outside shoulder free, playing leverage, doing the technique that you do, they're coming unglued and you're creating lanes. And that's what you're seeing a lot of different things happen to this defense.
And to be fair, they do have a lot of playmakers. It's not as if they don't have guys that can go out and wreck games. Right. But against teams, and maybe this is also part of it too, like when you get this deep in the season, you got offenses on the other side that can execute at a high level. And if you're all not on the same page, sometimes it doesn't matter how good you are, because if you're going one way, another guy's going another way, and you're not on the same page, you can get taken advantage of by a team that is schemed up to beat you if you're in disarray. And we saw the Niners in the first half mainly in a lot of disarray type of positions, and Detroit was able to capitalize on it.
Yeah, no doubt. And I know it's a glorious day, Evan, Lowe, and rightfully so. The Niners are back. They get a chance. 2 weeks it starts. But I wouldn't be myself if I didn't tell you what we saw from the defense against Green Bay, and the first half of Detroit, Lowe, is not going to get it done against Patrick and the Fat Man.
No.
Like, you're right. They got to be in the lab. They got to be sleeping there.
Patrick and the Fat Man.
Yeah.
I love that. That's great.
Shout out Andy.
And Taylor. Don't forget about the Swifties, man.
Oh, boy. It's like she plays for the Chiefs.
Oh, my
Like, they got an angel now.
Right.
I'm for real. Like, I'm sick of it, but now I'm like, they're probably going to.
And people are watching it just because she's there, too. The Swifties, they love it.
You think so?
And, but I'm going to tell you what. Travis he's playing the role.
Well, he fell off a little bit.
He played his ass off yesterday.
No, that was the best Patrick I've seen. I'm
talking about Kelsey.
Yeah. Patrick. He was balling.
He know his mama. He know baby girl there.
Okay.
And he putting on a show for her.
Yeah.
And she yelling and
struggling
twisting
a little bit. He was injured. That's all I'm saying.
He was struggling, but the Bills.
Yeah.
The Bills? That man was.
No, that was
he Debo'd
2 weeks in a row.
He's been Debo'd. Yeah. So you got to. And it's and everyone's. And I'm a derail guy. As I digress, I got so sick of hearing, "Oh, the NFL is fixed. They already got the Super Bowl colors.
Yeah.
Baltimore and the Niners. These two colors. Look at this." And I'm looking at it, and I'm watching these people. Baltimore and the Niners. They've been talking about this for months. This is going to happen. It's been all. Look at the colors. The NFL. So look at this play. This is what I'm saying. They want to see Baltimore and the Niners. It's going to happen. Look at the colors. This has been And I tell people,
Baltimore loves.
And every now and then I go in and I say, "Are you crazy?" And I shouldn't. And I say, "Buddy, what are you talking about?" Now, if you want to get to the officials, it's possible. You think I'm gonna go out there, Guru, and let some guy just beat me? Dude, you know how dangerous it is? How can I'm just gonna throw this interception. Oh, I'm just gonna miss this tackle.
I thought Baltimore was going low.
I agree, but I'm just saying, people to say it's fixed, it's scripted. I'm like, you guys are out of your mind.
If the warden, right, if Goodell came down at halftime and told Zay Flowers to fumble that ball through the end zone as he was an inch away from breaking the plane, I don't know what I've been watching for the last 29 years.
And what was he doing? Protect the rock.
Exactly, but that's what I'm saying.
He's a rookie, man.
Wow.
He was having a great year, a great game. I'm going to tell you right now, it didn't get too big for him. He got careless.
Yep. And then he got the 15-yard flag.
He got careless, and that was one of those things. He's standing up over people.
You can't do that and spin the ball, Evan. That's a flag. I'm sorry.
And he started
like
doing
a dreidel.
They start doing stuff that's discipline, and that's not usually a hardball type of team. Hardball usually like, guys, stop that crap. Because you lost that game because of turnovers and penalties.
Yeah.
That's Kansas City.
The D came to second half. It was like night. Y'all ain't getting nothing, Kansas City, and they didn't.
Well, and to the credit of both the 49ers and the Chiefs, those are the teams that have taken care of the football just about as well as any team. I think the Chiefs have not turned the ball over in the playoffs. So Mahomes hasn't thrown a pick so far. Purdy threw one yesterday, but he's been very good at not giving the football to the other team, and they've also been dropping balls. So either way you slice it, the 49ers have taken care of the football. 888-957-9570 is the number. Shaka wants to talk about the defense that we've been getting into. What's up, Shaka? How we doing, my man?
Oh man, y'all got it going on today, man. Y'all rocking, man.
Say work, Shaka.
I'm yelling out there rocking. You ain't even on him.
Appreciate it.
Yeah. What's up, baby?
Hey, what I want to say is Kansas City's got great secondary. Great secondary is elite, man. Number 22, he went to Washington. He's an all-pro. He's been in the league only 3 years. They got Golden, number 32, is a hard hitter. They got a great defensive secondary, man. So they're going to have to It's going to be, it's not going to be an easy war. You know what I mean? But what I want to say is that the quarterback came through. He made the necessary runs. He showed he was fearless, man. And I got to give him his credit, man. He came through. He did what he had to do when he needed to do it, man. The coaching for Detroit was suspect. I think you up 24-10. They get a field goal. You're at the 25-yard line. You've got to kick that field goal to make it a 3-score game. You're running 7 yards per game, 7 yards a carry. You get 7 yards a carry. I mean, that's enormous.
Yeah.
I think it was Detroit gave the game away more than San Francisco won it.
And Shaka, I think that coach was being selfish. I'll take that to my grave. Hopefully I don't see my grave, but I'll take that to the grave with me because I'm really think he wanted some of the Denzel.
Yeah.
So, that Dan Campbell, he really even goes for it rather than just being the coach that had his team ready to play, that won, and you take 3 because you're humble and you know it's a playoff game. But to sit there and play Madden in front of the world, I'm sorry, man. That, like you said, his team had his back, but I'm sure them dudes are whispering or on the plane like, Coach, we gotta fix this next year, man.
Yeah, and I think that, you just got to have someone there for Campbell and says, hey, look, the situation bears now that you kick the points because it's only 7 minutes left. Let's tie this up. Let's not try to – and then guess what? We're going to get the ball back again. And that's the thing. A coach should have said, Coach, timeout. No, Coach. That's where sometimes you got to have someone to say, I got to do – because you say, Coach, wait a minute. Kick the field goal. Why? Let me tell you why. Because now we're tied up. It's only 7 minutes left. We're going to get the ball back. We're going to get the ball back. Even if they score, we tie it up and we can score 2. So we're going to get the ball back. Wait a minute. We have to tie it up. We already went for it once. So I just think that's where cooler heads have to prevail because your coach is a gambler. But in that situation with 6 minutes left, you tie it up and you say, okay, tied it up. Okay, defense. Anything can happen. Instead, you go down instead of being down by 3, now you're down by 10. Wow.
Well, especially because you've seen the Niners go on a 5-6 minute agonizing game-ending drive before. In fact, they did it earlier in that game with a 5-minute drive. If you don't tie that game, you might not get the ball back, even though there's 5 minutes left. So I'm with you. To take your Denzel reference a step further, he was trying to be the American gangster. And what happened to Frank Lucas? I mean, what happened to Frank Lucas? He got locked up. He got locked up. Threw away the key.
Let me out.
And they threw away the key. And that's why Dan Gamble's sitting on his couch today.
Dan Gamble's phenomenal. Oh, that is great, Evan.
And San Francisco winners 34-31 yesterday in the NFC Championship. Still some time to get your calls in on the other side. A quick break here between now and the crossover with Mark Willard and Dan Dibley. Looking forward to talking to them as we have with Lorenzo O'Neal for all 4 hours here on a Victory Monday. Special guest, special edition for a special comeback victory for the 49ers. That's Daryl the Guru Johnson, Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz. We'll take a break, come back. A reminder, it's a Monster Monday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. Also use that Rewind app on the free Odyssey app to go back and listen to all 4 hours of Steiny and Guru. Plus, watch us on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. We're back after this on 95.7 The Game.
The Road to Vegas is brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices exclusively at Zenni.com.
The Red and Gold hotline is up and running.
This is freaking incredible.
Call it anytime. Get excited. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
You up, Goo. You up, Goo.
Oh.
You up.
On the
you
spot.
Up. You up. Go.
Can't put me on the spot like a leper because I'm deaf. I'm dope from the U, but now I'm in the city coming through with Evan Gidding. Yeah, play-by-play. He made it! Yeah, that's my Tim Roy. Understand right now that the team's headed to Vegas. LV, see me, call me the teacher. Now I'm with Lowe, the sports preacher. Hello, how you doing? Patrick
I see you. I see you, Goo.
Now I'm with the Lowe, the preacher. I was like, that was
nice. That was nice.
bro.
That was high.
That was high.
Off the top.
Okay.
From the top
Grandy
rope.
saved me. What's going on? Grandy looked at me like, bust one.
Oh, no, you brought that back like the 49ers. Goo.
That was a
down
comeback.
17. Down 17, man. Oh, my goodness. Steiny and Guru with Lorenzo Neal. We got about 10 minutes here till the crossover with Willard and Dibbs. Let's take a couple calls in here. Got to hear from the people on a great day like today. A victory Monday after the 49ers advanced to the Super Bowl. Let's get out to Oakland and John. What's up, John? How we doing, my man?
Hey, boys, what's going on?
Hey.
Good win yesterday. Hey, you know what? I think Gamble on those two calls. I think he was trying to be Al Pacino and Scarface on those two calls.
Wow.
He thought he had it in the bag. Well, anyway, I called last week about Brock Purdy, and I was saying, come on, man, all you haters, you got to quit hating on this boy because he is the real deal. And yesterday, he proved that he is the real deal. Well, he has, I think, five playoff wins already, I think it is.
Man.
So, I don't care if they don't win the Super Bowl and he doesn't win it, I don't care because that boy, he is the real deal, guys.
Hey.
I know.
Let me ask you a question. So, when help me out here. If they not just Brock, but just in general, what is the definition when you say he won this many games? He took them to 12-5 or 5, or any quarterback. Why is that? What is in your opinion? Why is that the narrative for the National Football League? I'm not trying to hate on Brock. I'm just talking about in general.
Okay, in general, I think it's because he holds the ball 99% of the time. He's the one that's calling. He's no play manager. He's the one that's calling the plays. He's the one that's changing things up in the line of scrimmage, like against the Packers. I forget who it was that he told, hey, stay there, and look what happened. That's the real deal. There's some quarterbacks that wouldn't have seen that play and told their tight end to stay there. And look at the way he ran yesterday. I literally think he saved the game for us. Some of in his throws. I think Brock, he is the real deal, and people got to quit, especially the national, broadcasters. They got to quit hating on this kid, man. I don't know what else he has to do to prove to everybody that, hey, I am the real deal, you guys. So I know, and I think you all know that too, that he's the real deal.
Yeah. No, thanks for the call, John. We appreciate it.
What do you guys think about that? Because like when Jimmy G, when they went 12, how many was the record? 12-5 or 2?
But his overall was incredible.
But 13-3, they went to the Super Bowl.
And they said Jimmy G took them to a Super Bowl. Trent Dilfer won a Super Bowl. And at Fresno State's
Brad Johnson.
He won a Super Bowl.
But are those not true, or is nuanced to where we know they were the quarterback?
I know, but why did they? I think
it's unfair if you say.
What about the Ravens? So you think that Ray Lewis and Ed Reed? They were a majority. They were the better part of your team. My point is, somebody said who was the starting quarterback on the Ravens that won the Super Bowl, the answer would be Trent Dilfer. I don't think Trent was running around saying he was Dan Marino or
Jamal Lewis wasn't under center.
So I don't get the hate. It's almost like Trent did that for whatever you asked of him. He should be able to say, I'm the you know what I mean? Like Jimmy Garoppolo, we know how to differentiate just how good he was or how much weight he was pulling. But when you talk about a team dynamic, nobody ever once said, oh, Jimmy took him to the Super Bowl. But if you said Jimmy was the starting quarterback, that's a fact.
But wouldn't people say, didn't you hear people say, Jimmy took him to the Super Bowl, he's good? I'm just like, I'd like to know, why is that such a narrative? It's such a narrative. You know what I'm saying? It's just like, I don't understand at times.
I think it's just because of the bar that quarterbacks have set at that position. and won at, like Tom Brady and then Patrick Mahomes, and this idea that in order to be a great champion and an all-timer, that you got to be someone that's perceived as being able to shoulder everything and be the franchise. When in the reality, for a long time, you didn't have to have the guy. You didn't have to have the best quarterback in the league in order to win a championship. I mean, in baseball, Barry Bonds doesn't have a World Series trophy. He's still the greatest hitter of all time that I've ever seen. In the NBA, LeBron James went to 10 straight finals. He didn't win them all, even though he might have been the best player in a few of them. I don't know. Brock Purdy, to me, is the right quarterback for this spot.
Agreed.
And his contract is a big reason why they're able to be as good as they can be at other positions. We saw in the last 2 games, if not for everyone on the team, and even in the Kansas City game, if not for everyone on the Chiefs roster, that defense, the coaching staff, the running back, the offensive line, Mahomes would be at home like he was when he got eaten alive by the Tampa Bay Buccaneers in the Super Bowl. So, I think it's interesting. But Lo, actually, before we get to the crossover, someone's been hanging on for a while, and they got a question for you about your favorite position. Doug's in Oakland wants to ask you about Juszczyk, Lo.
Absolutely.
What's up, Doug?
Doug's been on told too long.
Yes, Evan, Guru, Lorenzo, good afternoon, gentlemen. Fantastic show today.
Thanks.
So I have a specific question for my main man from the same church, same pew. Mr. Lo Neal, I miss hearing you during the weekdays, brother. You and Fortenbaugh and Dibley were my guys in the mornings way back when, and, Dibber Claus is still my guy along with Willard. But real quick, Lo, I wanted to ask you, that play with approximately 2 minutes left in the third quarter, where Purdy looked dead to rights and somehow miraculously avoided getting sacked by Melifonwu, and Juszczyk, my man, made that toe-touching sideline reception. Oh, my God, what an amazing play and catch by Juice. So my question for you, Lo, did you ever make a catch like that back when you played? Bang, bang, Niner game. Thanks, Jess. Have a great week.
I love it. Great question. I don't think I had a toe tapper. I had a couple great catches, but that was just, the precision in which Purdy put the ball.
Incredible, man.
And Juice just catches the ball in the presence of mind. He made it look pretty now. Juice made...
But Purdy kept it alive for him to get his feet right.
1,000. He rolls out, make a scramble, throws the ball, and Juice does a great job. No, I've taken 178 yards on it.
I just asked you your longest run.
That was a catch.
Saint.
But that was the other one was a catch. I've taken 178 yards. I've caught some tough one-handers at times. I've scampered a couple times and gave some guys spring some necks, but no, I never had a catch that pretty, that orchestrated where he's feet tapping, toe tapping, hands in, making sure, dragging the feet.
It was a big catch.
It was a huge catch, legendary.
Oh,
but Purdy made it happen.
He did.
Purdy scrambled. He had to stay alive.
And Juwan
keep hope alive.
That 3rd and 4, that was a big one.
Yes, it was.
And we just saw a play, too. Ray Lewis would have stopped it for Detroit, where we saw Purdy on 3rd down to keep it alive, Evan, scamper for about 12 yards. And the backer was there. The mic was...
Purdy left him.
He left him.
Purdy, if Purdy was even... He was leaving.
Man.
Purdy outran some people right there. I should have got a drop back there. Somebody give me something up in here. But anyways, you saw Purdy, brother. At times, you saw those plays. The guys got the angle. Purdy beats him to the sideline and turns skedaddle. It was amazing.
He's got quick feet, man. Again, you underestimate him, you're going to get burnt.
You are.
You are going to get burnt.
You know what? Yesterday, I just thought the guy said, I'm a cut it loose. Yeah. And he just turned it loose. He said, forget all this. I'm going to play loose. He said, okay, it's not there. He pulled the ball down and but he shot it like shooting out of a cannon, Goo. He didn't hesitate.
And he wasn't the majority of the reason why they were down. Like sometimes a Jimmy game is a bad game. Oh, you threw 2-0, no throw.
Right. Yeah.
They were just getting it handed to him, Evan.
Well, let's see what the guys have to say, what they took away from that game, because there was a whole hell of a lot, and we're going to dig into it on the crossover with Mark Willard and Dan Dibley on the other side. That's what's coming up next, brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. One last segment with Lorenzo Neal in with you here on a Victory Monday after the Niners punched their ticket to Super Bowl 58, 17-point comeback. That's Gerald the Guru Johnson. My name is Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz here on Stein and Guru. We're back after this on 95.7 The Game.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the Warehouse Club.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, this has been a hell of a Steiny and Guru.
That's the feel.
Willer's looking like,
no, what's he doing? Don't do that to me. Leave me alone.
Now you guys know.
We got our starting five right now.
I've learned after the last 2 weeks to ease into things. Don't get excited early. Just ease into it. Let's see what happens. That's my new mantra. No matter what. We're going to ease in. We're going to ease into this crap.
That's good stuff.
Oh, this is the crossover. Steiny Guru, Evan in for Steiny. Goo, Lorenzo Neal here with us. We are very happy for his presence alongside, of course, Walden Dibbs. What's up, boys? How we feeling?
Woo!
Yeah,
Be honest with us.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
When did you get nervous? I sent you and Dibbs a text. We've been throwing it to the listeners. Mine was halftime. I was like, oh.
When did I get nervous?
Yeah, when did you think you know what?
Play of the
Kickoff.
Game.
Yeah.
Oh, so you were in it early.
The game.
Wow,
I was nervous after the late flyover.
No, I'm with you.
The flyover was off.
You always kind of want you want corroboration. So you come out of the Packer win, and everybody's thinking the same thing. All the excuses that we threw out, were they, it was raining, they were rusty, and the Packers are better than we thought? Or is there actually something wrong?
Wow.
Is there a seed? Right? And it took 4 plays, and I'm like, oh, something's wrong. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. Let's see if they can fight through it. Mm-hmm. And they did. And they did. But we're going to actually have some fun with that today. Yeah. What was everybody's energy changer?
And that's what's
Dib,
what'd you do?
Dib, you had one word to describe the defense early. It was what?
It was porous.
No, what about ferocious?
Oh, we got that song somewhere on the soundboard. We'll play that. It was ferocious, but it was porous. And I'm trying to remember who texted me because I wasn't big on the phone. You know, I'm trying to lock in on the game.
I sent you one.
I got the baby, and I hit you in the second half. But, for me, the big energy changer was Grandma came over. Shout out Mima. Mima Doris. She came over late second quarter and said, I came to play with the baby. And I said, you know what? It's a good thing because the baby and I right now, we're not happy. We're not in a good place because the Niners can't get a stop, and all she wants is for me to read this book and read and this and that. And I'm like, baby, I can't right now. Daddy's in a bad place right now, okay? I don't know if any of your books are reflective of my mood. We're not going to do Goodnight Moon. We're going to change it to Goodnight Kyle.
Yeah.
Because this is a sad story. So Grandma came over. I made the bed at halftime, made those hospital corners upstairs, came down, was by myself, and was like, you know what? Get a score here. A score and a stop. That's all we need. Score and a stop. And they got the field goal, and I thought, oh, boy, that wasn't kind of what I was hoping.
But the fumble lie, yeah.
And then they go for it on 4th down, and I said, good for you, Dan. You do you, Dan.
That's when you thought it was the ties.
Well, and then the Ayuk fluke, I think Grandy called it. I don't know if that's the official name, but when that happened, I was shrieking by myself, and the baby came running there. I said, Mila, sit on Daddy's lap. We got ourselves a ball game.
Whoa.
Yeah, it was
too soon.
Well, I mean, she's 17 months today.
Totally. So, Goose said earlier, though, like it was an avalanche. I mean, it happened so fast.
Right.
Yep.
In one quarter.
Man.
And from the Reynolds drop, then to the someone was saying the boop to IU, right off the helmet, and then, of course, the fumble one play later. Oh. Bing, bang, boom. You got yourself in a tie game, and then it just felt like they were going to boat race him. Like, everyone went in the stadium from dead to alive, and it took like 2 minutes of game time. I've never seen anything like that.
And one Lions play. Yeah. From the Reynolds drop to the tie game, the Lions ran one play.
Wow.
And fumbled.
Yeah.
One play, which is actually, I think, something, and I don't know, Lo, I wonder what you think about this. Like, can Dan Campbell coach to that? Here's what I mean. You know you're coaching a team that's never been there. You know you're carrying the weight of 30 years of fan angst on your shoulders. And so the reason that I sort of question what he was doing is like, boy, if this doesn't go well,
right,
that thought immediately collectively hits the sideline of, oh, here we go.
Right.
Here we go. Like, and they gagged. They're up by 14 points, and you could feel it immediately where they were like, oh, crap. And so it's a drop pass, and then a fumble, and then another drop pass.
Bypass of 3 points.
And the Niners, you're right, and the Niners have the lead. And then you've got the ball, and you're still only down 3, but your mindset is in a completely different place now.
No question. I'd say if you see me fighting a bear, help the bear, not me. But that's what they end up doing. They end up helping the bear. Dan Gamble was in a situation where here's what he has to realize. You're playing on the road. You're already in a hostile environment. Your team hasn't been here in 30 years. You said, now, when is there an exception to the rule? And that's what he didn't understand. The first one, I still was like 70% he should have kicked it and tied up.
Yep.
But the second one, now it's only, 7-8 minutes left, Dibs, that if you can't, you owe it to the men on that team. You owe not yourself. You take yourself out of it and you say, look, the second time you kick the field goal because now it's tied. And now even if they score, whether it's a field goal or a touchdown, you can still tie it up.
Yeah.
What they did, it gave them no shot of being able to tie it up.
And I thought the first time they should have gone for it when they were at the
kill shot,
3 or the 4 yard line.
Before half.
Yeah, you go for that one. You go for the jugular, and that's one where if you don't get it, yeah, it's 2 scores, but who cares in the second quarter? But you do get it, and now you take that Levi's crowd out of it.
Yeah.
And I couldn't really tell from home like you could be in there, Evan, but it sounded like as that second quarter was going on, it was kind of getting a little bit quieter and quieter because there wasn't much hope in the building at that point.
It was dead. It was deafening.
I heard Jared Goff chants.
Oh, yeah. I don't know that. There's a lot of Honolulu Blue though. Like it was probably 25%.
They did well.
They did really well.
Good. I mean,
a lot of Michigan.
They've been saving money for 30 years. Might as well spend it. Spend it. Come on out.
But I think it was just like I think it's because of the style and the way that the Lions were doing it. Like we're talking about at the top of the show. There's nothing more just deflating than knowing that they're lining up, they're going to run the ball, and they're going to get 7 yards. And in fact, it wasn't even like, okay, they were muscling you. There was no contact. We were talking in the press box midway through the second quarter, around that time you're talking about. There was at a point in which the Lions were averaging 6 yards before contact on the ground. I mean, that is absolutely ridiculous, and it's impossible to get into a game if you're a fan like that.
Can they fix it, Dibs? Can they fix this defense?
I hope so. And, Mark and I were just getting into it, and more Chiefs talk as we get closer to it. But the thing that alarmed me defensively was they looked a step slow. Man. And this was after the Green Bay game where they kind of got it handed to them in many ways. And now you knew that this run attack was going to be formidable. And yet, at the point of attack, they were going backward. And that was for the first couple quarters, and it was Gibbs and Montgomery. And then that little end around.
Williamson?
Williamson.
It was 14-0.
But once he got by the line of scrimmage, it was still nobody touched him.
Just weaving his way.
And the safeties came over late, and the corners weren't there. And next thing you know, it's a house call. So can they fix it? I hope so. But I know that there were 90% of the Niner fans wanted Steve Wilks out at halftime. And then
it was going to be a long off season.
There's no doubt.
It would have been a short off season for him, I think.
I mean, yeah.
But I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
I think it would have been a short. And still, I mean, I don't even know if they win the Super Bowl. Maybe it's a different conversation. But it doesn't feel like this defense is better than it was a year ago or 2 years ago, and it should be. So can they fix it? Yeah, but that Isaiah Pacheco. He runs with a certain amount of anger.
And
Brass
and
hates
Patrick
Isaiah
Mahomes.
Pacheco.
Don't forget those two who are playing their best ball all of a sudden. I can't wait. I mean, that's what it's about. But, man, revenge.
I went back to see your text. I still haven't responded.
Okay.
502.
Him off.
502.
Left him on red.
502.
What's up, good?
502. He wrote.
No, I'm sitting there sipping by myself like, man.
He wants some company. He wants a little company. He's going through this misery with you, right?
He was in a dark place. He was running the bunk bed he was during the week last week.
I put the phone in the other room now during these games.
Okay.
I don't want anything to do with it. I don't want anything to do with it. But you at 502, wow, a lot of game left, but
right.
Wait,
that's it. Him out.
That's it.
Well, yes, we have a whole half to play.
Tony Soprano in studio.
Hey, Tony, if you wouldn't mind, just real quick.
Yes, sir. Yes.
You sent me the same text.
Did you have any punctuation in it? Mine had no punctuation in it.
Are you saying that we all look alike?
That's never too soon, Dennis. That's never too
Evan,
soon.
I was a little tipsy, so
Copy
I
and
just
paste.
copied that
Copy and
one.
paste.
I think he's blushing.
And then Gibbs hit me back. I was 1 for 2.
Red over there, dude.
I was 1 for 2.
Dude.
I can't believe you did
Deep
that.
voice,
But yeah.
scratchy hype.
Willis, I normally don't do that, and I did it this time.
No, don't.
And you guys called
Don't
it.
let him back out of it.
Yeah, I hit copy paste.
Willie, you do got that voice. You got that little Barry White, man.
Look at him.
The people, did you? Is that you?
Show you right.
You used to talk.
at him.
You used to talk him. You used to talk him out of him, didn't you? Boy, I can already tell, boy. Okay, I already know what they call you.
You got to use what I got.
Who said they used to call you PR, baby?
Got to use what I got.
Shout out cigarettes.
I did hit you back 42 minutes later.
Yeah, you did.
And I said,
appreciate it.
huge stop on the drop, which was after the 4th and 2.
Wow. Huge stop on the drop. That's nice.
You know me, Lo.
Willard, I really think Campbell is the. Dan Gamble, as Evan coined him. I mean, if you talk about the institution of coaching, what you guys just talked about on the road, the Bible, Kendrick Lamar, being humble and taking 3 to, okay, now we're still up 17. He just comes across as a former player that wants the glory, and you let your team down. And that's when all the stuff that went bad, maybe you could have processed it a little better had you been adding 3, but to just, we're, like Evan said, we're going to play it safe before half, which that really would have, if you would have got in and then come back and not do it, you let your team down. Well, and Lo said this on the plane. They had his back, but they were whispering like, Coach was, this got to stop. You need somebody to say, you know what? Let's go win it, but you're doing too much.
At minimum, the kickers was saying that. He was over there muttering to himself on the sideline.
Yeah, exactly.
He was over there muttering like, why do I have a job? What are we doing here?
Yeah.
So I mean,
he's a good kicker.
Yeah, he is a good kicker.
Can I ask you
listen,
do you think he was on a little drugs? Dan? Dan or the kicker?
Dan? Well, caffeine for sure.
Captain Dan? Yeah. Boy. Listen, we said it last week, and for somebody who has been accused of being overly conservative in the playoffs, and that's Kyle Shanahan, I pointed out right away, it's like the other way can bite you too. And it did. It absolutely did. So it's not just Dan. You look across the NFL this year, and coaches somehow have got the disease of the field goal. Like they want no part of it.
Staley lost his job in L.A.
Staley lost his job because of it. Yeah. You've got to. So to me, you've got to look at this and go case by case. There are too many coaches that are like, this is what we do. We go for it. Well, no, you can't go for it every time.
Right.
Like, how would you all have felt if Kyle Shanahan, who damn well wanted a touchdown coming out in the second half,
I give him all the credit in the world.
He took a 43-yard field goal with a dude who'd already missed.
No doubt.
And he took it.
The long game.
And thank goodness he took it. And thank goodness he took it. So I think there's some coaches across the league that need to remember that 3 is not such a bad thing.
Well, we want you to remember. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live in the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. I think the one thing that, and I kind of brought this up earlier, I want to run it by you guys, like the idea that Campbell was going for the silencer. Like he was looking for a way during a part of the game, which was obviously getting away from him. There's drops, there's fumbles, they're going up, 49ers are scoring. He kept looking for what I thought the Warriors were looking for a lot in the fourth quarter against the Lakers, the kill shot. They were trying to put the game away by making the big play instead of doing what had gotten them there, which was just putting the ball in the hands of their running back and stuffing it down the throats of the opposing team.
I mean, I don't know how a player would take that, but that feels to me, it's like, so you're telling me that we can't win for 60 minutes.
Absolutely.
So that's not a good message to send, especially when you've been killing them. They were dominating them.
You were running the ball, and the Niners had no answer. Yeah. And when you stopped, and then when you said, "Hey, let me take this out of your hands, and let's just go for it on fourth down." Now, the first one, like I said, I'm okay with that one. But when it's 6-7 minutes left in the game, I asked Jeff Fisher. I remember we lost in the Super Bowl. Dibs, you always remind me of that. And
man, 1 yard. You were 1 yard short.
Yeah, you know, Dibs knows how to stick that thing and drive it. And
Kevin Dyson.
Yes. And I sit after like a week or two later, I come in, OTAs and stuff, you're talking. I said, Coach, what would you have done? We battled back from 14. I would have went and we would have tied that game up. Would you have went for it to 2 points? And he said, he said, Lo, I couldn't do that to the players. You guys worked too hard for me to be selfish and go for two. Man. That's the same thing with Campbell. That was a selfish move. I'm just telling you, you didn't give them a chance. You said, hey, look, you did it. Okay, you did it your way. That's when it should be an exception and say, kick the field goal with 7 minutes left, tie it up. At least you have an opportunity. And when he took that away from those guys, I think that's the heartbreaking for players on that team.
I go back to the third quarter one too, though. I know a lot of people have settled with this, and to me, if you ended up 7 to 8 minutes into the third quarter and all you've done is trade field goals, it's a huge win for you.
For Detroit,
you are up by 3 scores with a quarter and a half to go. Like that is tremendous position to be in.
That washes the Niners up. That would have washed out with everything they did, that drive. Now it nullifies that drive because you just scored 3. I totally agree.
And even if Gibbs then fumbles and they punch it in, it's 27-17 instead of 24-17, and you're still in a great spot to I'm with you, Lo. I mean,
agreeing you in.
Same church, same pew, and you're sitting on my lap.
I usually sit on mine.
And
I'm
my
a little
legs
bit
are
bigger, a little bit stronger.
Yeah.
That's got weird
That's
to
a
you,
low
Willard.
class.
What the hell's going on in here?
Pause.
I'm trying to get all the isms out in one segment.
This is us just, when you remember that show where they had the lion, he goes out in the wilderness, wherever he's at, and the person comes back like 5 years later, and you see this picture, the lion's running up, you're like, oh my God, he's going to attack, and the lion just jumps up and hugs the lady. That was me and Dibbers, right? It's been a while, Goo. It's been a while.
Tell them what you don't do. Yeah.
Which one is the lion? Which one's the hiker?
Who do you think the lion is? Hit the text line 959-959.
He did that today.
Dude, I almost crashed my car. Tell me what you don't do when you're in the lion's mouth.
Walk easy when you got your hand in the lion's mouth.
Yeah,
easy.
Speak on it. Speak on it.
People, they start talking junk when you got your hand in line. Walk your job, anything you do, walk easy till you get know that you got your hand out. Then you got to be able to build before you you got your hand out of that lion's mouth and you start talking crazy and jerking around. What that lion gonna do? Your hand, you gonna come out with your hand gone.
Preacher low.
C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
That part.
Go ahead and tell
was
him.
waving at half.
Go ahead.
Walk easy.
They thought it was over too, Willard. Maybe they thought it was over at half.
In the second quarter, what kind of an NFL player thinks a game is over when you're up by 2 scores in the second quarter?
The same guy who cheap shots a player 17 yards away from a play.
So you get what you get. I mean, the Lions were the most likable thing in the NFL. Not that dude.
Do you guys want to hear what Debo had to say to that?
Yeah.
Give it to what he tweeted. What'd he say?
What Debo say?
Here's what he had to say post-game in response to C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
A lot of chatter between you and C.J. Gardner-Johnson the whole week, just seeing, the personal foul early in the game. Just how does it feel just after?
Hey, man, you got to get me when I'm looking. That's the only way you're going to get me.
That was on the illegal block in the back.
Yeah.
You got to get me when you're looking.
Get me when I'm not looking. That's the only way you're going to get me. Yep.
I mean, Debo was unbelievable yesterday, and he made
a lot of pain too.
A ton of plays in a ton of pain.
Good observation.
Sucked it up. Yeah. Played hard though. No doubt. The guy was at 90 yards on 9 catches.
Yeah.
I mean, he was catching little
the second
outright.
half too. He started.
Yeah.
He
nearly got it on the ground
and he just you can't tackle him. You just get the ball, and I think that's what helps Brock Purdy so much. Just for him to be able to just throw a little flair and let Debo do the rest is amazing. Like you talked about, Goo. Just his ability to run people over, make guys miss. It's amazing.
And the first play out of the locker room where he goes up to Kyle before the ball's even kicked off, and he gives Kyle a little earful, and Kyle gives him a little pat in the back and says, "All right, Debo." And so the first play to Debo, and Debo starts running angry and running downhill, and I mean, that's such a key for them is to get him involved. Yeah. And then eventually they're like, oh, that's right. We got 85 too. Maybe we'll get him involved in the game plan as well.
You gotta get that guy involved more. What's up with that though, guys?
I think that early on that he was staying into block.
He did a great job blocking.
Because
pancaking guys.
The offensive line was getting
you saw that up.
Aiden Hutchinson.
He took Aiden Hutchinson and pancaked.
Aiden looked at him like, did you do that? Are you the lineman or am I?
Right.
Just walked
boy, he looked at him with like, oh boy.
That smile at each other.
What's wrong with you?
Yeah, seriously. What are you doing, dude? You're a tight end.
Yeah, Aiden looked at him like, Aiden walked back to the huddle, wiped the sweat off his brow, said, who in the hell left the gate open?
Oh, my God.
I tweeted earlier before the game even kicked off, welcome to the, I'm tooting my own horn here, I'm on Twitter account, Guru. Welcome to the NFL playoffs where defenders drop easy interceptions. That was in reference to the Raven game. And then Detroit, the guys right there on the fluke to Ayuk.
Yeah.
Great concentration in, Bonte said, Lynn Swan. It had some of that, too, with the concentration. But it hit you in the face, man. You got to catch that. But that's when I was like, oh, something's happened. I mean, that was a big play, man.
If Marcus
and they throw the flag,
the same
and you're
pass.
thinking, well, even if you don't catch it. But they picked it up. Yep. So if you get the pick, you deflate the Niners
that'd
like,
be
oh,
huge.
Brock Purdy pick. This ain't the day. That was a huge play. I don't think I've seen anything like that in the playoffs.
That's a good bounce. It's a good
Is that
bounce.
why defenders don't play offense? Like, catch a ball.
That one's actually tough, though.
Very
That
It
was
hit him in the face.
I know, but you're running
backpedaling
full
and jumping
speed,
and he's
and you've left your feet going backwards. You're trying to cover a receiver.
guys.
I mean,
if you're going to compare that to the Packer play last week,
Savage was.
that's what I'm
won't.
saying.
Okay.
That's a difficult catch and
But judge the
and
ball
a
in the
fortunate
air,
bounce.
Dibbs.
Maybe it's because we saw
Hey, it was.
MVS earlier in the earlier game catch a similar type of falling
great
back,
throw, too, no
and that
doubt.
guy's not out of the best hands,
Kansas
but he also
City.
plays wide receiver.
Well, and
so.
if you want to applaud great catches, you got to talk about Jawan Jennings going up,
boy.
Third
up.
down, Dibbs.
And you know what? And we don't do this enough
It's
on this
huge.
program.
Yeah.
You got to give love to the fullback, the big fella.
Lowe did it.
Because my
Yeah.
guy, double
Come on,
fours.
someone talk to tell
Purdy
tell-
scramble, Purdy
tell-
on a roll,
tell him
Purdy with
Dibbs.
a scramble,
Tell him Dibbs.
Purdy buys
Come
time,
on.
and he throws it one way. And one man with those twinkly toes,
Oh,
those
my
beautiful
goodness.
feet,
Yes.
he goes up high, but the toes stay low.
Toe tapping.
The toe
juice.
tapping on the
Did
sideline.
you think he was throwing it away?
I thought he was
throwing it away.
It looked.
Oh,
Yeah,
no.
I'm like
go
he's
back.
just happy to still be alive.
You know what you're talking
And
about.
I'm like,
I didn't think he was-
thank you for throwing it away. And then I'm like, oh my God, there's a
I
play
didn't think
there.
he was throwing it to a fullback. I'll tell you that.
Oh,
Yeah, I didn't think it'd be
It's a bird. It's a plane. No, it's huge check, baby. Land that thing.
I saw this too. What does the internet do if that play is made by Mahomes or Lamar?
Oh, they
come
go
on,
crazy.
you know what it
Right,
Look at
right.
that throw that's
Van
scrambled.
Pelt,
that
you know
is-
what it is.
That was pretty elite stuff.
No
that
doubt.
was pretty elite
And his
stuff.
legs won that game. I
doubt.
mean,
That
his
was where it
legs-
was Mahomes.
That
No
was
doubt.
incredible. Those were third down runs that he was keeping alive,
took off.
man.
He didn't wait.
Wow.
He went through his read and he said, I'm
Purdy's
out.
legs,
That's
man.
what he did that was amazing. At times you see Purdy sometimes sit too long and trust that someone's coming open. And that's what I've been waiting. This was his finest hour. When you saw him, Dibbs, he said, let me just take off and let me go create. And he just said, boom. They pushed him, they shrunk the pocket, and Purdy took off. And if he was even, he was leaving.
Yeah, I like that.
Would have been a great take.
I thought about it. I thought about it.
Chance of the
It's
great
too much.
take.
He's been on fire, Evans.
It's you all damn day.
And he hasn't gotten
We're
any
easing
preacher
in.
low,
We're
and
easing in.
he hasn't gotten
We're
Valley
easing
Girl
in.
low. Maybe next time we can bring out all the different sides of low.
Oh, boy.
Oh my God!
His
3 years,
greatest hits. Lowe's greatest
3 years
hits.
of my career right now, flashing all the way back in one segment. This
I
is
love it when your
incredible.
career flashes in front of you. It feels like it happens every year.
I know we're okay with not previewing the game. You okay with the line, Niners -1? About what you thought?
Seriously, the line is such a funny thing
Isn't it?
because you know the public, and it opened it too.
Kansas,
Yeah.
They immediately
And
went
here
to
they
one.
come.
Well, the people are looking at these games going, why do you keep favoring the Niners? And it's almost like Vegas is like, well, because we're supposed to. Like all year, we thought we were going to.
Because you keep betting on them.
I know.
All the
It's
sharps
like
were on the Niners
obligatory.
yesterday.
Yeah.
If it, well, I mean,
Uncle Backdoor.
that could have gone either way, right? Yeah, exactly.
Uncle back.
Golly.
I don't know.
Least
Always
favorite
shows
uncle.
up.
Yeah.
I don't know what to think, but I know that every matchup's different, and I don't expect this one to
Okay,
necessarily.
that's it.
You know what I mean? Maybe Kyle will take the ball though if he wins the toss.
But Kansas City was plus 195 on their money line yesterday. And I just thought, show me you can beat Mahomes, Lamar, and they didn't. So that was some money to be made
God,
with
the
the Chiefs.
Ravens were bad.
Yeah.
They were
The
too
Ravens,
late.
the Ravens were bad.
Lack of discipline in so many
Bingo.
ways, and
Bingo.
and I feel for Zay Flowers, but then I don't feel for Zay.
Control your emotions,
He's a young
man.
player,
On the same
and
drive.
the emotions got the best of
Exactly.
him. And then you get down to the goal line, and ball security.
Oh, man.
is
you get that in, I think, oh, boy.
a
you got
different
some
ball
action.
game,
You got a
no
game.
doubt.
You
And
got
it
a
comes
game.
on the heels of that was a 3-pointed taunt. Because there was the push down, then the ball spin, and then he gave him a little bit of the verbal what for.
Stood over him,
Yeah, so.
Come on,
And that paid over.
too
That's
much.
why he wasn't locked into when he made that catch and holding the ball loose instead of saying, boom, I'm going with both hands and just jumping in the end zone and still keeping the ball because he let his emotions get the best of him because he wasn't ball security. So you're absolutely right. These players, I felt bad, but at the same sense, when you're doing that, that's called self-inflicted wounds. That's being selfish. Zay Flowers was selfish, and that's when the leadership on that team, and I'm shocked because Harbaugh is a good coach. I know this guy. I played in Baltimore. This guy, he doesn't usually like that. I'm shocked that some of those guys were able to get be able to those antics that they're portraying. Yeah. Just not a hardball type of team.
Even Justin Tucker before the game. What are you doing?
Yeah, I didn't.
Get your crap out of there.
Maybe that's
dude.
why you allow
go
us.
over there and start messing with Mahomes and Kelsey with all your gear. I was actually,
and they didn't even bite.
Exactly.
I
was impressed by Kelsey.
Yep.
Kelsey's like,
and they
Mahomes
won the game.
Kicked it. Yeah. But Kelsey's like, we're going to toss this over here, and I'm going to go back to work. I'm not even looking at you.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's what looked like somebody who's been there 6 years in a row. That's what it looked like.
Totally. Kansas City, man, I thought that Baltimore could win a street fight because every time they get off the bus, they want to fight you. And they punk teams and they cower teams down because they're physical. Kansas City, I'm going to tell you right now, they ain't scared. Yeah. They aren't scared, and their defense has risen their level of play unbelievably.
Yes, they have.
Man.
Yeah.
Can't wait.
Yeah.
It's going to be an interesting matchup.
Chris Jones.
Yes, it
Chris
is.
Jones, y'all.
Yeah.
Chris Jones. Yeah, we nearly had a Lions-Chiefs beginning and ending of the season, but we don't because of the 17-point comeback. I can't wait to hear what you guys have to say for the next 4 hours. William Dibbs coming up next. Big thank you to Lorenzo Neal. You're the man, Lo. Love you, buddy. All right, coming up next. William Dibbs, 95.7 The Game.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibbs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
I want to hear more about how you change the energy. I want to start the show out with a shout out to my daughter. Shout out to my daughter.
Okay.
She has no idea that we're even talking about it right now. Freshman in high school.
Knock it off.
Yeah, she would be terrified. She's got an orthodontist appointment in 45 minutes.
Oh, God.
Be on time, young lady. Thank you very much. But I want to shout out because she pulled a me. And sometimes you need your people to smack yourself back in to the fray. Now, I'm not here to be like Brandon Ayuk and say, oh, there was a ladybug that landed on my arm and that's why we won. Great. If that's what you think happened, then great. You're the one who caught the ball. Incredible. Love Brandon Ayuk. But yesterday, my daughter had stuff to do around the house, so she didn't want to come over to Christie's at the beginning. She's like, Dad, I got to get some stuff done, some laundry, whatever. She's like, will you come get me at halftime? And, of course, my first reaction is,
Nice.
Yeah. You going to make me get in the car at halftime and come pick you up? Could this be any more annoying? But, of course, I get the call at halftime. Dad, could you come get me? I said, meet me halfway. I'll come get you and get you into this game. She hops into the car and looks at me. She's following the game on TV at home. She goes, Dad, this is going so badly. I cannot believe what the hell's going on in this game. And I said, I know. I think, look, we need to start wrapping our head around the idea that it's probably not going to happen. It's probably not going to happen.
At halftime.
Yeah. I thought that was fair. I wasn't like, it's over.
Right. But you were starting to wrap your head around what might be.
I go, if you want to play the percentages here, this is a big old fat probably not.
And no one's ever done what they needed to do in a championship game.
Correct. Except for when the Lions did it to the Niners apparently in like 1957 or whatever it was.
Right.
Exact same score. So anyway, she had just hopped in the car and she looks at me like I've got four eyes. She said, what? What'd you just say? No. Oh, no. I'm not letting that thought in at all. No, I refuse to acknowledge that the 49ers are not going to the Super Bowl. Drive.
Nice.
And off we go. And she gets into the living room and sits down on the couch. The energy all changed.
It's incredible.
And after every score, I just tapped her on the shoulder and I said, energy changer.
Nice.
Energy changer.
Nice.
Energy changer. So I'm into that today. Let's celebrate. The 49ers are going to the Super Bowl. In addition to any thoughts that you have on the team, the game, the way this played out, we'll take your phone calls for sure. But I think we would love to also hear from everybody. What'd you do?
Yeah.
What quirky little thing do you think had something to do with how this thing turned.
It's possible, and everybody's got something. And one of my wife's coworkers, who's a diehard Niner fan, she was texting with Supper, my wife, early in the third. Oh, we're drinking early today. I like that.
Cheers.
Like to see it. And shout out Angie Guidi. And she said, I started watching in the kitchen, and the Niners scored, so I'm not leaving the kitchen. And apparently she has a TV in the kitchen, so
Great.
Angie spent about 2 hours in the kitchen, probably not cooking, but, white-knuckling and grinding. And I do want to shout out Mima, the great grandma, Supper's mom, who came over late second quarter just to play with her best friend, my daughter, who turned 17 today, 17 months. So once Mima came and they went in the other room and Supper was done making the minestrone that we have here today, and I was able to just sit down by myself and lock in on the game because I was watching the game. Had to be, you're doing the things, and being a parent of a toddler, it's not as easy as leave me alone. I'm watching the game. She's 16, 17 months old. She doesn't really give a rip about the magnitude of the ball game. So I'm a dad and I'm doing my thing and I'm watching the game and we're doing all these things and they're down 24-7 and I'm getting agitated. And so Mima comes over and they leave the room and we get to halftime. And I texted the thread. I said, you're like, what'd you do at halftime? I made the bed.
You made the bed.
Went upstairs.
Hey, whatever. Dude, you got your house in order.
And I make a good bed. And so, you're hearing the Journey and the Don't Stop Believin' in the background during the Fox halftime. And
my
did they play that song 5 times in a row?
I don't know, as many as
right?
needed.
It seemed like that was the only song they played.
I know, and I love that Skip Bayless thinks that song was made about Detroit in Detroit and tweeted that out. It's like that thing was made by Steve Perry, and he's probably somewhere draped in a Purdy jersey right now.
Right.
Yeah, that's our song.
I mean, born and raised in South Detroit.
Yeah, understood.
Okay, cool.
That's a line from the song.
Right.
We don't need to be told who Steve Perry roots for.
Exactly.
That's our guy.
Or the history of Journey and Neil Schoen and the rest of it. So Journey at halftime and Frank Gore on the halftime foghorn. And still, you're thinking about all of the good feelings and a well-made bed and Mima with the baby and your daughter getting picked up and all the rest of it. You're still down by 17.
Yeah.
So you still need, and I was thinking to myself, because I finally was alone watching the game, score and a stop. You get a score and a stop, and then another score and another stop, and we're on to something. And they got 3, and then a 0, and then you got a 7 and a 0, and then you got the next 7. And it's like, oh my.
Well, it's bananas how fast it happens.
Bananas.
So when you're down, like you kick the field goal, and as soon as the Lions go for it on 4th and 2 and don't get it, is the first glimmer of, okay, hold on a second, I see a path. And then it felt like 4 minutes went by and the game was tied.
Right.
It was like there was no way at halftime that you thought this game, that comeback would happen that quickly. To the point where the 49ers built a double-digit lead.
Right.
Like, that's unthinkable.
Well, just
absolutely. And to the point where, and I don't ask for this from any of you, certainly not myself, I didn't do it. But for a moment, I bet each and every one of you, for a second, you almost felt a little bit bad for Lions fans. Like, oh my God. That's one of those crumbles that you can feel when it's a fan base that's never been to a Super Bowl.
Right.
And it's one thing to lose, but it's a completely different thing to have it dangled in front of your face, let you take a lick of the lollipop, have Ford Field going sideways, people are drunk and on their heads going crazy, and in the blink of an eye, the game's tied. And you're like, oh, at that point, you almost knew. You knew. You're like, this avalanche is flying downhill. And you could see it on the faces of every one of the Lions players, and that's why it started going fumble, drop pass, drop pass, drop pass, 4th down again, missed play, what have you, penalty. The whole thing was sort of what I would call an understandable gag job.
Yeah, and you think about
the weight of the world was too much.
And just think about it in the small, narrow scope of what you were laying out. 4th and 2, you go for it, and it's a drop. It's a throw that needs to be caught 90% of the time. They don't catch it.
Yep.
That's a 90% ball.
Yep.
80, 85, whatever the number is. In this game, in that spot, you catch the football. Detroit doesn't. Then the Niners get a 50-plus yard catch off a face mask of a defender that Ayuk is able to hurdle forward and catch, and then they score. And then Gibbs fumbles on the first play. So in the span of like maybe 12 minutes of real time with, Burkhart and Olsen and TV timeouts, you go from, man, what are we going to talk about over the next, pitchers and catchers, this and that,
right.
to
Do
this game is
something
tied, right?
Yeah.
Do something far
Well, but that's my point.
Yeah.
Like, a different team, when the Niners tie them up at 24, a different team might have had a shot. Not this team. Not the Lions. And I do that stuff like, I know I see all of these awesome notes that you're sending us. PJ, I changed my underwear. Tida's like, I changed my jersey. Lori scrubbed the shower. Gritzlizer, I took the cat for a walk. I mean, like,
which is rare.
We see all of these. These are all phenomenal, right? All of that stuff's great. I don't really believe that any one of us did anything to change the mojo of this football game. The 49ers did. Yes, there was at least one incredibly fortunate break, but here's what I do believe. I know that the Lions are just football players. They are not their fans. Most of them are not even 30, so they don't even know about this whole 30 years and never been to the Super Bowl thing. But I do believe that those players, you can feel it. You can feel the weight of your fan base, the emotion behind what this franchise's experience is, and the fact that outside of Jared Goff, pretty much none of y'all have been here. None of you. And so now you encounter this experience where it becomes one of two things that you can do. And this is one thing that the 49ers the last 2 weeks have handled very well, which is the bleep situation.
Yeah.
Like, you could tell that a lot of these guys are like, been here before, take a deep breath, let's see what we can do, let's get into our formula, and let's see if it works. The Lions get into an bleep situation and the whole house of cards, total house of cards, because it's just too much. You're on the road, you've never been there before, and you're feeling what your fans are feeling, which is, oh, no, you're not, right? You're not going to do this, are you? Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's exactly what we're going to do.
And I do think that the coach made it easier for them to do what they did because he made it more difficult. He put a lot more onus on individual plays and individuals where if you just let your kicker get you 3 and then you get 3 again, it takes the pressure off. And Lowe made a good point in the crossover that, even if you take that 3, no matter what the Niners do on their next drive, it's still a one-score game.
Yes.
No matter what. And the mentality of blowing a lead and then being down 2 scores, the urgency you feel and the way you go about trying to bite into that, it's kind of like a baseball player trying to hit a 6-run home run.
Right.
When you're down 8-2, it's like, I got to make something happen. No, just get on base, kid.
That's what I'm still stuck actually on the first 4th down. And yes, Reynolds coulda, shoulda caught it. Although Goff got knocked off his spot, threw it a touch behind him. Sometimes that's all it takes.
Yeah.
And if you're the Lions, if you kick that field goal and you make it, and it's 27-10, just ask yourself, what's Kyle Shanahan saying to himself? And my guess is, oh, crap. Oh, bleep. Because he was already feeling that way. He admitted it. Did you see the post-game speech to his team? He goes, when we started that second half and we kicked a field goal, he goes, I'm thinking to myself, this is going to be tough. He's already thinking that at 24-10.
Right.
Now you go make it another score game, 27-10. The Niners are up a creek. They're up a creek.
Detroit's up 24-10.
And you gave them a glimmer.
And
you opened the door,
that's
and
right.
They came charging through.
ESPN had him at 91.5% to win it with a 3rd down play up 24-10. And we know they didn't get the 4th down. And then all of a sudden, moments later, it's 24-17, and the Niners have a 52% chance to win that quickly.
Cannot wait to hear what y'all did to change the energy. Let's also talk about this game. Plenty of questions to answer, including that one that was talked about in the crossover. That defense, can they fix it? Because Mahomes is next. Got 2 weeks to figure that out, of course, though. Victory Monday, Niners are back in the Super Bowl. Picture yourself in a cozy room by the fire, enjoying breathtaking views of Bodega Bay. Winter is magical at the Inn at the Tides. Special winter midweek rates start at just $179 per night, breakfast included. Book your winter escape now, inatthetides.com, 888-957-9570. Let's roll. It's Willard and Dibs.
The Red and Gold.
deep, going for Brandon Ayuk. He caught it off the ricochet. Penalty. Is he in? He's down to the 5. We'll see what the penalty is. What a play from Ayuk. We'll see if it stands. There is no foul in the play. The catch was made, and the runner's down with the contact at the 4.5-yard line. First down, San Francisco.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I don't know if you did this at your house or wherever you were watching. If you're at the game, then you don't get this luxury, but they showed that replay about 7 different times from about 5 different angles. And the first 2 times I saw it at a quicker speed, I'm like, that's a touchdown.
Right.
He's in. That's a touchdown. Touchdown. And then I go, oh, wait. I think he got a hand on him.
Right.
I think he got a hand on him. And we had to watch it like 5 different times. Like, oh, yeah, he got his hand on him. But sets it up inside the 5. And with this Niners offense, once you get there, you feel the utmost confidence between Deebo Samuel, Christian McCaffrey, and as it turned out, it had to be Brock Purdy squeezing one in between defenders to Brandon Ayuk. Don't forget that moment where it was like, okay, you take a breath where you're like, you're only down 24-10 and you're inside the 5, and then there was a little penalty, or maybe it was a negative play, whatever it was. I think they ran it to Deebo and he went backwards. And so huge play on 3rd down that they were able to squeeze it into Ayuk and get 6, because it's not like you can walk away from that one with 3 points.
No. So 3's not getting it done there.
We were 1 play away from a 4th down effort from like the 6-yard line, which I don't know if any of our hearts can take at this point after the last 2
No,
weeks.
even though, and I said last week again that's the kind of game I wanted. I love the tight game and the narrow game. Down 24-7 at the half, I was thinking, well, I guess I'm not going to get my wish. I don't think we're going to get a cardiac kind of comeback sort of situation. And I hadn't given up on the game. I did still think that a score and a stop would at least keep this thing going for a little while longer. So they get the score, field goal, and you're, okay. A field goal's good.
Well,
you're down by 14.
Better than 0.
And then the Lions immediately do what they've done all day, which is march, carve, and go right through the Niners off and defense for the most part. And then you get to that 4th and 2, and I'm thinking, yeah, Dan, go for it. This is the game.
Yeah.
This is the game. 4th and 2, I thought, and I said it out loud to no one because I was alone in the room, this is the game. If they convert here and they go on to, even if they get 3 after this, eventually, they still take time off the clock. That felt to me like it was the ball game either way.
Yeah, but that's kind of what I'm getting at. You're like that's why you kick the 3 there.
Yeah.
Even if you convert that, what are you going to go do next? Like, you're still in the high red zone. It's not like, okay, now we're at the 5 and we're going to run this thing in. So, like, even if you get the 3, you had the 3. You had it.
Yep. You were at the 28. 4th and 2 at the 28.
You chose, and look, no, it's not chip shot, but that's a field goal you're going to make 3 out of 4 times. At least.
Sure. Yeah, maybe 4 out of 5.
Yeah, and in perfect conditions. You got to trust your kicker to be able to do that. I always know as a fan, or I shouldn't say I always know. I always feel as a fan, you can tell whether the other team should go for it on 4th down based on whether or not I want them to. Honestly, right? Because
that's a funny way to put it.
Think about it. I'm a 49er fan, and I wanted you to go, yes, Dan. Just please go Dan all over yourself.
Wow.
Let's do it. Go for it.
It wasn't a Dan day.
Go for it, Dan. Go for it. When McVay's going for it on 4th and 2, I'm always like, oh, crap. Will you please just punt? Because you're probably going to get Matt Stafford's going to hit Puka Cooper or whatever the hell their names are, and they're going to get it. But I was like, yes, Dan. Go for it.
And same thing in 13 days, and I'm projecting out almost 2 weeks from now.
That's a little different.
Don't go for it.
Don't go for it.
Don't go for it. No, to your point, though, about my feelings about the play, and I think that's a great way to look at it, because if it's Mahomes, I don't care if it's 4th and whatever, I'd rather have you try and kick it.
Right.
I don't want him.
Get him off the field.
I don't want him to go for it. That's what I said last week, and we were doing our analysis, and my analysis was 2 words long, and it was Patrick Mahomes. I'm not betting against this guy, and then he goes out and plays like that, and you realize, oh my God.
Oh, that's why I was rooting for Baltimore. It was less that I thought they were going to win. I'm not rooting for Patrick Mahomes to be waiting for you if you get to the bowl.
He's back.
Good Lord.
He doesn't go away.
No joke. All right, we're going to the phones. We're also streaming live on Twitch and YouTube, so come see us. I got my brand new Niner t-shirt on that I got for my birthday. Thank you, Christy. We have not taken it off since the game started.
No, it's good.
So,
and I discovered this morning that we'll be getting a jersey for the baby in advance of the Super Bowl.
Good.
And I said, whose jersey are we going to get?
Yeah. And
you'd be surprised to find out whose
It's a great question.
It's a great question. Whose jersey do you think that my 17-month-old bandwagon, of course she's a bandwagon, she's barely even born. Yeah.
I'm going to go with Jake Moody. Because in these playoff games, he likes to go poop on himself. That's what I'm going with.
That's a 5.
Jake Moody?
It's a 5. No. My wife actually said, she's like, who's the guy with the dreads?
Oh, she likes Brandon Ayuk.
At first, I'm like, Fred Warner? She's like, no. The other guy.
The other one.
Chase Young? Ayuk.
Brandon Ayuk. Brandon Ayuk.
Not Chase Young.
He stands out on TV, man.
Baby's going to rock the 11. Baby's rocking the 11.
I love it. That's fantastic.
I said, are we getting her a Purdy? We getting her a Kittle? She's like, I hate his hair. I said, all right, Supper.
Yeah.
I'm not mad at the mullet, but I get it.
George's look is an acquired taste.
And I thought 19 problems on a baby would be pretty tough.
That's great, too.
Yeah.
That's great, too.
You just have a little baby rocking 19 problems.
Yep.
Put problems with a Z on the back.
Not bad.
Pretty strong.
There's a lot of directions you can go with this one.
Yeah.
Twitch.tv/957 The Game. YouTube.com/957 The Game. I am also wearing my Purdy hat. That's what the P stands for.
I get it.
At least
does
today.
now.
It does now. Exactly. So subscribe to the channel. You got all of our content there all day, every day. Make sure you hit the little thumbs up there because we love that. It's all powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Okay, all of you people, let's talk. Therm the Worm, East Palo Alto. Therm, what are you doing?
Man, sitting in my car just chilling, man. How y'all doing?
We are so good. We are so good.
Hey, I got to give it up to Brock Purdy for pulling that game out. Man, he was very mediocre in the first half, but man, that second half he came out playing lights out, and God dog it, he used his feet to do it.
Those 3 runs,
guts on his feet.
Yep,
he did a Patrick Mahomes, and boy, did it look sexy because we pulled out that wig, and I got my racks on racks on racks.
Big.
Therm, thank you very much. Yeah, I mean, look, at halftime, I saw plenty of. Actually, I should say I didn't see it till after the game because I won't look. That's the last place I want to be is Twitter when it's 24-7 at halftime.
Yeah.
But after the game, I saw a lot of what was said at halftime because these tweets are all timestamped, and a lot of you had walk some stuff back now, didn't you? Oh, I had to walk some stuff back now, didn't you?
Some quarterback controversy talk?
Oh, boy, we had to walk a few things. There was enough moonwalking going on there. Felt like Michael Jackson was alive again. My God, you all had to walk some stuff back. And a lot of people bringing up Jimmy Garoppolo, thinking that the offense felt the same.
Jimmy Garoppolo?
And stagnant. So I think it's appropriate to see the way that this ended, which was with the number one thing that no matter what had happened on Jimmy's best day, he never could have offered you, which was 50 yards rushing just when you needed it in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, and a couple of just big-time throws. You mentioned the Ayuk throw for the touchdown, which was absolutely threaded, and the one we mentioned with Lowe here in the crossover, the throw to the fullback. And I knew Lowe would get all misty-eyed, being a former pro fullback, but that throw to Juszczyk, amazing catch, but the throw to be able to scramble out, roll, buy time, and find that guy. And also the throw to Juwan Jennings, which was another amazing catch, but that was one that had to happen.
It was an absurd idea, but in the moment, it was necessary.
Rolling left, falling backward, and just float it.
He wanted to run.
Float it.
He wanted to run, and he realized he's like, I'm not going to get there.
Yeah.
I'm not going to get there, so I better do something else.
I have an idea. I'll just throw this thing up for grabs. And Juwan Jennings, my goodness, to go up there and grab that thing with one hand. I mean, there were many moments where, that's the biggest moment of the game. And that's one of the more underrated ones, I think, in terms of things that kept the comeback alive.
Well, you got to listen. To me, those are the kinds of plays that remove the stupid labels that many want to use on Brock Purdy. That's not game manager stuff. That's the opposite of that. Okay? What did you get in the last quarter and a half of this football game? You got ad lib. You got, I need to find a way when crap's going sideways stuff from Brock Purdy. That's not, oh, he's got all these people around him and he just throws it out to the flat.
Right.
No.
Laminated play sheet.
No, nobody thought of any of that. Nobody drew that up. 3 scrambles and a teardrop one-hander to Jawan Jennings. So thank you, Alex Smith, for his comments yesterday.
Pretty cool.
As the de facto president of the game manager club, you're not invited, Brock.
Totally.
You do not get membership to this club. I love that. Let's go to Chris the Caveman in San Jose. Hey, Chris, what are you doing?
Hey, Willer and Dibs, first-time caller here.
Sweet,
I was at the game yesterday at halftime. My friends and I saw Steve Young at Levi's. My friend walked up to Steve, dropped to his knees, and bowed down 3 times, saying, "You're my favorite player. We're not worthy." Asked him for a selfie. Steve obliged. During the selfie, I kept thinking out loud, this will change the juju. This will change the juju. Sure enough, Purdy channeled his inner Steve Young, rushed for 49 yards in the second half for a comeback victory. And, historic, right?
Chris, you've
taken my call, Willer and Dib.
Yeah, man. Brother. Thanks for making it. See, that's the beauty of these things. And again, we're asking, like, what'd you do? What'd you do to change the energy? Or what'd you notice that you think changed the energy? The answer is nothing, but it doesn't matter. To each of us, these are the things we're going to remember. I'm going to remember that we were down 24-7, and then my daughter showed up. And then they scored 27 points in a row.
Yeah. Shout out Ella.
She didn't do it, but that's what I'm going to remember.
I'm looking at the box score. I don't see any catches or rushes for your daughter. I don't know how many tackles she made.
I don't even
Other
think
than tackling you at halftime.
Yeah, I don't even know. Exactly. She tackled my emotions.
Totally.
She threw them on the rocks below.
Totally.
I don't even think she ate anything. Big, huge spread of food that Christy had put out. I don't even think she was a teenager. She didn't even look up from her phone. She just sat there, just staring at the phone. But whatever it was, do what you're doing. You sit right there. Don't move. It's working.
Stay on your TikTok and your IG and whatever else you're doing.
Oh, gosh. That's incredible.
Incredible. And, you think about the way it happens, and it starts to build slowly, and then in the blink of an eye, the game is tied. And once you got to that point, I was starting to think, like, okay, now, does Detroit have an answer? And they did, but then Dan Gamble, as we now call him, Dan Gamble found his way to make an imprint on the game again and go for it on 4th down. And that second 4th down that he goes for, and Jared Goff, that was a dirt ball. That ball had none chance of being caught down the field.
Oh, no. Why? Because, remember, what did we say all week long? Jared Goff, just move him off his spot.
Yeah.
That's all you got to do. And that's what the Niners finally started doing. I don't know why. I don't consider myself an expert. I watch every minute of these games. I don't know why the defensive line got stonewalled for 2.5 quarters and then didn't. I don't know. I don't know what they did differently. But they started stopping the run a little bit.
Yeah.
Obviously, they didn't even need that many because this happened so quickly that the Lions never even had a chance to keep running the ball. But they were able to get Jared Goff off of his spot. And on 4th down, the second Jared starts rolling right, he's dead. He's dead. He's not hitting anybody on the run. And you're exactly right. He threw that duck out there to Amon-Ra. It wasn't anywhere near him.
Right.
So that was the key to the entire game, and they finally started doing it at the end.
I saw a Niner defense that not only committed more bodies to stop the run early in the second half, but from a defensive line standpoint, they started to play much more aggressively.
Yep.
And they brought, I don't know what their exact blitz percentage was, but it felt like they brought Greenlaw or Warner a lot more often. They brought 5. They heated up Goff a little bit. And also, you had Mooney Ward, Charvarius man-matching on Amon-Ra St. Brown. So you saw almost no St. Brown in the second half, and that was the key. You stopped the run. You slowed the run. You didn't stop it. You slowed it. You took away St. Brown, and by the time Goff got off his first read, as Bosa told you in the postgame, Once he got off his first read, they were in trouble.
Yeah, I tend to like the 49er defense when they have faith in Charvarius Ward. I would do it with Rashee Rice in the Super Bowl. He's done it to DK Metcalf every time they play the Seahawks. Like, I'm okay with Mooney Ward on an island. He can handle it. He absolutely can handle it. Now, can he handle it when it's Patrick Mahomes delivering the dimes? I don't know. But if that's what, the 49ers want that pressure from their base four to keep more into coverage, it's like, it's not working. It's not working. You're not getting home, and having extra people in coverage is not enough.
Yeah.
It looks like there are just wide open spaces out there to the point where it's 3rd and 15 and teams are just like, it's like pitch and catch. It's boop, boop. It's like wide open.
Those third down conversions were ridiculous. 3rd and 13, they run it, they convert it. 3rd and 18. They pass it, they convert it.
Piece of cake.
I mean, piece of cake. They were playing super soft in the zone, and I think that was a big part of it. They played a lot more man in the second half, and I do think it's interesting. We'll go back to the phones, and we'll get into the Chiefs game throughout the course of the next 13 glorious days. But you talk about man matching, and their big weapon is Travis Kelce. Do you put Mooney Ward on the tight end and try to take him out with the corner? Because that to me is going to be one of the chess matches we can get into as we get closer.
No doubt. Although I'm comfortable with Greenlaw and Warner as they sort of handled Laporta in the second half too.
Call.
Like, they put a hat on him. Like, he may get some catches, but they also knocked a couple free, and I'm comfortable with those guys on the tight ends, even Kelce. Let's go to Pam in Houston. Hey, Pam, you're on with Willard and Dibbs. What's up?
Hey, this is Pam. I lived in the Bay Area for 45 years, and I just moved back to Houston a little over a year ago.
Okay, Pam.
And I found my Niner gang out here. I want to shout out Lone Star Niner Empire. I was watching the game yesterday, and at halftime, I said, they got to have a come to Jesus meeting at halftime. They need some holy water. Folks need to come back brand new in the second half. I was wearing a Debo jersey, and it just seemed like Debo came out and said, give me the ball. And my girlfriend had a hoodie that she had on at first. She had it off in the first half. She had put it on in the second half, and they scored. And she's like, okay, I'm not taking this hoodie off. This must be it. So I just want to say bang, bang, Niner gang. I'm here in Houston, still a faithful, and looking forward to the Super Bowl.
Pam, you tell that friend of hers not to take the hoodie off for 2 weeks.
Hey, she's not. She's actually going on a cruise, a Super Bowl cruise. She's going to be there, and she says she's going to have the hoodie with her on the cruise.
Okay, but no tying it around her waist or anything crazy.
No.
Wear that thing. I don't care how hot it is.
Shuffleboard in the Lido deck, she's got to wear it. No doubt.
Thank you, Pam. A Super Bowl cruise?
Can you imagine?
What the hell is that?
Well,
cruise to Vegas.
What's that? Are you cruising to Vegas?
I imagine she's
a lot of water there.
She's in the Caribbean and it's 89 degrees out and she's poolside in a hoodie.
Then you better wear a hoodie.
Totally.
I don't care what the temperature is. Look at you. You're never not wearing a hoodie.
Yeah.
Let's go.
I'm comfortable.
Wear a hoodie.
You get old, you get bald, you get cold. Spoiler alert for all you young people out there. That's the way it's kind of the way it goes. It's a circulation sensation is what it is.
Nick Bosa with the message at halftime. Come to Jesus, as Pam said.
I was just like, there's so much football left. We made a couple adjustments. I said, just take that first read away and we're getting home. And our guys did it.
Yeah, we did. Yeah. Just take that first read away.
I said some random stuff at halftime.
I know. He's like, I was just lying on my back, and then, just didn't.
He's just a beauty.
Then it got better. Yeah.
I heard the criticism all week, so I decided it might be time to put my hands on Jared Goff a couple times, and so I did. No shrug, by the way.
I know.
I was proud of that.
Why?
You're getting your butt kicked.
Well,
put the shrug away.
Okay.
Put the shrug away.
I'm with you there.
I've always been an advocate of take your signature celebration and put it aside when you're getting it handed to you. And they were, and I had a sack, and I didn't feel like it was time to shrug, and so I didn't. I shrugged at the idea of shrugging.
Perfect.
There was no shrug.
No.
He had two, and he almost had a third.
Almost a third.
Yep.
In fact, it was on the fourth down play where we're blaming Reynolds for the drop. And I'm like, yeah, but what did Nick do? He got Jared off his spot.
I heated him up a little bit.
The throw was a little bit off, and it was enough to disrupt the timing of the whole thing. Nick Bosa had a nice night. But I'm also not going to I'm going to try to act like a radio host and tell you, I have no idea what the hell happened. I don't know why the defensive line looked like that for 2.5 quarters, and I don't know what their adjustment was. I don't know. I mean, I get it. Sure, you're right. They threw a little bit more at him.
Yep.
They threw a little bit more at him, but I also think it goes way past that. I think that the Lions, they barely touched the ball for 15 minutes. They went for it on 4th down. They didn't get it. And the next thing you know, they ran one play, and the game was tied.
Yeah.
And in that one play, they fumbled. But the Niners get credit because what they do, they were right there at the line of scrimmage. Pow! Where they weren't the entire first half.
Exactly. Tashawn Gibson with the forced fumble, and Armstead with the belly rub and the recovery, and the game never faltered after that.
Okay, 888-957-9570. We're not going to depart your calls the entire afternoon, but I will also say this. There's something stylistically about this game that's probably making you uncomfortable, and maybe the opposite should be true. We'll get into that coming up. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. This is Willard and Dibs.
The Road to Vegas is brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices exclusively at Zenni.com.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG?
NFC app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
Well, here you go. That's why you do it. You only run on 3rd and 5 if you've already made up your mind you're going for it on 4th and 2.
Goff to throw. Here comes pressure. Escapes. Fires over the middle, and it is incomplete. He got out of a sack but couldn't connect with Reynolds, and the 49ers get a big stop on D.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, my goodness. What a weekend. Let me throw this at you real quick. We want to go to the phones. But I was thinking about this. These two games, like, y'all are gray now, right? You all are gray. I hope none of you ended up hospitalized or anything like that. But that was way more stressful than we thought it was going to be. Yet, here they are, right?
Yeah.
You know what's fascinating about that? I bet most 49er fans are like, well, that's not the way we wanted to do it. And I'm sitting here going, well, you asked them to. They actually just did all of the things that I've heard all of the people ask for 2 years. Think about it. Hey, Kyle, you can't come from behind. Hey, Kyle, you can't do it in the rain. Can you do it in the rain? Can you do it with the good? Can you do it when you miss a field goal? Can you do it without one of your good players? Can you do it from a little bit behind? Can you do it from way behind? And they've done all of those things, and here's the last one. Because how many of you have all said this at any point in the Kyle Shanahan era with the 49ers? Just once could the offense pick up the defense.
Yeah.
Like, just once could the defense have a crap game and the offense make it go away by outscoring someone? Well, poof. Maybe, just maybe, this team is exactly the one that we should have confidence in. They don't feel like that right now, but you could argue that this team has shown the ability that 49er teams in the past have not shown, which is the ability to win multiple ways.
Yes, but I am concerned about the defense going into Kansas City.
That's
and
fair.
You think about the last time they faced Kansas City in the Super Bowl, the defense was nasty and the offense had some question marks. And this year it feels a little bit like it's reversed. The offense feels like it's the better unit than the defense going into this game. And maybe it's recency bias and, small sample size on just yesterday, but the defense had a very bad half, and then they played pretty well in the second half, and they were helped out by some Detroit mistakes, the drop on 4th and 2 by Reynolds, and the misdirection where Gibbs goes the wrong way, and Goff is not sure how to hand it to him, and he hands it to him, and he never puts it away, and then you knock the ball out on that play. Another mistake that was self-inflicted, but you capitalized on it. The defense played much better in the second half, but it feels like this offense can beat Kansas City 35-34, and if the defense plays well, you feel like you can win 17-16. But I would lean toward, and you're right, like, can the offense pick up the defense one time? Well, yesterday they certainly did.
They did.
And I think that result is one that's more likely a week from Sunday than the other one would be.
Evan in the city with us here on Willard and Dibbs. Championship Monday. Hey, Evan, what's going on?
Thank you so much for taking my call. I was watching that game yesterday, and the only thing that I kept thinking of is I've seen this game before. February 5th, 2017. We get 28-3 lead, and you just saw a team completely demolish their game plan and just bomb in the second half. I was on the other side.
Evan, I wish your phone wasn't messing with you so much. We can barely hear a word you're saying, although I did get the gist of it, which is he's going back to the Falcons-Patriots Super Bowl and 28-3. And I will tell you, gosh, sometimes games just get these dynamics where even well before a deficit has been erased, you can sort of feel it because you just get the indicators are all there. The indicators are there, and it feels like a snowball running downhill. And again, this is why for me, and I understand all the analytics, I understand Dan the gambler, and I understand that a lot of people are focused on other fourth downs. For me, the one that I'll remember, and there was a conversation in our house, our buddy Chris was over, and we looked at each other, and he goes, I can't believe he's going for it here on 4th and 2. And I said, I can't either, simply because if you don't get it, and the Niners go get a touchdown and you've got a one-score game, you've opened yourself up to being basically the guy that let them back in. Now, at that point, it was just sort of a wild scenario, but within moments, it was even worse than any of us could have ever imagined if from the perspective of Detroit, which was not only do you not get the 4th down, the Niners do score a touchdown, you then fumble the very next time you touch the ball, and now the Niners are tied. But this is one of those, and 28-3 was the same, where well before the deficit was gone, you could feel it. You could feel that it was going. The second they went for it on 4th and 2 and Reynolds dropped it, I thought to myself, this might get the Niners are fully in this football game.
Yeah, I thought that was the play of the game, and I said it out loud that if Detroit converts there 4th and 2 from the Niners 28, then they probably go on and score. Maybe they have to settle for 3 down the road on that drive, but they get the 3 that they need. And when they didn't get that, I thought, okay, Niners looked better on their opening drive, even though they had to settle for a 3-point field goal to start the third quarter. I felt like if the Niners can go down from here and get a touchdown, yeah, you got a ball game. And then the Ayuk play happens, and you're thinking, okay, now at that moment, even though they didn't score on the play, when that play happened, I thought Niners going to win this game.
Yeah.
Because if that goes their way, 4th and 2, it's a drop, and you get the ball back, and then Ayuk gets a 51-yard catch off the face mask of the defender. And the fact that he was able to keep his balance, see the ball, and make the catch and go down to the 4.5-yard line. Incredible. And when those things go your way, you start to feel a little bit of the destiny.
No doubt, especially when you're playing the Detroit Lions. I mean, that's a big part of this.
I guess. I kind of put that aside, though, because they didn't look like the Detroit Lions in the first half.
No, I know, but that's the way it goes. Like, this becomes the Lions experience. This is the franchise experience. This is their fans' experience, which is that, not only are you frustrated losers, but even when things are set up for it to go well, you sort of find a way for it to not. And I think that they were carrying that with them in the fourth quarter. I really do. To the point where once it gets going in the wrong direction, you sort of roll your eyes like, oh, God, no, we're not doing this, right? Which is not the mentality you want. The mentality you want is just like, no, I'm not even acknowledging that. We're fine. We're still up by 7. They still haven't really stopped us, right? Like after the IU catch, it's 24-17. Take a deep breath. They haven't stopped you all day. You're up by a touchdown late in the third quarter. You're fine.
Yeah.
One play later, you're like, uh-oh. Now we're not fine.
Right.
Now we're not fine. And so that I just thought that they carried that with them throughout the fourth. Jonathan in the city. Hey, Jonathan, you're on with Willard and Dibbs. What's up?
Hey, man. What's it going, guys? At halftime, I was almost flatlined. But then again, I remember we just saw the comeback at Green Bay. So you know what I said to myself and everybody in the house? We got to have faith. We got to have faith, guys, because that's all we got. And then it happened. And we needed every single one of those. The luck, right? The Detroit Lions dropsies. There was a couple of throws that Jared Goff delivered right on time, perfectly delivered, but they dropped it. Kyle Juszczyk on the sideline, toe drag. That was beautiful. Brock Purdy scrambles. Ayuk, are you kidding me? Off the helmet catch, 60-yard bomb, the third and Juwan, one-handed fingertip grab. We needed every single one of those. I can't believe they went Joe Boxers 2 games in a row. But this 2 weeks is going to be lit. Las Vegas is going to be on fire. Hey, just got lucky, and we did 3 games in a row. 2 down, 1 to go.
Let's go, Niners!
Okay, there it is. Jonathan in the city. Yeah, it is a weird playoff run. This is a really weird playoff run. I don't know if I don't remember anything that felt like this, and I don't even just mean for the 49ers. I mean for any team. A 1 seed. Everything in their building the whole time. And how many minutes out of the 2 hours that were just played did it feel like the 49ers were going to win the football game in which they were playing?
Not many.
Yeah.
Not many at all.
This is a weird playoff run to get to a Super Bowl.
Only a snippet of the game against the Packers because you were chasing that thing virtually the whole way. And then yesterday, Jonathan mentioned it at halftime, 24-7. You're thinking, oh, geez. And then even when the Niners get the 3 and Detroit gets the ball back and they move pretty promptly down the field, the game predictor says they have a 91% chance to still win that football game. So you're thinking, oh, but I was thinking Detroit's going to score another touchdown. It's going to be 31-10, and then it's night time. I'm going to go play with the baby in the other room. But
a field goal at that point to me felt not nail in coffin, but I mean,
you're coffin shopping.
You down by 3 scores,
17,
with a quarter and a half to go.
Yeah, you're coffin shopping.
You're not in good shape.
You're calling the next of kin.
That's why I was so thankful that he went for it.
Totally.
I'm like, oh, dude, you're creating a window. And then he dropped the ball, and I'm like, oh, you just created a window. Niners went flying through it. Monster Monday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. All right, we'll stick here on the phones, 888-957-9570. We will stay with you throughout the afternoon. The Niners are going to the Super Bowl. Let's keep talking it out here on Willard and Dibs. All right, and another game in the books yesterday, and another belly full of Daisy Dips. Oh, it was delicious to have the French onion and the ranch out there yesterday as we were watching football and eating food, at least when our stomachs could take it. The Niners don't make that easy, but Daisy Dips does. You may be familiar with the Daisy Sour Cream brand, and some of you maybe through the years get that flavor packet, mix it all in. No need anymore. They've got their own special spices, recipes that they've put together that I can vouch for them. They are absolutely delicious. So flavorful, and as I mentioned, they come in French onion or ranch, no MSG, none of that stuff added in there that you don't want. Try them at your Super Bowl party, the all-new Daisy Dips.
The Red and Gold hotline is up and running.
This is freaking incredible.
Call it anytime. Get excited.
This seems like one of the most critical downs of this game here for Detroit Lions defense, and Aaron Glenn needs an answer.
Third down, four-man rush. Purdy in some trouble. Escapes, looking for the first down. He's got it and more. Brock Purdy with the legs inside the 30.
Do it more. What are we doing? Just don't get hit. Like, scramble, maybe tuck the ball a little bit faster, but, like, he scampers. I think that's the best way to describe it. He scampers. Like, you ever seen one of those little water dragons run across the water? Like, that's what I envision every time he's running with the football. I just thought of that, too. That was not pre-planned. Pretty proud of myself for that. And then he does a really good job of avoiding contact. He dives into areas. He could slide once in a while, probably get a 15-yard penalty, He's a tough kid, a lot of grit to him, and he understands that, like, when he's playing at a high level, when he needs to play at a high level, everyone around him is better.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Well, the Purdy party takes another interesting turn. And what's fascinating about this whole thing, I can feel the Purdy haters are like, they're losing their grip. They still want to say what they say. They still feel what they feel. It's not like he came out and did it in his traditional form. And as you pointed out, of his 260 some odd passing yards, 51 of them came on a helmet doink.
Yeah.
So it's perfect because he still had a half where he didn't look that very good. And then he has an unbelievable rally, which his signature plays were a throw off of someone else's helmet and 3 runs. Those were his signature plays in the fourth quarter. And so the Purdy hater is going to sit there and look at this and go, you guys, it's still not. It's like, but you're also running out of gas. This is a man who's played,
and you're running out of time.
Yeah, this is 26 football games. It's a season and a half, and it is now an appearance in a Super Bowl. It's a 4-0 record in playoff games that he finishes. It's all adding up to you need a magnifying glass now to find your problems that you keep pointing out. I saw even Ryan Clark. He put his Michael Jackson boots on over the weekend. Oh, yeah, I loved him. I loved him all along. Oh, shut up. There's no room for it anymore.
Yeah.
You're out of gas.
There are 2 quarterbacks remaining in the National Football League. One terrific quarterback and Brock Purdy.
And Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, pretty much, right?
Well,
honestly,
he's not terrific. He's otherworldly. He's insanity.
Just watching him play in that first half, and Travis Kelce, I like watching those guys play. It's going to be a little bit tougher a week from Sunday because it's going up against the 49ers, but that tandem has got to be among the greatest in the history of the NFL.
No question.
And you saw it on display, but all the Brock Purdy haters at halftime were thinking, yeah, I can't wait to get to Twitter or X or whatever. Threads. I'm going on Facebook. 7 of 15, 93 yards, and a pick. And that was,
And not a pick that I want to explain away by, but his arm got – no, that's a bad pick.
It's a bad pick. His arm got hit.
His arm got hit because he's throwing the ball over the middle of the field when he shouldn't be throwing the ball over the middle of the field.
His arm got hit because the offensive line got dominated in the first half and the defensive line got pushed backward.
But it's also on the quarterback. Like, if you don't have the space to follow through and release a ball, then don't throw it. Don't throw it. You know what I mean?
But that's not how he works, and that's partly why we love him, because he has this moxie.
I know.
Big sock Brock and the rest of it, and so you can't applaud him for making these courageous, oh my God, throws, and then criticize him for trying to do that and getting his arm hit.
Well, I look, just because all of them work or some of them work does not mean that they're great decisions. He was throwing a ball that was targeted for a receiver that was surrounded by lions.
Right.
And so an arm gets hit and boom, it turns into an easy interception. Part of that is absolutely on Brock Purdy. So no, it's not a great first half. But Save your tweets till after the game.
Right.
Oh, gosh.
And he did it again.
Some of you. So much fun.
And I stayed off of Twitter again, except for during halftime, and I made the mistake of lingering on Twitter as the game was getting started and forgetting that Twitter is actually ahead of the broadcast that I receive. I was getting, whatever, I saw a tweet from Tim Kawakami, and his tweet was something to the effect of course they go to Debo to get this thing rolling. And I'm about to play behind, and then next thing you know, it's that quick pass to Debo, and he shakes a tackle at the line of scrimmage and runs down the sideline and gets 9 yards. And I was thinking, okay, here we go. And actually, it was the pass before that where Debo ran the in-breaking route and then cut it down for about 20 plus.
Yep.
Once Debo started heating up, and you saw that Brock Purdy was getting more comfortable, even down 17, I was still feeling pretty good about their chances.
Let's get to more of you, 888-957-9570. Bryce in Phoenix. Hey, Bryce, what's up?
Hey, I'm just sitting here in my man cave listening to the finest afternoon show in Phoenix, Arizona.
Oh, well, thank you, Bryce. I hope that's us. Apparently, the world is...
That would be you.
Okay,
yes.
good.
You're the one I'm listening to, yes. I want to know how a team goes from a defense that is Swiss cheese to a team that goes to a defense that is the iron wall of San Francisco in 2 different halves. Drove me nuts. I'm out there going, like, what is going on? I mean, I actually turned the game off to give them a better vibe because I'm like, it's got to be me. So I was like, so I turned the game off, started looking at my phone. But anyway, and I also have a thing on Brock in the second half.
What's that?
And this is a well-known rock song that you'll think of the minute I put it out. And here you'll probably play it. Hopefully your producer will find a way to play it as a rejoiner. Brock's got legs and he knows how to use them.
Yeah.
ZZ Top.
ZZ Top. Spin your guitar, Bryce.
Yep.
Came out about 20 years
There you
before
go.
our technical director was born, but he can Google it.
Oh, yeah, but you'll lead him over there. You guys will lead him over there. You know what it is. So anyway, thanks, guys, for doing such a great job. Love listening to you. Great show.
All right, Bryce, thank you very much. Appreciate that. I do love that part of it. And so you're welcome to throw that out there today. What'd you do to change your energy at halftime? Because Bryce has that thought that we all do. We all have this thought. And it is the strangest, most irrational human sports thought that you could possibly have, which is that you're watching a football game not go your way, and that thought goes through your mind, well, it's got to be me.
Right.
It must be me.
Where I'm sitting, what I'm wearing, or a combination of the two.
I've got the wrong underwear on.
I don't have my right children in the house. I need to get... Where's my daughter?
Right.
Got to get my daughter over here.
I didn't even think that until she gave me the verbal slap across the face.
I love that she put you in check.
Yeah.
Because that's not like you to be, well, I guess this thing's going to be over.
Yeah. I mean, it was probably over.
I guess we'll turn our attention to the Pro Bowl.
She's just like, we get the Super Bowl. And I go, well, we probably got to start wrapping our head around the fact that this is probably not going to happen. No.
No, Daddy.
Drive the car.
Totally.
She was right. We're going to the Super Bowl.
You drive, and how about you shut it up? Dude, so good. It's funny how we think that, though, and it's always the same thing about the no-hitter. Oh, you can't say that somebody's pitching a no-hitter because you might possibly jinx them, but it's like
that I believe.
My tweet in the East Bay has nothing to do with a pitcher in...
sure it does.
Yeah. You and I will never agree on that.
That is completely your fault.
And it's kind of similar to this where, the fact that you change seats or you put on a garment, did it really have an impact? Well, probably not, but who's to say that it didn't?
Well, shout out to the people who got, either they had to move their seat or they got sent out. They got sent out, like Mila got sent out of the room.
Yeah.
And then it worked. So Mila's not allowed to watch games ever again.
Oh, she's locked in.
I don't know if you know that.
She might be at your house for the Super Bowl.
You got to stick with it. Well, I don't think we're... Anyway, I don't think we're like... It's possible.
Watch Party Willard?
We might go.
Time out. You're not going.
We might go.
You're not going to the Super Bowl.
Not to the, but to Vegas. Maybe.
What about the show?
We'll do the show. I'll be back for the show.
Okay, we need to take this off air because I thought we all were going. And then, you got 3 kids and a bunch of jobs. And so I was okay, we're not going.
Yeah.
And we got Warriors games to get to. And we've got.
No, I won't go to the weekend.
I got you.
But, it might also go somewhere else.
Sure.
The world is our oyster.
It's great. Must be great to be
The world is a vampire.
It's awesome.
I don't know what we're going to do.
Okay.
It's all an open book. I don't know. Everybody's inspired. It's an inspiration sensation.
Especially on a Monday.
Exactly.
I mean, how many fans out there are going to Vegas, I'm sure a lot of Niner fans are now thinking about.
I bet.
And I need to call my buddy Baltimore Joe, who had a room for me in Vegas, because I'm imagining that he might have canceled his reservation.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing about this Super Bowl. Look, if the Super Bowl's in Houston, you're like, we're not going unless we've got tickets to the game. If the Super Bowl's in Vegas, I don't know. I couldn't tell you how many people I've talked to who are like, no, we don't need tickets to the game. We're just going. We're just going to Vegas.
Yeah.
I want to just be in this thing. I want to be cruising around the strip, high-fiving drunk people.
Yeah.
Woo! You're wearing red? Yeah.
So am I.
Exactly. Everybody's wearing red. It's Chiefs and Niners.
Yeah, seriously.
You know what I mean? Like
that Super Bowl logo thing died a painful death.
Sure did. It's good. Anyway, but watch parties, every casino, every place is every restaurant, they've all got their thing. You can go to this without going to this.
True. And you're probably better off going to this and not having to spend
for God's sake,
thousands to get,
the
to sit up in the nosebleeds.
They're absurd.
Yeah.
They're absurd. And by the way, the Super Bowl I don't know about if you're watching it at a bar or whatever, but I don't know, man. The Super Bowl is kind of better when you're not there live.
Yeah, I've never seen one live.
Yeah,
so.
I've been to a few, and they're just thank you.
Totally.
Well, the commercial breaks are so long. It's pieced together in such a way that you're very I don't know. It's sort of an out of body feel. Like, what is this it? This is what everybody's watching, and I'm here.
Right.
But it's all spaced out in a very odd way that you're not used to, and you don't get to see any of the commercials. You don't get to be with any of your friends. You don't get to eat all the stupid stuff that people make, and you're out $6,000.
True.
And it's just like, wow, this is different. I mean, the way I always kind of describe it to people, because I was at the Janet Jackson, Justin Timberlake thing.
Oh, wow, yeah.
I was there. And
dude, hit him with one more.
Come on, I was there, and I was the last to know that had happened.
You better be careful,
because everybody's watching on TV, and they're like, Justin just took the thing off of. Whoa, there's Janet in all of her glory, and I'm in section 4,882.
You didn't see it from there?
I'm just sitting there eating a box sandwich that someone left for me, and I'm like, what? Why is my phone? What happened? You couldn't see anything. So it's different. It's different.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You had no angle on that thing, huh?
A really weird experience, that entire game. Hey, Andy Rooney was in my seat when I got there.
Rest in peace.
No joke.
Just passed.
I kicked Andy Rooney out of the media seats. He's eating my sandwich.
No way.
I had to go to Andy Rooney's seat and steal his sandwich because he's eating mine.
He'd probably gotten there first and had already eaten
it. Like, sir, I really love your work. But that's my seat.
Oh, my God.
Eat it.
Seriously.
I almost just left. I'm like, I'm not going to kick this old guy.
He thought it was Willard Brimley's seat, so and I know it's Wilford.
Oh, God. Anyway, that was a funny day.
Great story.
Yeah. All right. How about John and Hayward? Hi, John. What are you doing?
Hey, what's up, guys? Just driving home from work. Heading back out to the Valley. And yesterday's game was tenseful. But I think definitely what happened, I don't want to get into the minutia of X's and O's, but you guys seen the game like I did. They weren't cutting it on defense. They, when they came out back from the half, they actually went to a couple of blitzes. They started playing some man and getting Jared Goff's face and then take him out of his element. And then as far as the offense, same thing. I think they cut Purdy loose and said, hey, you're going to have to start, coming up with some plays on your own. If your timing's off, get out of the pocket. And I think that really helped out. And as far as what changed it, for me was my granddaughter wanted to go outside to the backyard. So I figured, okay, at halftime, I'm going to go and barbecue. So I started grilling all the food. And in order to keep her busy, I had to throw on the old Letter Factory, which is, like a toddler video thing.
Yep.
And started watching it through the sliding door on the TV inside. And I had to let it go. I can't change it, but let's see what happens. Let's watch some Letter Factory. So,
John, you'll never watch Letter Factory the same way ever again, will you?
No, I won't.
Yep, it's going to be your good luck charm, John. Thank you. Yeah, look, there obviously for each of us fans, there's that emotion where you're like, look, okay, let's welcome this thought into our brain, like they might lose, and sometimes that can be a little freeing. What matters more is what it meant for the play calling and even the way Brock Purdy started to make decisions. This is sometimes when you see a player that's good at coming back, and I don't know if I can call Brock that yet. It's good that he's now done it a few times. That's obviously very important. But when you remove from your thought process, I'm not going to do that because something might go wrong. That's how you start a game. Like, I don't want to make the big mistake. Let's try to be effective, but let's be smart about it. Then you're down 24-7 and you have to remove that. You're just like, well, now I got to let it rip.
Who gives a bleep?
I got to let it rip. And
right?
If it gets picked off, it gets picked off. You can't lose twice. So let's just play. And some guys are so good in that form where they're like, just let it hang out, man, because you have no other choice. And that's what he did very well yesterday. Teardrop to Jawan Jennings. What are you doing?
Yeah.
That's what he's doing. It's like there's reckless abandon because you're already down.
Yeah, there's no real reason why that ball was caught. Jawan Jennings with an unbelievable catch because you mentioned it, and I'm just watching it back again. He's running, and he's running for the first down, and he realizes in real time he's going to be at least a yard or two short, and he's going to get crunched. So he just flips it to an area, and Jennings goes up and grabs it. He had 3 incompletes the entire second half. 2 of them came on back-to-back passes. One was an intentional throwaway over Juszczyk's head, and the other one was a deep throw down the middle that Jawan Jennings got absolutely undercut on. Pass that was over his head, and that's when they had to settle for the field goal.
Overthrew it.
After that, Brock settled down, and the big key for me offensively was they got the running game unlocked. Christian McCaffrey started to get some room to the edge, the outside zone. McCaffrey got going, Debo with a couple of carries, and you were able to make the Lions now a little bit uncomfortable defensively.
No doubt about it. And I got why it looked the way that it looked in the first half. The Lions have a very good run defense. And how would you defend the 49ers? Wouldn't you say, we're not letting McCaffrey beat us? Something else going to have to happen. And they dared him to do it the whole first half. And it took the Niners a minute. It took them a minute, but they got it going. How about Jaime in San Pablo? What's up, Jaime? How you doing?
Good. How you guys doing?
What's up?
Hey, so let me ask you guys a question. In your honest opinion, I mean, I hate to do this, but if Jimmy plays yesterday, did we win that game?
No.
No.
Of course not.
Oh, okay. So then shouldn't that tell people, the haters and everybody else, that Brock has came in and has not just been a game manager, but he has become a creator, has made plays on his own, and has helped his team. I could honestly say Brock won the game for us with his running the ball, throwing that ball in when pressure's in his face. I mean, he did a lot of things yesterday that, I mean, if Mahomes does it, if any other quarterback does it, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, I mean, they're talking about they would have put them on the pedestal. But if it's Brock Purdy and his team, they just don't want to give him the credit. And I just find that very irritating and confusing because it's like, so you want to say Lamar Jackson doesn't have the talent around him, so that's why he's not winning. But if Purdy has it and he's winning, it's not him, it's the talent. So I don't understand. Another thing too, I feel like this time around with the Kansas City Chiefs, I feel like what defense was better, the 2019 defense that we played then, the 20, or this defense?
You're talking about the Chiefs defense or the Niners defense?
Niner defense.
I think what we're looking at right now, it feels like the 2019 defense was a lot better.
Definitely.
So do you guys think that it's going to be a shootout, or would it be something where the defense would actually step up? We haven't played that perfect game. Have we played that perfect game? When's the last time we played that perfect game? That defense shuts the team down. We haven't played that perfect game yet.
Jacksonville.
Yeah.
My answer, Jaime, thanks very much. Jacksonville. It's the last time that the Niners looked like they were on all cylinders.
Off the bye, yeah. Dallas certainly was a game where offense and defense, they both were unbelievably sharp. And Philadelphia, too, was another game where they dominated on both sides.
No doubt.
In terms of...
Took a quarter. They didn't.
Yes.
That was not a good first quarter.
How this game goes, I think that, for strange reasons, the Niners would rather have it be a shootout. I think they're more equipped in a shootout against this Kansas City than they are in a defensive struggle, because Kansas City's defense is good, and each and every week it looks better and better.
Well, if you take the 4 units, then here's what you would say about all of them. Niner defense, greater than or less than it was in 2019?
It's close. It should be greater than, but they're not playing that way.
Less than. But what about Niner offense?
Greater than.
Greater than. Okay. Chiefs defense, greater than or less than?
Greater than.
Okay, but Chiefs offense.
Lesser than.
Right, exactly.
That's why this matchup is so fascinating.
Totally. The 49ers are not as equipped to keep Patrick Mahomes down, but the last group didn't either in the end. The dam broke with 6 minutes to go, and they got to 31 points. That 49er team cannot hang when you get to 31. This one just beat someone yesterday who scored 31.
And I don't think that this offense of the Chiefs is equipped to break the dam like that one was.
Agreed.
Even Travis Kelce, who's a great player, he's probably not going to hit you for a 50 or a 60-yard gain. Valdez-Scantling had the big play to seal the game, but that was his only catch, I believe. And Rashee Rice was mostly held down by Baltimore. So
it's not an over-the-top offense anymore.
Right.
The play that everybody still screams about, Nick Bosa was held, and it was third and whatever it was, third and 18, third and 13, whatever it was. That was Tyreek Hill. Tyreek Hill went for 100 yards in that game. No more Tyreek Hill.
Yep.
So we all know it's a very different offense, and it is not as explosive. And so the 49ers, in theory, I'd be very surprised if the Chiefs offense came out and was cutting up and down the field. I know the Lions did, but the Packers didn't. They were good, but I never felt like the Packers were, oh my God, like they can't even stop them. They didn't run away and hide. They only scored 21 points. So, plenty of time obviously for us to go over that matchup, but I don't think it's an offense that's going to run away and put up a 38 on the 49er defense at all. All right, it's Willard and Dibbs. So glad that you are with us. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. We keep going with your phone calls. Also, coming up next, we have mentioned it a couple of times. Ryan Clark with his comments on ESPN last week. Remember how thankful he was that he didn't have to talk about Brock Purdy among the game's elite anymore and how hard that was for him throughout the year. Said that Brock Purdy never elevates any of his teammates. Oh, well, wait what you hear what he had to say after last night's game. That's coming up next on Willard and Dibbs. The road to Vegas is brought to you by Marowest Credit Union. Working for you today, tomorrow, together.
Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Man, I don't have, enough good things to say about Brock. All he's done since he's been here is play at an elite level, and everything starts with him. And we're lucky he's our quarterback. He takes a lot of heat for absolutely no reason. All he's done is been a great leader, been a great player, and I'm so proud of him and pumped up that I get another one with him this year.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
How good was the look on Christian McCaffrey's face on that podium after the game? Like, obviously everybody's happy. Like, duh. But sometimes you can look at certain people who have had a fire in their belly about a certain moment for so long. Like Brock Purdy and his family are happy, but they got here 7 minutes ago.
Right.
Christian McCaffrey has never been. This 49er group where it's like, oh, the Super Bowl, NFC title game, Super Bowl. Christian's never gotten to be a part of this. He got the 49ers all the way to a spot where Brock's arm fell off, and he's been right there every step of the way, taking all the hits, and his Stanford roots and everything else that make the Bay Area feel so good. That smile on his face, that look to his family, that inner fire that finally said, I'm going to the Super Bowl, that was a really fun moment. That was a really fun moment last night.
I think a lot of that was born out of the way his game went, which was a mirror of his career, because his career started out, good and fine in Carolina, whatever. You're a great player, but you're going nowhere. And at halftime of that game last night, he'd been bottled up, and they're down 17. And you know that he and Debo came out, in particular in the second half, with a certain amount of anger and energy, and they applied it toward getting their team to where they all thought they should have been in the first place. So seeing him up on the podium, there was the satisfaction of knowing he was going to the Super Bowl, but also the joy of knowing that he and the team did what they were supposed to do in terms of that offense, because he was bottled up in the first half, and he came out in the second half, and he and Debo were running angry, and especially on that second McCaffrey touchdown where he gets hit at the 2, and he was not going to go down. The will to score from Christian McCaffrey is so great, and the will to win from all those guys, it really shined through in the second half.
We'll play the Ryan Clark in a minute, but also raise your hand if you thought of the George Kittle mic'd up moment from the last Super Bowl when the 49ers had the 10-point lead with 6 minutes to go, and then it craters, and the Chiefs end up winning this thing by 11, and cameras catch George Kittle, and he was mic'd up on the sideline looking at the field once it was evident that the Niners were not going to win. And he just kept going, I will get back here. I will get back here. I will get back here. And I thought to myself about George a lot last night, too, because it's like, dude, not only did you make it back, you get to go against the exact same team and take another shot.
Yeah.
Pretty poetic.
It was very cool. And then you see him with his wife after the game, and you get a sense for their relationship where they're celebrating, and then she takes two hands and just pushes him, and he starts laughing, and it's, the back and forth between Kittle and his wife, and you see Purdy with his fiance and McCaffrey with his celebrity dame and all the rest of them, and you see how happy they were. Some relief, but just the exuberance, especially Brock when he kneels it down, the delayed kneel because he had to tick 2 seconds off or whatever, and just the scream and the joy, especially for Brock, knowing that everyone was going to say, all the Ryan Clarks were going to, you know what, see all of you, I told you he doesn't belong in this conversation. And then he goes out and throws 3 incompletes, 2 on the first drive, 1 the rest of the half, in leading his team back from 17 down.
Speaking of Ryan Clark, many of you remember this from last week. This is after the Niners beat the Packers on ESPN.
I'm about to make a confession. The single hardest thing I had to do this year was act like Brock Purdy deserved to be in the conversations with the other people we're mentioning in that tweet. Because he was playing extremely well and operating in that offense and distributing the ball to Kittle and Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk, we had to continue to include him in conversations with the Lamar Jacksons. We had to continue to include him in conversations with the Josh Allen. Those things are not alike. Brock Purdy is a fine player. Brock Purdy can operate in Kyle Shanahan's offense at an extremely efficient level. Brock Purdy doesn't raise the level of play of anyone around him. And so when you talk about Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson. The people around them benefit from having those sorts of players at the quarterback position. Brock Purdy benefits from having the sort of players he has at the skill positions around him.
Okay. So, how about now? Here's Ryan Clark today.
When you look at what Brock Purdy was able to do, Brock Purdy has separated himself from Dak Prescott. Brock Purdy has separated himself from Tua Tagovailoa. Brock Purdy has separated himself from guys like Kirk Cousins, from guys like Justin Herbert. He was asked in the most pressurized moment to be the best he could possibly be. And you know what magnifying glasses do, right? Think about this, huh? You know, you in the club, right? You vibing, and she got on makeup, you know what I'm saying? She got her good weave in, her good wig on, and then the lights come on, right? You know what the lights do? The lights show the imperfections, right? Some of them scatter, and some of them walk closer to you. When they were looking for Brock Purdy's imperfections, he got closer to him. Brock Purdy became more of himself. He used his legs. He played above the X's and O's. Brock Purdy, in my opinion, if I'm looking at those two games Saturday, Brock Purdy did what we would have expected Lamar Jackson to do. Brock Purdy trusted himself.
We agree with
Brock Purdy put the football where it was supposed to be. Brock Purdy won the football game, down 17.
It's how it works.
I know it's how it works.
And all we're doing is
I'm not bothered and
throwing logs on the fire of these narratives. So now it's Brock Purdy did what he's supposed to do. Although Ryan didn't go on to say that he puts him in the same category.
No, but he didn't. He did what Lamar was supposed to do. What Lamar couldn't do. Lamar's playoff record is now 2-4.
The Ravens had 2 turnovers in the end zone. And one of them wasn't his fault, but one of them absolutely was. He threw it into triple coverage and then threw his helmet down.
I mean, just by virtue of 4 playoff wins. 4 playoff wins. This guy's been playing for a year and a half.
Yeah.
He's got 4 wins in the playoffs. How many of these other QBs that we're talking about? Sure, Patrick's
got 4 playoff wins.
Josh Allen doesn't have 4 playoff wins.
Tua doesn't.
Lamar doesn't.
Kirk doesn't.
Dak doesn't.
Justin doesn't.
Justin doesn't have any.
Right. But I'm just saying all the names that he named.
Does Burrow?
I don't think Joe has 4. He has the 3.
Right.
3 to get to the bowl.
Yeah.
And then he didn't get the 4th. I think Russ does, if we're still counting Russell Wilson.
Yes, Russ has won a Super Bowl.
And Aaron Rodgers has 4,
if you've
I would
won
imagine.
a Super Bowl, that kind of, whatever. That trumps everything
In terms of quarterbacks who are current, who are active, who have 4 or more playoff wins. Russ.
Aaron.
Sure. And Patrick.
Yep. How about Stafford?
I think Stafford probably has 4.
Does he have any playoff wins outside of the 1 year that they went running through? Does he have any? I don't know if he's got any outside of that year.
Good point.
So I don't even know. If the top. Grandy's got something. What do you got,
Well, I was going to say, Brock Purdy became the 4th quarterback in NFL history to win 4 playoff games in his first 2 years in the NFL. Ben Roethlisberger, Russell Wilson, and Mark Sanchez, and now Brock Purdy.
Okay.
Kind of a weird cast of 3 others. But
Sanchez is the one that you're like, huh?
But only the 4th ever. 4 playoff wins in his first 2 years.
Yeah.
Burrow has 5.
Okay, Burrow's got. Yeah,
Josh Allen has 5.
He does.
Yeah, Josh Allen's 5-5.
Okay,
it's a sneaky 5. And one other active quarterback, and you're not going to like this.
Oh, one other active quarterback has more than 4 playoff wins.
Oh, he's got 10.
And I won't like it.
You won't like it because. Yes.
Joe Flacco.
It's Flacco.
Yeah, Joe Flacco.
Well, he's not even a starter.
Nah. He's not.
Mahomes, Rodgers, Flacco, Wilson, Burrow, Allen, and then it's Purdy and Stafford has 4, Goff has 4, and Jimmy G has 4.
There you go. So Brock Purdy has already equaled Matt Stafford and Jared Goff.
And Garoppolo.
And he's been playing football for a year and a half.
I love when your voice gets high.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, so here, by the way, this was not for nothing. Who cares about it? But you notice that? I wanted to almost do a counter with Ryan Clark. Ryan Clark is incapable of using either the name just Brock or Purdy. If you're talking about Lamar, we say Lamar. If we talk about Mahomes, we talk about Mahomes. If we talk about Purdy, you have to use the whole name. Did you see in that cut how many times he used the
Brock
full
Purdy?
name, Brock Purdy? Let's count them up. 1 minute, 7 seconds. Here we go.
When you look at what Brock Purdy was able to do, Brock Purdy has separated himself from Dak Prescott. Brock Purdy has separated himself from Tua Tagovailoa. Brock Purdy has separated himself from guys like Kirk Cousins, from guys like Justin Herbert. He was asked in the most pressurized moment to be the best he could possibly be. And you know what magnifying glasses do, right? Think about this, huh? You in the club, right? You vibing, and she got on makeup, you know what I'm saying? She got her good weave in, her good wig on, and then the lights come on, right? You know what the lights do? The lights show the imperfections, right? Some of them scatter, and some of them walk closer to you. When they were looking for Brock Purdy's imperfections, he got closer to him. Brock Purdy became more of himself. He used his legs. He played above the X's and O's. Brock Purdy, in my opinion, if I'm looking at those two games Saturday, Brock Purdy did what we would have expected Lamar Jackson to do. Brock Purdy trusted himself.
We agree with
Brock Purdy put the football where it was supposed to be. Brock Purdy won the football game, down 17.
11 times.
Right? Well, he used everyone else's full name, too, except for one Lamar.
He did. He's preaching a little bit.
Yeah.
He's sitting next to Stephen A., and he's trying to learn from the man. Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy.
And he does a great job, Ryan Clark.
I got nothing against Ryan Clark. But here's something else he could have said in a lot less than 1 minute, 7 seconds. I was wrong about Brock Purdy. End of segment.
We don't do I was wrong on those shows, though. We don't do
I know.
I was wrong.
I
it's
know,
not
but
I was wrong content, what they do on those shows.
But you know what? There's a way to do that. We do that.
But we don't do that. We're doing this. And this is not that.
No, but they're related.
They are.
They're related. We're all talking
distant
sports.
cousins.
Yeah, we're trying to make our points. You make them in a way that whatever. You think it pops a little bit. But like, for instance, one of the things that I've loved, the most self-deprecating moment of Bonte and Joe in the 2.5 years that I've been at this station, is they spent an entire afternoon making fun of themselves by replaying the video of them leaving practice after Trey Lance showed up.
Right.
And the two of them could not. Well, I saw him do this, and I saw him do, and Trey Lance, the next level, and Trey, this, that, and then they spent an entire day making fun of themselves. And I loved it. Like, there is room for that. So what Ryan is saying can be completely fine. His analysis of yesterday's game. But somewhere in there, it would have been nice to be like, so remember when I said that he doesn't elevate his teammates? That was stupid. It was a stupid comment when he made it. I called it out that day. So this is not a victory lap because now the Niners are going to the Super Bowl. Brock Purdy, he ran for 50 yards in the fourth quarter. Yet you're over here talking about this is the same thing that Jimmy Garoppolo did with these 49ers. It's not the same. It's never been the same. Why? Because Brock Purdy has elevated.
Who?
Brock Purdy.
Thank you.
Has elevated the whole franchise, Kyle Shanahan included. So that was the stupid thing that was said last week. And you can walk that back.
Yeah.
Walk it back.
Sure. And you can spend the rest of our days here at 95.7 The Game hoping that people in that business walk things back, and they never will. It's not what you do in that business. You don't walk it back. You don't admit you're wrong. What you do is you do what Ryan Clark did, and you go out of your way to praise a player that you spent the similar amount of time the previous week all but burying as not being as good as these other guys. And,
But see, I think you do. Nick Wright did. When the Warriors won a championship
after like 6 years.
No, but Nick Wright, whole thing about Andrew Wiggins, like you can do it. You can do it, Ryan.
It just doesn't happen.
Just put your voice into it.
Well, maybe if he wins the Super Bowl and all the people who have that ammunition are running out of ammunition because you watch the game and you see a team down 17 at the half and Brock Purdy, yes, that man was a big part of the comeback. 16-19 after the intermission, including hitting on his last 7 passes and rushing for 50 yards, as you mentioned. And once they were able to get the touchdown to Ayuk to cut it to 7, and then the Gibbs fumble, and you punch it in to tie the game, that thing was all but cooked.
Yep. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union, the smart choice for low auto loan rates and super simple online application process. You're listening to a Monster Monday, brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. All right, back to the phones, huh? How about, let's see, Travis in Oakland. Hey, Travis, thanks for waiting. Thanks for calling. What's up?
Hey, what's up, boys? How you guys doing?
What's up?
Doing well, man. I got married in March. My in-laws are from Western Michigan, so I am just bathing in extra glory today, giving my my in-laws, my new family, a bit of a hard time.
Travis, you didn't watch it with them, did you?
My wife could not care at all about the line. She's converted to become a 49ers fan. I got her into the Mojo Juju game, did an outfit change at halftime, moved her seat into the corner of the couch in our living room.
Good.
She's not allowed to leave for the rest of the second half.
Okay, perfect. That's well played. Travis, very proud of you. Good job.
Thank you. I wanted to call it, first off, hell of a game, right? I got to give Shanahan his roses. I thought he coached a really well second half. Dan Campbell, a bit of a madman. I don't want to say Shanahan coached him, but really happy about Shanahan coached. And also, to the video of Purdy running over to him after he took that kneel and just how happy they both were. That was cool, man, especially after kind of how the Jimmy G stuff ended. But one thing I wanted to say, a couple callers ago kind of hit on this. A lot of the narrative I'm seeing today amongst the big talking heads, which I don't pay too much attention to, is around how lucky the 49ers were. I've heard it, Green Bay outplayed them for however long. I was at that game yesterday. They didn't deserve to win, yada, yada, yada. It's been a lucky run. Why is the narrative not, this is a really good team who hasn't, let's just call it spade, hasn't played well in the postseason? I don't think it's, am I crazy to think that if we get the effort that we had in the Dallas game, the Jacksonville game, the Philly game, do we not win the Super Bowl easily? Is it that unrealistic to think that something could change on the defensive side of the ball and Brock and the offense just come out how they came out in one of those games and maybe put it on Mahomes and the Chiefs? Look, I don't think they're as dynamic as Detroit, honestly, playmaker-wise. Of course, you have to deal with Patrick and Kelsey, but matchup-wise, this seems good, guys. Not trying to get too into the X's and O's, but just curious your thought. Why is the narrative this is a good team who hasn't played well?
Yeah, Travis, thank you very much. I think that this is solely a product of the word expectations, which if we could throw them into a big garbage disposal, I would. But they're part of human life. Expectations, as we talk about, they ruin everything all the time. They can ruin a good meal, they can ruin a movie, and they can ruin your thoughts on a football team. And the 49ers came in with such high expectations that they're not being judged on wins and losses. They're being judged on style points and how they look. This is what you can do to respond to someone that says, well, the Niners got lucky. All right, ask someone this. If the other team misses a field goal, is that a lucky break? What do you think about that? If the other team misses a field goal, you didn't block it, they just lined up, and they missed it. Is that a lucky break?
Not really.
You don't think so?
It's just football.
Okay.
It's football.
Right, but is it a break?
Yes. I think a lucky break is when you throw a pass that's overthrown and the defensive player not only doesn't pick it off, but has it bounce off his face mask straight in the air, and your guy makes a catch.
No
that
doubt.
To me is luck.
Great.
Jahmyr Gibbs fumbling, that's not luck. That's them mucking it up.
Yeah, he got stripped.
Well, he got stripped because he never had the ball, and he never had the ball because he went the wrong way.
I mean, he had the ball. He didn't have a great handle on it.
He had no grip on it, really, because he went the wrong way, and the exchange was terrible. That's not luck.
Here's the point.
That's bad football.
Fair enough.
Missing a field goal to me is not bad. That's bad football.
Okay, but it's a break. Like the Niners, the Packers missed a field goal. That was a break. We're forgetting. That happened to the Chiefs, too.
Yeah.
The Bills just missed a field goal.
They sure did.
How about Zay Flowers fumbling at the 2-inch line? Now, you could say, defense made a great play.
Great football.
Got a hand in there. But is it a break? Of course it's a break.
Of course it's a break.
We sort of make breaks this negative thing.
Right.
And they're imperative in sports. It's
especially football.
Partially you make your own breaks, but partially like that's what happens with every playoff run. You have to have some breaks go your way. It happens every single time.
Absolutely. Every single game throughout the course of the year. And that's why for me, the idea of luck in football is usually misplaced. I think the Ayuk play was lucky in many ways because how often does, yes, a lot of times defenders don't intercept footballs that maybe they could or should. That's fine. But you don't often have a ball like that bounce straight up in the air
of course not.
To where your own receiver can go down and get that.
But take this, for example. Aiden Hutchinson knocked down 2 Brock Purdy passes yesterday.
Yeah.
Now, in the Ravens game, those balls went straight up in the air and landed in the lap of a defensive lineman.
One of them did, yeah.
2 of them.
One of them was a deflected at the line. The other...
2 of them. 2 of them.
Well,
trust me. 2 of them.
I just watched the game last week. Yeah,
it was deflected.
One of them was deflected downfield.
Yes,
and that was a bad throw.
And the other one bad throw or not, it was deflected. Like
and that's
again,
it's going to happen when you have an undersized quarterback.
Sure, but the ball can bounce in a number of ways, and there is a measure of whether you want to call it luck, breaks, whatever. Yeah, of course the Niners got a break with the way that ball bounced.
Absolutely.
Then again, Brandon Ayuk made an incredible play when the lucky bounce was presented. So
and Eric Armstead falling on the fumble, that was a great play.
Yeah.
You know, the strip doesn't necessarily mean you're going to get the ball. And is it lucky that Armstead happened to be there and dove on it? No, that's football. And that's a guy making a play. And is it luck that Reynolds didn't catch a pass that was highly catchable on 4th and 2? No, that's football. And that's where, when you're going to be a championship team, you make championship plays in that moment. And that's where Detroit lost the game as many times as the Niners won that game.
Well, the oddity here is that the Chiefs are going to the Super Bowl for the 4th time in the Patrick Mahomes era, but they're not being held to the same standard because we didn't expect them to be here this year. We thought that this was a worse version of the Chiefs, and either the Ravens or the Bills were going to go. So the Chiefs are being looked at as, they're better than I thought. And the Niners are being looked at as, they're not as good as I thought, even though they've both arrived at the same spot. And the 49ers are actually favored to win the game.
Yeah, by a point, depending on where you shop for it. And I think that when you look at this Chiefs team, and we'll take a much harder look at them as we get closer to the Super Bowl in 13 days, the Chiefs team is good. Their defense is really good. One of the 2 or 3 best in football. And then offensively, you don't have the same amount of weapons, but you do have a quarterback who's now being injected into the GOAT argument.
Well, no doubt. No, I mean, that's the thing. And we'll see what that does to this particular game. We talk about the quarterbacks. We know that that's far from the only thing in the game. Like, I walked away at halftime yesterday. I wasn't really thinking about either quarterback. I was like, why are the holes so damn gaping on the deep? What's going on defense? So we'll see. We'll see if this turns into Mahomes versus Purdy or if it turns into something very, very different.
Right.
It may well.
Pacheco versus McCaffrey, or
who knows what. Who knows what. Or maybe
Kelsey versus Kittle.
Or Bosa breaks up the game. Who knows? All right, 888-957-9570. Roberto, Justin, Brendan, Matt, everybody, stay right where you are. We are heavy into your phone calls. Coming up next, this is Willard and Dibs. And also another reminder that if you are thinking about a Super Bowl party, or by the way, here's another way you could do it. Don't have anyone else over so that you can eat all of the Daisy Dips. The Daisy Sour Cream brand, which maybe you used to grab that flavor pack and you'd mix it all in there and stir it up. Don't need to do that anymore. They've got their own recipe, and it is absolutely fantastic with no added MSG or any of those other long words that you can't pronounce on the back of the label. None of that. Just their own recipe that absolutely pops in terms of flavor. 2 different flavors that you can try. They both go great right next to each other on the coffee table. They are French onion and ranch dip. You want to go at it with carrots? Do it. Tortilla chips, corn chips, pizza slices, whatever you want, dip it in there, and you're going to have a flavor-packed snack or appetizer. Try them for your next football party or any kind of party, the all-new Daisy Dips.
The Red and Gold hotline is up and running.
Bang, bang, night of gang up in this thing. Let's go.
Call it.
Here's Purdy.
Looking, firing end zone. Caught! Ayuk! Touchdown!
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Can't wait to get into the further breakdown of this game, and we will slowly but surely transition throughout the week into breaking down what's to come in 13 days.
Breakdown?
Chiefs and 49ers.
Talking breakdowns?
Talking breakdowns, man.
I love a good breakdown.
You know who does a good job at the breakdown? Brian Baldinger. Is going to be on the Boxer and Gerson guest line. Did you say 7:15 tomorrow? Is that right? With Bonte and
7:30.
7:30. Okay. I also heard, I was listening to them this morning, that maybe there was a text exchange at halftime between Bonte and Baldy. Bonte, I think, was just looking for any sort of can someone help me? Help, but please.
Totally.
Please help me. I am not feeling good in my life and space right now.
It was a Bonte breakdown at halftime, is what it was.
Right, and I guess Baldy kind of hit him back with don't worry, it's a lot of football left.
Okay.
Like it was not what you would expect, which is, yeah, man, they're getting absolutely gashed. I mean, at halftime, it wasn't the 17-point lead. It was how the hell are they going to turn this around? They can't even stop them from getting 8 yards on every play.
I think the number was 280. I'm going to double check it. Yeah, they had 280 yards at halftime.
Crazy, man.
At halftime, Mark.
So why did Baldy believe? Tune in tomorrow at 7:30 and find out. Find out, because I know if you're a fan of the Niners, even to this moment in the Super Bowl, you're looking for some sort of reason to think that the defense is going to be able to slow down Patrick Mahomes. Not a very good feeling right now with the way quarterbacks have moved the ball so far in these playoffs. Peter King will be on with us as well tomorrow at 3:15. So we're looking forward to having our key voices in a very key time.
148 yards rushing for Detroit in the first half, 34 yards rushing in the second half. So be a good question for Baldy in terms of why did Detroit abandon it? Did the 49ers do a much better job of shutting it down? I think both those things are true, but I do also think that Ben Johnson, the offensive coordinator, abandoned it too easily because there were a couple plays early in that second half where the Niners showed a run blitz, brought a run blitz, and they were able to stop Detroit on the ground. And then after that, a whole lot of Goff.
Yeah, although game script a part of it, because the Lions, again, the Niners go get a field goal, and then here come the Lions, go right down the other end. They were using the run game, and they go right down into field goal range. Then they opt not to kick it, and instead throw on 4th and 2 incomplete. And what will forever stay in my memory is from that moment, which still feels like a rough moment for the 49ers. From that moment, the Lions ran one play. Before the game was tied. And that was a run play. It went nowhere. It was a fumble. Next thing you know, the game is tied. Now, that would have been another question. You'd love to sort of be on a fly on the wall in a Ben Johnson conversation with the Lions. Now the Niners have tied you up. It's 24-all. But you're getting the ball again. And they still, other than causing a fumble, they haven't really stopped you from moving the ball. And in fact, this is the spot where maybe my memory just turned into brie cheese because we were snacking, man, and the comeback was on. Remind me, I'm going to eat it. Thank you.
Looking right at it.
Drive chart. What did the Lions do? Tied 24-all, they get the ball. What'd they do?
Montgomery over right guard for one. Chase Young with the tackle.
Okay.
Goff out of the gun, incomplete to Laporta, and then Goff incomplete to Reynolds.
That was another drop, too.
Bring on the kicker.
That was another drop.
Yep.
Now, Laporta was over the middle, could have held on, took a hard hit, but they jarred it loose. But 3rd and long.
3rd and 9, yeah.
3rd and 9, and he hit Renton. I remember the play now. Out to the right.
Yes.
And he had the first down dead to rights, and he just dropped it.
Yep.
And that was when I looked at the room, and I went, they are gagging. The Detroit Lions, you are watching a live gag.
Ooh.
Right now here.
You are gagging live.
National television. And that was the moment where, the bigger emotion was, yeah. But the other part was, those poor people.
Yes.
Those poor people at Ford Field who've never seen a Super Bowl.
And then think about the very next play, and then we'll go to the phones. I know people are excited, but the kicker punts the ball 74 yards in the air. And
Now,
Detroit's got a chance to down it.
Right, and they took it right in
And
the
they
end
gag
zone.
it. I mean, the guy, hey, where am I? And he's like a good 2 yards in with the football. That's going to be a touchback, dog. And that was a moment again. You talk about all the little moments where Detroit could have avoided the gag. The guy unloads a 74-yard kick. It turns out it's only a 54-yard net because you couldn't down it.
And the Niners go take that drive, turn that into a field goal, and never trailed again.
Yeah.
So fascinating, man. The whole thing's fascinating. Brendan in Newark here on Willard and Dibbs. Hi, Brendan. What are you doing?
I am waiting to pick up my kids from school, but I wanted to get a couple quick points in. I was looking at the seeding for the playoffs this year in the NFC and seeing that the Niners beat the 2nd seed and the 3rd seed and the 4th seed and the 5th and the 6th and the 7th seed. We belong here. This is what the season has been leading to. We're ready to go. We're going to bring that defense. We're going to bring that potent offense, and it's going to be fantastic. You guys were talking about what we're wearing and how that affects the game. I had my jersey on over my 49ers shirt, and I had to take my jersey off at halftime, and we started playing better. So it only isn't real if it doesn't work.
Okay, the jersey that you took off, Brendan, which player?
Got to be good old number 16.
Joe Montana.
Yeah. Wow.
You took it off? You took off your Montana jersey, and then Brock Purdy turned into him?
Yeah, that's, I mean, it's only real if it doesn't work. And it worked yesterday, and it's going to work in 2 weeks.
All right, Brandon, my other question is a completely weird one. Your kids are still in school at 4:30? What are you doing? What kind of operation are you running out there?
They've got after school care, and it lets me pick them up as late as 6 o'clock, which lets me talk to you guys.
All right,
so it's a win-win for
Smart
everybody.
choice. Your priorities are in order.
I was going to say, new question. Why are you there at 4:30? I'm going to go get him at 5:58. Come on, man.
And he's sitting there listening to Willard and Dibbs.
Go get yourself a pop, man. You
I
worked
love it.
hard for this. Thanks, Brendan.
Brendan, he knows that Willard and Dibbs greater than his own children in terms of a victory Monday.
Right, but we're talking all the way till 6, so why is he picking up his kids now?
Well, he's waiting. He said he's waiting to pick them up.
Go get an old-fashioned and relax. This was hard work yesterday.
It was stressful.
Dibs, half in the bag?
Totally.
Thank you. Get a highball. Let's go.
Get a highball.
This is
what are you,
tough
90?
stuff over here.
An old-fashioned and a highball.
He's on his
Thank
way.
you. It is a
he's
victory
sitting
Monday.
in a car waiting for kids to come out. It's already getting weird.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's only Monday. Jesus.
Shout out all the people working in aftercare, though, because, man, for those people who can't rush there and be there at 3:15, you got to have that aftercare.
Yes, you do. Yes, you don't. I know it. Roberto in Hayward. Hi, Roberto. What are you doing?
Hey, my Niner brothers. How are you today? Love listening to you guys.
Thank you so much, sir.
I grew up in San Francisco. Started watching Niners games when I was living with my dad when I was 12 years old. We got season tickets in 1979. And in 1980, we went to a game upstairs in the upper deck, section 3. 1980 season.
Mm-hmm.
And when I watched the game yesterday, first half was like, geez, now what? Until halftime. I saw the score. But what came to my mind was the 1980 game against the New Orleans Saints. The Niners were trailing 35-7 at halftime. They came back and tied it. Ray Wershing kicked a field goal, and they won a game 38-35. I've always been a faithful fan, but that game that I went to in 1980 just brought a flashback, and that was one of Montana's great games. I want to read this to you real quick about Joe. Tell me if this sounds familiar.
Okay.
It says, despite about Joe Montana, most scouts did not peg Montana as a prospect. Although 6'2" and 190, 200 pounds, Montana's arm strength was considered suspect, as was the consistency of his play. although he did not get his share of credit. Most thought of him as a system player surrounded by a great team. Gee, who else has thought about that too?
Yep. That was a 1979 version of draftism, Roberto. And I know Montana was a third-round draft pick. But, yeah, this is like quarterbacks, and this has only grown in the 40-some-odd years since the time you're talking about with Joe Montana because of social media, because of the popularity of the event itself, the draft, and all the rule changes that have sort of slanted the game of football into the direction of the quarterback. The quarterback is an even bigger star now than they were back then. And so to look at this now and think about a quarterback doing this out of the 7th round when we put all of this energy into which 5 quarterbacks are going in the first round this year, it's not like to say it's going to take a while is an understatement. It's just going to be a whole journey. Like this is going to be a thing for a really, really long time, I believe.
For Brock Purdy.
Absolutely.
Depends on what happens a week from Sunday, I think.
Well, that's one Super Bowl. And we know that we can explain some of those away. People do.
Sure.
We got our list of QBs that won one that were like, yeah.
Yeah, and it's a pretty funny list. It's a curious list of guys who have won one. There's Nick Foles and Brad Johnson and Trent Dilfer and a handful of other guys who we can
Flacco.
easily dismiss. Yeah. My guy Flacco got one with one of the great postseasons in NFL history, but something about Brock now doing it 2 straight years, and by doing it, I mean winning playoff games. And we talked about this before a couple segments ago. He is now tied for 42nd all-time in playoff wins as a quarterback, and he's 23. And he still has those ruddy red cheeks, and he dresses in Garanimals from JCPenney. So, I mean, who knows where this thing ends. I think that with a Super Bowl, if he beats Mahomes and he wins a Super Bowl, I think that he's not going to face the same level of doubt as I think that you think that he will. And that's just maybe it's my positive outlook, Mark, because you know me.
But it depends on how it looks.
In part.
If Christian McCaffrey wins the Super Bowl MVP and the 49ers grind out a 24-17 and Brock Purdy throws for $190 with no touchdown passes, maybe a pick, and McCaffrey goes for $150 and 2 scores.
Yeah.
I don't think a whole lot's going to change.
It depends.
I don't think a whole lot's going to change. So there's scenarios.
Mahomes, by the way, 3rd all-time in playoff wins already with 14. Montana, number 2.
Number 2.
Brady.
Who's number 1?
Brady, 35-13 in the playoffs. 35 and 13. Dude.
This is ridiculous.
I mean.
35 playoff wins?
He's played in 48 playoff games. He's got 35.
Brock's 4-1.
And
he didn't get to really play in the one loss.
Yeah, tough break. Purdy 4-1, Kaepernick 4-2, Garoppolo 4-2 of your Niner
QBs.
Yeah, your Niner QBs.
Jeez, that's wild.
It's a pretty fun list if you get a chance to Google it. You got to Google it.
Doug in Lafayette. What's up, Doug? What are you doing?
Hey guys, good afternoon. I'm actually Doug from Berkeley, but I'm driving through Lafayette right now. I'm looking for Amy Trask. I'm driving all around the Bay Area, and I'm looking for Amy Trask. I can't find her. 8 quarterbacks left, 7 are great, and then there's Brock Purdy. When you find Amy, just tell her Doug said hi. The other thing is, you guys should go off on that because you went off on it when you said it.
Well, Doug, I mean, look.
And it was terrific, Doug. Not great.
Man, the bottom line is there are 6 terrific quarterbacks who will be watching Brock Purdy in the Super Bowl.
Yes. And the other thing I want to say is, because I've been a Brock Purdy fan, for since last year. In my book, he doesn't have to win the Super Bowl to quiet the naysayers. It would be great if he does, if he can beat Mahomes. But the kid, he's not a system quarterback. When the team needed him to make plays, when everybody was covered, when they needed him to go out of the system and make plays, he delivered.
Yep.
hats off to the kid.
Yeah, Doug, you're spot on. Appreciate it, man. Yeah, that's the thing. There are absolutely still aspects of yesterday that didn't look the way people want it to look. But we've reached a point with the 49ers where, and I think they do, you got to stop worrying about that. Because, like, the way people want this to look is absurd.
Yeah.
Everybody wants this to just be Picasso after Picasso after. It's like, that's not it. That's not it. These other teams are so good. And this might bother some people, but Doug just made me think of something. And I know you agree with me, Dib, so I'm not going to let you disagree with me.
Oh, yes.
But this is maybe not what y'all want to hear, but it's true. If they had lost to the Packers, it was going to be an embarrassing disaster. If they had lost to the Lions, I don't know about embarrassing disaster, but certainly if they had lost by 3 touchdowns.
Major disappointment.
Major disappointment. Speaking of Brock specifically,
yep,
we've now reached a point where the idea of embarrassment or failure or egg on face in any way, shape, or form, no longer possible this year. No longer possible this year. I know they're a 1-point favorite.
Right.
I know that a bunch of you are out there in the streets still chanting Super Bowl or bust. But the bottom line is a 23-year-old, 26-game starter for a year and a half got back to the spot where he was knocked out, succeeded, and is now headed for the final dance, going head-to-head with a guy who may well end up being the greatest of all time. So I'm not talking about moral victories or any stupid stuff like that.
I know where you're going.
But he has arrived at a spot that is, as far as the narrative goes, very acceptable. This is a very...
Even if he has a performance like he did against Baltimore.
Correct.
Even a 4-pick performance and they lose by 2 touchdowns.
That's a little hot.
It is hot. Well, he's done it before.
He's done it before. One time.
4 picks. I mean, that... I still think you're right.
You never want to do that in a Super Bowl. My point is, if he goes out and he loses and it's not a perfect performance, it's like... I don't...
That's football.
Yeah,
and I said this before about Super Bowl or else. It's just get to the Super Bowl. And now you're going up against maybe the greatest of all time. History will decide that when he's done playing, and you're a 1-point favorite. This game is a coin toss in Las Vegas in 13 days. So if you lose in any fashion, I don't think you're going to look at Brock and think, well, we got a quarterback problem, or see, this is why you don't have to extend him in a year. And he's the dude. He led you back from 17 down yesterday in the biggest game of his life and the biggest game that the franchise has faced in a long, long time, and the biggest deficit ever overcome at halftime. And he did that. And I'm just watching the 2nd down and 11 play where he pumps, he pulls it down, and he runs 21 yards. He skitters through the line of scrimmage, and he switches the ball to his left hand. He crashes into Debo at the 8, and he finally spills down at the 5.
Right.
It's like, forget what he is in terms of system this or terrific that or whatever. This dude is an absolute stone-cold competitor, and he doesn't slide, and he makes whatever play he feels he has to make to try to win a football game.
Well, I think yesterday ends up going down as something that all of us remember forever, no matter what ends up happening in a couple of weeks, because of the fact that this game, this NFC championship, like I wonder how many of you realized in the moment the 49ers were on the doorstep of being the Buffalo Bills of the NFC title game. They were staring at that big time. And this one would have been different, okay? You had a lead in L.A., but you were in L.A. Somewhat surprising run. Most didn't even expect you to beat the Packers and get there, but you did. Then you go to Philly. You're again on the road. You lose your quarterback 2 seconds into the game. I think that one's easy to throw away. This one would not have been easy to throw away. This one would have been a real problem. And for them to have that as the backdrop, and Kyle Shanahan said it to the guys in the locker room if you didn't get a chance to see it. They were obsessed from the moment Brock Purdy went out in Philadelphia. They were obsessed with getting right back to that moment. And they did. They did everything in their power to get back to that moment. And they did. And then you go out and you're down 24-7.
I mean, 14-0 like that.
The whole thing was centered on that moment. And to come out and perform that way would have been a devastating blow to the organization emotionally had they not figured it out. But damn it, they did. They did, and he did.
Yeah.
And so now, again, not playing with house money, but you are playing with a different deck of cards now.
Yeah, you're playing one game for the Super Bowl and the quest for 6. And if by chance you happen to come up short, you're 1-point favorite against a very good defense and one of the greatest quarterbacks to ever play. If it doesn't go your way, you will try again. So this is where your Super Bowl or try again.
Super Bowl or try again.
Your flaccid chant and your weak sauce slogan, it's right in terms of, yeah, they will try again. And they'll think, all right, we got one step closer. Now we need to take that additional step. And it kind of felt to me like the Eagles of the early 00s, where they lost in 01, 02, and 03.
Yep.
And finally in 04, they beat Atlanta to get to the Super Bowl. 2 of those losses in the NFC Championship game were at home. And I'm looking at it. They lost to Tampa. 27-10. They lost to Carolina 14-3 at home.
Yep.
Now that's
why Andy Reid ended up getting fired after all
correct.
of this, because his offense could not move the ball when they got to the big moments.
Right. And so you're thinking about yesterday, and you're right in terms of, okay, at LA, that one could have gone either way. And then last year, you kind of throw it away because the quarterback injury. Well, this is the year where you're home against an upstart and you're down 14-0 with no sign of any defense at all. That's where you start to feel like maybe you are the Eagles of the early 00s.
No doubt. These last 2 games, I thought were just laced the whole day with oh no.
Yeah.
And I don't mean within them. I mean after them. After them. You were in a spot where you were going to have questions that you did not want to answer, and you may not have had the answers to them. And they were going to permeate the entire offseason. Now you go to the Super Bowl again, and I was struck by something Dan Campbell said yesterday. Did you hear him after the game go, look, I don't know that we're going to get back here. I think we're going to get back here, but I was a player, and I've learned, and we know this, right? The whole Dan Marino story. You're young, you get there, and you're like, we'll be back. And he's like, you might not be back. It's so hard.
Yeah.
And while he's sitting there saying that, I'm going, well, Niners are flirting with it every damn year. So I go back to a point I made last week. You acknowledge Kyle Shanahan and the entire organization for, at minimum, being here almost every year, 4 times in 5 years. Okay? If Dan Campbell does anything like that, they're going to build a statue of that guy outside of Ford Field. So, and he's saying that as a young team that's just like, Goff's got plenty left in the tank. They got all those rookies. They're drafting their faces off in Detroit.
They were probably a year ahead.
Probably.
Which doesn't make you feel any better when you're up 24-7 at the half.
Lots got to go right to get to these moments, man.
Yeah.
And the Niners do it almost every year.
I talked to Lo Neal about this a lot when we were doing Jolo and Dibs together, because in 99, which was about his 7th year, they go to the Super Bowl with Tennessee, 1 yard short of beating the Rams, and he never made it back to the Super Bowl.
Right.
They had unbelievable teams in San Diego, and they were good in Baltimore, and he had so many cracks in the playoffs, but they never got back to it. To your point about, hey, it's not so easy to get back year after year, yet this Kyle Shanahan cat seems to do it pretty often.
Presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. More of your phone calls coming up next, 888-957-9570. Plus, we're going to show you how you can win. In fact, I think we even have a version of it. The replica of the actual coin that will be used, flipped, for the coin toss in the Super Bowl. We'll tell you how you can get your hands on one. Coming up next, this is Willard and Dibs.
The Road to Vegas is brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices exclusively at Zenni.com.
Summer Road Trip 2024.
again, there are certain comebacks. You can feel them coming from around the corner, and it's usually when the team that's ahead, you can tell that they're just like, they're scared. They're scared. And the Lions came out, and they were fantastic, and then just all the Lionsing started happening all over the place.
Oh,
and you could tell that
they're tightening up.
That weight was on their shoulders. It was too much.
Yeah, you know what Guru would call that, right?
Lemon booty.
Yeah, look at Mark.
Did I get it right?
Yes. You know what? 2.5 years,
booty.
and I don't think I've ever thought of you more as a family member than I do right now. It's exactly what Guru would say.
Yeah.
And I think that the lemon booty started with the head coach, and it permeated to the offensive coordinator, who forgot that they had gashed the Niners in the first half via the run, and they started letting Goff just air it out instead of pounding the rock.
Well, see, but if I'm Ben, again, Ben Johnson, offensive coordinator, Detroit Lions.
Future head coach of who knows.
If I'm looking at Commanders is what I hear. But anyway, if I'm him and things start going sideways, like, okay, coach, you want to go for it on 4th and 2. Well, here's the play. Oh, you dropped the ball. That's not on Ben.
Nope.
All right, here come the Niners. Now it's 24-17. All right, we're still up by 7. Okay, we're going to run Jameer right up the middle. Let's see if we can start getting a drive in our favor. Boop, fumble. Well, that's not Ben Johnson's fault. Now it's 24-24. All right, everybody take a breath. Give me the ball. Here we go. We're tied 24-24. 3rd and 9, Jared Goff out to the right side. There's Josh Reynolds by himself for a first down. Boop, drop the ball. We're punting. We're losing. Holy hell. And that's how sometimes I look at it, and I get it. I get that everyone gets mad at the coach, but what the hell did Ben Johnson do wrong? 5 plays, Dibs. 5 plays. 4th and 2, drop.
Yep.
Run it up the middle, fumble. Then a 3 and out that was a run to Amon-Ra, a throw to Laporta who was open, knocked it clean, and then a throw to Reynolds who just dropped it. And that's 5 plays, and you're losing.
Well, it was the run to Amon-Ra before the 4th down. That was, to me, again,
fair. They're not all
we can
gold,
pick nits all we want. And I would put Ben Johnson below Dan Campbell in terms of the lemon booty-ometer.
Yeah.
I don't think that he puckered as tightly as Dan Campbell did. I think Dan blew all 3 of the 4th down conversions. I would have gone on the first one to put your foot on the neck of the Niners, and then in the second half, when things are getting a little bit tighter, that's where I take the 3 points. But Dan Campbell's always going to do what Dan Campbell does, which is we're biting kneecaps and we're going for the jugular, and you didn't. And then I think later in the 4th quarter is when Ben got away from the run. And
sure.
I'm looking at it right here.
Losing, yeah.
You get Montgomery goes for 16, and then it's pass for your next 4 plays, even though you were in Niner territory.
Yep. Yeah. And then once you're down in the 4th quarter,
only by 3 though.
I know. Yeah, you're right. And they got themselves into field goal range
again.
So all right. What did you do to change the energy at halftime? We'd love those stories. Joshua in Vallejo. Hey, Joshua, what you doing?
Yeah, I'm just driving home from work. How are you guys doing?
Good. We're just enjoying this Victory Monday.
Exactly. Yesterday's game was like torture for the first half.
Yep.
I was thinking to myself, it's starting to be like early 2000 Giants baseball, but that's a good thing because they always pulled out the win.
Right. Like it was torture. It was a lot. Although this one, I got to be honest with you, Joshua, I was like more bothered by a lot of what I was seeing even last week than this week, just because last week I felt sort of prepped us for maybe the Niner defense just isn't the dominant force that we think it should be.
You're right. Last week I was thinking, we've never been down by 10 points going to the 4th quarter. Are we going to be able to pull this off? This is very nerve-wracking, but we did. And this week we got down fast, and I was like, man, these slow starts was really torture. And luckily we pulled it off. And at halftime I was like, I need to do something. I took off my hat. I was wearing a Super Bowl 29 Niners hat, and I took it off for the rest of the game, and just so happened it helped.
You watched the second half with hat head?
What a sacrifice.
No, actually, I have very short hair, so it really didn't affect my hair.
Okay. All right.
My brother.
All
I'm
right,
with you.
Joshua. All right. Thank you very much.
Joshua.
Yeah, appreciate it.
I haven't had hat hair in about 7 years myself, Joshua, so there you go. One of the benefits.
They can be uncomfortable. If there are people around that you're trying to impress, that matted down look is not great.
Yeah, you have to let me know about that.
I will.
Tough
you
for
see
me
it right now? I can show it to you right now.
Show me.
Yeah.
Show me that, because you have a nice nice head of hair.
Yeah.
I see it.
Yeah.
You can foof it up a little bit, though.
Yeah, you foof it up a little bit, but you don't have to.
I should take this opportunity to apologize.
For what?
For how gray you've gotten since we started working together.
That ain't you. That's the Niners.
Okay.
I had jet brown hair 9 days ago. Yeah, boy. That's not you.
I mean, the salt is outnumbering the pepper now.
Hell yeah.
Pepper done left the building.
That's right. That's right. We got a salt grinder now.
Totally.
All
Still
over.
a handsome man, but
hey,
salt is up 38-11 right now.
I make the guy who cuts my hair promise me one thing every single time. I say, I don't care what color it is, just make sure it's there. And he told me, he broke the news to me last week. He goes, no, you got 20 years. You got 20 more years. I said, okay. And I don't think he meant it like in 20 years you'll be bald. I think he was just like, no, you're good. Like you're going to.
He doesn't mean like 20 years you're not going to be with us anymore.
No, well, again, if I got to keep watching the Niners, I probably won't be. But anyway, yeah, the color has the color has changed. And after the birthday last week, my sister has already reminded me like 5 times
already.
The final countdown.
I love it.
Is on.
Because she's north of 50, right?
Oh, yeah. She's almost 3 years older than me.
Okay.
She's about to go 52 here in a couple of months. Yeah.
Spring chicken.
So she's dying for me to catch up to her. Dying for me to catch up to her.
Closing in on her.
Yeah, no joke. How about, let's see, Mike in Hayward. Hey, Mike, what are you doing?
How you guys doing? I'm doing right. I was just thinking, it's not a complaint, but Michael Strahan, that guy, he's such a hypocrite. He's going to badmouth the because he's bad-mouthing the 49ers all week, talking about, the first America's team and Don Campbell's a better coach and all this stuff. We should be giving Shanahan a statue somewhere, not Campbell, right? You know what I'm saying? Give us some kind of. Then you're going to go up there and they pick him to go give him the trophy at the end of the game. I mean that stuff is like really. I think that I ain't never liked Michael Strahan anyway, but I really don't like him now because he's such a hypocrite. That guy is too much. They just pull up in Detroit, blah, blah. They all of a sudden, they're the American team. And what about they give us no respect going into that game? None. Now all they want to jump on the bandwagon. Well, now they want to give when they still ain't giving Shanahan his props.
Mike, I'll say this. Mike, thank you very much for the call. Look, you're allowed to get mad at any broadcaster you want to get mad at. That's absolutely fine. But Michael Strahan was literally the only one who picked the Lions. Everybody else gave the 49ers their respect. And if Michael's saying that America was rooting for the Lions, I mean, I hate to break it to y'all, he's right.
They were.
He's right. They were America's darlings in this Final Four by far. They've never gone to a Super Bowl. Of course people were rooting for them.
Right.
So,
I mean, across the country, they always do that Twitter overlay of the country, like what state is rooting for what team.
Right.
And I think the Niners had 4 of the 50 states, including California, where the people in that state were rooting for the 49ers.
Yeah.
So it was going to be Detroit and secondarily Kansas City. And then I think the Niners and Baltimore had about the same number of states. I think the Ravens had Maryland and not much else.
That was it. Yeah, Ravens were the ones that nobody cared about, apparently. I think that's the Taylor Swift effect. But anyway, we'll get back to your phone calls in just a second, but we want to do something special for you right now and bring in Vince Boyle from the Highland Mint. For the past 29 years now, this group has produced the coin that is flipped immediately prior to the big game. If you are part of our YouTube or Twitch audience, check this out, okay? I'm holding up the little booklet right now. The booklet says the official NFL game coin, and I'll open it up for you there and let you take a look at that beautiful coin. So really cool collector's edition item, especially for you 49er fans as they make another appearance into the Super Bowl. So Vince, welcome to the show. How are you?
I'm doing great, and we're going to hire you to sell our product. You're incredible.
Okay, let's talk about. We'll talk about my rate off the air. You got it, Vince.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. No, but tell everybody a little bit more about what it is that they can get here.
Right. So it's our 30th year making the coin they use for the coin toss for the Super Bowl. So it's a great honor, and what we like to say is the game doesn't start without us. So this coin is specifically minted under the guidelines of the NFL. It's a coin that's minted like currency. So it's die struck, and then the coin is plated with silver and selectively plated with 24-karat gold. Like you said, it comes in a nice booklet. Each coin is individually numbered, and the certificate's numbered. So this is a limited edition of only 10,000 also. So there's not many out there, considering the amount of 49er fans that are out there. So
right.
And they're only $99.99, and they don't last long. Every year we sell out or come close to selling out, and this year two big fan bases, and it's not only the fan bases; it's every NFL fan. There's a lot of NFL fans that collect these because it's part of the game.
Yeah, no doubt about it. In a rematch of 4 years ago, so I know for these fan bases, this is going to be a really, really special one. So tell everybody what they need to do if they'd like to get one.
Well, if you want to be lucky enough to get one of these, call us up at 888-560-2727. That's 888-560-2727. Or you could go online and order at sbflip.com. So that's S as in super, B as in bowl, FLIP.com.
I'm just imagining like a room that a 49er fan could kind of start to put together here with, who knows, some autographed items, some posters. If you put something like this up on the shelf right below it, it would look really, really cool.
Absolutely. It's really a nice, high-perceived product, and it's if you call us today, we'll make sure that you get it before the game.
Okay, so that's another one. Get it and have it there as you have some people over for the game. Vince Boyle, the Highland Mint. And again, that number is 415-523. No, that's what we're about to do with the contest line. Give out the phone number because we're about to give one of these away. Vince, give your number one more time, and then we'll put out our contest line. Go ahead.
888-560-2727 and sbflip.com.
sbflip.com.
27-27. That might be the score heading to overtime. I like that.
God, why do you keep talking about these close games? Yeah,
I
too much. Hey, Vince, we're gonna get a lucky listener one of these right now. Thank you very much for hopping in.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right.
Go Niners.
Yep,
yeah,
indeed.
Vince
Boyle, the Highland Mint. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Now's when I can give you out the contest line because we do have one of these beautiful coins for one of you lucky listeners. We will do caller 5 right now. Contest line, not the caller line. 415-523-4652. 415-523-4652 for this limited edition coin, the one that is flipped prior to the big game coming up in 13 days. Caller 5 right now, 415-523-4652. Good luck to each and every one of you.
Yes, and good luck to the 49er captain that decides what the coin will land upon, because the Niners will be the road team. They will call the coin. They alternate AFC, NFC each and every year at the big game. So this year the NFC is the road team, so they get the onus of calling the coin. And I heard in the crossover we were talking earlier about, might Shanahan defer if they win the toss?
I mean,
not a shot. Not a shot.
No,
he defer?
You don't think so?
He does defer. Not
he does.
Not a shot that he takes the ball.
Yeah. He's going to defer.
Yeah.
He's going to defer. He's going to defer, but the way
it.
this is going right now, that might mean 7-0 Chiefs.
Right?
I mean, honestly, the defense is, and we've got plenty of time. I think the number one question people want to answer, Lowe's question to you during the crossover was an interesting one. Can they fix it?
Yeah.
But I think before we answer that, we've got to answer the first question. Why?
What's the problem?
What is going on? Why does it look like this? Why does it look like this? I know Steve Wilks wants to get home with his base 4, but so far, second half of the season, that's going to be a no from them, dog.
Right.
Like, they're not going to. They have not.
That's enough for me, dog.
They have not been good at getting home. And so I know that the Niners are not going to walk in with a defeatist mentality of like, oh, well, we can't get home, so let's do something. No, I want them to still be themselves. But by the same token, you look at this right now, and you get it. It's scary for 49er fans to look at the way the defense has been stopped in the trenches in recent weeks, and now that's Patrick Mahomes. It's not like, oh, Jordan Love is nice, cool. Jared Goff, if you don't get him off his spot. This is Patrick flipping Mahomes, and there's no assignment harder.
Didn't he get sacked for the first time all postseason in this game on Sunday?
Patrick?
I believe that was the first time.
I don't know.
He was sacked. I thought I saw a graphic pop up to that effect, but it speaks to what you're talking about, where even when you pressure him, he is elusive, and even when you have him close to being on the ground, he finds a way to either make a play or throw it away. He doesn't give up a lot of negative yards and negative plays, and I do like what the Niners did defensively to adjust at halftime, taking a cue from my Instagram halftime adjustment video that I released. Bring the heat. Bring some pressure. Play man-to-man behind. And you saw him do that not only against the pass, but some run blitzes as well, which I really think had Detroit on its heels to start the second half.
You are correct. 2 sacks by the Ravens. None by the Bills, and none by the Dolphins in their first 2 playoff games. So 2 sacks of Patrick Mahomes so far in 3 games. That is all that offensive line has given up.
Yeah, and a lot of times he's about to go down and he flips some underhand garbage. 17 yards, or at the very least he throws it away. He's so hard to get down.
Yeah, no doubt. All right, 888-957-9570. Let's keep going with your phone calls. How about Patrick in South City? Hey, Patrick, what are you doing?
Hey, guys, how you doing?
We're great.
Hanging in there, huh?
Well, I mean, how could we not? The 49ers are going to the Super Bowl.
Hey, I wanted to run something by you guys. I've been watching these games for 50 years, and have you guys noticed that Kyle tends to tense up, during these big games, even going back to when he was the Falcons coach? Because what I noticed is, first of all, you guys just hit on it, but I was going to say it earlier. You never defer to the other team on the opening drive, because exactly what I was fearful was they went on a drive, right? They score, and then they got the momentum. And then Kyle, instead of sticking to what we're good at and what our strengths are, like running the ball, or he tends to panic a little bit. So we started flinging the ball right after it was 7-0, and I think that's really where we got off track.
Yeah, Patrick, I mean, you do realize that Kyle Shanahan, who has been a wildly successful head coach here with the 49ers, defers every single possible chance he gets.
I didn't know that. I never realized it. I really studied it yesterday. I'm like, dude, this is a big game. Why would you give him a chance to grab the momentum?
No,
put us in a situation where you start to panic a little bit and start flinging the ball.
Yeah, philosophically, Patrick, Kyle Shanahan thinks that it is mathematically advantageous to put his defense on the field first, and the way the math can often work is that means that you get the ball, you have an opportunity to be the last one to have the ball at the end of the first half and be the first one to have the ball in the second half, and that creates this big chunk of time where you can do some things offensively. Obviously, you fall down by 17 points. Things got a little sideways there. But I don't personally agree that I saw anything in there that suggests that means Kyle is scared of something or panics. Did you see that on the opening drive? They went right down the field and got into field goal range. He just missed.
Yeah, I just really feel in a game of this magnitude, any opportunity you give the other team to grab a little momentum is dangerous, because if they do score, and they did, for some reason, I thought it threw the guys mentally off. you know. And then we went down 7-0, and then instead of doing what we do best, which is run the ball and control clock, because you guys know we didn't control much of the clock at all in the first half.
Right.
Because we weren't running the ball. So my whole thing is this whole thing got twisted, I feel, because the guys kind of, I don't know, something happened to them mentally after that first drive where we kind of lost momentum.
Yeah, Patrick, thanks. I didn't see it that way. The way that I see it, I know that people want everything to run through Christian McCaffrey, but as I keep telling everybody, whether it's about Andrew Wiggins' trade value or Christian McCaffrey's ability on offense, the other team has TVs too. So they know. They know that the 49ers want to go to McCaffrey, and the Lions, who have a much better rush defense than a pass defense, they focused all their energy on Christian McCaffrey. So I don't think what you saw on the first drive was Kyle Shanahan panicking. I think it was his game script. The game script was to come out and let Purdy throw the ball around a little bit because that is attacking the weakness of the Lions defense. It didn't work right away. It did in the end. They scored 34, and they won the football game.
Well, and I'm looking at the opening drive, Mark, and McCaffrey had 5 carries and a reception on that drive. So you got McCaffrey involved, and on the ground, he was okay on that opening drive, and you got to a spot where you were 3rd and 11, and you picked up 5 on a pass to McCaffrey, and you set up your kicker for a 48-yarder, which is why you brought him in. You brought him in because he has a bigger leg than Robbie Gould, and that's a kick he needs to make.
Yep.
And he just pushed it to the right, and I had the same thought that you did, even though we were 40 miles apart, which was, oh no, Jake, this is not good. No. Because it's one thing, Patrick, and Shanahan's not going to change, and you give the other team the ball, and they go quickly down, and they score in a minute 42, and you're thinking, that's not good. All right, Niners, all right, script, all right, laminated play sheet, and they did a good job. They kept the ball. Time of possession, they moved it down. All right, we're going to get the 3, and not going to get the 3. And then the Lions go hot knife through butter again, and 14-0, and you're thinking, oh, God. And then the Niners go, they go 3 and out?
No, they went down and got the touchdown at that point.
That's right.
Yeah,
that's right.
That was, which is a huge, never to be talked about again drive because that's not what people are going to remember. But think about what happens next if the 49ers don't score there. So they score, then I think the Niners stop the Lions, but then Brock throws the pick.
That's right.
And that's what then the Lions capitalize and make it 21-7, and that's when C.J. Gardner-Johnson decided to go start waving to people.
Oh, my God.
And apparently God saw it, and that was the end of that.
Apparently. God's watching.
Yeah.
And he's like, no, Detroit.
Honestly, idiotic. And
at 20-7.
It is the second quarter of a playoff game. You're on the road and you're up 2 scores in the second quarter.
6 minutes to go,
and you're waving to people? I mean, are you new? Have you never watched sports before?
Even Steph, who hits teams with the night-night,
I mean,
he'll wait till they're up 7 with 40 seconds to go.
And even that's a little terrifying for the Warriors, the way they finish games.
Good point.
But, good God. You know what I mean? I'm not all emotional on this. I'm not Debo. He ripped him all year. Fine, whatever. That's sports. They all talk. Debo does it too. But are you new? You're waving to people up 14 in the second quarter?
Yeah.
You've never watched football before. You've never seen football. If you thought that game was even flirting with over, you can be happy. You can be happy.
Yeah.
You can say something to the fans, but waving bye-bye? That was funny.
Lions go bye-bye.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the other thing. As a Lion.
Sure.
Did you see the video?
Bye-bye.
Did you see the video? This was great. So Fox is showing all the fans in Ford Field.
Oh, my God. That looked like so much fun.
So much fun. And if you've never done anything like that before, I give my wholehearted recommendation based on the only time I did anything like that. Game 4 Steph against Boston in the NBA Finals 2 years ago.
That's right.
Remember,
You
went to Chase Center. Absolute blast. I mean a blast. But I wasn't coming at it from the angle of, Suns, we've never seen the Warriors win before. These Lions people, my God. I mean, tears. It's 24/7.
Watching TV.
They're absolutely going nuts. They're watching big screens on the field. So in the second half, you may notice, we never saw Ford Field again.
I know.
So I saw.
Did they have to evacuate it? What happened? What happened to Ford Field?
Some people last night were like, hey, how come you never went back to Ford Field? Well, somebody, because someone always does, someone had phone video from inside Ford Field. And this was like from the stands, not from the camera angles, but from the stands. And they show the fans as Eli Mitchell goes in to make it 34-24.
Shout out one play, one touchdown.
Right, which effectively ends any realistic chance. Yes, if you get an onside kick, you're still in the game. But without an onside kick, that game's over. So the camera starts showing the stands. Niners go in, touchdown, and half the people get up and start heading for the exits. And a few emotional and probably inebriated Lions fans did not take kindly to those who were giving up with 3 minutes to go. So you see like this parade to the exit, and one guy's just watching people, and he's
getting agitated.
Seething. It was an agitation sensation.
That's a buck. I'll take it.
He's looking at the people walking up the stairs, and he finally goes,
Cha-ching!
You know, you are the same Lions fans that have been walking out for 10 years. And I just sat there and I'm like, oh God. It was both like cute and adorable.
Really sad though.
But sad, like, oh God. Right. Yes. It's the same people have been leaving for 10 years.
Right. And they've been leaving for good reason.
Yep.
And now I really, in all honesty, 3:06 to go, you're down 10.
You're in trouble.
You're in a lot of trouble.
Yeah.
All 3 timeouts and the 2-minute warning. So even if you bibbity boppity boop and you get down and you score with 1:40 to go and you have a full rack of timeouts, you're going to get the ball back with maybe 47 seconds left and kick a field goal if everything goes right. But the way the Niners played Niner defense, bend but don't break. Sorry, all you point spread gamblers out there. And that game was another reminder of why I'm mostly, almost completely off the stuff because you gamble on that game.
Yeah.
You take the Niners and you lay the 7 or 7.5, wherever it landed, and you give up on your bet. And you're thinking, all right, if the Niners can just win, I'll be so thrilled right now. You're down 24-7. You're down 31.5 to 7 in gambling parlance. Next thing you know, you're back, baby.
You're going to win.
You're going to win.
Yeah,
we're going to cover.
We got 3
going to win
minutes
and
to go.
we're going to cover.
We're up by 2.5 points.
And then bibbity boppity boop.
Yep.
Here comes Detroit with the by the way touchdown, the back door. Uncle Backdoor, as Guru called it. And I just was watching that thinking, you know what? I'm so happy that I've really limited my gambling because losses like that, you lost twice. Because you lost once and you pretty much gave up, given the 7.5. And you held out hope that maybe they could still win the game.
And then they flirted with you.
Big time flirted.
Right? I had it at 7. I mean, any sane NFL head coach down 2 possessions with 1 minute left and 3 timeouts
kicks the field goal,
and you can still get the ball back.
I tell you what, it was one of two things.
That's Lucas, by the way. Bitter Lucas.
Lucas Alexander, ladies and gentlemen.
It's funny because
field goal.
As Lucas gets bitter, Grandy gets happy. I wish that people could see this on YouTube. Because when Grandy gets bitter, Lucas gets happy.
I told you, they're
unbelievable.
They're the two Muppets in that balcony, and they just hate each other. And they're just in there destroying each other's worlds. Every other comment, it's beautiful.
Lucas
beautiful
intentionally makes it cold in there, so Grandy's constantly miserable.
Fact.
Well, it's really it's one of them's an SC fan. The other one's an Oregon fan. They're not built to get along.
Just kick the field goal, man.
Both of you are going to the Big Ten, so who cares anymore?
Over was the lock,
but
though.
Anyway, yeah, I did.
I had that on the Twitter.
I did. I went on FanDuel this week. They had me on, and I'm like, over. Boop. Bet the over. I don't know about the spread. That's a big old number.
Wait, you went on FanDuel?
Yeah, they're a little program.
Which one? The Kay Adams show?
No, not Kay. I think it's Andrew Di Filipponi or something like that. Italian guy.
I'm a you better you bet guy.
Yeah, he likes to.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Nick Costas.
Yeah, we talk it out. You know what I mean?
Or BetQL, yeah.
Yeah. They can call too. Anyway, whatever. So, yeah, over. Over was the play. But I tell you what, if you do want to criticize Dan Campbell again, like at this point, you're going to lose the football game. But, dude, here's what you don't do. Lucas, you're like.
Call timeout?
No, you don't run the ball.
Right.
You do not, under any circumstances, run the ball. Because if you don't get in, you have to use a timeout or the clock is going to run below the play clock level, and either way, you can score all you want, and you dead unless you get an onside kick. Which what are the analytics of an onside kick?
Less than 10%.
Yeah, it's about 5.
It's a no from us, dog.
So 2nd and 1 from the 1, minute 10 to go. Goff pass incomplete to the right.
You got to throw again.
3rd and 1 from the 1. Montgomery right guard loses 2.
Yep.
Timeout Detroit.
That was the one that ended it right there.
Yeah.
And then they threw it in for a touchdown.
Right.
But I mean, yeah, you'd be better off going
Kicking the field
incomplete
goal.
on 3rd and goal and kicking the field goal.
Right.
And having a minute 10 left on the clock and a chance to get the ball back and throw it into the end zone than doing what he did.
Exactly.
So look, I get that hindsight is so 2020.
It's also 50-50.
But Dan Campbell mismanaged this game a bunch of times.
Right.
A bunch of times.
And you've talked a lot about process versus result, and his process has always been 4th down. If it's manageable, we're going to go for it. We're biting kneecaps and the whole thing. So that's been his process. The result,
bite a kneecap off.
Yeah, the result didn't work out for him, but that's his process, and I don't agree with the process. I've had these conversations about analytics and whatnot, and I also think that when you get in these games and these spots, you also have to take into account the human beings and what that does to your team.
Yes.
And this is what Lowe was speaking to in the crossover. When you go for it in these spots and you don't get it, the damage that does to your team's confidence, I think, is far worse than the benefit of going for it.
Well, it's so interesting, the conversation to me about process versus result, because while I can be a process person, I don't think that means inflexibility. So in other words, you can't just use the same process every single time, no matter what. That makes you a robot. We don't need a coach. We do not need a coach. If you're just going to do the same thing every time, guys, we got it from here. Hey, so if it's 4th down and less than 5, we're going for it. We don't need a coach. Go have a coffee.
Those days are coming, by the way, with AI and all that.
Seriously. So you got to read the room. And to me, that's this situation. Not all 4th and 3s are built the same. And if you're sitting there, you're out a 24-7 first half, you're the Lions. You're on the road. You guys have never been there before. They don't know what this feels like. You do, quite frankly, a great job in the second half. You stop the 49ers from scoring a touchdown. You hold them to a field goal. Then you go right down the other way. You have a chance to match them 3 for 3, which does nothing but erases the first 2/3 of the third quarter for the 49ers. But no, it's 4th and 3. Time to bite a kneecap. Okay, go bite a kneecap. Don't miss.
Yeah.
Because if you miss, you are seeding doubt into all of your players. And to me, that was the moment. That's the one I'm going to forever remember, because as I told you, I sort of look at what an opposing coach should do based on my emotions in that moment, and I wanted him to go for it.
I've never heard it broken down like that, but I think you're right. I think that might be maybe the smartest thing you've ever said, because I've never thought about it in those terms. It's really astute, though, because a lot of times I look at it and, like, my opinion changes all the time. They should go for it. Oh, you shouldn't go for it, but it's a reflection of what I want the team to not do. And in this case, I was totally with you. Go for it.
Go for it.
Go for it, Dan.
That gave the Niners their best hope, and exactly what they needed to happen happened. And in fact, I would argue it's even worse the way it happened. It's one thing to not get it. Somebody flies through, makes a play. Nick Bosa was right there. If he sacks Jared Goff, okay, Nick Bosa made a play. Even worse, we threw it out to our receiver, and he got both his hands on it, and he dropped it. And now that guy, by the way, two drives later.
Dude, I'm watching it right now.
Guess what's going to happen again? We're going back to him, Coach. It's 3rd and 9. Hit him right between the numbers, and what'd he do? He dropped it again, because you seeded doubt, Coach, in this whole team. And so to me, that's just not being aware of the moment. I get the process. You got to leave your process sometimes for the moment.
Especially when you're dealing with an extremely young team, and Reynolds is a young player, and he already had that first drop, and I'm actually just looking at it right now. He's open by 3 yards.
Oh, dude.
Demo is late. to break it up.
You talking about on fourth down or the one later?
I'm talking about the one later on third down.
God, that one's an even worse drop.
The third down in a tie game.
Yeah, he's going to go for a gain of 20.
He's got 3 yards of cushion. Well, it looks like he's probably going to get wrapped up after a gain of 10 or 11, but it's a first down. We're moving the chains, Coach.
Easy.
And the ball hits him right in the center of the 8, and it's a classic, like, my head's already turning because I want to make a play.
Yeah.
I want to atone for my earlier drop. So I'm taking this little in route, and I'm taking this thing 50 yards, and boop.
I looked right at our buddy Chris, and I went, they're gagging. They're gagging. This is a gag show right here on national TV. And quite frankly, I mean, you love it because you're a Niner fan, but that's not really the way you'd love to win. You know what I mean?
Well,
like you take it any way you get it.
Yes, sir.
But you'd love for your team to just be like, man, we're right? We're clowning them. We're making plays. We're all over the field. Not really. Not really. The Lions went on in a span of 5 plays. The Lions went drop, fumble, drop. And the next thing you know, from 24-10, the Niners are up 27-24. And the whole fan base, the whole organization is just got a lump in its throat. And you can't get rid of that. And you're on the road and you're going against the 1 seed.
God.
There's nothing you could do. Nothing you could do.
Drop, fumble, drop, pass breakup, which Tashawn Gibson comes in.
Yeah.
Gibson had a great game. He forced the fumble,
really
and he
did.
broke up that pass, too, with authority.
The only safety I trust right now.
With a savage shoulder, too.
Yeah.
And much like Dre Greenlaw earlier, his hit that gave him a stinger, another shoulder. Niners did a good job of keeping the helmet out of it and not getting those senseless flags that Baltimore faced in the early game. So it's drop, fumble, drop, pass breakup, drop, and then the inability to down a punt. And I'm just looking at it. The dude kicks it 75 yards, it bounces straight up at the 3.
It was a perfect punt.
Maybe the best punt in punt history.
Seriously.
And I'm looking at Lucas right now with not 1 but 2 feet in the end zone as I got down here.
Yep.
And then you couldn't make that play. And you make that play, who knows, maybe you bottle up a run, it's a safety. And there were so many game-changing moments that the younger, less experienced road team just could not convert.
The Lions made no plays in the
second half,
18 minutes of this game.
Right?
I mean, 0 plays. They missed every chance. Bill and Marin here with Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Bill, what are you doing?
Hey, guys. So the one thing I was going to say about Dan Campbell's decision-making is, the concept of doubling down in blackjack. So once he makes the first call, right, and he doesn't get it, then the theory is let's do this. The 7 points is better than 2 threes, right? So the second one I totally understand. Once you've made the first, I'm saying that's the feeling about it, because if you get the second time you just get 3, then you've got 3 over 2 chances. So I think there's a little bit of that at work, which no one's mentioned, but I think that makes sense to me.
Well, Bill,
Mark, the one thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Oh, so no, let me hear you.
No. I was just going to say I totally buy what you're saying, but it's kind of like taking a loan to pay off a loan. Do you know what I mean? Like at a certain point,
totally.
Right? It's like when you lie, and now you're lying to cover up for your lie, and you lie. Like at a certain point, dude, like here's some medicine. Eat this and get back in the game.
Yeah, I know, but at that point, I think he's honestly, he so believes in his team, and he's like, I'm going to get 7 points here. No one's going to criticize. If he gets it on the second time, everyone's saying he's a genius. So I understand the second one. And then the one thing, when you said that we don't feel good about this win, I mean, the fumble, Gibson caused that fumble. I mean, Gibson is making those plays, and I think there was a little bit of the Niners' excellent play that made, I mean, granted they choked a little bit, but they still could have won that game if Purdy doesn't come up with that incredible effort. But anyway, I was just thinking about the double downing with Campbell. He seems to me that kind of guy. He's probably been in Vegas, been down big, doubled down, and won some big bets.
Yeah, no doubt. And Bill, just to be very clear, I don't want it to sound like I'm saying Niner fans didn't feel good about the win. I'm just saying if I've got 2 options here, and one of them is your favorite team is out there making plays versus the team you're playing is out there completely gagging the thing away, you feel better when your team's making plays. And the Niners absolutely made some plays. Gibson, the fumble, Gibson.
Juszczyk, Jennings.
Yes, knocking it loose from Laporta.
Yeah.
Like, they made a ton of plays in the second half. And at the same time, the Lions made none.
Right.
They made none.
Well, you can't come back from 17 down unless the other team lets you at a certain point. You know,
that's true.
And they helped you with the drop on 4th and 2, and they helped you with the 3rd down drop by Reynolds, and they helped you by not down in a punt, and they helped you by having a one-play drive that resulted in an immediate fumble from a guy who was absolutely crushing you all game. And he runs the wrong way, and the exchange is messy, and he never tucks it away. And then Gibson does make a play on the ball to get it out. But there are a bunch of the small little plays. And anytime you look at any game, when you're down 17 and there are 6 or 7 plays that could go either way, you need most of them to go your way.
You sure do.
And,
that's why Kyle Shanahan did not feel good when they had to settle for a field goal to open the second half.
Right.
He's like, like our percent, that does not put us in a good spot.
Right.
That's why it was so important for the Lions to go for it on 4th down and not get it, because that sort of made up for the Niners having to settle for a field goal.
Yeah, your 3 compared to their 0 felt better than your 3 compared to their 7, certainly.
Or even 3.
Exactly.
Yeah, 3 for 3. That's a net terrible for the 49ers.
Because it would have taken 8 minutes off the clock or more. So
here is Dan Campbell, by the way, on his decisions on 4th down.
I just felt really good about us converting and getting our momentum and not letting them play long ball. They were bleeding the clock out. That's what they do. And I wanted to get the upper hand back. It's easy hindsight, and I get it. I get that. But I don't regret those decisions. And that's hard. It's hard because, we didn't come through. It wasn't able to work out, but I don't. And I understand the scrutiny I'll get. That's part of the gig, man. But, we just didn't work out.
Yeah, I like
I love
Dan
that
Campbell.
answer.
Yeah, I like Dan Campbell. I think he's here for it. He can handle it. And, oh, by the way, even when you do something like this, and he's right, second guessing and criticism will be there, this is where the house money thought also does come in. You are the Lions. You are new. This is year 3 for you, and you've done a phenomenal job. And so you've built up some kind of rapport with the audience, if you will, as to where this is going to be, in the end, a forgivable crime.
Right.
Unless you keep doing it again. You keep going to the playoffs and doing this every year. You know what I mean? Like you go for it in Dallas. We're going for 2. Well, now you're back at the 7-yard line. We're going for it again. Okay. You keep doing stuff like this where it's just go for it. No. Always go for it. Then your name changes from Dan Campbell to Brandon Staley at a certain point.
Yeah, but you've already made it way further than Staley ever did. But in terms of...
Staley made the playoffs last year, too. And then this year couldn't even get through the year.
And Campbell was in the NFC Championship game. And,
they're not the same.
Correct. And I do think the house money notion is an interesting one, because if you ask anybody around the league about the Lions, they're more worried about the Lions next year than they probably were this year. The Lions were ahead of schedule based on all their young players and the trajectory of the organization under Dan Campbell. You mentioned Jared Goff, still young, playing his best football. You got a very young roster. The division's getting tougher now. Green Bay's good. And Chicago, hard to say anything good. I mean, Chicago should be better.
They're going to have unbelievable draft picks. They got all the capital in the world.
They got 2 top 10 picks.
I don't know who Minnesota's quarterback will be next year, but it'll be somebody healthy.
The division is better than we thought and continuing to get better. But if you go into the year already, Detroit's probably one of the 4 favorites in the NFC. Maybe one of the 2 favorites.
Yeah, probably. Let's see. Jose in Oakland. What's up, Jose? What are you doing?
Hey, guys. Commuting home. Dively, you know what? Remember I told you at one point not to mention Moody missing a field goal because you were going to jinx it? Well, this past Friday, I called and I said they were going to win the game 35-31, and you could count on a missed field goal by Moody. Well, by halftime, as soon as he missed it, I said, man, I jinxed the team. Okay, I honestly thought we were going to lose that game. Said, damn it, I did. You know what? But all I have to say is, honestly, this game we won it because the team as a whole decided they were not going to go down that way. And Purdy did his best Tom Brady impersonation, coming back by 17 points. And unfortunately for Dan Campbell, I have to say, you know what? They have a really young team, a very good team. Between Green Bay and Detroit, they have some of the youngest teams, and they're very, very good. But it's a learning lesson for him and his players. I mean, we have to go through it with Shanahan. And, I mean, we have to go to the Super Bowl and lose it. How many NFC championship games we've been to, we lost it. So it takes some time for them to learn that. But I think there was a little bit of, how should I say this? One of those things where you think that you know what doesn't stink. Okay, you know better than everybody else. He learned from it, hopefully. But the Niners right now, we better win this game, this coming game, and we better start stacking up younger players because we're getting very old. Okay, and these teams are getting younger and they're getting better and better.
Next year is going to be a very, very, Jose, thank you very much.
Great call, Jose.
Very, very, very different framework to the entire NFC next year. Obviously, that's the way it is every year. That's why you don't take any of this stuff for granted.
Right.
That's why you don't act like there's a birthright to get back here, even though the Niners are in 35% of all NFC championships.
It's crazy, man.
You know what I mean? I look at it right now and go, if I would totally bet on the field against the 49ers to go to the NFC championship again next year. Sure, Brock Purdy, another year of experience, and that's a good thing. But you've got to, don't forget the 49ers. And I know there's one more game to play, but just forget all you know about who you think they are and how good they are. They made it through the season healthy.
Yeah, I was just going to say that.
They made it. They're going to get to the Super Bowl, at least start this game with their guys.
Everybody.
And that is not something you can count on every year.
Without a doubt. And, you lost Talanoa Hufanga, which is about the only season ender I can think of in terms of, a player that you were counting on. And, you had Jair Brown come in and play pretty well. At times he got hurt, and then you had to go deeper into the depth chart to add a safety in there. But by and large, you're right. We talked about the biggest players, the most important ones, and Trent's been healthy. For the most part, he missed a couple games here and there, and, McCaffrey and Debo and Ayuk and Purdy and Kittle, and here they are all together, all ready to go in 13 days. And, you'd been mentioning this over the course of the last month or two. This is your shot. Shoot your shot. It's all you got.
Yeah, man.
This is their best shot in terms of everything that's kind of gone their way, health-wise. You had home field, and here you are 13 days away with another crack at Mahomes. Man,
it's interesting.
It's going to be a great lead up.
Yeah, the Lions theme song was obviously being sung by Eminem all week long, but it applies to the 49ers probably much more than the Lions in terms of you only get one shot. Do not miss your chance to blow. The Lions, I don't know. They're both set up to be back at some point, but the Lions with their youth and they're already paying their quarterback and they're able to put this thing together this way. Chances don't come any better than this. And here they are. By the way, this game yesterday, ready for this? 56.9 million viewers.
Jeez.
Of this football game last night. It is the fourth most watched non-Super Bowl NFL game on Fox of all time for them. Most viewed NFC championship since 2012. And again, we understand the sort of idiosyncrasies of this because of the fact that the Niner quarterbacks all left the game. Last year became much more
unwatchable, Coach.
But this is a 19% increase on the audience that watched Niners-Eagles last year.
Do you have the market-by-market breakdown yet? Because I'm going to be interested to see what the share, which means percentage of TVs that were turned on in Detroit, if they're up around 70%. Because I would imagine that ratings out here would be good, but the rating in Detroit is going to be maybe even record-setting.
Yeah, Yeah,
considering it's been 30 years since they've been in this spot.
Yeah, no, they don't. If you weren't watching the game in Detroit, they don't let you back to work on Monday. Like, come talk to us. What are you, crazy? Brad and Campbell. Hey, Brad, what are you doing?
Just got home. Thanks for having me on. I just wanted to share the atmosphere at the game. I went to the game. Shout out to my buddy Kayvon.
Yeah, how was the atmosphere at the game, Brad?
Oh, man. So, first half, as you can imagine, we go down 17-0. Detroit fans are starting to roar. And I don't know if you're aware of this, but Journey was playing at halftime. They play the song.
Yeah, Don't Stop Believing. I was
born and raised in. Yeah. And then they're singing the song "Born and Raised in South Detroit."
Not bad.
Man, those fans went nuts. They were at the highest of highs they probably ever felt in their lives.
I hope you told them, Brad, but yeah, I hope you told them that Steve Perry is a massive Giants and 49ers and Warriors fan.
Oh, man, it was brutal. I'm just thinking about every time I hear the song, I'm going, oh, those poor, oh, man, that's rough, but just wanted to share the atmosphere there.
Yeah, Brad, thanks, man. Appreciate it so much. More of your phone calls coming up. Plus, a quick little Kyle Shanahan injury announcement that he made here this hour that we'll pass along to you. Coming up next, we're sponsored by Safeway, and this is Willard and Dibbs.
Stop into Safeway this week for savings on all your favorites. USDA Choice Boneless Top Sirloin, $4.97 per pound.
Or get your new appliances delivered or installed quickly at your convenience. Because Lowe's knows appliances. Lowe's knows home improvement. Subject to credit approval.
I don't think it was any concern. We just knew what we had to go out here and do the second half, and that was to score points. And defense had to get off the field and, starting the third quarter off with, 3 points. And then Gip made a big play in the fumble. We go down and score, and then just a chain of events.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
You want me to wait until he starts singing about Detroit? Feels kind of mean.
Man.
Saying it. Wow.
Yeah. Took the midnight train, not going to downtown Detroit.
Yeah, that midnight train went to Tearsville for the Detroit fans. I get it. We all do. You said you were texting with a buddy. I got a buddy or two that's like Lions fan, and I sort of forgot. And I wouldn't do that. Like, I'm not gonna hit him after the game and be like, "Oh yeah, good game."
Me either. I only responded because I told you what he said to me during the break.
Yeah.
There were expletives, and to make things even worse for him, shout out the great Derek Petrak. He's at the tail end of dry January. So he's not even in a spot where you can go ahead and drown those sorrows. It's it's brutal. It's brutal. And he's listening right now. And D, I got you, bro. My heart bleeds for you. I know how much you wanted this. And you were everybody's second favorite team.
No doubt. No doubt. It's tough. Yeah. Like, honestly, if these
never felt like this before over a sporting event, ripped my heart out.
Yeah. And honestly, like, if you're a Lions fan and you're listening to this, I mean this with all sincerity. If you were a Cowboy fan, an Eagle fan, or a Ram fan, I would be pointing and laughing my ass off at all of you. But Lions fan, I'm so sorry. Like, I really honestly am. That way sucks. It's not even just that you lost. It's that the game told you for 2 hours that you were going to win, and you were going to the Super Bowl for the first time ever. And then you weren't. Yeah, my buddy hit me. He waited till 9:15 last night. So that's a good solid 2 hours of letting that sink in. And he just goes, "Congrats, bro. What a crusher." And I just hit him back and I go, "I still can't believe it." He goes, "Unbelievable is probably the right word. Life as a Lions fan, my friend. Sadly, that's all we know."
Yeah. It just, especially when it's one thing if your team is bad because they're always bad, then you get to mid-October and you're 2-5 and it's like, okay, here we go again. Who do we like in the draft? Who's going to be our next head coach? But when you have this and it looks good and then it looks really good and it continues to look good and you realize, man, this could be it for us.
Yeah.
You get 2 home games and you win them both. And you come out here and you think, all right, we got a puncher's chance. We'll just, we'll see what we can do. Niners are good. They're the 1 seed. And I get it if we lose, because the Niners might be better. But then you jump up 14 biscuit and it's 24-7 at the half. And that's what hurts the most is when you get that feeling. You can taste it.
You know all about 1957, right? You were there, right?
There.
You were there.
Yeah. I was selling programs for a nickel.
I love
Get your programs. You can't tell who's who without a program.
Remember what the score was at halftime?
Yes. 24-7.
24-7.
At Kazar.
Niners.
Yes.
Christy's dad could not stop texting about this game all night last night because that young buck, what would he have been? How many years ago is that? What is that?
57 is 66
plus
years
24
ago.
is
67.
67 years ago, and he is about to turn 81. So he's a teenager. You know what he always told us? He went to the movies at halftime. He was like, well, this game's over.
Was he at the game and he left and went to the movies?
Went to the movies. I don't know if he's at the game, but whatever. Yeah.
I wonder if that thing was even on TV.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe he just heard about it.
Right.
He heard they were up 24-7. Well, let's go to the movies. Found a nickel, went to the movies, came out, Niners lost.
Is it the story that the Lions could hear through the paper-thin walls that the Niners were already celebrating at halftime?
Sounds like a good story. I don't know it to be true.
Might be urban legend, but
yeah.
I think that's what the story is.
Well, Lions fans, sorry, we got you back. For 1957. Oof.
Yeah.
Oof.
I did watch a video of that Lions team. I don't know when the video was filmed, but they all got together and they were talking about how they heard the Niners in the locker room at halftime, like planning their trip to the championship game. So that is how the story goes, Tibbs.
There it goes. So hey.
What was that, Lucas?
So CJ Gardner
David
Johnson.
Lombardi video, I think, on Twitter.
Okay.
Oh, I thought you were shouting out Vince Lombardi, and he was a Packer coach.
Grandy was disgusted that
I saw a video of the Lions team from the 1957. They were all gathered around with like the Detroit Free Press or something, and they told that story, Lucas.
Yeah.
Wasn't Lombardi's
Are you questioning Grandy's sincerity in telling this story on the air?
I don't know why he's taking offense to this.
Because you're a
What's
USC
wrong with
fan.
David Lombardi?
Yeah, you're a USC fan. That's what why he's taking offense to it.
What'd the Lions have to say about it, Grandy?
They were upset that the Niners thought the game was over.
You guys could have your fight on your own time if you want.
Shout out CJ Gardner Johnson, right?
Exactly right.
GJ.
Let's go to Charles in South City. Hi, Charles. What are you doing?
Hey, guys. How you doing this evening?
What's up?
Well, I'm actually happy with that win yesterday, and I'll tell you why. That was hands down probably the best NFC championship game I've seen throughout my 21 years of life.
I mean,
another thing for sure.
Go ahead.
What was that?
Go ahead.
All right, thank you. But another thing is for sure, as someone that's not a 49er fan, I'm forced to have to go for you guys in the Super Bowl in 2 weeks because I don't want to see the Swifties in there. I don't want to see the Swifties win it. I mean, but one thing for sure that definitely caught my eye yesterday. I think the one thing that hyped up the whole crowd and the whole team was that catch from Ayuk. And how do you get over that catch from Juszczyk too on the sideline? What was that? Toe tap inbounds. That was beautiful. And I got one thing and one thing only for you guys. And you guys can clip this. You guys can rack it if you want.
Okay.
Look. In 2 games, you got to win the big game. Thanks for taking the call.
Thank you, Charles.
Thank
it's a
you.
4 for your knee again. It's great.
You do. You got to win the big games.
Yeah. Win the big games.
And they did. Yeah, I don't know where this ranks in the experience of NFC championship victories for the 49ers. Obviously, it's the biggest comeback
right
of any of these. But that's sort of that's a mixed bag. That's a mixed bag of feelings. Like, it makes it memorable. It's a whole lot of fun. It amazes you, and that's great. But, again, take nothing away from it. As a fan, you'd rather your team comes out and, looks good, which for the majority of the night they didn't.
Right. For the half, they didn't look good.
Yeah.
Second half, they looked pretty damn good for the most part on both sides of the ball, and that sometimes is the old tale of two halves football game. But hard for me to look beyond the catch game in terms of NFC championship games.
Of course.
The significance. Yeah. But that also was a game where they didn't play well. They turned the ball over 6 times in that game. 6 turnovers. Can you imagine that in this day and age?
Oh.
Turnovers are way down.
We'd have drafted a new QB.
Right. Coach fired at halftime. They turned it over 6 times and won.
Right.
That just doesn't happen anymore.
Well, and again, that's where, and I don't want to get into comparisons with Joe Montana and all this stuff, but
just did.
No, if we go back to that time, like, a great finish erases a bad performance.
Yeah.
And Brock Purdy's had 2 of them. He's had 2 of them. You can't get around that. So whatever was going on earlier in the game, the football I grew up watching, a great finish and a win erases all that stuff. It doesn't mean it doesn't exist, but it doesn't matter.
When I was saying that last week in terms of his great fourth quarter versus his bad 3 quarters, to me the great fourth is more important than the bad first 3.
It felt like some people came out of last week's game being like, well, Jordan Love played well and Brock Purdy struggled. You want to trade the performances? Would you like that? Couple of picks and a loss? Okay. Rich in Fremont wants to talk about Purdy. Hi, Rich. What are you doing?
Hey, guys, they take my call. I'm on my way home from work, man, and I'm going to tell you something. that game yesterday. Brock Purdy, I don't care what the haters say about that guy. That dude carried that team to get that W. I've never seen anybody move like that, man. You know, in the pocket, making decisions. You know, when he couldn't throw the ball, what did he do? He took off, ran, okay, and was gone. Secondary didn't even know he was missing, okay? I'm telling you, they can say what they want to say about Brock Purdy, but, man, that guy is the guy. Whether you're polarizing, whether you like him or you hate him, he's still going to beat you. Thanks, guys.
All right, Rich, thank you. He's going to the Super Bowl. And again, we've talked so much about it this year. I'm not expecting it to go away, but he's going to the Super Bowl.
Yep.
Guy's going to the Super Bowl in his second year.
What more do you want?
I mean, he's going to the Super Bowl.
There's two quarterbacks left playing. One might be the greatest of all time, and the other one was the last pick in the draft who's won 4 playoff games in 2 years.
I thought you were going to say, and the other one's Mahomes.
You like that.
You like
I'm not
that.
going that
You
far.
like that. You want to do it again tomorrow?
I do, yeah.
All right,
It's going to be a fun couple of weeks.
It's going to be great, man. Monster Monday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. Here comes Grandy. Best of the Game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. He'll start off with the morning roast discussion. Dan Campbell's game versus Kyle Shanahan's game from earlier today. So make sure you stay tuned for that. For Dibs, for Grandy, for Lucas, I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. That's all you got. The road to Vegas is brought to you by Marowest Credit Union. Working for you today, tomorrow, together.
For too long, I've waited around on medical appointments for me and my family. But now that Prime offers 24/7 virtual care through One Medical, I decide when our visit starts. It seems we're not so different, them and I.
Mom, I think it's supposed to be they and I.
I think you're supposed to be resting while I text with the doctor right now. Smart little minion.
Your Care Team on call. A new add-on from Prime.
In order for small businesses to thrive, they need to be smart, efficient, savvy, staying ahead of the market at every turn, finding ways to do more with less, and taking advantage of every opportunity that comes their way. That's why Comcast Business is introducing the Small Business Bonus. For a limited time, you can get up to a $1,000 prepaid card when you switch to Comcast Business, the company with the largest, fastest, reliable network. So if you're a small business owner, don't wait. Call or go online to learn about the $1,000 bonus today.
Give your business a head start in 2024. Get started with fast speeds and advanced security for $49.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Call or go online to switch today. Ends 2/21/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 50 megabits per second internet and security edge. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Prepaid card offer requires premium internet.
It's a mystery where Old Spice finds its amazing scents like Himalayan sea salt, but I'm thrilled they have because no other body wash exfoliates and moisturizes 24/7 like Old Spice Gentleman's Himalayan Sea Salt Body Wash. Now, if